Chapter 1. England, London, Woolsey Orphanage. Carl Harris lay upon the verdant grass before the house, cradling his small head in his hands, lost in thought, seemingly burdened by some vexation. His light golden hair shimmered gently in the flickering sunlight. What a twist of fate that such an extraordinary event would befall me. It is widely acknowledged that the three great professions of the world are time travelers from the Celestial Empire, Japanese high school students, and American vagrants, each undoubtedly possessing unparalleled individual prowess on this earth. Thanks to the diligent care provided by the orphanage, he had flourished into a healthy 80-year-old, with his past lives' memories lying dormant until they finally awakened after a restful slumber the night prior. Reflecting on the tragic conclusion of his previous life, Carl's expression dimmed momentarily, but he quickly regained his excitement. For he now found himself in the United Kingdom of the 1990s, possessing knowledge of future developments that could enable him to navigate this world with remarkable success. If all else failed, with the plethora of fantastical novels he had read in his former life, he could always venture to Huaxia and become a literary scribe. After daydreaming for a considerable time, Carl rose to his feet, his face alight with hopes for the future. He retrieved a small mirror, a delightful gift from the kind-hearted aunt at the orphanage. The reflection revealed a cherubic boy with golden hair and azure eyes, his features exquisitely delicate, adorned with long eyelashes, fair skin, and two charming dimples when he smiled, resembling a little angel. Carl was immensely satisfied with his appearance in this new life. He would wager £100 that with his current looks, a mere display of cuteness would surely earn him a handful of candies and a sweet kiss from the cashier at the local shop. Name: Carl Harris. Identity: orphan. Hobbies: girls, gastronomy. Appearance: highly self-assured. Location: Europe, England, London, Woolsey Orphanage. Having confirmed his current identity in his mind, Carl felt a profound sense of contentment. In his previous life, his complexion was as dark as that of an African chieftain now. With such fair skin, he mused that he might just become a European sovereign. Thus, he allowed his imagination to soar, envisioning himself as the wealthiest person in the world or a Hollywood superstar. After all, he had traversed realms, and a little excitement was quite understandable. His previous life had indeed been exceptionally tragic. Ning Chuan had collapsed on the rooftop no less than 15 times. His right eyelid had twitched a staggering 120 times. He had despaired 99 times, shed tears for 3 hours. In his childhood, joy could be found in leaping down steps. But as he grew older, happiness required a leap from rooftops. What kind of game could be so consuming as to utterly drain a person? The infamous toxic milk powder ranked among the top 3. In that realm, only 3 types of individuals boasted formidable combat prowess: the European sovereign, the gaming master, and the wealthy elite. As a mere impoverished university student, Ning Chuan lamented his lack of wealth, leaving him with but one avenue: grind. He relied solely on takeout for meals, staying up until the early hours of the morning, tirelessly grinding through numerous raid instances until he finally graduated. And so it was that his liver failed him, resulting in liver cancer. Quite the revelation. The director has treated me so well. Once I achieve success, I must ensure that the Woolsey Orphanage receives a splendid renovation, Carl mused quietly. Wait a moment. Woolsey Orphanage, why does that name sound so familiar? I feel as though I've heard it somewhere before. As Carl pondered, a sudden realization struck him. England, London, 1990s, Woolsey Orphanage. He pieced these names together and thought deeply. By the heavens, this is the very orphanage where Harry Potter's Voldemort once resided. Given the current circumstances, he was undoubtedly a quintessential muggle. The world lacked extraordinary powers, and while he could indulge in the luxuries of his past lives' knowledge and experiences, the existence of magic in this realm was a tantalizing prospect. Having watched all 8 Harry Potter films and read the 7 novels during his high school years, he was acutely aware of the wondrous and vast nature of the magical world. To know of it, yet remain unable to partake, was a source of profound anguish. It was akin to Argus Filch of Hogwarts or Mrs. Fig, Harry Potter's neighborware of magic, yet utterly powerless to wield it. How tragic that would be. Well then, since I have traversed into a wizarding world, according to the universal laws of time travelers from the Celestial Empire, I ought to possess a system or perhaps some kind of magical benefactor. Carl contemplated, stroking his small head. After all, figures like Long Outyin, Yiliang Shun, and Zhao Ritian could be considered titans in the realm of time travelers, leaving behind countless autobiographies. While the Harry Potter universe may not rival theirs, it certainly held its own unique charm, particularly with its intricate time-related magic. Moreover, he was a time traveler himself, and starting his journey in an orphanage, surely the esteemed head of this institution would thoughtfully chart a path for each orphan, enabling them to triumph over pretentious fools, best the affluent elite, and ultimately win the love of a beautiful heiress, ascending to the pinnacle of life, then penning an autobiography for future generations to admire and study. Even in the absence of a director, there was still that legendary figure known as the president of the Time Traveler Association, who had dedicated himself to providing unparalleled service to fellow time travelers and tirelessly developing essential equipment for their journeys. Otherwise, how could he, a likely muggle, hope to navigate this magical realm? Yet, while Carl's dreams were grand, reality proved to be rather harsh. He attempted numerous methods to summon a system, including but not limited to meditative practices, inner calls, and celestial gestures, yet received no response. The only sounds that filled the air were the laughter of the other children around him. Carl thought to himself, could it be that the flow of time differs between worlds, causing my golden finger to be delayed in transit? He raised his head, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, striving to hold back his tears, his heart heavy with despair as he mused that both the director and the president had forgotten him. Suddenly, he noticed a radiant beam of multicolored light streaking across the sky, drawing nearer and nearer. A shooting star? No, that's impossible in broad daylight. It's a meteor. Wait, no, why does the meteor have a rainbow tail? Just as he scrambled to evade it, the multicolored light shot directly into his forehead. Ding! Your golden finger has been delivered. Welcome to the DNF system. Esteemed time traveler from the Celestial Empire, your external aid has arrived. The DNF system is at your service. You may choose to bind this system or decline. This system's creator adheres to the principle of mutual consent and will never force a binding, unlike the main god. Indeed, every time travel adventure must come with a golden finger. The great ones do not deceive me. And it was, astonishingly, a system based on the very game he was most familiar with. Bind, Carl silently affirmed. Host has chosen to bind the system. Binding in progress. 1, 2, 99, 100 binding successful. I am an intelligent entity created by a great existence. You may call me Shao Q. I shall now explain everything to you, including, but not limited to, the system's instructions. The mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in Carl's mind. Please select your initial profession. The following professions are gender neutral: priest, demon swordman, gunslinger, fighter, night stalker, dark warrior, mage, guardian, spearmaster. Wait, what about the creator? Wasn't there supposed to be a creator? Why is that absent? Carl queried, puzzled by the system's dialogue in his mind. The creator has been classified under the mage profession due to their unique nature. Since the professions are gender neutral and the mage includes the creator, does that not imply that choosing mage would grant access to skills from 11 different classes? Indeed, however, there's a price to pay. My duty is to elucidate the system's rules. Once I conclude, I shall depart from this world, leaving your development in your own hands. Very well, I choose the mage profession, Carl declared without hesitation. After all, this was a magical world. Would he truly select the demon swordman? Transitioning into an Azura would render him blind, and the sword's soul and berserker transformations would leave him grotesque. As for the demon cry, he certainly did not wish to become something neither human nor ghost. Transitioning to a demon swordman at Hogwarts would he wield a wand in one hand and a sword in the other? As for the gunslinger, he promptly dismissed that option as well. Where would he procure the materials to craft such weapons? Regarding the venerable priest, I regret to inform you that Carl is not adept at playing. Furthermore, he is well aware that in DNF, the mage class is remarkably powerful. The moment of eternity and the Ista battle spirit are indeed melee mages. Given that class distinctions are no longer bound by gender, he will undoubtedly acquire skills from other professions. Moreover, there's a passive skill that he covets immensely, known as the undying body. Upon death, one can resurrect after regaining a certain amount of HP. However, upon revival, the use of consumables is prohibited, and one can only recover 100 health points over a brief period. Although being attacked during the recovery phase and dying again would prevent automatic resurrection, this ability is undoubtedly extraordinary. He is not inclined to learn Voldemort's art of soul-splitting to create Horcruxes after all. A life is but a singular thread. Should an adversary exhaust their trump cards and succeed in slaying him, only for him to resurrect and regain full health after a brief escapade, such a turn of events would surely infuriate them. Before indulging in the Harry Potter series, he envisioned wizards as mysterious and elegant, resplendent and formidable. However, after viewing it, he found himself reflecting, why do these wizards seem so lackluster and their power rather meager? In contrast, the mages in DNF perfectly embody Carl's imagination of what a true sorcerer should be. Chaos Walker. The reclusive seeker of chaos and the twisted fabric of time, I shall defy all constraints within the realms of rationality and lunacy. I will traverse the convoluted path of truth, journeying ever onward. Lunar Eclipse. A grand sorcerer who summons mightier beasts to battle, forging pacts with the creatures that dwell above the moon. Istha Battle Spirit. A melee mage that condenses the power of radiant patterns and absorbs the spirit of Bana for a secondary transformation. Mischievous Trickster. A playful mage who utilizes the enhancements of homunculus to break the taboos of magical studies. Goddess of the Moon. A master of curses and puppetry, the progenitor of cursed magic, wielding all curses and spells at will are they curses or blessings. You may take a guess. I demand this world to bend to my desires. Elemental Spirit. A true mage proficient in high-damage elemental magic, adept at long-range and area attacks. Blood Abyss Monarch. This boiling blood signifies more than mere power. A sorcerer who unravels the essence of blood. And you, mere ants, are only worthy of crawling at my feet. Wind Deity. The wind sweeps across the mountains and rivers. Blood stains the stars. I shall ultimately be who I am. A mage harnessing the formidable power of storms, the sovereign of the skies. Eye of Annihilation. A taboo sorcerer who treads into the forbidden realms of magic, mastering the dark eye. In an instant, elements are birthed in their hands, then swell into titanic forms such power will obliterate all. Moment of Eternity. Can the frozen heart once again pulse with warmth? Deep within the frigid ice lies the promise of true eternity. These are the genuine mages Voldemort pales in comparison to their magical prowess. May I confirm the initial profession as a mage? Once confirmed, it cannot be altered. Confirmed. As Carl's resolute voice resonated, a warm force gradually enveloped his entire being. It was the essence of magical power. His body involuntarily levitated into the air, his ears elongating to resemble those of an elf. The original mages of the demon realm in Arad possessed the bloodline of elves. Those around him seemed oblivious to the transformation, continuing with their respective endeavors. The metamorphosis persisted, his once fair skin turning pale, hair shifting from a light golden hue to an icy blue and then to a soft greenness was the power of elements interchanging. Eventually, the transformation ceased as elongated elven ears returned to normal, and his hair gradually reverted to its original light golden shade. Transformation complete. Now opening the attribute panel. Nama, Kal Hellis. Age, 8 years. Stamina, 30. Magic power, 120. Mage level, Magic Apprentice. Intelligence, 135 note. A mage's ultimate magical power depends on intelligence note. Intelligence reflects one's comprehension of magic, rather than mere cognitive ability. Gold, 0. Profession, mage. Overall, a fledgling mage whose destructive capability might be less than that of a husky. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill Undying Body and learned the active skills Magic Whirlwind and Heavenly Strike. After the transformation, He felt magical energy coursing through his body, gentle and responsive to his will. He forcefully suppressed the urge to test the magic whirlwind. However, upon seeing the disparaging evaluation from the system sprite, Little Q, his expression darkened. What did it mean to be outclassed by even a husky? Little Q, if you dare, show yourself, and I shall make you rue the day. Now, commencing the distribution of the Novice Gift Pack. The Novice Gift Pack has been successfully distributed. A storage space emerged within Carl's consciousness. The space contained merely 4 slots, one of which held an exquisitely packaged grand gift. The space can be expanded, but that shall depend on the host's efforts. This system adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. It is impossible for the host to reap rewards without effort. Any skills or items must be acquired through the exchange of gold coins. In simpler terms, happiness is created through labor. Without wealth, one is left wanting. Carl inquired. Suppressing his frustration, how does one obtain gold coins? In a magical realm, only magical currency can be exchanged for gold coins, with the exchange rate determined by the system. Weekly check-in feature. The host can check in daily with the system, and after a week of continuous participation, they will gain access to a lottery feature, which will be activated after the storyline commences. Title. The title panel will be unlocked once the host meets the requirements for their first title. Marketplace. The host can utilize the gold coins exchanged from the system to purchase items from the marketplace. Wait a moment. Why is the marketplace grayed out and inaccessible? Carl questioned. To prevent unrealistic expectations, the system marketplace will only unlock once the host possesses 1,000 gold coins. And items listed will not exceed double the hostess gold amount, explained a mechanical electronic voice. Carl felt a familiar irritation at this system, clearly looking down on him for his lack of wealth. He forced himself to remain calm, telling himself that once the explanation concluded, it would vanish far away. Before transitioning to a mage class, the host can freely choose 9 initial skills to learn at no cost. To acquire skills post-transition, a class change book must be obtained to learn all skills, while others require additional purchase. The system will not issue any tasks to assist the host. They must rely on their own efforts and abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. Additionally, the system offers enhancement, enchanting, and amplification features, all of which require only a small amount of gold to utilize. A small amount? I'd wager it's more like a fortune, Carl retorted. The thought of enhancement reminded him of a woman from his past life. Yes, it was her, Kelly. Countless warriors had bowed before her. Excuse me, adventurer, your equipment is damaged. Enhancements ruin lives. Amplifications impoverish generations. In my next life, Kelly, I shall triumph over Clint. Carl mused, even in this new world. The memory of that woman cast a long shadow over him. This is all the host needs to know. Little Q is honored to serve you and looks forward to our next encounter. In the future, there will be a help template carried by the system to answer the host's inquiries. As the electronic voice faded, a red beam shot from Carl's forehead into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Finally, that system sprite is gone. I was beginning to doubt my existence. Carl sighed with relief, soon filled with excitement. Opening treasure chests is always something to look forward to. Carl focused his consciousness into the meager 4-slot storage space, and a message promptly appeared. Dear host, expanding 1 slot requires 100 gold coins. Money, money, money. It seems money is required everywhere. In his mind, a large gift box adorned with colorful ribbons shimmered like a birthday present. Shining gold? You think you're an epic item? Wake up. You're merely a novice gift. Carl scoffed, annoyed that even a novice gift had to be designed to emit golden light. He gazed at the novice gift box, and another message entered his mind. As you can see, although it is merely a novice gift, the golden shimmer indicates a chance of yielding epic items. This gift contains between 3 to 9 items. Completely random. Perhaps you will uncover the epic Tears of Held, the second apostle, or you may only receive the practice staff of the mage guild leader, Shalon, or even the holy Kieran pet, yet it could also be the treant of Granny Orlon. You might obtain the most powerful skill book, Divergence, the Forbidden Feast. But you may also receive the levitation spell. Everything lies within your grasp. Thus, only those with fortune should proceed, please. Carl remarked, this system truly is insidious. The sprite's departure has not diminished its mocking essence, embracing the warm, yet sardonic, hints from the novice gift. Carl couldn't help but recall the dread from his past life, dominated by that dark land. Endless European adversaries, unceasing tears from Africa. There. Everyone referred to him as chieftain. His status was one even the goddess of fortune could not shake. Carl retrieved a small mirror, gazing at the fair-skinned boy within. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. It's all right. You are no longer the Ning Chuan of your past life. In this life, you are European. Having successfully altered your fate, leaving behind your previous existence. With determination, Carl declared, "Open the gift." In an instant, a myriad of golden light erupted within his consciousness. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the Dimension Walker Class Change Skill Book. Congratulations. Host, you have received the Spirit Leap Weapon Gift Box. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired the Burning Magic Skill Book. Congratulations, Host. You have received 10 of Celia's handcrafted cakes. Congratulations, Host. You have obtained a copy of the Temporal Meditation Technique. Congratulations, Host. You have received a Cursed Doll Inheritance, crafted by the Moon Goddess of the Underworld. Listening to the system's notifications, a smile blossomed on Carl's anxious face. Though I did not acquire an epic legend, obtaining a growth-type artifact and a class change skill book is already a significant gain, not to mention the cursed doll crafted by the Moon Goddess and the meditation technique. One must learn to be content. Otherwise, with great hope comes great disappointment. Open the Spirit Leap Weapon Gift Box, Carl murmured. Please select one of the following Spirit Leap weapons: Spirit Leap Wand, Spirit Leap Staff, Spirit Leap Spear, Spirit Leap Club, Spirit Leap Broom. I choose the Spirit Leap Broom, Carl commanded. Having obtained the Dimension Walker Class Change Book, he certainly needed an appropriate weapon, and coincidentally, the Dimension Walker possessed a passive skill specializing in brooms. A beautifully crafted broom materialized within the storage space, and Carl smiled with satisfaction. He was well acquainted with the Dimension Walker class. In his previous life, he had maxed out every mage class. Although some had not graduated due to his misfortunes, his combat power remained formidable. Dimension Walkers come with a wife, the Forbidden Nirali, and their specialized equipment is a broom. Their appearance is notably frail, yet they can summon a female demon companion, Nirali, who is often jested about for being weak, earning them the moniker Son of Weakness. Nevertheless, their damage output is among the highest of all mage classes. Their enhanced Second Awakening skill, Divergence, the Forbidden Feast, boasts the highest damage in all DNF. Mastering dimensional magic, they deal immense damage, possess a partner, and are ideal for escape, making them a perfect match for someone like Carl, who fears death. Extract the Temporal Meditation Technique. A surge of information flowed into Carl's mind, and he instantly grasped the essence of the Temporal Meditation Technique. This technique, authored by an unknown void wanderer from the Arad continent, aims to explore the vastness of time and space. Through meditation, one can draw magic from the void, strengthen oneself, and even capture certain mysterious knowledge from the void. However, there are drawbacks. During meditation, one might be tainted by the whispers of unknown malevolent deities that dwell in the void. Even a mere murmur from these dark beings can cause a normal mage's sanity to plummet, potentially driving them to madness. This outcome is far more severe than the repercussions of Voldemort's soul fragmentation. System, extract the Dimensional Wanderer's Class Change Skill Book. A flash of blue light illuminated the space, and Carl found himself holding a hefty tome, its cover adorned with intricate and elaborate magical patterns, exuding an aura of mystery and power. I wish to undergo a class change, Carl stated, gently caressing the tome's cover. Host possesses insufficient magical power and has not yet mastered the fundamental skills of a mage. If you attempt to forcibly change classes, you may be torn apart by the overwhelming dimensional forces. Note, a class change skill book can only be utilized once. Carl sighed. To possess a class change book yet be unable to use it is indeed the greatest tragedy in the world. Then, does this mean I cannot learn to burn my magical power? Indeed, should you attempt to learn it forcibly, you may perish due to magical depletion. How long will it take for me to undergo a class change? Carl inquired eagerly, as this was crucial to his aspiration for extraordinary power. According to the system's estimates, if the host diligently practices the temporal meditation method daily, he may fulfill the class change requirements within 3 years. The cold, synthesized voice echoed again. 3 years? That isn't too long. By then, I will be 11 years old, just in time to enter Hogwarts. Carl let out a sigh of relief. After all, he had merely played the game and knew little about the reality of class changing for mages in the Arad continent. He had feared it might take a decade or more, by which time he would have missed his chance. He placed the class change book into his storage space and retrieved a handmade cake by Celia. The cake was tiered, showcasing the girl's meticulous craftsmanship. The first layer was a lovely pink, evoking a warm feeling, while the second layer, adorned with delicate red petals and a few tempting strawberries, was simply irresistible. As Carl examined the cake, specific information surfaced in his mind. Item name: Celia's handmade cake, consumable, restores 80 points of health and 80 points of magical power upon consumption. P.S. This cake is made by Celia herself and is only given to the bravest adventurers. Indeed, a cake crafted by the 13th apostle. It is a feast for the senses, Carl remarked with unreserved admiration before placing it into his storage space. Such a delicacy, capable of restoring health and magic, could be a lifesaver in critical moments. It was unwise to consume it merely for the sake of indulgence. In his previous life, when he first played the DNF game and faced a zombie dungeon without any healing items, he had suffered a dismal fate. The boss had been left with only a sliver of health. 3 years later, an 11-year-old Carl sat once more on the lawn in front of the orphanage, seemingly lost in thought, yet actually meditating. Over 1,000 days and nights had passed, and Carl had grown taller and more endearing. During these 3 years, many had come to the orphanage, yet none wished to adopt him, for, in any world, an adorable child often receives more than their fair share of treats. However, thanks to Carl's diligent practice of meditation and his taciturn nature, coupled with his own reluctance, this matter gradually faded into obscurity. Why should I share? I can feast alone while the family goes hungry, was the sentiment that echoed in Carl's mind. Owing to the temporal meditation, his magical prowess now approached the threshold for a class change, and he had mastered all 9 preliminary skills gifted by the system. Carl, you have mail, called a middle-aged gentleman dressed in a postman's attire from outside. Coming, sir. I will be there shortly, Carl replied, his small face lighting up with an innocent smile. He was generally reserved due to his meditation practices, reminiscent of a child with autism, and thus had no friends to write to him. At this moment, being 11 years old, what other correspondence would he receive but from Hogwarts? Sure enough, he took from the postman a letter crafted from thick parchment, its center emblazoned with a grand H, surrounded by an eagle, a lion, a serpent, and a badger. The edges of the letter were inscribed in vibrant green ink. London, Woos Orphanage, Mr. Carl Harris. As for why the letter was delivered by the postman rather than the familiar round-faced owl from Scotland, it was quite simple. This year marked the enrollment of the great savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter, which meant all the owls in Hogwarts were likely gathered at number 4, Privet Drive. With little time to spare for a mere passerby, a blue light coalesced in Carl's hand, forming a small ice sword, the basic skill of the male mage, Ice Spirit Sword. He carefully employed the icy blade to break the seal on the letter. Having watched all the Harry Potter films and read countless fanfictions in his previous life, he could recite the format and content of such letters by heart. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Level Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Carl Harris, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st for your reply. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Following this was a list of textbooks and an essential items checklist for new students. Uniform, required for first-year students. 3 plain black robes, a plain black pointed hat for daytime, wear a pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material, a winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all student garments must bear a name tag. Textbooks. All students are required to procure standard spells. Beginner, by Miranda Gosshawk. History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch. Other equipment. A wand, a cauldron, standard size 2. Made of pewter, a set of glass or crystal vials. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Particularly, parents are advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. In addition to the acceptance letter and the new student checklist, Carl's letter contained an extra sheet of paper. Dear Mr. Carl Harris, based on our understanding of your circumstances and environment, we believe you may require some assistance. If your guardians are skeptical of your claims, you may present the acceptance letter for their perusal. We are pleased to offer you a scholarship, which you can exchange for wizarding currency at Gringotts Wizarding Bank to acquire the items listed above. The exchange rate is determined by Gringotts. Gringotts Wizarding Bank is located in Diagon Alley, where you can procure all items mentioned in the appendices. As for your reply, you may rent an owl at a very low price from the pet shop. Moreover, for the children of ordinary families, the Academy will specifically assign professors to escort them. However, the number of professors is limited while the number of new students is substantial, and the timing may be uncertain. Thus, if one cannot wait, guardians may lead them to Diagon Alley independently. Diagon Alley is located within the passage behind the leaky cauldron, which is situated on Charing Cross Road in London. The proprietor, Old Tom, will open the passage for you. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry warmly welcomes your attendance. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. After reading the entire letter, Carl extracted the pound notes from the bottom of the envelope and counted them. A total of 150 pounds, which roughly converts to about 30 galleons. Based on the scholarship provided by Hogwarts, acquiring new equipment seems improbable. It might just suffice for a set of second-hand gear. Perhaps even that would fall short. Well, it appears that the Academy has never charged tuition fees. Obtaining some scholarship amidst their considerable daily expenditures is already commendable. At midnight, Carl opened his eyes, gently lifted the covers, and got out of bed. Observing the other children still in slumber, he skillfully dressed himself and then vanished from sight. Wizard, male, basic skill, teleportation. Having recently acquired the DNF system, Carl was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly a product of Penguin's agency. Even at the risk of stunted growth from staying up late, he would venture out 2 nights a week to rob the rich and help the poor, laying the foundation for future indulgences. However, the only one benefiting from his charitable acts was himself. As for the lack of sleep, he reasoned that classroom hours were the best time for such indulgences. After all, he attended a budget public school where many students slept during lessons. His absence would neither be particularly noticeable nor consequential. The nightlife of London was vibrant and colorful, with various pubs and dance halls that closed during the day coming alive under the cloak of darkness. Wherever there is light, darkness is sure to thrive. The night provided an excellent cover for malevolence. Although it could not compare to Gotham City in American comics, the crime rate in 1990s London was not insignificant. Carl's bi-weekly nocturnal adventures often yielded some results, even if he did not encounter a damsel in distress who would be eternally grateful. He still managed to take down numerous criminals. After all, he was still young, and no unscrupulous capitalist would employ him as a child laborer. Beyond his current methods, he could hardly conceive of other ways to earn money. In the spirit of humanitarianism, he had never resorted to killing those villains. He typically stripped them of their possessions and discarded them in trash bins. However, it appeared that this time he would breach his own principles. Bang! A sharp gunshot pierced the night sky, and Carl's eyes brightened. A gun. Tonight could potentially be lucrative. What came into view was a young man sprinting at high speed. And upon noticing the women's handbag in his hand and the smoking gun he had yet to conceal, Carl knew precisely who the assailant was. Magical shield, Carl softly chanted, enveloped by a layer of pale blue protection. After all, the assailant was armed. Even with his immortality, he wished to avoid the sensation of death and pain. Just as he finished conjuring the shield and was preparing to summon a magical whirlwind to topple the assailant, the criminal raised his hand again, skipping any further dialogue, and pulled the trigger with a single shot. The dark muzzle expelled flames of wrongdoing, and a bullet shot towards Carl at high speed. Holy cow! He fired without hesitation. This guy was ruthless. Carl gasped, even though he had been in this line of work for 3 years and encountered all manners of ruthless criminals. He had never met someone as merciless as this. Regardless, it was futile. No matter how fierce one might be, death awaited those who deserved it. Carl dismissed the idea of using a magical whirlwind to incapacitate him and began preparing to cast Jack's explosive spell. As for the bullet speeding towards him, it collided with the thin blue shield, producing a soft pop, dimming the shield slightly before it vanished, as if the bullet were nothing more than a pebble. What the? The assailant gasped, having he pondered for a moment, transforming his robe back into the original clothing of trousers and shirt. With a casual motion, he wiped his hands on the ground, collecting some dust, and then cleaned his hands with his garment. Remarkably, not a single stain remained on his attire. Indeed, this was magic. He then glanced towards the alley where the nefarious man had been incinerated, musing that something seemed amiss. Goodness, the man was gone, yet the goods had not been acquired. Hadn't he even retrieved the money before incinerating him? What a fool I am. This entire endeavor has been in vain. On a moonless, stormy night, Carl rose from his bed, gazing out at the flashes of lightning and the relentless rain tapping against the window, producing a rhythmic sound. After waiting 3 long years, He had finally reached this moment. With excitement bubbling within him, Carl gazed at the ancient, mysterious spellbook in his hands, muttering to himself, indeed, he had fulfilled the fundamental requirements for his class change. With a sudden crack, he vanished from his bed. Naturally, one must find a secluded place for such a transformation. In the countryside, within an abandoned wooden cabin, Carl arrived after a few teleportations. The tempest outside raged on. Destined to witness the birth of the world's first dimensional traveler. System, I wish to undergo a class change, utilizing the Dimensional Traveler skill book. Prerequisites met. Complying with the hostess while a mechanical voice echoed in response. The skill book in Carl's hands slowly dissipated, transforming into a swirl of violet luminescence that enveloped his being. In an instant, his form radiated brilliance, illuminating the surrounding darkness as countless mysterious purple runes materialized upon him. This was the essence of dimensional power. The purple light gradually coalesced around him, forming a cocoon that enveloped him. Approximately 3 hours later, with a resounding crack, 2 hands tore through the cocoon, emerging forcefully before ripping apart the entire structure. The robe of purple flame revealed its true form, and under the shroud of dimensional power, he appeared enigmatic and regal. Congratulations, host, class change successful. Name, Carl Harris. Age, 11 spirit, 189 stamina, 78 magic power, 590 mage level, novice mage intelligence, 354. Note, a mage's ultimate magic power is determined by intelligence, gold, 0 profession, dimensional traveler summary, a newly born dimensional traveler. Having grasped the rudiments of time and space, a surge of information flooded Carl's mind, instinctively understood as if it were an inherent ability. He recognized this as the passive skills granted by his successful class change. Dimensional Cloth Armor Mastery. When equipped with cloth armor, it enhances maximum MP, maximum HP, MP regeneration speed, casting speed, stamina, intelligence, and spirit. Dimensional Broom Proficiency. Allows the use of broom weapons. Equipping a broom increases casting speed and hit rate. Transcendent Perception. Grants the dimensional traveler heightened intuition and an expansive, godlike perspective. When ordinary attacks or dimensional skills strike an enemy, it triggers dimensional fluctuations, augmenting boundary energy. When the energy meter is filled, a dimensional stone can be obtained. Casting the dimensional boundary, skill consumes a dimensional stone. Should no dimensional fluctuations occur within a specified time, boundary energy will gradually diminish. Dimensional Boundary consumes 1 dimensional stone upon casting, applying special abilities, or altering form to the next dimensional skill. Anomaly. Nullity summons otherworldly creatures. Nullity surrounds the caster. While nullity exists, it amplifies the damage of dimensional skills. Simultaneously, he comprehended a proactive skill of the Dimensional Traveler. Dimensional Fall opens a dimensional portal in midair, dropping a chest. Enemies struck by the chest will enter a state of stupor, with a chance to drop a box containing explosives. Dimensional Boundary Enhancement can gather enemies near the chest drop point. A gentle reminder, novices in dimensional studies often mistakenly open the dimensional portal above their heads. And repeating the same mistake is common. Understanding the suddenly inundating system information, Carl's lips curved into a slight smile. He would not make such an error. With another crack, he vanished once more, reappearing in his bed at the orphanage, his robe of purple flame transformed into sleepwear. Like a well-behaved child, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, as if nothing remarkable had transpired. His comprehension of dimensional magic had significantly deepened post-transformation, with skills like teleportation receiving substantial enhancement, requiring multiple uses to depart, yet only a single use to return. Meanwhile, on a small island in England, torrential rain fell, and the sea roared tumultuously outside, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Inside a modest dwelling on the island, the renowned savior of the magical world, Mr. Harry Potter, lay sleeping on a makeshift bed by the extinguished fireplace, drawing a small birthday cake in the dusty floor with his finger. "Happy birthday, Harry," the cake read. He lifted his gaze towards Dudley's dangling watch, marking midnight, the juncture of 2 days. "Make a wish, Harry." He smiled gently before blowing away the drawn cake. Bang, 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 crash. A violent knocking erupted, and with a thunderous sound, the door fell, producing a heavy thud. The C-style door opening method was rather simple and brutish, never requiring spells like Alohomora. If it wouldn't open, one simply dismantled it. Startled, Harry and Dudley quickly scrambled to find a hiding place. A hulking giant stooped as he entered. Petunia Evans and Vernon Dursley, hearing the commotion, hurried downstairs, panic-stricken, clutching a double-barreled shotgun. "Who is there?" Petunia shouted, her voice trembling. "Sorry about that," came a voice from the darkness, and the lights flickered on, revealing Hagrid. Hagrid chuckled apologetically, then lifted the dislodged door and reattached it. "I demand you leave this place at once. You've trespassed." Vernon Dursley glared at the intruding giant, Hagrid, menacingly, clutching his shotgun. "Shut up, Dursley, you miserable old kid," Hagrid retorted, expressionless as he approached Vernon and effortlessly bent the shotgun he believed would protect him. "Ah, Harry, the last time I saw you. You were just a wee lad, but you're sturdier than I imagined, especially with that round little belly," Hagrid quipped, glancing at the terrified Dudley with a grin. "I am not Harry," Dudley stammered, visibly shaken. "I am Harry." Carl stepped out from the shadowy corner of the wall. "Ah, of course it's you. My apologies. It's been 10 years, and I mistook you for someone else. I have a gift for you. I accidentally sat on it, but it should still be quite delicious. Especially since I baked it myself and even wrote your name on it." Hagrid beamed as he produced a parcel from his coat. "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry opened it to find a slightly squished cake, adorned with his name and well wishes. Afterward, following a series of exchanges that could only be described as amicable, Hagrid and the Dursleys reached an agreement to his requests. "We must hurry, Harry. Time is of the essence. I still need to pick up a new student, who will soon be your classmate. Let me see what his name is. Carl Harris? Yes, that's it." After Hagrid spoke, he strode to the door and swiftly pulled it open. "Of course, if you wish to remain here, that is your choice." Hagrid turned back to Harry with a smile before stepping outside. Harry took one last glance around the room, then resolutely followed him out. Knock, knock, knock. Carl gently tapped on the door of Jane Moyer, the headmistress of the orphanage. "Come in," came Jane's slightly weary voice from within. As the head of an orphanage, her responsibilities were overwhelming. Not only did she need to find suitable homes for the children, but she also frequently worried about funding. After all, one does not expect fortune to fall from the sky. If it does, it is certainly a heavy burden. Carl cautiously opened the door, peeking in with an innocent expression. "Oh, it's little Carl. Come in. What brings you here?" Jane Moyer smiled at Carl's timid face. After all, adorable children often received a bit more leniency, did they not? "Jane, I received an acceptance letter from a magical academy," Carl exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement, clearly putting on a performance. "There is no such thing as magic in this world. Surely what you received is a hoax. Besides, you just received an acceptance letter from Charterhouse School, one of the finest institutions in all of England." Jane Moyer smiled faintly, waving the acceptance letter in her hand, dismissing the notion of magic as mere tricks to deceive children. As for how Carl received an acceptance letter from such a prestigious school, well, in DNF, the strength of wizards is directly linked to their intellect. While it pertains to magical comprehension, it is still a matter of learning and understanding, is it not? Carl produced the Hogwarts acceptance letter and handed it to her, stating, "The letter mentions that they will send a professor to explain the details." "Very well. I shall await their arrival to learn more," she replied, smiling slightly, merely glancing at the letter before returning it to Carl. Knock, knock, knock. Another series of knocks echoed. Seeing this, Carl hastily opened the door, revealing a giant alongside a bespectacled boy. "Goodness, it's Hagrid and Harry Potter." Carl was taken aback internally, though his expression remained unchanged. He had been contemplating how to approach Harry Potter at Hogwarts, never expecting him to arrive at his doorstep. Harry Potter, the most enigmatic and valuable asset of Hogwarts, had endured a childhood marked by the neglect of the Dursleys, leading him to crave affection, making him easily susceptible to forming bonds. In the original story, Ron was so intimidated by Harry during their first train ride to Hogwarts that he was adamant about not wanting to join Slytherin. Gaining Harry's friendship would open numerous resources within Hogwarts and even the entire English Ministry of Magic. This could unlock a plethora of side quests and scenarios, such as the Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, Pettigrew, Dumbledore's office, Hagrid's hut, the Forbidden Forest, and the Marauder's map, among others. Carl had long understood that the system was a veritable cash cow. Without spending money, gaining strength was virtually impossible. Thus, it was imperative to ally with him for the Philosopher's Stone quest. After all, wealth is power. The ability to transmute stone into gold is indeed a remarkable power. However, engaging in any shenanigans under Dumbledore's watchful gaze without a legitimate reason could spell disaster. Carl estimated that to confront Dumbledore directly, He would need to master at least 45 major spells. Moreover, the multitude of quests indicated an abundance of creatures to battle. Without foes, how could one gain experience? And certainly, the final boss, Voldemort, would yield splendid rewards upon defeat. May I ask what brings you gentlemen here? Carl feigned confusion. I am Rubius Hagrid from Hogwarts. Here to fetch a child named Carl Harris, Hagrid replied with a warm smile. Ah, I am Carl Harris. Please come in. Our headmistress has some inquiries. Carl said with an adorably naive expression. And who might this be? He inquired, glancing at Harry. I'm Harry. Harry Potter, Harry said shyly. Hello, Harry. I'm Carl Harris. It's a pleasure to meet you. Inside Jane Moyer's office, Hagrid and Jane sat across from one another. Jane turned to Carl, who understood her silent cue and stepped out to pour 2 cups of water, placing them beside the 2 adults before quietly standing beside Jane. Sir, could you please elaborate on this magical academy you mentioned? Jane said, taking a sip of her drink, her expression filled with skepticism. Of course, Hogwarts is the finest magical academy in all of England, primarily teaching students how to learn and wield magic. The current headmaster is the greatest in Hogwarts history, Albus Dumbledore. As Hagrid spoke Dumbledore's name, a glimmer of reverence shone in his eyes. Though Hagrid was merely the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, he occasionally assisted in escorting new students from the outside world, as the few professors at Hogwarts were invariably busy. He had grown accustomed to such inquiries. For nearly every Muggle parent would repetitively ask about safety. I'm sorry, sir, but I know of no school in all of England that teaches such intangible things as magic, and I have never heard of Hogwarts before, Jane said, pursing her lips, a hint of anger emerging as she suspected Hagrid was deceiving her. Given Carl's academic performance, I would choose a top-tier secondary school for him. Not long ago, Cheddar House School sent an acceptance letter, which charges no tuition fees. Jane then directed her gaze toward Carl, who stood quietly nearby. Headmistress, I actually think Mr. Hagrid might be telling the truth. Carl realized he needed to intervene. He extended his palm, and a small orb of water gradually formed above it. Jane stood in astonishment. She knew Carl had nothing in his hands moments ago, and the little water orb miraculously floated in the air. Oh, I never expected little Carl to grasp some magic before even enrolling. You will surely excel at Hogwarts, Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He then produced his red umbrella and gently tapped it on the table, deciding to add fuel to the fire. Wingardium Leviosa. The incantation slipped from his lips, and a small table before him began to levitate, aligning itself parallel to Carl's floating water orb. Now do you believe? Carl and Hagrid spoke in unison, while Harry, having witnessed the wonders of magic the previous night, remained unfazed. Jane Moyer gasped in astonishment, now entirely convinced of the veracity of their words. With a sense of weariness, she sank back into her chair and drained her cup in one swift motion. After regaining her composure, she spoke with an air of inexplicable reverence, inquiring if Carl would learn more magic in the future, similar to the spell that had levitated her table moments ago. Certainly, that particular spell is quite elementary, known as the levitation charm. If Carl attends Hogwarts, he will encounter it in his first year. Very well, Carl, now that you possess such marvelous talent, do not let it go to waste. I wholeheartedly agree, Jane Moyer said, crouching down to affectionately ruffle Carl's hair while grasping his hand. Understood. I will diligently study magic, he affirmed, nodding resolutely. Seeing Jane Moyer's approval, Hagrid, unrestrained by any reservations, began recounting tales of Hogwarts to the assembled guests. Carl, Harry, and Jane listened with rapt attention. All right, my young gentlemen, it is time to attend to our errands, Hagrid declared with a smile as he stepped outside. The grand shopping in Diagon Alley begins now. All first-year students must procure a large cauldron and may also bring along an owl or a toad as they traverse the streets of London. Carl, Hagrid, and Harry made their way toward the leaky cauldron. Hagrid, Carl, will we find these peculiar items in London? The young savior queried with a hint of confusion. As long as you know where to look, you will certainly find them. Your acceptance letter likely included directions, Hagrid replied mysteriously. Carl, opening his hands in innocence, conveyed his status as a novice, utterly unaware of the world around him. With each step Hagrid took, the shops diminished in number, and the bustling streets gradually fell silent. Carl sensed they were nearing their destination, as the surroundings testified to this fact. He understood that this peculiar emptiness amidst the bustling capital of the United Kingdom was due to the extensive use of concealment and Muggle-repelling charms. In a sense, this place was a veritable fortress against ordinary folk. Anyone who attempted to establish a business here would inevitably face ruin, which, in fact, was true. He paused, pushing open an aged wooden door and gesturing for them to enter. After exchanging glances with Harry, Carl followed suit. Upon entering the leaky cauldron, he curiously surveyed the renowned establishment within the wizarding world. However, the place was glaringly incongruous with its reputation. The bar was dim and filthy, with only a meager amount of sunlight seeping in. Carl wagered that if this tavern were situated in the human realm, it would have long since gone bankrupt. His initial impression was one of subpar quality and crudeness. The patrons wore bizarre attire, bustling about like a chaotic marketplace. Carl even harbored doubts about the possibility of a drunken witch collapsing in the bar, only to be discovered by some unscrupulous dark wizard. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that this was one of the most scrutinized places in the entire British wizarding community. Any such misconduct would undoubtedly attract immediate attention, which he lamented as a pity. Hagrid's massive frame drew considerable attention upon entering. "Ah, Hagrid, is that you?" Same old, same old." Tom, the proprietor behind the bar, was cleaning a glass with a grimy cloth. Carl shuddered at the sight, aghast at the apparent lack of hygiene among wizards. He scrutinized Tom from head to toe, noting the man's balding head, with only a few stubborn strands remaining atop like a wretched walnut. Under the flickering candlelight, Carl observed wizards engaged in a game of wizard-esque chess, with one king smashing the head of the opposing knight with a chair. "Bring me a bottle of butterbeer. And for young Harry and Carl, a cup of pumpkin juice each," Hagrid said, patting the two boys on their shoulders with a jovial smile. At this proclamation, Carl and his companions instantly became the focus of the entire leaky cauldron. Wizards of all ages turned their gazes toward them. "Oh, it's Mr. Harry Potter. Welcome back. Merlin Espeard. Tell me this isn't a dream. Harry Potter has returned." Excited wizards rushed forward to shake his hand and engage him in animated conversation. "Harry Potter, meeting you is beyond words," exclaimed a garlic-scented wizard clad in a large scarf. "Quirrell, the first book's antagonist. That should be Voldemort lurking behind him. Should I eliminate Quirrell now to prevent further mischief?" Carl pretended to tie his shoelaces while discreetly picking up a small piece of Quirrell's nail that had fallen to the floor. Standing up, Carl subtly tucked the nail into his pocket while squeezing the cursed doll crafted by the Lady of the Moon, contemplating that while it might not be sufficient to vanquish Voldemort, it would certainly suffice to deal with Quirrell. Curses require a vessel. Although a wizard's name carries magical significance, having specific birthdates or personal belongings would undeniably enhance the effect. "Oh, Harry, Carl, allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Quirrell, currently teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. He will be your instructor," Hagrid announced to the two newcomers. "Pleased to meet you, Professor Quirrell." Harry responded quickly, extending his hand for a handshake. A fascinating yet daunting subject. "However, I suspect you want Teeny to study it, Quirrell, or rather Voldemort," smiled at Harry while refusing the handshake. At that moment, Tom placed the butterbeer and pumpkin juice before them. "Here, Harry, Carl, as you are both underage. You cannot drink alcohol. Pumpkin juice is a delightful beverage, and I trust you will come to love its flavor," Hagrid said, sliding the drinks toward the boys. "Thank you, Hagrid, but I'm not thirsty." Carl politely declined while expressing his gratitude, eyeing the pumpkin juice that looked appealing in its bright yellow hue. However, recalling Tom's unsanitary practices, he lost interest in the food and drink. Indeed, such was the grandeur of the British Empire that even the culinary standards in the wizarding world were remarkable. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am unworthy of such indulgence." Harry, however, seemed oblivious to Carl's discernment, lifting the pumpkin juice to his lips and savoring its taste before draining the cup in one go, leaving Carl utterly astonished. "Oh, this pumpkin juice is absolutely delightful," Harry exclaimed, setting down his cup and licking his lips, clearly eager for more. "All right, my young gentleman. We must be on our way. There are still many items to procure," Hagrid said, waving at the wizards in the tavern as he cheerfully reminded the boys. He led Harry and Carl to the back door of the bar, facing a wall. Hagrid stepped forward, producing his small red umbrella. Tapping it against the wall as he said, "Pay close attention, my dear young gentlemen. In the future, you shall need to open this door yourselves. Remember this spot. Tap upwards twice, then sideways twice, just like this." After Hagrid struck the bricks, the entire wall began to tremble. Carl held his breath as some dust fell. Gradually, a small opening emerged in the center of the wall, the bricks spreading apart to reveal an arched entrance wide enough for Hagrid to pass through. leading to a winding path that disappeared into the depths of Diagon Alley. "Harry, Carl, welcome to Diagon Alley," Hagrid exclaimed, extending his arms to introduce the two, as they entered the bustling shopping street for wizards. Diagon Alley lived up to its reputation within the British magical community. Even Carl, accustomed to the vibrant lights of the city in the year 9102, found himself captivated. Let alone Harry, who had never ventured beyond Surrey. Old Tom's pub stood at the entrance of Diagon Alley, filled with countless wizards coming and going, which brought him great satisfaction. However, Carl internally scoffed, questioning the relevance of such a place to Tom. Could any shop here not outshine him completely? As a contemporary university student from 9102, Carl noted that his fascination did not stem from the peculiar architecture or the eccentric attire of the wizards. Indeed, he found their aesthetic lacking, especially when recalling Professor Trelawney from Hogwarts, who always dressed like a madwoman, a sight he found hard to commend during the film. What truly astonished him was a new product at a magical stationery shop, the Transfiguration Mudboard. Carl stood at the shop's entrance, observing the clerk's demonstration. This item could transform automatically, encompassing all the necessary transformations required in the first 3 years of Transfiguration class at Hogwarts. Those who attended Hogwarts knew that Professor Snape was the most favored, yet the strictest and fairest was undoubtedly Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. She even deducted points from her own house and never showed favoritism. As one of the few animagi of this century, Carl doubted this item could escape her scrutiny, fearing he would be caught and face severe consequences. Perhaps when Transfiguration was taught by someone as foolish as Lockhart, he might consider purchasing it. But for now, they had crossed paths at an inopportune time, an encounter best avoided. While Carl retained his composure, young Harry gazed around in awe, much like an inexperienced visitor in a grand garden. "Here, we can buy quills and ink. Over there, potions and cauldrons. Remember these places, we shall return shortly. Now let us go get some money," Hagrid instructed the two. "But Hagrid, I have no money," Harry replied nervously. "Oh, fret not. Your parents left you a substantial inheritance, just ahead at Gringotts. It is the safest place to store valuables aside from Hogwarts. Young Carl will also be exchanging pounds for galleons there." Gringotts was a towering, white 3-story edifice at the heart of Diagon Alley, adorned with a grand entrance and doormen clad in scarlet uniforms. These were the goblins, the most avaricious and cunning race in the world. Carl noted how well the goblins had chosen their location, establishing their bank in the very center of Diagon Alley. Historically, goblins often instigated rebellions to assert their presence, all in pursuit of the greater good as once uttered by Grindelwald. Their insatiable greed had led to relentless uprisings, yet they remained unextinguished, having secured an irreplaceable position in the magical realm. This was due to their mastery of intricate minting techniques and the crafting of many advanced magical artifacts. Every galleon, sickle, and canute in the magical world was forged by goblin artisans, who held the key to the lifeblood of civilization, money. Moreover, the goblins adhered to stringent contractual regulations passed down through the ages. Although they were notoriously greedy, they would not abscond with any human's coins stored within their vaults. Such an act would tarnish their reputation. Yet, there was a caveat. If a family perished without an heir, their wealth would ultimately belong to Gringotts. As the underground vaults required maintenance fees, Gringotts was regarded as a sacred place by many goblins, for it was the repository of the greatest wealth, where only the finest goblins were employed. Despite their adherence to contracts, goblins would spare no effort in extracting the last canute from you. In the original tale, when Harry sought to steal the goblet, he bribed a goblin named Griphook, but at what cost? The sword of Gryffindor, an invaluable treasure. Such a greedy and unscrupulous race. However, they were also dedicated, as Gringotts remained open even during the dark times of Voldemort's reign. Carl suspected this was a means for the frightened wizards to safely deposit their money, effectively working for the goblins, considering many families had been obliterated by Voldemort. Among the most tragic were the Longbottoms and the Potters, with Harry Potter being the last of his lineage. While the Longbottoms suffered at the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange and now lay in St. Mungo's. While these thoughts flickered through Carl's mind, they hardly concerned him. He was destined to be the man who would crush Voldemort. Or perhaps just a boy. After all, he was the ultimate boss, experienced and equipped with superior gear. Apologies for digressing. Carl was currently exchanging pounds for galleons acquired through dubious means. Meanwhile, Hagrid and Harry had already taken a small cart to the underground vault to retrieve their money and the Philosopher's Stone. 5 pounds could be exchanged for 1 galleon. 1 galleon for 17 sickles, and 1 sickle for 29 nuts. How vexing. Why couldn't J.K. Rowling have established a more straightforward exchange rate? This convoluted system was maddening. Would it have been so difficult to adopt a decimal system like that of our great nation? But then again, as a fantasy novelist, she likely sought to infuse a touch of the fantastical into her currency system. Reflecting on the pre-1971 British pound exchange rate, he found solace. That too had been a torment. £1 equated to 20 shillings, and 1 shilling to 12 pence. How many galleons could one possibly exchange for pounds? Carl felt a surge of frustration at this exchange rate and addressed the goblin attending to him with irritation. Additionally, it was clear there had to be a limit on exchanging pounds for galleons. Otherwise, Hogwarts would see an influx of affluent Muggle students every year. If there were no restrictions, the wizarding economy would have collapsed long ago. Dear customer, as children from the Muggle world enter Hogwarts each year, Gringotts has established a dedicated channel for exchanging pounds for galleons. Unless there are special circumstances, each Muggle-born wizard is generally permitted to exchange up to 1,000 pounds. The goblin explained with a nod. Carl furrowed his brow slightly. A mere 1,000 was far too insufficient. When converted to gallons, it amounted to only 200. Although the exchange rate of the system concerning gold gallons remained uncertain, it was undoubtedly inadequate to cover his expenses. After all, in his previous life, the game's economy had inflated to an explosive degree. Carl furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the diminutive fairy before him from a position of superiority. Although merely 11 years of age, the quaint creature barely reached his waist. Its withered fingers led Carl to suspect they were fashioned from dried twigs, and its elongated ears resembled those of an elf, albeit far less attractive. Esteemed customer, the pound sterling of the human realm holds little significance for us, as we have no need for human resources. With the annual commencement of classes at Hogwarts, a multitude of Muggle students floods into the magical world, necessitating the use of galleons for their purchases. For the shopkeepers of Diagon Alley do not accept pounds, do they? Hogwarts, in its wisdom, established a contract with us a millennium ago to facilitate these Muggle students, allowing underage wizards to exchange a limited amount of pounds for galleons each year. However, this rule is strictly applicable to underage wizards. Adult wizards must meet additional criteria to exchange pounds for galleons. Each year, we expend considerable effort to return these pounds to the Muggle world, which is quite cumbersome. Hence the modest exchange limit for young wizards. The astute little fairy, observing the change in Carl's expression, took the initiative to explain. Very well, please assist me in exchanging these pounds for galleons. Carl produced 1,000 pounds from his bag and placed it on the table, exuding an air of ostentation. Although he had anticipated an exchange limit, he was taken aback to discover it was so low, merely 200 galleons per year. It appeared that this money would have to wait for a future opportunity to be exchanged. Carl gazed at the diminutive creature, picking up the pounds and examining them with a magnifying glass, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "They're all genuine, so stop staring." When it comes to matters of currency, we fairies are exceedingly meticulous, the fairy declared after inspecting the coins. It then placed the pounds into a safe and retrieved 200 galleons, neatly arranging them on the counter. Time is money, my friend. Gringotts looks forward to your next visit. The fairy nodded, smiling at Carl. Until next time, Carl replied. Just as he was about to pack the galleons into his backpack, Harry and Hagrid ascended from the underground vault, chattering jovially. Oh, young Carl, it seems you have procured your galleons. Now, shall we embark on our grand shopping expedition? Hagrid bellowed with laughter. Carl's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he observed Hagrid's retreating figure, nearly drooling at the thought. He knew the Philosopher's Stone was in Hagrid's possession, an alchemical treasure. With that stone, he could easily shatter the absurd limitations of the system. The gold of the magical realm differed vastly from that of the human world. It was imbued with special enchantments and crafted by skilled fairy artisans. Ordinary gold was utterly useless for such transactions. Did one think that by merely witnessing the appearance of a galleon and then attempting to replicate it in the Muggle world, one could mass-produce galleons? Please, fairies are not fools. Carl was confident that gold produced from the Philosopher's Stone would adhere to these rules. To have treasure so near yet remain unattainable was an exquisite torment. Hagrid, a half-giant, was a veritable tank of magical resistance, currently struggling to master his dimensional traveler powers. Carl doubted he could inflict even half damage on Hagrid in a confrontation. Moreover, who knew if Dumbledore, that cunning old wizard, was lurking in some shadowy corner? Observing the situation, the Philosopher's Stone was the artifact capable of resurrecting Voldemort perfectly. He couldn't believe Dumbledore would allow Hagrid to simply retrieve it. Most likely, he intended to subtly convey information to the young savior, planting seeds for future challenges. First, let us acquire our school uniforms. Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions is the finest establishment in Diagon Alley. The crafting of robes evidently required a lengthy process, as a self-measuring tape darted around Carl and Harry, making them both feel rather uncomfortable. One could not expect 11 or 12-year-old children to wear a single outfit for several years. This was no Chinese school uniform, which was oversized and baggy enough to last 3 years. Though Carl possessed a self-cleaning, transformative purple robe, a Muggle student who had never set foot in Diagon Alley could hardly be expected to have Hogwarts robes. To avoid arousing Hagrid's suspicions, he reluctantly decided to purchase an additional set. After having their measurements taken and offering some unique suggestions for modifications, the trio departed the tailor's shop, ready to procure their textbooks and various potion ingredients. The Hogwarts Board of Governors was notoriously stingy. 30 galleons for a few articles of clothing had already consumed nearly a third of his budget. Without the money he had labored and pilfered for over the years, he would likely be left with nothing but second-hand items. Carl silently grumbled to himself. Hey, young gentleman, next we shall acquire potion materials. Remember to hold your breath. Trust me, you won't want to inhale that odor, Hagrid warned the pair. Hagrid, is the potion smell really that foul? The young savior inquired, perplexed. You'll find out soon enough. Upon entering the potion shop, a noxious stench reminiscent of rotten seafood and sulfurous eggs assailed their senses. The potion ingredients were arranged as if they were traditional Chinese herbal medicines, with the unpleasant aromas emanating from them. Ugh, the poor young savior was on the verge of tears from the olfactory assault. As for Carl, he was unfazed. As a dimensional traveler, he could easily manipulate time and space, rendering the foul air a mere trifle. Quickly, let's leave. This place is toxic, the young savior shouted one last time. Carl observed the staff diligently tending to the potions, seemingly unfazed by the stench. It was difficult to fathom how they endured it. Was it possible that their prolonged exposure had caused them to assimilate with the odor, rendering them immune? Carl couldn't help but entertain the darkly humorous thought. An ancient saying from Chinese culture came to mind. Living among the wicked is akin to entering a fish market. After a while, one no longer notices the stench and becomes one with it. After purchasing the standard dosage of potions and accompanying equipment as requested by Professor Snape, the trio turned to enter a bookstore, for textbooks were essential. Hagrid, I'm sorry, but I don't have enough money left. I might need to buy some used books, Carl timidly expressed, embodying the image of a bashful youth. Oh, no need for that. I have plenty of money. Let me buy your books, Harry. Now the proud heir to his parents' fortune, declared flamboyantly. No, that would be too much trouble. I'll just buy used books instead. I'll meet you at Ollivander's wine shop later. Carl politely declined Harry's offer and slipped into a second-hand bookstore. Strangely, how did he know about Ollivander's wine shop? Hagrid muttered to himself, not pondering it further. Carl's choice to purchase used books was not due to a lack of funds, but rather a premeditated decision. He had never intended to buy new ones. What a preposterous notion. The notes and textbooks of a top stud after paying a price slightly above that of a typical second-hand book, Carl received permission from the shopkeeper, engrossed in a game of wizard's chess, to select some suitable books from the dust-laden storage room in the back. Observing the haphazardly placed volumes scattered across the floor and the dusty shelves, Carl realized the proprietor held little regard for these tomes. However, it was understandable, being second-hand. They would undoubtedly sell at a discount, which explained the shopkeeper's indifference. The books were roughly sorted into piles by grade. Yet Carl recognized that there must be a mlang of different genres amid the chaos, as the disarray suggested a lack of proper categorization. Cleanse. With Carl's incantation, most of the dust dissipated. Do not inquire how he, lacking formal training in the magical arts of the Harry Potter universe, could perform such a spell. A keen eye for cinema and literature can imbue one with a semblance of magical prowess. As for the absence of a wand, the casting of spells without one is commonplace in the DNF universe, even when entirely unclothed, provided one has reached the requisite level. One can unleash formidable abilities such as Cataclysm and Forbidden Feast. The organization and selection of these books were evidently a laborious task, as Carl meticulously picked up each seemingly decent book to inspect for missing pages or scribbles. Most importantly, he sought volumes adorned with well-crafted notes. Discovering a signature from Tom Riddle or the Half-Blood Prince would be a delightful bonus. However, the former was likely hidden away in the Malfoy residence, while the latter resided in Professor Slughorn's private collection. Clearly, The aforementioned titles were mere figments of Carl's imagination. Ultimately, he expended considerable effort to unearth a set of first-year textbooks in fair condition with legible handwriting. Yet this was not his sole reward. He also gathered several other appealing titles, as they were quite affordable, totaling no more than 5 galleons. "Shopkeeper, I'm ready to settle the bill," Carl announced, approaching the counter with a sizable stack of books, summoning the proprietor from his gang. "Well, you're purchasing quite a collection." The shopkeeper expressed surprise at the heap of books Carl had placed before him. For the shopkeeper, this was undoubtedly fortuitous. After all, these were merely second-hand volumes, and he struggled to find buyers for them. Carl's acquisition would help clear out some space, a necessity as he was not akin to the wealthy magnates of Carl's previous life, who professed indifference to money. In contrast, the shopkeeper placed great value on currency. "Your total comes to 5 galleons, 13 sickles, and 8 nuts. Given your substantial purchase, I'll waive the nuts, so it's just 5 galleons and 13 sickles." The shopkeeper quickly calculated, smiling at Carl. Carl retrieved the galleons from his pocket and placed them on the counter, preparing to leave with his stack of books. However, the shopkeeper cheerfully produced a brown paper bag from behind the counter, placing it atop the books, and revealing a mischievous grin. "As a token of appreciation for your generous purchase, I'm gifting you this item, although it's not typically meant for someone your age. Galleons are my friends. I look forward to your next visit." Goodness, what kind of jest is this? Do I seem like a person who indulges in such literature? Carl mused internally, cognizant of his current persona as a bashful youth, unable to refuse such offerings. He embraced the books he had procured and left the shop, unaware that the brown paper bag had vanished at some point. "Oh, such items should not be carelessly exposed. They are safest within my system storage," he thought. "Upon my return, I shall scrutinize this item thoroughly." Yet, he could not resist the urge to investigate immediately. The brown paper bag reappeared in his hands as he tore it open, only to find the title, "The Magical Me?" Authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. "Carl, this plot diverges from my expectations. Shouldn't it be one of those animated picture books? I'm utterly perplexed." "Dimensional exile." Carl began to chant slowly, a small rift appearing before him. Just as he was about to toss the book into the void, he suddenly recalled that next year, Lockhart would indeed be arriving at Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts, requiring all students to purchase a copy of his book as a textbook. Suppressing the urge to discard the item, Carl closed the dimensional rift. "Curse you, Gilderoy Lockhart. If you dare to show up next year, I swear I will make you regret it." He realized he needed to acquire a storage box. Otherwise, if he placed the item in his system storage, he would have difficulty explaining it when meeting Hagrid and the others. He contemplated this as he walked to the nearby luggage store, a mere 10 meters away. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. In his eyes, there was no such thing as a bargain. In his possession was a modest-sized suitcase, which the shopkeeper explained merely employed a spell to create a reduced space, offering a mere doubling of capacity, and advised him not to select such an inferior option. However, Carl countered that he could not afford a more expensive one, lest it shatter the image of a poor boy he was trying to maintain. As Carl understood, the wizarding world had no difficulty producing items that expanded storage space. The exorbitant prices were primarily due to the stringent regulations imposed by the Ministry of Magic, where unauthorized production could lead to imprisonment in Azkaban. Not to mention the enchanted suitcase from Fantastic Beasts, which boasted multiple compartments. Even Hermione's self-created bag was the size of 2 Harry Potters. Pondering this unit of measurement, Carl recalled a saying from his past life: "One Wang Xiaomei is approximately equivalent to 2 stainless steel basins." The players of Heavenly Emperor collectively wept in despair. After securing these matters, Carl set off to reunite with Harry and his friends. Although wands were deemed the most cherished companions of wizards, indispensable to their craft, even outshining lovers in affection, for Carl, they were somewhat superfluous. He pondered whether a mere wand could withstand the immense magical energy he would wield in the future. According to the DNF system, those supreme mages would not merely rely on an ordinary stick combined with some magical materials to channel their powers. "Do not jest. Such a wand would likely shatter under the strain of my magic, leaving me vulnerable to its backlash," he mused. While DNF allowed for the forced interruption of spells, this was the real world, and Carl could not be certain of future outcomes. Furthermore, every wand was imbued with a trace, a mechanism that detected young witches and wizards using magic outside of school. Any underage wizard caught casting spells outside would undoubtedly attract the Ministry's attention. For a dimensional traveler, who inherently delighted in chaos, and the embodiment of Nyarlathotep, one of the three great old ones in the Cthulhu mythos. Not causing trouble was akin to taking their very life. It is widely acknowledged that the most mischievous of the myriad deities inhabiting the boundless multiverse is Nyarlathotep. This entity manifests in countless forms, leveraging its formidable power to gravitate towards any semblance of chaos. Unfortunately, there is little one can do to deter it. For should it be cornered, its true form would descend, bringing forth a cataclysm that would taint and shatter the very world itself. Behold the swirling mass of darkness upon the ground. Indeed, this is your beloved Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, one of the three pillars of the Cthulhu mythos. In this mythos, such an ominous manifestation heralds significant events, which, it seems, are invariably disasters, as the sky is streaked with ominous black vapors. Carl gazed at the soul wand shop in all of Britain, feeling a jolt of surprise despite having some mental preparation from watching movies in his previous life. The reason for his astonishment lay in the shop's dilapidated state. Even the most crucial signboard of a storefront was severely chipped and swayed precariously above the entrance. This dismal scene made it difficult for him to connect this place with the longed-for sanctuary of Harry Potter enthusiasts worldwide. The sign above the shop read, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Within the dust-laden display window, a solitary wand lay atop a faded purple cushion. Carl couldn't help but sigh and mutter, Ollivander, you are the last direct descendant of the Peveril brothers, who dared to bargain with death. Surely, you could have made the DCOR somewhat more impressive, perhaps even outshining Gringotts. Peering through the window, he noticed that Harry had already begun selecting his wand, prompting Carl to push open the rickety door that seemed ready to fall with a slight nudge. As for Hagrid, his wand had long since been snapped by the Ministry of Magic, so he dared not enter Ollivander's wand shop. The old man had been crafting wands for decades, and a mere glance at Hagrid's umbrella would reveal its secrets. Hence, he must have gone off to procure a birthday gift for Harry, namely, the white owl named Hedwig. Excuse me, young sir, could you please wait a moment? Mr. Potter has only just begun his selection, Ollivander said softly, turning to Carl as he heard the door creak open. His large, light-colored eyes sparkled like two little bulbs in the dimly lit shop. Mr. Potter, your parents purchased your first wand right here. I remember it as vividly as if it were yesterday, 10¼ inches long, made of willow, exceptionally quick to cast spells. Your father, on the other hand, chose a wand of rosewood, 11 inches long, which he excelled with in transfiguration. Carl interjected. So, most wands in Britain are sold here, I presume? Ollivander, with a serious demeanor, retrieved a silver measured tape from his pocket. For him, crafting wands and assisting young witches and wizards in their selection were equally significant endeavors. The tape unfurled automatically, measuring Harry from head to shoulder, then to arm. Carl mused that the old man likely knew Harry's measurements better than Harry himself. Moreover, Carl found himself perplexed by Ollivander's methods. Wasn't it the wand that chose the wizard? Why then did it seem like he was measuring for clothing? Was Ollivander employing big data to determine the right wand for the young sorcerer? Try this wand. Ollivander instructed as Harry took the wand into his hands, feeling somewhat at a loss. Give it a flick, Mr. Potter. With a gentle nudge, he guided him. Bang! Harry waved the wand, and a vase in the shop shattered. I'm terribly sorry, sir, Harry apologized. No matter, it appears this one isn't suitable. Let us try this one. After a series of trials, just as Carl was about to urge Ollivander to produce the holly wand, the ideal wand for the young savior was finally selected. Perhaps this one will do? Ollivander murmured as he retrieved a wand from the top box. Harry accepted the wand, its tip radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the dim shop, casting golden hues upon his hair and scattering dazzling reflections across the walls. Truly remarkable. How extraordinary! Ollivander exclaimed, leaping with joy. This display was reminiscent of a sports celebration, and Carl couldn't help but find it amusing. Forgive me, sir, but what exactly seems so extraordinary? Harry inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. My dear Mr. Potter, I remember the date of sale and the owners of every wand I sell. Coincidentally, this wand shares its core with another wand crafted from the feather of the same phoenix. Ollivander smiled as he explained. That phoenix is named Fawkes, belonging to old Dumbledore. Carl silently added, the marvel lies in the fact that this wand has chosen you, for its brother left you that scar. Ollivander approached and gently traced Harry's lightning-shaped scar with his bony finger. The one of you, 13½ inches long, fell into the hands of that man, leaving this mark upon you. Alas, if I had known, I would have charged a few hundred more galleons for advertising fees. Carl continued to jest. Which young wizard leaves here empty-handed? As Carl observed the chaos in the shop following Harry's wand selection, the reason for Ollivander's monopoly became clear. With every wizard in Britain sourcing their wands here, the shop must endure such disarray daily. Ultimately, Mr. Potter, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Once a wand selects its master, it will remain with them for a lifetime, until death. Upon the wizard's demise, the wand's magic dissipates, rendering it a mere stick. So you must treat it with care, Ollivander advised earnestly. Rest assured, sir, I will cherish it, Harry replied, gripping the wand tightly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Hearing this, Carl couldn't help but roll his eyes. I trust you not, you crafty old man. Voldemort fell victim to your very words. Just look at who the MVP was in the final battle. The Elder Wand, without a doubt, had it not betrayed its master. Could Harry Potter have subdued Voldemort with just the disarmament charm? Carl found himself admiring Dumbledore, realizing the wisdom in the saying that age brings cunning. The old wizard had meticulously orchestrated everything, including his own demise, to grant Harry this opportunity. The wand is a wizard's most essential companion? I beg to differ. Oh, hello. Young one, I am Ollivander. You must be preparing to attend Hogwarts this year, Ollivander said kindly, directing his attention towards Carl, though his interest was evidently more piqued by Harry. Yes, I am Carl Harris, he replied. Very well, Mr. Harris, let me take your measurements. Which hand do you predominantly use? Ollivander asked, retrieving the silver measuring tape once more. I am more accustomed to my right hand. Having observed Harry's wand selection process, Carl extended his hand to assist Ollivander. The measuring tape continually extended around Carl. Meanwhile, Ollivander muttered, every wand is unique, just as no two snowflakes are alike. Always remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. If a wizard wields another's wand, the results will undoubtedly be diminished, and they may even face severe backlash. Oh, I shall soon demonstrate a remarkable feat, Carl thought to himself. Once the measuring was complete, the tape returned to Ollivander's hands. The elderly man pondered for a moment before turning to retrieve a box. Very well, sir, let us see how this wand suits you. It is made of walnut, contains dragon heartstring, and measures 10¼ inches in length. It is quite resilient. Ollivander opened the box to reveal an exquisitely crafted wand. As Carl took it in hand and infused it with a touch of dimensional magic, he felt the wand subtly tremble, as if eager to break free. Since Ollivander had sold his first wand, no young wizard had ever selected the right one on their first attempt. Discerning customers, much like Harry Potter, constituted the vast majority. Oh, you think you can escape my grasp? Not a chance. A smile crept across his lips as he intensified the flow of dimensional magic. I'll obediently transform to suit my desires, and I shall not trouble you. Carl's magical essence perpetually communicated with the wand in his grasp. The power of dimensions far surpassed the meager magic of young wizards. Gradually, the wand began to calm, and with a graceful flick, golden light erupted from its tip. Exuding an air of mystery, it seemed that it had accepted him. Carl flashed a smile at the two, indifferent to the wand's acceptance. He intended to impose his will upon it regardless. After all, he already possessed a Nimbus 2000 broom, and this wand was merely a tool for camouflage within Hogwarts. Once he completed his initial transition to a magician, he would no longer be reliant on a wand from the world of Harry Potter. Magic could be effortlessly wielded in this realm. Such was the disparity in power dynamics. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Ollivander gazed at Carl, utterly astonished. In his lifetime, he had never encountered a wand so perfectly attuned to its master, especially one that had not undergone any selection process. What is it, Mr. Ollivander? The young savior inquired, somewhat puzzled. Mr. Potter, I inherited this wand shop from my father, and since selling my first wand, I have never witnessed such a degree of alignment. It is nothing short of a miracle. The elderly man elucidated, visibly astonished. Carl, overhearing the exchange, scoffed internally. Can they truly be compared? For them, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, while my approach is to compel it to submit. Wizards can only resonate with their wands to achieve a selection effect. Resonance pales in comparison to the high degree of control I possess. After selecting the wand, Carl and Harry departed the dilapidated shop under Ollivander's watchful gaze. As he observed the two retreating figures, his eyes shifted back to Carl, muttering, "It is impossible. How could there be such a high degree of alignment? As if the wand were not a companion, but had become a servant? Incredible." Outside, Hagrid had been waiting for some time, just like in the original tale. He carried a birdcage containing a beautiful white owl. "Happy birthday, Harry," he exclaimed, handing over the cage and simultaneously offering an ice cream to Carl. "Oh, little Carl, come have some ice cream." "Thank you, Hagrid." Both Carl and Harry responded in unison. They proceeded to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where they procured their robes. The evening sky now darkening. Inside the leaky cauldron, Hagrid ordered an assortment of dishes, relishing the meal. But he soon noticed the silence from the two seated at the table. "Boys, what is it? Why aren't you eating or speaking?" Harry had something on his mind. While Carl found it impossible to eat after witnessing the unsanitary conditions of the establishment, which were far worse than the oil used in his previous life or the melamine-tainted milk powder. "He killed my parents, didn't he? The one who left the scar on my forehead. You know, Hagrid, you must know the details. Please, tell me." The young savior's face darkened with concern. Carl was acutely aware of the identity of the he Harry referred to. It was none other than Voldemort, whose elongated nose resembled a socket. Despite knowing who Harry was talking about, he feigned ignorance, adopting the demeanor of an inquisitive child. Voldemort, a name that evoked terror in any world. In Carl's previous life, when he was still Ning Chuan, Voldemort had cast a long shadow of fear over him, particularly the terrifying specter that lay in wait, cloaked in darkness, ready to pounce. There was also the notorious phenomenon of extortionate dowries prevalent in the West River province, where disagreements could lead to demands for exorbitant sums for marriage. A former classmate of his had encountered such a situation, only to be deterred by the mother-in-law's outrageous demands upon graduation. Hagrid's smile faded, and a grave expression took its place. "Harry, Carl, you must first understand that wizards possess immense power. Just as there are good and bad people in the human world, wizards can also turn dark. The more powerful a wizard, the greater the potential consequences of their corruption. There was once a wizard named Vol. Hagrid hesitated, struggling to speak the name. "Perhaps you could write it down," Harry urged, his excitement palpable as he sought the truth behind his parents' deaths. "No, I won't write it down." "Very well, his name is Voldemort." Hagrid's voice grew increasingly somber. "His true name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Incidentally, the owner of the leaky cauldron is also named Tom. How could there be such a disparity?" Carl, fully aware of the outcome, still maintained the faade of an uninformed novice, which was increasingly frustrating, necessitating his internal commentary. There was no choice. He could not let his character falter. If it did, the narrative would be irreparably altered. Upon returning to the orphanage, Carl's expenditures totaled approximately 45 galleons, leaving him with 155. Fortunately, the system's exchange rate was 100 rather than 110 or even lower. Otherwise, considering the inflation akin to that in DNF, he would be financially crippled. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the once great British Empire. Today was September 1st, the day Hogwarts welcomed its first-year students. Naturally, this date, across the ocean in the Celestial Empire, was met with trepidation, for the most dreaded sound of all was the school bell. And the most fearsome demon was considered a class teacher. "Oh, the most vicious love triangle in existence is my affection for holidays, holidays' love for homework, and homework's love for me." Thanks to the keen eyesight of youth, he effortlessly spotted Hagrid and Harry amidst the crowd. It was impossible not to notice Hagrid, with a stature that surpassed even Yao Ming. Time is of the essence. My apologies, Harry, but I must take my leave. Dumbledore is awaiting my presence." "Oh no, he is expecting to see me. Your train departs in 10 minutes, so be sure to keep your ticket safe. It is of utmost importance. Until we meet again at Hogwarts." Hagrid hurriedly pulled a ticket from his pocket and handed it to Harry. The young savior glanced at the ticket and exclaimed, "Goodness! Platform 9 3/4? Hagrid, there must be a mistake. It states platform 9 3/4. Yet where in reality can such a platform exist?" However, poor Harry looked up only to find that Hagrid had vanished, having utilized the wizarding technique of apparition. Harry hastened to platform 9, intending to inquire about directions from a conductor, when he discovered Carl had been waiting for him. "Hey, Harry, long time no see," Carl greeted him. "Good afternoon, Carl. But there seems to be an error with my ticket. There is no platform 9 3/4. He appeared somewhat anxious. "Do not fret. Wizarding platforms are certainly unlike those of the Muggle world. Since it is 9 3/4, let us check between platforms 9 and 10, Carl replied calmly. "Oh, young gentlemen, are you having trouble finding the station?" A gentle voice called from behind them. Turning to face the source of the voice, they were met by a kind-looking middle-aged witch with chestnut hair, accompanied by 4 red-haired boys and a little girl. With so many children, all with red hair. It could only be the Weasley family, the poorest pure-blood family in the wizarding world. Naturally, the little girl was none other than Ginny Weasley, Harry's future wife, who, by the way, possessed formidable magical prowess. Indeed, madam, the ticket indicates platform 9 3/4, yet we cannot find it, Carl replied politely. Do you not know how to reach the platform? Worry not, dear. Ron is also visiting Hogwarts for the first time. You simply need to walk through the wall between platforms 9 and 10. If you feel nervous, just jog through it. I wish you both good luck, Mrs. Weasley explained, pointing to the wall between the two platforms. At the same time, the youngest red-haired boy flashed them a smile. All right, Percy. You go first and show the first years how it's done. Also, take good care of your younger siblings at school. Do not let them be bullied by those wretched Slytherins. If they dare approach, teach them a lesson. Parents tend to be particularly verbose when their children embark on journeys, a universal truth. Percy pushed the trolley forcefully against the wall, yet instead of being toppled, he passed through as if the wall were made of water. Fred, hurry and catch up, Mrs. Weasley called to the twins. I am not Fred, I am George, one of them quipped. How can you not tell us apart, dear mother? The twins began to playfully tease their mother. Apologies, George. Mrs. Weasley sighed, rubbing her forehead. I was merely joking. I am George, he exclaimed, dashing through the wall. Carl found the scene amusing, as those around them remained oblivious to the sudden disappearance of a few individuals, clearly enchanted by a strong muggle-repelling charm. Come on, Harry, we must hurry. Otherwise, it will not be enjoyable if the train departs without us, Carl gently reminded him before sprinting through the wall. Behind the wall lay a realm distinctly different from the Muggle world. A magnificent steam train, adorned with the number 5972 painted on its front, stood upon an ancient platform bustling with young witches and wizards. This was the world of magic. The steam train whistled, emitting plumes of white smoke, while owls of various hues flitted overhead, and the occasional croak of toads could be heard. Young wizards dragged their luggage, chattering excitedly as they prepared to board. Harry and Carl gazed at the sign, Platform 9 3/4, Hogwarts Express. With great effort, they squeezed onto the train and were fortunate to find an empty compartment. Just as they settled in, a knock sounded at the door. Excuse me, may I sit here? All the other compartments are full. A shy red-haired boy peered in. Please do. We still need 2 more to fill the compartment. Harry smiled, recognizing the Weasley family from earlier. The red-haired boy entered, finding a seat. Hello, I am Ron. Ron Weasley. Carl Harris. Harry Potter. The 3 exchanged introductions. Ron's demeanor remained unchanged upon hearing Carl's name, but upon learning of Harry's identity, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. It is true. You really have that, Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape in amazement. What is it? The young savior inquired, puzzled. That scar. Yes, that scar, Harry chuckled, lifting his fringe to reveal it. Knock, knock. A series of knocks announced the arrival of the train attendant, who, like all train journeys, offered snacks and refreshments. Carl expressed his inability to purchase anything, reasoning that their little savior would undoubtedly buy out the entire cart, allowing him a chance to indulge his cravings. Hello, dear little wizards. The train has just departed, and there is a long journey ahead to Hogwarts. Would you care for some snacks? A plump, cheerful witch opened the door, smiling brightly. No, thank you. I brought my own food, Ron replied, somewhat embarrassed, as he pulled out sandwiches prepared by Mrs. Weasley with an apologetic grin. As for Carl, despite the system being focused solely on wealth, his years of gallantry had amassed a considerable fortune, making the prices of the snacks trivial compared to the exorbitant costs in the system's marketplace. What would the young savior do upon discovering his newfound wealth? The answer was clear. He would purchase the entire cart of snacks. Only the impoverished make choices, the affluent simply take it all. There is no such thing as choice anxiety. It merely stems from insufficient funds. We will take it all, thank you. True to form, upon witnessing Ron's embarrassed expression, Harry pulled out a handful of galleons and purchased everything. Carl was fortunate enough to bask in the glow of the young millionaire's generosity. An array of peculiar snacks filled the compartment, showcasing the whimsical nature of the wizarding world. Licorice wands, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, pumpkin pasties, and the renowned chocolate frogs among a plethora of confections. Though lacking his desired spicy snacks, these treats appeared delightful as well. Yet, Ron appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the bounty, his upbringing and youthful pride preventing him from wanting to take advantage of his newly acquainted peers. Carl felt no apprehension. After all, He and Ron had known each other for 2 months, and the exuberance of youth left him entirely at ease. With the wisdom of having lived 2 lives, he effortlessly discerned Ron's discomfort and merely smiled, choosing not to address it. After all, this was none of his concern. Ron was not the savior. And Carl had no time to indulge in a nurturing game. As Ron munched on his sandwich, he muttered, "He always forgets I dislike coarse beef." Harry, seeming to sense Ron's embarrassment, took the initiative. "May I taste your sandwich? It looks quite delightful. I can trade you for a pumpkin pasty." The once pitiful little savior had never had anyone to share with, as his peers at the Muggle school regarded him as an outsider. Indeed, the exchange proved to be the most effective means for children of their age to forge friendships, and Ron joyfully accepted Harry's camaraderie. However, as they continued to eat, Ron's face suddenly paled, as if he were frightened by some unseen specter. Carl recalled Ron's 2 mischievous brothers and the long-standing Hogwarts tradition that dictated the true nature of the sorting ceremony must never be revealed. Instead, it was twisted into terrifying tales to frighten the first-year students. The essence of humanity, successfully verified as a repeating mechanism. It was akin to how, in ancient China, parents would scare their children by warning them not to point at the moon lest they lose their ears, driven by a vindictive desire to avoid being the last fool. Across all tomes of the magical realm in Britain, the details of the sorting process were conspicuously omitted, even by the parents who would not disclose the truth. Thus began generations of deception, gradually evolving into an unwritten tradition at Hogwarts. The wizarding world was not merely a collection of stories like the human realm. The plethora of enchanting spells and wondrous creatures provided ample material for parents to spin tales. Carl surmised that each year, parents, eager to relive their own childhood deceptions, would embellish the existing stories with even more malicious details. If elder siblings were involved, the situation became even direr. As the ancient Eastern saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. A family united in deceit could transform the false into the true. In response to this malicious behavior of parents, Carl could only resolve to continue this fine tradition in the future. Suddenly struck by an idea, Carl mused that frightening children could be a splendid choice. Even though he was still a child himself, he asserted that he had been engaging in cunning schemes since the age of 8, and could certainly compare with those young wizards who could not even cast a complete attack spell. Without hesitation, he declared, "I have read extensively about the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts over the past 2 months. From what I have gathered, it seems the sorting varies each year. I heard that a decade ago, the sorting involved escaping from a troll within a specified time frame to avoid elimination, with a mortality rate exceeding 10%. Carl's voice darkened as he spoke, reminiscent of the tales parents tell to scare their children into sleeping soundly. Judging by the pallor of Harry and Ron's faces, his little ploy had succeeded. However, being the savior, Ron quickly recognized something amiss. "Really? Carl, I recall Hagrid mentioning that the sorting was conducted using a magical and talking artifact. I was initially worried since I had never learned magic, fearing there might be an entrance exam at Hogwarts that could lead to my expulsion, much like how Muggle schools test new students' abilities for class placement." At this moment, Carl, the instigator of the rumors, was enjoying his pumpkin juice while watching the spectacle unfold, only to be choked by Harry's words. What a blabbermouth! How could he spill everything? This character truly deserved to fall into Voldemort's clutches. Carl cursed silently, then plastered a smile on his face. "Oh, really? That means that book was penned by some unscrupulous wizard to deceive children. I'll tear it up later." Listening to their exchange, Ron visibly relaxed, revealing how thoroughly his mischievous twin brothers had deceived him. By the way, Harry, Carl, having attended Muggle primary school, what was the initiation ceremony like? It can't be just an exam, can it? Ron inquired with curiosity. Harry hesitated, appearing uncertain. Although he was an oddity at school, he was somewhat protected due to his magical outbursts when angered. After all, when Dudley pushed him, he had caused the entire glass window to shatter. Carl, unencumbered by any reservations, candidly replied, "Bullying exists in schools across the globe, and Hogwarts is no exception. Since you asked sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. In the Muggle world, the welcoming of new students involves more than just exams. Perhaps a bucket of cold water, or even a toilet might be involved." Carl chuckled as he recounted instances of bullying he had witnessed. As for whether he had ever been a victim, apologies. But he had been engaging in cunning schemes since the age of 8. The unfortunate Severus Snape had once endured such persecution, leaving him with deep psychological scars throughout his schooling, to the extent that upon learning of Sirius's escape, he wished the Dementors would grant him a kiss of affection. One could only wonder what sin Snape had committed. Perhaps it was because he was a Slytherin? Or perhaps he owed a debt to James Potter from a past life. The Marauders had made his life a living hell, stealing away his childhood sweetheart, Lily, and even shielding her son with their lives, ultimately sacrificing everything in the process. His life resembled a table strewn with tragic tales, half devoted to loving Lily and enduring torment from the Marauders, and the other half dedicated to protecting her child. Carl, with a hint of tragic irony, reflected that Snape's life experiences served as a cautionary tale, a devoted admirer who ultimately wound up with nothing. Ron's expressions were a delightful spectacle as he dropped his pumpkin pasty, suddenly jolted back to reality. Muggle students are truly terrifying. A peculiar sound echoed from behind him, and as he reached back, he found himself holding a brown-furred mouse. "Oh, this is my poor pet, Scabbers," he introduced. "Fred taught me a spell to turn him yellow. Would you like to see?" Ronnie, transforming into a mouse and hiding in Ron's home for so many years has not been an easy feat should one describe him as timid or merely cautious. Ron cleared his throat strategically, raising his tattered wand, the tip of which was nearly exposed, and prepared to cast a spell. Clang! Carl sensed the aura of a scholar. The door to the compartment swung open, revealing a confident little girl donned in Hogwarts attire, exuding a powerful presence. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Neville lost it, and I am assisting him in the search." Ron, his spell interrupted, felt quite displeased. "Sorry, we haven't seen a toad." "Ah." The fateful convergence of the Gryffindor trio. As an outsider, I felt a surge of anxiety. What should I do now? I'm waiting online, quite urgent at that moment. A dramatic thought crossed a bystander's mind. The girl noticed the wand in Ron's hand and remarked with surprise, "Oh, are you about to cast a spell? Let us see it." With that, she leaned against the doorframe, eager to witness the performance. Ahem. Ron cleared his throat again. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn this silly fat mouse yellow." A beam of yellow light shot from the tip of his wand, striking Scabbers, but apart from knocking off a snack wrapper, the mouse showed no change. Ron wore an embarrassed expression. What to do when one fails to impress in front of new friends, especially with an audience present? "I'm waiting online, quite urgent. Should I just leap out the window and escape?" Now it was Miss Know-It-All's time for mockery. "Wow. Are you sure that was the correct incantation you just recited? It doesn't seem very effective, does it?" The girl's smile had never faltered since her arrival. Carl found being an onlooker quite enjoyable. There were entertaining antics and snacks to savor. "Very well, I shall quietly observe your attempts at bravado, never interrupting you." Now it was Miss Know-It-All's time to demonstrate. "In my spare time, I've tried a few simple spells, and they've all been quite effective." As she spoke, the girl pulled out her newly acquired wand and confidently approached, sitting beside Carl facing Harry. "Let me give you a simple example. Reparo." She raised her wand and pointed it at Harry's taped-up glasses, casting the spell. In an instant, Harry's tattered glasses transformed into a pristine pair, and he removed them in astonishment. "Much better, isn't it?" the girl declared triumphantly. "Wait, you're Harry Potter." "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger. And what are your names?" Thus commenced a round of introductions. "Ron, may I see your mouse? I've never seen a mouse as a pet before. As a wizard's companion, it must possess extraordinary qualities." Carl suddenly interjected. "Huh, not really. Scabbers is quite dim-witted." During their conversation, Carl took Scabbers from Ron, gently tugging at a strand of the mouse's fur, which promptly vanished. He would definitely acquire curses from the system in the future. Reverse curses imply blessings. The thought of slaying an enemy from afar was simply exhilarating. A wizard must be versatile. Moreover, curses, like blessings, can also reverse life and death. Choosing to be a wizard meant forsaking the skills of a cleric. Otherwise, managing multiple forms of energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. This system, which recognizes only monetary value, likely offers no customer service. Since there is an opportunity to master the art of reversing life and death, one must seize it. The Dark Girl had explicitly recorded the possession of resurrection magic, eternal dominion. The power of death has always been held by the Grim Reaper. Yet powerful wizards can contest with death to reclaim souls for resurrection. Currently, Carl could not contend with the cowardly Peter Pettigrew, though he was still an adult wizard. However, not being able to defeat him now does not preclude future possibilities. Gathering the necessary materials for curses early on would facilitate a covert demise. After showcasing her prowess, Hermione stood up and said, "I must go help Neville find his toad. Additionally, you two should don your school robes. We are nearing our destination. And Mr. Harris has done quite well." Just as she reached the door, she seemed to recall something and turned back to Ron. saying, "You have something on your nose. Wipe it off, as you'll need to be presentable for the sorting ceremony." With that, she vanished from Ron's view. A toad, a toad. How could anyone deem such a creature a pet? It's ugly, useless, and unappetizing. The Longbottom family is impressive, providing such a pet for their heir. Toads don't bite, but they are rather off-putting. Carl muttered to himself, struggling to comprehend how toads could be kept as pets. The train's announcement echoed through the carriage. "Attention, first-year students. The train will soon arrive at Hogwarts. Please prepare yourselves, don your school robes, and leave your luggage on board. The house elves will transport it to the school." The train gradually slowed, the whistle sounding one last time, emitting a cloud of white smoke before finally coming to a halt. The underage wizards hastily opened the doors and disembarked, some adjusting their robes while others cradled their pets. Amidst the bustling crowd, Hagrid's towering figure stood out distinctly. He raised a lamp and smiled at the young wizards, saying, "All right, first-year students this way. Come on. Don't be shy. Hurry along. Mind your step. It can be a bit dark." The first-year students followed Hagrid, veering away from the main group along a winding path. Carl knew they were about to partake in the ancient traditional ceremony of Hogwarts, the crossing of the lake. Although Hogwarts was bequeathed by the illustrious wizard Salazar Slytherin, it was the four founders who originally arrived by boat to confirm this idea. The surroundings were pitch dark, illuminated only by Hagrid's dimly glowing oil lamp leading the way. The school board is rather stingy. Not only are scholarships scarce, but this place is so dark, surely they could install some street lamps, Carl sighed inwardly. As they rounded the final bend, Hagrid lifted the lamp high, and the young wizards gasped in unison. In the shimmering reflection of the lake, they beheld the castle of their dreams, Hogwarts. On the opposite shore, a grand and majestic castle loomed, its many Gothic spires piercing the night sky, the moon obscured by clouds, and windows sparkling against the starry backdrop. All aboard. Remember, no more than 4 to a boat, or you'll be singing with the merfolk. I dare say they would be quite pleased. Hagrid directed the first-year students to board the boats in an orderly fashion. Line up, one at a time. No pushing. Hagrid, with his massive frame, guided the crowd. Is everyone on board? Ready? Let us set sail. Hagrid inquired loudly, having already boarded the ship. However, unlike the little wizards who were grouped in fours, he had the vessel all to himself. Carl accompanied Ron and Harry in a boat, along with a timid-looking young boy. Hello, may I sit with you?" the boy asked shyly. "Of course," Harry promptly replied. "I'm Seamus Finnegan. Pleased to meet you." Carl thought to himself. Could it be that he's the legendary Hogwarts explosives expert? A person capable of wreaking havoc even with a simple levitation charm. Definitely someone to avoid, lest he end up with soot on his face. He had just escaped from a troubling situation and had no desire to return to that dark realm. Indeed, it was confirmed that Seamus Finnegan was a prodigy from Hogwarts. The small boat was dimly lit by a single lantern and lacked oars. Its movement relied entirely on its own propulsion. At Hagrid's command, the boat began to glide forward, creating ripples across the calm lake surface, steering towards the front. The young wizards were brimming with excitement, engaging in lively chatter, their laughter echoing in the air. The majestic castle loomed larger before their eyes, soon appearing quite close. "Lower your heads." A voice rang out as Hagrid's boat indicated the path ahead. Everyone hurriedly complied, revealing a wall of vines covering the cliffs. The boat, filled with hopeful young wizards, approached a hidden underground entrance, traversing a dark tunnel that seemed to lead beneath the castle. Ultimately arriving at an underground dock to conclude this ceremonial journey, they stepped onto a ground strewn with gravel and pebbles. After Hagrid counted them with his lamp in hand, he led the group up a tunnel, finally reaching a flat, damp patch of grass under the castle's shadow. At the end of the grass was a long flight of stairs leading up to a massive oak door. Ahem, before you enter Hogwarts, I must advise you that Professor McGonagall, the strictest of all professors, will be there to greet you. So, I suggest you keep quiet and refrain from causing a commotion. It would be unwise to offend her, Hagrid offered a kind warning. Ascending the stairs to the grand door, Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times. Alohomora! Creaked the door open. Emerging was an extremely slender, middle-aged witch-clad in a flowing emerald-green robe and a pointed hat. She exuded an aura that silenced the young wizards, who immediately ceased their chatter in the face of her wintry demeanor. This was Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. If one were to ask which professor the little wizards feared the most at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly rank high, perhaps only rivaled by the infamous Professor Snape. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid stuttered, avoiding her piercing gaze like a hawk. So, these are this year's new students. Not bad at all. At least you're not as noisy as last year's lot. Thank you, Hagrid, for your commendable efforts in escorting them. I shall take it from here, Professor McGonagall said with a smile, clearly pleased. Hagrid hurried away, seemingly anxious in her presence. Though one might say that those without a guilty conscience need not fear a knock on the door, Hagrid felt a twinge of apprehension. He had engaged in several breaches of magical law over the summer when retrieving Harry Potter, including violating the Muggle Protection Act by transforming Dudley's tail into that of a pig. Moreover, his wand had been broken by the Ministry, rendering him unqualified to perform any magic. Now, confronted by Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze, he felt an undeniable unease, akin to a thief caught in the act. With a resounding thud, Professor McGonagall fully opened the door, revealing an opulent marble staircase. With a wave of her hand, the torches adorning the walls ignited, illuminating the surrounding murals. The ancient artwork showcased Hogwarts' formidable legacy, a testament to its status as the safest haven in the British wizarding world. Especially when one considered that Gringotts had been breached by Voldemort and Quirrell, yet this venerable castle remained secure. The first years followed closely behind Professor McGonagall, rendered speechless. Each young wizard, save for Harry, Ron, and Carl, bore a somber expression, evidently affected by Hogwarts' long-standing traditions. The fear of not passing the sorting ceremony and facing expulsion from the most prestigious wizarding institution in England loomed over them like a heavy shroud. While it is true that there exists only this one magical academy in all of England, Professor McGonagall did not usher them directly into the Great Hall, but instead led them into a small, empty room adjacent to it. Welcome to Hogwarts. Shortly, you will pass through this door and join the other students in a grand feast. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must undergo the sorting ceremony. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. During your time at Hogwarts, your house will be your home. You will attend classes with your housemates, sometimes alongside students from other houses. You will reside in your house dormitories and spend leisure time in the common room completing assignments and studying together. Your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in deductions. At year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, the utmost honor a house can achieve. The sorting ceremony is infallible. Hogwarts has not erred in 1,000 years. Therefore, should you find yourself in a house you did not desire, do not despair, for it is your rightful place at Hogwarts. Lastly, I urge you, regardless of which house you are assigned to diligently study magic and contribute positively to your house, rather than squander your time in mischief. After all, your years at Hogwarts may very well be the most enjoyable of your life. Professor McGonagall, with her authoritative demeanor, captivated the young wizards, leaving them in a state of awe. Truly, she was a masterful speaker, should Hogwarts ever fall to Voldemort. Carl mused that she could easily transition into a successful career in sales, perhaps even as a CEO. Soon, the sorting ceremony would commence before the entire school. As the head of Gryffindor, I extend a warm welcome to the new students, Professor McGonagall announced, preparing to depart. Yet, noticing the anxious expressions on the young wizards' faces, she added, I advise you to calm your nerves. There will be no trials involving trolls or the defeat of a ghoul as part of the sorting ceremony. So please, put your hearts at ease. Rather than fretting, it would be more prudent to refine one's attire, leaving a lasting impression on the esteemed seniors, professors, and the headmaster. Indeed, this gentleman has set a fine example. Professor McGonagall surveyed the upright figure of Carl amidst the crowd with a look of satisfaction. Once preparations are complete over there, I shall return for you. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's reassurance, the young wizards collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that danger was averted. While we wait, please maintain silence, she added. Having taken only a couple of steps before turning back, the young wizards felt weary at heart, wishing she would simply speak her mind without such interruptions. As they watched Professor McGonagall disappear down the corridor, the previously stifled atmosphere returned with a vengeance. The Queen of Awkwardness, Minerva McGonagall. Alas, my parents have deceived me. There was no need to evade the pursuit of werewolves. What is this? My sister even claimed one must dance with the merfolk in the Hogwarts lake. Everyone sit down. Compared to the tales spun by my 2 elder brothers, you all are mere children. At this moment, Ron could no longer contain himself and leaped from the crowd. However, truth be told, when compared to the twins' knack for mischief, their parents truly seemed juvenile. An ancient saying from the illustrious Zhao Zilong of China comes to mind. In the realm of arms, fortune is shared by 8 parts, yet Zilong claims a full stone, while the rest are left wanting. Interestingly, within the realm of gaming, Carl often felt that Zhao Yun boasted a stroke of luck superior to other professions, particularly the denizens of the demonic realm. Likewise, in this era, the brothers could just as well declare Hogwarts' disregard for its own rules. We alone claim a full stone, while the rest fall short. After a bout of boasting, the young wizards pondered what other methods might be employed for sorting if not through such means. If it is not through the exaggerated tales of our parents, then what methods will the professors deploy for sorting? Inquired Seymour Finnegan, who was sharing a boat with Carl. Carl shrugged, befuddled, indicating his lack of knowledge. As the final act of the evening, he was reluctant to reveal any secrets, finding amusement in their bewilderment. The rumors aboard the train were indeed true. The boy who survived a calamity 11 years prior, Harry Potter, had arrived at Hogwarts. At this moment, the haughty Draco Malfoy leaned against the railing, exuding arrogance. Observing this, Carl shook his head, realizing that his young companion was still quite naive. Is this how you make friends? If we were back in my hometown, a mere glance would earn you a knife to the throat. This is Goyle and Crabbe. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. As he introduced himself and his companions, he stepped up the stairs, towering over Harry by a full head, extending his hand in a condescending gesture. Not only Harry, but even Carl felt a surge of indignation at such blatant arrogance. Huh. Ron could not contain his laughter at Malfoy's melodramatic words. Malfoy's expression shifted dramatically, his mood changing with alarming speed. Oh, who do we have here? A redhead in tattered robes. I presume another Weasley, a disgrace to purebloods mingling with muggles. Ron's face flushed with anger, cycling through shades of red and pale. After belittling Ron, Malfoy turned back to Harry, stating, "You will soon realize that some wizarding families are meant to be noble. I doubt you wish to consort with such rubbish. I, on the other hand, would gladly be your friend." The only way you'd make friends is if they were fools, he thought, unable to suppress a chuckle. What are you laughing at, you filthy mudblood? How dare you mock me? Carl, bemused, interjected, what does your quarrel have to do with me? Unlike Hermione, who once appeared utterly bewildered, he was fully aware of the term mudblood and its implications. My, what a temper. I'm not here to provoke you, yet you come at me first. You've chosen the wrong path, my friend. I may not stand a chance against Hagrid or Quirrell, nor even the repugnant Wormtail, but you are hardly a challenge. A mudblood, you say? Very well. As a mere first year, I could mold you like clay, shaping you as I please. At this moment, Carl's mind was abuzz with ideas. A smile gradually forming on his youthful face. He contemplated whether there existed a subtle prank spell within the initial wizarding inheritance. After all, this was Hogwarts. And discretion was wise. He had no desire to attract the attention of old Dumbledore. Eureka! Provocation Dal Shulu. With a mere thought, 1,000 of his system coins, equivalent to 10 galleons, vanished, and he instantly comprehended the spell. Provocation Doll. Cast forth the doll to provoke foes, attracting their ire while simultaneously reducing their magical defenses. Special state, bewitchment. The doll will bewitch foes whose strength is significantly inferior to the host, creating confusion between allies and enemies. Truly a marvel of system magic. This ability possessed an additional state. It seemed a spectacle of chaotic mischief was in the offing. Carl silently reveled in the newfound magical knowledge. As power began to coalesce in his hands, an unusual doll gradually took form. He realized the gravity of his actions. He was inadvertently provoking a formidable adversary. With this stroke of luck, he could very well try his hand at a lottery. He casually tossed the doll into a corner, his ample robe effectively concealing his actions. Then the doll began to work its magic. At that moment, Malfoy was basking in his triumph, when simultaneously, Goyle and Crabbe struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! What the blazes are you two doing? With Malfoy's anguished screams and curses echoing, he was sent sprawling to the ground, covered in dust. Carl observed the two henchmen, noting their resemblance to a young Hagrid in stature, and mused, that must hurt. Laughing heartily, the young savior and Ron found immense amusement in the spectacle. Malfoy, it seems your companions are not very obedient. If I were you, I would consider parting ways with such inept sidekicks. If they prove useless, might we offer you a couple of house elves instead? Pure blood families were not as united as one might think. Having witnessed Malfoy's downfall, the crowd murmured with derision. The keen ears bestowed by his elven heritage granted him an extraordinary sense of hearing. After all, those long ears were not merely for show. Carl sensed that Professor McGonagall was likely concluding her business and approaching swiftly. With a gentle clasp of her hand, she immediately retracted her magic, and Shuluo transformed into a wisp of crimson smoke, dissipating into the ether. At that moment, the two entranced followers regained their senses, staring in alarm at their fallen leader, unable to rise from the ground. "Boss, what happened? Let me help you up. Who did this? I'll take revenge for you." Their fury was palpable. Just as they were about to erupt, a soft cough broke the tension, and Professor McGonagall returned. Despite their indignation, Draco and his companions dared not act recklessly, for they had uncovered no clues. Professor McGonagall cast a warning glance at the trio. Meanwhile, the instigator, with eagle-like sharpness in her gaze, had unveiled her true nature. "It is you, the ruthless exterminator. No doubt about it. Now, everything is prepared. Follow me," she declared before turning away. The grand doors of the hall swung open automatically, and the young wizards, brimming with curiosity, lined up behind Professor McGonagall as they entered. Inside, furlong tables were filled to capacity, with the guest of honor seat surrounded by professors. Even Professor Sybil Trelawney, who typically resided in the tower, was present. Seizing the moment before the sorting ceremony began, Carl meticulously observed the sacred haven long coveted by food lovers worldwide. Although British cuisine is often criticized, the house elves would never prepare such dishes. With food served automatically and no dishes to wash afterward, it was truly a paradise for gourmets. The hall shimmered with opulence. Countless candles floating in midair without a single drop of wax falling, surrounded by torches that emitted no smoke. In the corners stood sculptures of Hogwarts' 4 great totems. The transparent starry dome above magnificently showcased the school's extraordinary heritage, permanently enchanted by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. This dome was not genuine, it was a spellbound illusion, resembling a starry sky. I had read about this in a history of Hogwarts. Whispers from Miss Know-It-All reached my ears. The tableware was exclusively crafted from pure gold, of such quality that it could be directly forged into galleons. Carl gazed at the cutlery, nearly drooling. Harry, noticing the gleam in his eyes, assumed Carl was merely hungry, unaware of his strong urge to acquire the items. Yet, he wisely restrained himself, for these utensils were likely as ancient as Hogwarts itself. Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders, was notoriously averse to thieves. Who knew if that infamous and ruthless dark wizard had placed a vile curse upon them? Moreover, there had never been a report of theft at Hogwarts in a millennium. Rowena could enchant the dome, but Slytherin, that miser, might have already done something sinister. If he were a little witch, perhaps it would be worth a try, for little witches possess a formidable passive immunity to all curses, provided the caster's power does not exceed that of the moon goddess. The dimensional traveler, however, would not be immune to curses. Being ensnared could prove fatal. The young wizards followed Professor McGonagall through the aisle between the 4 long tables, where a 4-legged stool stood at the center, topped with a tattered, seemingly unwashed pointed hat. Ah, the sorting hat. Indeed, as described in the books, worn and ragged. Rolling does not deceive me. This hat, once used by the 4 founders, was surprisingly not green. Perhaps its color had faded after 2 millennia of neglect. For 2,000 years, it had never been washed, its history thick with the blessings and wills of the 4 founders, along with centuries of new student scalp flakes and oils. It had a certain aroma about it. From afar, Carl could already smell the greasy scent emanating from the sorting hat, more pungent than Professor Severus Snape's oiled hair. The thought of his own hair, which he would have to wash daily, coming into contact with that hat sent shivers down his spine. There was no escaping the fact that he had inherited not only the elven blood of male wizards, but also their obsessive cleanliness. Just look at the few elves left after the Great Fire of Glanwyn. They are all exquisite beings. Shalon, Celia Crumlin, Sosha, any one of them would astound. The young wizards gathered at the front, awaiting Professor McGonagall's next instruction. Seizing the opportunity, Carl feigned curiosity as he gazed at the professors at the guest table. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster, occupied the central seat, clad in a black and crimson robe, complete with a matching pointed hat, radiating an extraordinary aura. His long white beard was tied with a ribbon, and he wore half-moon spectacles, his azure eyes sparkling with cunning wisdom. Surrounding him were Hagrid, Severus Snape, Sybil Trelawney, and Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, who was known to be Voldemort in disguise. all accentuating Dumbledore's prominence. Carl's eyes swept over the eccentrically dressed professors, quickly matching them with his memories from the past. Particularly with Professor Snape, he found the nickname Old Bat to be quite fitting. Clad in a long black robe, with a hooked nose and waxy skin, Snape was currently fixated on Harry, particularly his striking green eyes. Suddenly, the hat on the stool split open, resembling a mouth. I have truly split open. The tattered hat began to sway and then burst into song. It was over 1,000 years ago when I was first woven into form. 4 great wizards, their names echo through time. Brave Gryffindor from the desolate marsh, beautiful Ravenclaw from the tranquil riverside, kind Hufflepuff from the wide valleys, and shrewd Slytherin from the mire. They all shared a dream, a common wish, and boldly planned to nurture young wizards. Thus, Hogwarts School was founded. Each of these great wizards established their own house, valuing different talents and ideas in their students. Gryffindor believed the bravest should receive the highest accolades. Ravenclaw thought the smartest would always succeed. Hufflepuff felt the most diligent deserved entry, and Slytherin favored those with ambition. It was Gryffindor who devised the method, removing me from his head, and the 4 founders infused me with thought, allowing me to select and judge. Now, place me securely on your head, for I have never misjudged. Let me see your mind and determine which house you belong to. Listening to the Sorting Hat's rather unrefined rap, Carl mused. I too wished to split open. He contemplated tossing a basketball at it to see its reaction. Truly, its melodious voice was oddly enchanting, akin to a peculiar celebrity from another world. After the hat finished singing, Professor McGonagall officially declared, "The sorting ceremony begins." With a flick of her hand, a scroll of parchment materialized unexpectedly in her grasp. "When I call your name, please step forward, take a seat on the stool, and I shall place the sorting hat upon your head, thereby assigning you to your house. First up, Hannah Abbott." Carl mused. Ah, the ever-reliable Hannah, the perennial protagonist. Through countless iterations of fan fiction, it became evident that at Hogwarts, one could wield magic to achieve remarkable feats. With a sufficiently powerful guiding hand, it was even conceivable to vanquish all of Voldemort's Horcruxes in one's first year. Yet, one immutable fact remained. The throne of Queen Hannah could not be usurped, unless, of course, one was not part of that year's intake. Hufflepuff. After a contemplative pause of about 15 seconds, the Sorting Hat boomed its declaration regarding Queen Hannah's fate. Hermione Granger. Gryffindor. Upon each new student's sorting, their respective houses erupted in jubilant celebration, welcoming their younger counterparts, while the other houses remained largely indifferent. The next individual was quite different. The moment Professor McGonagall uttered his name, whispers erupted among the older students at the 4 long tables. They were eager to discover to which house the legendary boy who had defeated the Dark Lord would belong. After Harry Potter's graduation, it would indeed be an honor. After all, Voldemort had wreaked havoc upon the wizarding world. The hero who vanquished the second Dark Lord hailed from their house, providing ample fodder for future boasting. At that moment, our little savior appeared rather anxious, seated restlessly on the stool, continuously murmuring something under his breath. A master of lip reading would discern that he was fervently repeating, "Not Slytherin." The Sorting Hat, attuned to his thoughts, pondered for an extended period before finally proclaiming, "Gryffindor." "Oh, joy! We have Potter here. Potter has arrived." Instantaneously, the Gryffindor table erupted into a cacophony of cheers, celebrating Harry's arrival, while several red-haired Weasleys eagerly rushed to shake his hand. Hagrid, seated at the head table, stood up in excitement. The professors, with the exception of the brooding Snape, who was lost in thought, applauded. Ah, the protagonist's aura is truly distinct. Even Dumbledore's clapping bore a unique flair. Carl marveled at the spectacle as he observed Harry making his way to the Gryffindor table. The details make all the difference. An attitude defines everything. Since Queen Hannah's sorting, Carl had been keenly observing the professors at the head table. Most clapped casually, showing more enthusiasm only for their own house. Dumbledore, after each student was sorted, would symbolically tap his left hand with his right, a light gesture of approval. However, when Harry approached, Dumbledore's previously indifferent expression turned serious. Only when the sorting had announced Gryffindor did he begin to clap genuinely, a stark contrast to his earlier perfunctory gesture. Carl speculated that if Dumbledore had complete control over the Sorting Hat, he might have manipulated the outcome in favor of Gryffindor. The blessings and wills of the 4 founders remained remarkably potent even after a millennium. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Harry headed toward the head table, where Dumbledore, holding a golden goblet, met his gaze with a warm smile. Next, Carl Harris. Finally, it was my turn. A slight smile played at the corners of Carl's mouth as he glanced at Harry at the Gryffindor table, who was now looking at him with eager anticipation. Clearly, Harry hoped that his first friend in the magical world would also be a brave Gryffindor. Carl offered Harry an apologetic smile. What nonsense. The author had only recently conducted a chapter solicitation for reader opinions, ultimately concluding that entering Gryffindor would mean abandoning the story. How could he dare to choose that path? In recent years, a plethora of fanfictions had filled the ranks of Little Lions, effectively blocking that route to him. Apologies, back to the point. To be honest, Carl felt unprepared for the sorting ceremony. He believed that which house one entered was merely a formality. His confidence did not stem from the professor's magic, but from the legacy of a dimensional traveler. Oh well, let the sorting hat do as it pleases. Although not choosing Gryffindor would mean years without winning the House Cup, with Harry Potter now in attendance, surely Dumbledore would ensure he received a fair advantage? However, might I ask, what traveler of worlds regards such trivial matters? It cannot be consumed, nor sold. It merely collects dust in a display case, and each year it multiplies, requiring more maintenance during detention. Honor, pray tell, how many galleons does one earn per pound? The House Cup resembles a certificate awarded to elementary students for good performance at the end of the term. Tasteless, yet too valuable to discard, a true chicken rib. Years later, one reflects on such accolades, which have long since become worthless scraps of parchment, darkened and stuck to the walls, requiring effort to remove. Moreover, in the wizarding world, Carl surmised that after graduation, young witches and wizards would hardly find their resumes linked to the House Cup. As for Slytherin's six-time champions, that might count. But the rest? Carl traversed the crowd and took a seat in the hall. Professor McGonagall offered a slight smile, harboring a favorable impression of the impeccably dressed young boy. Patience, it shall soon pass. Carl bore the weight of the ancient hat, which had not seen a wash in a millennium, perched upon his head. Thus commenced his dialogue with the sorting hat, an intriguing freshman. I haven't encountered such a formidable challenge in ages. I can sense the immense magic coursing through your veins, far surpassing that of your peers. You possess ambition and courage alongside notable intelligence. Quite the conundrum. Shall it be Slytherin? Slytherin would aid a wizard of your caliber in achieving great feats. No, I abhor green, whether worn upon my head or draped upon my form. Not Slytherin then. Perhaps Gryffindor would be a suitable alternative. That is even less likely. Indeed, exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. I shall choose Ravenclaw. After deliberating, Carl concluded that Slytherin and Gryffindor were out of the question. Thus, he was left to choose between the eagle and the badger. Rowena Ravenclaw, the most scholarly among Hogwarts founders, likely held rare magical tomes within her common room. Knowledge has always been the greatest wealth. Helga Hufflepuff, a master of magical cuisine, resided adjacent to the kitchens, and it was almost certain that her common room housed treasured recipes. While students from other houses could only gaze longingly at biscuits and bread when hunger struck, the badgers could swiftly traverse to the kitchen, deciding between a savory chicken rice or a steaming clay pot dish. The house elves would fulfill their every request. Having endured British cuisine for years, Carl had grown weary of fish and chips and yearned for a taste of something new. Of course, he would never dare to approach the dubious culinary concoctions like canned herring. Such dishes repulsed him. What a difficult choice. Although children are often the ones to make choices, the old wizards take all. Yet, this time, he truly had to select but one. After much contemplation, Carl ultimately decided on Ravenclaw. Was it not simply the allure of food? Once he mastered dimensional magic, he could transcend Hogwarts restrictions on apparition. Hat, I choose Ravenclaw. Respecting your choice, replied the hat. Ravenclaw, it announced loudly. At this moment, the long table of Ravenclaw began to applaud, welcoming their new junior. Now, please call me Carl Pray Harris. With the last little wizard sorted into Hufflepuff, the annual sorting ceremony at Hogwarts concluded splendidly. Professor McGonagall took the hat and vanished from sight, returning to her rightful place moments later. Headmaster Dumbledore rose from his golden seat and gently tapped his cup. Welcome, young wizards, to Hogwarts. I now declare the feast to commence. Dumbledore opened his arms, and as his words echoed, the golden cutlery on the table was instantly filled with an array of delectable dishes, much to Carl's relief, for there was no herring in sight. The train had departed at noon, and by the time they arrived at Hogwarts, the outside world was already adorned with stars. The famished wizards on the train immediately began to indulge. Among them, Ron was particularly comical, holding a chicken leg in one hand, taking a bite before switching to another. About an hour later, as everyone had eaten their fill, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the food vanished, the golden cutlery gleaming as if untouched. At this sight, Carl couldn't help but scoff at the three broomsticks. Why wouldn't wizards wash dishes, given how simple it seemed? After the main course came the desserts: donuts, chocolate bars, strawberry pudding. Baked apples, pumpkin pie, and small cakes adorned the table. As the last dessert was devoured by the ravenous little wizards, all the cutlery became pristine once more before sinking into the table. Indeed, Hogwarts offered splendid meals. Dumbledore stood again. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are now sated. At the start of this new term, I wish to impart a few important reminders that I hope you will keep in mind. First-year students, beware. The forbidden forest near the castle is off limits to all students. If you wish to avoid misfortune, it is best to remember this. As for Hogsmeade, first-year students are prohibited from visiting, while third-year students and above must have a guardian's permission. Moreover, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested I remind you not to use magic in the corridors during breaks, nor to engage in mischief. At this mention, Dumbledore cast a glance at the Weasley twins. And most importantly, if you wish to avoid a painful demise, do not venture near the corridor on the right side of the third floor. Dumbledore's tone grew unusually serious, igniting curiosity among certain young wizards, including the Weasley twins and an unnamed first-year student with an eye on the Philosopher's Stone. Lastly, Professor Quirrell, the Muggle Studies instructor, will temporarily assume the role of defense against the dark arts teacher this term. Dumbledore concluded with a smile. Snape shot a disdainful glance at Quirrell. The old fox was certainly playing Voldemort like a fiddle. Carl cursed under his breath, observing Dumbledore's smug expression. Acquiring the Philosopher's Stone now appeared exceedingly precarious. He had no faith that Dumbledore would use the actual stone to lure Voldemort merely to train Harry. That bait was far too tempting, should anything go awry. And Voldemort resurrected, it would be game over. Where could be safer than Dumbledore himself? If Voldemort desired the Philosopher's Stone, all he had to do was eliminate Dumbledore. Thus, one might surmise that the stone within the Mirror of Erist was merely a sham. Now, before you all head to your common rooms, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore declared with enthusiasm. However, upon hearing this, every professor in the guest seat stiffened. The school song was utterly embarrassing. Headmaster, do us a favor. He withdrew his elder wand from his sleeve and pointed it into the air, causing the representative colors of each house to materialize as the school song. Now, everyone, choose your favorite tune and sing. Oh no, the old bee has gone mad again, Snape lamented, grasping his greasy hair with an expression of distress. Once upon a time, there was a magical castle where a queen was truly remarkable. Under the guidance of their respective house prefects, the first-year students made their way to their common rooms. The Ravenclaw common room was located at the western end of Hogwarts Castle, atop a spiral staircase, roughly on the 5th floor. Its entrance bore no handle or keyhole, but featured a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. Upon knocking, the knocker would pose a question, and only upon providing the correct answer could one gain entry to the common room. Otherwise, even the principal would be at a loss. This year, the prefect responsible for introducing the fundamentals of Ravenclaw to the new students is Senior Penelope. She paused before the bronze door knocker and turned around with a smile. Welcome to Ravenclaw. I am Prefect Penelope, but you may call me Senior Penelope. Our emblem is the eagle, a creature that soars to heights unattainable by others. Our house colors are blue and bronze. Our common room is located at the very top of Ravenclaw Tower, concealed behind an enchanted door knocker. The arched windows embedded in the circular common room overlook the school grounds, offering a breathtaking view unlike any other house. There is no need for boastful claims. Ravenclaw indeed gathers the most intelligent wizards. Our founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, regarded learning as the utmost priority, and we hold the same belief. Unlike the other houses, which have secret entrances to their common rooms, ours does not require such measures. The door to our common room is situated atop a towering, winding staircase. Devoid of a handle, instead, it features a magical eagle-shaped knocker. When you knock, the knocker will pose a question, and only upon answering correctly will you be permitted entry. For nearly a millennium, this simple obstacle has kept all but Ravenclaw students at bay. The newcomers listened with excitement as the prefect elaborated, except for Carl, who wondered how a single question could prevent non-Ravenclaw students from entering. Surely, The intellect of students from the other three houses could not be akin to that of trolls. Can we speak plainly without boasting? After Penelope concluded her formal introduction, she observed the eager expressions of the new students with satisfaction. She stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Soon, an ethereal voice emanated from the eagle knocker. What one can do, I can do. What two can do, they cannot do together. What is it? Come, give it a try. It is essential to hone your logical reasoning, lest you find yourself unable to enter in the future. Penelope chuckled softly, encouraging the newcomers to attempt. Did Ravenclaw always have such a penchant for riddles? Carl began to question life as he watched the pondering fledglings. With a magical intellect of 300 points, Carl swiftly discerned the answer. I'll give it a go. He boldly stepped forward, parting from the crowd to stand before the knocker. This is a dream, he resolutely proclaimed. Correct, replied the eagle knocker instantly, and the previously sealed door gradually opened. A perfect answer. Well done, Junior Carl. As a Ravenclaw, Penelope had memorized names and faces during the sorting ceremony to avoid any embarrassing misnomers. It was said that such mix-ups were common in Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Trust me, you will come to love this process. When you return to the common room, you may often encounter a crowd of 20 to 30 people pondering before the knocker. Do not be alarmed. This is not an uncommon sight. Furthermore, it is important to note that every time the knocker closes, a new question must be answered to reopen it. As far as I know, in the millennium since Hogwarts was founded, there has never been a repeated question. Thus, this can be quite inconvenient, but we must adhere to it. For this is the rule set by Ravenclaw, and before you depart, it is wise to check your textbooks and supplies for any omissions. Sometimes, the questions posed by the knocker may even stump nearly graduating seniors, which could cause delays. Now, please enter. Upon saying this, Penelope stepped inside. The empty Ravenclaw common room was a vast circular chamber, more ethereal than any other room in Hogwarts. Elegant arched windows adorned the walls, draped in blue and bronze silk. During the day, Ravenclaw students could behold the surrounding mountains, a sight of great beauty. The ceiling was domed, painted with stars, much like the Great Hall of Hogwarts. And beneath it, a deep blue carpet was similarly adorned with stars. The room was furnished with tables, chairs, and bookshelves. And directly across the door stood a tall white marble statue, none other than Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Penelope suppressed a chuckle as she observed the awestruck fledglings and continued her introduction. Our house ghost is the Grey Lady, who may not speak much, but is always willing to assist when questioned. Additionally, our common room is also known as the Crystal Farm. All Ravenclaws possess a certain affinity for alchemy, and this common room is the perfect environment for crystal growth, utilizing materials personally selected by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Thus, Ravenclaws can readily acquire crystals for their studies. It is worth noting that during the era of flourishing wizardry, the four founders of Hogwarts were all leaders in their respective fields. The beautiful Ravenclaw, hailing from the tranquil riverside, was a formidable sorceress who excelled in alchemy. The cunning Slytherin, emerging from the mire, wielded powerful dark magic and top-tier potions, making him a formidable wizard not to be trifled with. The benevolent Hufflepuff, from the expansive valleys, was not only an exceptional gourmet, but also a master herbalist. The brave Gryffindor, from the desolate marshes, stood in stark contrast to Slytherin, commanding the most potent white magic. As for Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, worry not. Allow me to share a bit more about Slytherin. Well, perhaps you have heard some things. They are not all bad, but you must remain cautious until you fully comprehend them. Their long-standing tradition of winning at all costs necessitates vigilance, particularly during Quidditch matches and examinations. The dormitories have been assigned, with your names inscribed upon them, and your belongings have already arrived. One last point. Boys are strictly prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory. A powerful enchantment cast by Rowena Ravenclaw herself bars entry. And should any curious young lad wish to test its might, I suspect St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries will soon welcome a new client. Lastly, congratulations on becoming a member of Hogwarts' most intelligent, eccentric, and intriguing house. The following morning, a ray of sunlight gently filtered through the window and graced Carl's face as he awoke, stretching comfortably. Today promised to be a day filled with wonder. Last night, Senior Penelope had already distributed the class schedule for Ravenclaw to the new students. The majority of classes would be shared with Hufflepuff, though a few would be with Gryffindor, while flying lessons would include all four houses. This year, the entire house comprised only about 180 new students, with Hufflepuff accounting for a third. After dressing, Carl suddenly noticed that the 3 plastic roommates he had met the previous night had seemingly vanished, leaving him alone in the dormitory. The first class on Monday was potions with the old bat, Snape. When Carl and his roommates had glanced at the schedule the night before, their expressions had mirrored that of someone who had encountered a streak of bad luck. Upon entering the school, Carl was met with an unfortunate predicament. After completing his morning routine, he inadvertently glanced at his wristwatch. Goodness! There were merely 8 minutes left before class commenced, yet he had yet to leave his quarters. The Ravenclaw common room was situated at the pinnacle of Hogwarts, while the potions classroom lay in the depths of the castle. Although he had enjoyed a restful first night at Hogwarts, indulging in pleasant dreams, one must always pay the piper for a life of revelry. As Carl stepped out of his room and descended several flights of stairs, he was astonished to find himself, at least it seemed, lost. Hogwarts boasted over 140 staircases, some narrow and cramped, while others were vast and spacious. At certain times, the positions of these staircases would shift, leaving one to discover that their efforts had been in vain, necessitating a lengthy detour. More vexing still, some of these infernal staircases would occasionally have steps that vanished without warning, a most frustrating experience. Although the castle's defensive enchantments prevented harm to young witches and wizards, one would still be obliged to retrace their steps. Encountering such obstacles during class hours could easily lead to an explosive temperament. Distinct from other ghosts within the castle, there existed one who could interact with tangible objects. Should one cross paths with him, they would do so at their own peril. The mischievous Peeves was notorious for tormenting students to the brink of existential doubt. It is worth noting that Hogwarts harbors numerous doors, yet if one does not politely request entry or possess the correct method to open them, they shall remain obstinately shut. Some even resort to pranks to ensnare the unwary. The former, akin to the Ravenclaw door knocker, would not yield without a correct answer. The latter, a clever design by Helga Hufflepuff, required one to knock in the proper rhythm while uttering the password. Otherwise, they would be met with a deluge of aged vinegar. Both steps were essential. Falter in either, and one would be destined to endure a day of sourness. Additionally, some doors merely appeared to be entrances, yet were, in fact, solid walls. Within Hogwarts, memorizing the location of anything proved a formidable challenge, as everything was in a constant state of flux. Life is ever moving. Even the figures within portraits would frequently traverse the halls, and it is a well-established fact that suits of armor often relocated autonomously. Carl gazed at a painting he had seen merely 5 minutes prior. Inhaling deeply as the road-dazed freshman from the distant land of China felt acutely the unfriendly nature of the castle. Goodness, this cannot be real. Why is teleportation suppressed? The magical system here is entirely different. He could vividly envision himself arriving late, knocking on the classroom door, and encountering Professor Snape's menacing glare. Broomstick, come forth. Carl beckoned, and a splendid broom materialized in his grasp. Unable to find the way, he resolved to fly down himself. Thanks to his mastery of the dimensional broomstick's passive abilities, he wielded the instrument with ease. Perhaps if I participate in the Quidditch match, I shall have no competition to contend with. Off I go. He mounted the broom, and, surveying the surroundings from above, soared directly toward the dungeons. The portraits lining the stairwell gasped in astonishment. Oh, good sir, look. It is my first time witnessing a student flying a broomstick within Hogwarts, exclaimed one. These new students are exceedingly bold. Another chimed in. Yet, that broom of his is quite exquisite after a series of twists and turns. Carl finally arrived at the potions classroom located at the castle's bottom. The flickering torches around him did little to dispel the chill, a fitting ambience for the aged bat. Facing the closed door of the potions classroom, Carl, feeling a twinge of anxiety, knocked tentatively. He could already foresee Snape unleashing a torrent of venomous remarks, followed by days of confinement. To be placed in detention on the very first day at Hogwarts was undoubtedly a dreadful experience. He pondered if he might be the unluckiest freshman in history. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed like a hammer against his heart. Creak. After 15 seconds, the door slowly opened, releasing an even colder breeze. Snape emerged, clad in his eternally unchanged black cloak, a cryptic smirk dancing upon his lips. Forgive me, Professor. I lost my way and arrived late, Carl stammered, desperately maintaining his facade of innocence. Ah, you must be Mr. Carl Harris, the new Ravenclaw. Perhaps the sorting had erred. I believe that as long as one possesses intelligence exceeding that of a troll, tardiness should be an anomaly. Furthermore, you are 15 minutes late. And per the rules, Ravenclaw loses 15 points. A batch of flobberworms arrived last night. I believe, Mr. Harris, you are the most suitable candidate to attend to them. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, as Snape's formidable presence rendered the other students mute, the only sound emanating from the cauldron bubbling away. Carl felt his face flush, standing frozen in place, though in truth, he was unfazed by Snape's barbs. Having endured years of education in the distant land, he had cultivated a resilient heart. The redness of his cheeks was merely conjured by magical means. Flobberworms. Tonight, I shall surprise you. One must discern the proper target when engaging in flattery. Patience is essential. For now, my persona must remain intact. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Get in here and find a seat. Snape thundered at Carl, who hastily entered the classroom, a sly smile barely visible at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Harris, due to your tardiness, I have already covered half of the lesson on the Scabbers potion. However, I shall not accommodate you. This is entirely your own doing. The notes are on the blackboard. Aren't Ravenclaw supposed to be exceptionally knowledgeable? This minor challenge should pose no difficulty for you. Before the class concludes, I expect to see a flawless Scabbers potion. Otherwise. Snape's icy voice reverberated throughout the classroom. Carl settled beside his 3 plastic roommates, quickly scanning the blackboard before seizing the materials to begin his work. Carl, are you all right? One of his plastic roommates, Simon, inquired with concern. We called for you this morning. You said you would get up immediately. Another roommate, Philip, explained. Time rewound, Carl. Wake up. Today's first class is with the old bat, Snape. You'll be doomed if you're late. Go on without me. Let me sleep a bit longer. It's just that old bat. I've never feared him, Carl mumbled, turning comfortably in his bed. All right then, but you must hurry, was the last of Alex's words as he departed. This is a potions class, not a place for idle chatter. Carl, Philip has failed to adhere to classroom discipline, and Ravenclaw has been penalized 2 points. Before their conversation could continue, they were abruptly interrupted by Snape. You are here to master the intricate art of potion brewing and the techniques involved. There is no need for you to foolishly wave your wands and chant incantations. Every true potion master relies not on their wand, but on a lucid mind and exceptionally skilled hands. Snape's voice rose and fell, at times deep and at others fervent. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the exquisite aroma wafting from the simmering cauldron. Nor will you comprehend the enchanting sensation of the mysterious liquid coursing through your veins. In truth, if you grasp even a fraction of potion making, you could become a figure of renown. Here, I will teach you how to enhance your reputation, concoct honor, and even stave off death. But one thing is essential. You must not be as foolish as the dimwits I frequently encounter. He swiftly ascended the podium, his black cloak billowing in the wind, resembling a great bat from a distance. With a gentle tap of his wand on the blackboard, the existing text faded quickly, replaced by new formulas and methods. Magic can be remarkably efficient at times. Put aside your copy of magical potions and elixirs and pay close attention to the blackboard. Snape continued, his usual sardonic tone laced with knowledge. Although the book offers fundamental brewing methods and is penned by the esteemed Arsenius Jigger, a great potion master, I must concede its age. It is a relic from decades past, somewhat outdated. Times are ever progressing, and so is the field of potion making. After years of refinement by several potion masters, most of the recipes within have undergone significant simplification and enhancement. Perhaps I should remind the headmaster that it is time to update our curriculum. Relying on these antiquated texts will only lead to more encounters with fools. Though Snape's demeanor is undeniably acerbic, he is indeed a true master in the realm of potions. When the subject of potion making arose, Carl felt transformed. Despite his overall somberness, he exuded a distinctive aura. Potion making is an intricate discipline, with each master possessing their own unique techniques. Much like top chefs, they do not adhere to recipes but rather rely on their intuitive feel. Brewing potions is akin to the human body, while the fundamental framework must remain intact, similar to a skeleton. Where any missing or excess bone could lead to dire consequences, the remaining steps are akin to the eyes, nose, and intellect. Lacking any of these does not render a person incomplete. However, some are naturally more adept than others, while some are born with deficiencies. This explains why some individuals are innately brilliant, while others are as foolish as trolls. Similarly, potions can be classified into various tiers. Over the years, apart from the unshakable foundational principles, the other brewing steps have flourished, with some excelling and others faltering. My role is to guide you, teaching you the methods I deem most suitable. Thus, I reiterate, set aside that useless textbook. I have now covered all the frameworks and procedures, and they are written on the blackboard. It is time to begin. After delivering his final words, Snape descended expressionlessly, preparing to inspect the young wizard's brewing efforts. Carl, contemplating the blackboard once more, picked up his cauldron and prepared to start. The simple potion for scabies was a task he could easily master. In the chilly classroom, Snape glided about like a specter, his black cloak trailing behind him. Wherever he roamed, the very air seemed to wither. Approaching a young wizard, the sound of a cauldron exploding echoed through the room. The cause was evident. Snape's presence was so oppressive that, bending down, he positioned his head near the young wizard's as if he were a snake, hissing and flicking his tongue. And he was a venomous serpent, for while he hissed, he also unleashed his poison. A constant smirk of derision adorned his lips, and his gaze held the kind of pity reserved for those with diminished capacities, leaving any young wizard unable to suppress their anxiety. Simultaneously, the classroom was filled with his various justifications for deducting points. Fool, who told you to add porcupine quills first? Hufflepuff loses 2 points. Mr. Taylor, think carefully with that brain of yours, which is hardly larger than a troll's, about when to use a low flame. Ravenclaw loses 2 points. He swiftly traversed the classroom, the cold and silent potion-making lab echoing only with the sounds of his shoes and the explosions of cauldrons. Amidst his signature mocking smile lay a palpable malice towards the young wizards. Snape roamed the classroom for several rounds, having caused the destruction of about 10 cauldrons. Before stopping beside Carl, his malicious eyes fixated on the contents of Carl's cauldron. Carl knew that any minor misstep in his process would unleash Snape's wrath, allowing him to unleash his seasoned talent for criticism. However, this time, Snape was destined for disappointment. Carl calmly handled a few slugs, placing them into the cauldron. Waving his wand to ignite the flame, and once melted, he added the porcupine quills, stirring counterclockwise for 3.5 turns, meticulously controlling the heat. 5 minutes later, task completed. Observing Carl's successful completion of the assignment, Snape's expression grew colder, as if someone had owed him 100 galleons. He then leaned in to inspect, seeking any trace of error. But disappointment awaited him. The cauldron contained a bubbling, still warm scabies potion, emitting a blue effervescence. He employed his large, hooked nose to sniff the aroma. Yes, it was unmistakably that delightful scent reminiscent of overcooked cabbage. Every step and method had been executed perfectly, leaving him no room to critique. Barely passing, he declared coldly, standing straight and departing without another glance. For students outside of Slytherin, potion class was akin to hell. When Snape coldly assigned the potion essay and uttered the words class dismissed, all the young wizards displayed expressions of sheer bliss, as if they had heard a celestial melody, then surged towards the exit as if fleeing from a tidal wave. Carl leisurely gathered his belongings, being the last to exit the classroom. Mr. Harris, I trust you will not forget tonight's important matter, or you shall face dire consequences in the next class. As Carl stepped out the door, Snape's icy voice rang out. I shall remember, Professor. Additionally, I hope we can have a fruitful discussion tonight. It may prove mutually beneficial. Carl replied, his voice trailing off. I shall be eager to see what surprises you have in store for me tonight, Mr. Harris. Snape scoffed disdainfully, dismissing the exchange as mere jest. Just as Carl gathered his cauldron and tools, intending to return to his dormitory, he encountered Professor McGonagall approaching. Mr. Harris, I would like to clarify that the school has explicitly stated in the admission letter that first-year students are not permitted to bring flying broomsticks. Furthermore, you have violated school regulations by using one within the college premises, resulting in a deduction of 10 points from Ravenclaw. Additionally, Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. The password to his office is Fizzing Wisby. As Professor McGonagall concluded all matters, she turned and departed, leaving Carl with a sense of dread. This was indeed a predicament. It appeared that the Nimbus 2000 had successfully attracted the attention of the old glass-eyed Dumbledore, complicating matters significantly. Carl covered his face, indicating his need for a moment of solitude. Fizzing Wisby. Upon uttering the password, the colossal stone guardian shifted aside, revealing several descending steps. The door to the headmaster's office was a resplendent oak portal adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a lion's head. Carl approached, grasped the knocker, and gently tapped. The door swung open automatically, revealing the interior of the office. It was a splendid and spacious circular room, its walls adorned with portraits of former headmasters of Hogwarts, who paid Carl no heed as they conversed amongst themselves or dozed off. Meanwhile, Dumbledore sat in an armchair, playfully engaging with his phoenix, Fawkes. Upon noticing Carl's entrance, he paused his actions and, with a seemingly benevolent smile, beckoned, "Please, take a seat, Carl. Would you care for a treat? How about some cockroach clusters? Quite sweet, I assure you." With that, a plate before him revealed a writhing mass of cockroaches. Although Carl knew that these were merely chocolate in disguise, a wave of revulsion washed over him. Toads do not bite, but they are quite off-putting. What peculiar delicacies you offer? No, thank you, headmaster. I just had a snack, Carl replied, mustering an awkward yet polite smile as he gazed at the swarm on the table. Dumbledore picked up a cockroach, took a bite, and nonchalantly remarked, "I presume this is our first meeting. No need to be anxious. I merely wish to have a simple conversation and inquire about a trivial matter." "Oh, the matter at hand. Headmaster, is it regarding my use of a flying broomstick at Hogwarts?" Carl addressed the issue directly, fully aware that Dumbledore was already informed. "I have heard from the portraits that your broomstick appears quite distinct from those currently available on the market, and it is beautifully crafted. Please forgive an old man's curiosity." In his youth, he too was a Quidditch enthusiast and often collected rare brooms, Dumbledore said kindly, a sentiment that might have deceived a younger wizard. Carl understood that with the arrival of the Chosen One this year, Dumbledore had orchestrated a grand scheme, with even the remnants of Voldemort becoming pawns in his game. He sought to retain control, ensuring no uncontrollable factors interfered with Harry Potter's journey. It seemed the Nimbus 2000 had evoked a sense of unease in the old wizard, prompting him to verify his suspicions. Feigning nonchalance, Carl retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, discreetly extracting a magnificent broomstick that gleamed with a golden hue. Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the exquisite object, sensing an immense magical power emanating from it, were it not a broom. He might have considered it a formidable wand. "What do you think, Headmaster? This broom is rather splendid, far surpassing those available commercially," Carl said with a grin, akin to a child boasting to a dear friend. Dumbledore leaned forward, his aged body betraying a flicker of intrigue beneath his crescent-shaped spectacles. Soul reading. This old man is indeed a curious voyeur, eager to delve into the thoughts of others. Carl, aware of Dumbledore's intentions, promptly purchased a basic mental potion from the system, successfully deducting 510 gold coins. He then poured himself a bottle of pumpkin juice and drank it down. His soul, having been significantly enhanced since his arrival, combined with the potion, prevented Dumbledore from gleaning anything beyond trivialities from his mind. To penetrate that barrier, Dumbledore would have to employ more serious measures. "Professor, would you care for a bottle of pumpkin juice?" Carl cheerfully offered, placing another bottle on the table. Dumbledore, seeing nothing malicious through his mind reading, withdrew his gaze and feigned surprise. "Thank you, Mr. Harris. It has been quite some time since anyone has invited me for pumpkin juice." Old Dumbledore uncorked the bottle, took a sip, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. "Delightful. Moreover, this broom is truly beautiful. Even an old man like myself feels tempted to acquire one. Regrettably, it was a gift from a lady, and I currently cannot locate her," Carl casually fabricated, uncertain of the broom's true creator, perhaps his sister, Hilda? "Oh, what a pity," Dumbledore replied, feigning disappointment, though Carl sensed that the old fox likely did not believe his words. "Professor, may I take my leave? Professor Snape has assigned a considerable amount of homework today, and he intends to punish me for my tardiness." Carl feigned a busy demeanor in an attempt to extricate himself from the conversation, finding dealings with the old fox exceedingly challenging. It was far simpler to engage with the younger students. "Very well, Mr. Harris. However, do remember to be punctual next time. I would hate for you to be caught by Professor Snape." The old wizard nodded, accepting Carl's excuse. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, Carl gathered all his equipment, including a contract he had procured at a hefty price from the system, preparing to venture into the dungeon. He intended to propose an irresistible deal to the old bat. To bolster his bargaining position, he had even stowed away the cursed doll in his pocket. At the entrance to Snape's office, Carl approached and gently knocked. The door swung open. Inside was a cold, damp chamber, lined with shelves brimming with various jars filled with peculiar potions, many containing the preserved remains of different creatures. This sight evoked a sensation akin to stumbling into the laboratory of a deranged scientist. Carl noted a wooden barrel on the floor, where a flobberworm writhed, emitting a repulsive slime, an absolute nightmare for those with a fear of clusters and cleanliness. Just then, Snape's sardonic voice echoed through the room. "It seems Mr. Harris has discovered his task for the evening. Why has he yet to make a move? The first half of the statement dripped with sarcasm, while the latter half conveyed Snape's exasperation. Ignoring the grotesque flobberworm, Carl adopted a mysterious smile reminiscent of Snape's usual demeanor. He understood that Snape was a man willing to risk everything, even his life, for the sake of his beloved. For Lily Potter, he would protect the child of his most despised enemy, demonstrating the courage to go to any lengths to resurrect her. At this moment, even if he were to offer him but a single straw, he would clutch it with desperate tenacity. Anything, always. Professor Snape, prior to engaging in these matters, I wish to pose a question. You mentioned in class that the power of potions could even stave off death. Is there, then, a potion in this world that can reverse death? Carl, shedding his previous shyness, spoke in an ethereal tone reminiscent of an epic chant. Snape's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. Potions, potions. Since it bears the name potion, it can only affect the living. It appears Mr. Harris has forgotten this most fundamental principle. Is this truly the demeanor expected of a Ravenclaw? A flicker of disdain crossed Snape's face, followed swiftly by a torrent of venomous words. Magic is so wondrous. Perhaps the concept of resurrection is not mere fantasy? At the very least, in the land of Arad, there exists a potion known as the Holy Blessing Elixir, capable of granting resurrection. Though it has its limitations, being effective only within 20 minutes of consumption, it is nonetheless immensely powerful. If Nick LeMay could create the Philosopher's Stone, then surely there must exist divine artifacts that can resurrect the dead. At this moment, Snape was visibly perturbed. The Philosopher's Stone is not common knowledge. Lily Potter. Carl then uttered a name that shattered Snape's heart, particularly the surname Potter. That name should have belonged to Prince. In a fit of anger, he drew his wand from his cloak and pointed it at Carl. Mr. Harris, raised in the Muggle world, appears to possess a wealth of knowledge. Perhaps I should inquire further. The reason he refrained from casting a curse was clearly due to the allure of the resurrection concept. Otherwise, had another dared to touch his wound, an Avada Kedavra would have been unleashed without hesitation. Professor Snape, please, do not be so impulsive. Let us engage in a proper discussion. It may prove beneficial for us both. No sooner had he spoken than Carl waved his hand, slamming the door to Snape's office shut. Simultaneously, his school uniform revealed its true form, mysterious purple flames swirling upon it. His emerald green eyes, akin to Harry S., transformed into an abyssal black, a manifestation of the dark eye, the source of immortality and boundless magical power. His ears elongated and sharpened, while a magnificent broomstick hovered behind him. At that moment, he appeared both enigmatic and self-assured. A fairy? No. This is the bloodline of ancient elves. Snape stared at the suddenly transformed Carl, uncertainty lacing his voice. You are not mistaken. It seems Professor Snape possesses quite a breadth of knowledge. Now may we converse? Snape inhaled deeply and began casting protective spells around them. Superb armor. Peaceful guardian, fortified stronghold. How cautious Professor Snape is, Carl mused, feeling a sense of relief as the protective spells were established. Half of his mission had already succeeded. As Snape completed the protective incantations, his brow furrowed, astonished by the elven blood coursing through Carl, which lent him a flicker of belief in Carl's claims. However, despite his undoubted love for Lily, he was not one to lose his reason over matters of the heart, especially regarding a love long extinguished. Conversely, from Carl's perspective, he appeared as a quintessential sycophant. Yet, he possessed an exceptionally calm demeanor. Being a double agent is no role for the faint of heart, and failure could lead to dire consequences. Even during Voldemort's reign, his intellect rivaled that of Dumbledore. Able to maneuver between the two without faltering, could a mere mortal achieve such feats? Not to mention, these two cunning old foxes, a master-student relationship steeped in secrecy, both favored the use of the unforgivable curses to pry into the thoughts of others. Few could lie in their presence, for their ability to discern truth was formidable. Carl had previously managed to deceive the old wizard due to the effects of a mental potion and the innate strength of his dimensional traveler profession, coupled with his youthful appearance, which allowed Dumbledore to underestimate him. It was a jest. Traversing dimensions and engaging with chaotic, ineffable entities necessitates a robust mind, lest one succumb to madness. Snape was not a man easily swayed by mere words. With an impassive expression, he sat and spoke. Let us discuss this so-called transaction of yours. Surely Professor Snape has heard of the legend of the Deathly Hallows. I must assert that it is not merely a myth, but a tangible reality. Furthermore, the Elder Wand is currently in Dumbledore's possession. Carl then dropped a bombshell. This implies that the Resurrection Stone also exists. As one of the Deathly Hallows, it possesses the power to summon the deceased. Coincidentally, I know the location of the Resurrection Stone. With a hint of mischief in his voice, Carl continued, "How can I be assured that your claims are genuine? The legend of the Deathly Hallows has persisted for ages, yet who has ever witnessed its true form? The wizarding community has long regarded it as mere folklore." Snape scoffed. Skepticism etched upon his features. "You need not worry. I possess an item that will convince you." Carl, having anticipated this moment, produced an ancient parchment contract from within his purple robe. "Here, let us make a pact. My conditions are clearly outlined within this contract." The parchment floated gently before Snape, shimmering with an ethereal glow. After a moment's hesitation, Snape extended his hand and accepted the contract. Upon receiving it, Snape's expression darkened. The terms were not overly burdensome, especially when compared to the tasks set forth by his two employers. He could fulfill them without sacrificing a single galleon. If Lily could truly be resurrected, he would spare no expense. Nevertheless, the contents of the contract left him unsettled. It is well known that the most precious treasure in the wizarding world is not galleons, but knowledge. A pure-blood family, even if it declines due to the passage of time, can rise again as long as its lineage persists and its foundational knowledge remains intact. Consider the Weasley family, the least esteemed among the 28 pure-blood families, whose Ron could cast unique spells by his second year, and Ginny's attack spells were extraordinarily potent. Indeed, Carl demanded his entire repertoire of spell knowledge, alongside the numerous potions he had devised over the years and his distinctive brewing techniques, effectively draining him of his life's work. Possessing such knowledge would make it a simple endeavor to cultivate another like Snape. Additionally, anything pertaining to this transaction must remain confidential. Should he sign the contract? Secrecy would be impossible. Even his own privately developed spells could only be taught to Carl. The repercussions of breaching the contract were dire and beyond his capacity to bear. Although the system is merely a monetary entity, the products it generates still offer fundamental assurances. So what do you think? My requests are not overly complex. I trust they pose no significant challenge for Professor Snape. In comparison to the clandestine work of a spy, my current contract is imbued with a profound sense of morality. It merely entails imparting a few spells and the art of potion-making to a young child. To exchange the opportunity of resurrection after death for such trivial knowledge feels like a grave loss on my part. In this vast world, the number of beings privileged enough to experience the honor of resurrection is scarcely countable, limited to mythical tales. Carl gazed at Snape, whose expression oscillated between joy and gloom. With an air of confidence, as if he had already secured victory. "Mr. Harris, I hardly believe that an 11-year-old aspiring to learn the 3 unforgivable curses is merely a child," Snape remarked, a hint of scorn lacing his voice. Although Carl's words suggested an advantage, they left an unsettling feeling in the air. "As you can see, I am simply an 11-year-old child. I advise Professor Snape against any tricks, for I am not one to be trifled with. Today, I sincerely wish to negotiate a transaction with you. Tell me, what would happen if I were to pierce this doll with a nail?" Carl produced a cursed doll from his robes, its surface entwined with a single greasy hair, inscribed with Snape's true name. Indeed, this hair was obtained during potion class earlier that day. He understood all too well that Snape would go to great lengths for Lily. The initiative lay in the hands of others, far more gratifying than being at the mercy of his own actions. To ensure his safety, he decided to play his trump card first. Feeling the potent and obscure curse radiating from the doll, Snape's pupils dilated. If that doll were to be pierced, his demise would be excruciatingly inevitable. "Have you come to a decision, Professor Snape?" Carl reminded him, reclining in his chair with a casual demeanor. "You have won." Snape sighed, producing a quill and inscribing the name Severus Snape, pushing it across the table. Yet, the contract did not take effect. "Professor Snape, do you truly believe that this contract is akin to a substandard product, incapable of discerning a human signature? It appears your signature is lacking something essential, perhaps Prince?" Indeed, Prince was his true name. "Mr. Harris has thoroughly researched me, even to this detail," Snape replied coldly. Without proper preparation, how could one dare to negotiate with a former Death Eater, known for their mercilessness? Facing Snape's grim countenance, Carl responded with a smile. "If Professor Snape wishes not to resurrect Lily, then I shall apologize for my impertinence. I shall withdraw the contract." Just as Carl began to retract the contract, a drop of blood fell upon it, causing the document to radiate with light and subsequently split into 2 identical halves. each floating toward the respective signatories. Thus, the transaction was consummated. Professor Snape, please remember the terms of the contract. Do not contravene it lightly, for the repercussions are not to be trifled with. As it originates from me, I assure you that even Dumbledore or Voldemort would not escape unscathed from such a breach. The whereabouts of the Resurrection Stone will be revealed to you at the appropriate time. Now, let us discuss the specifics of the contract's implementation. I believe 3 classes a week would suffice. I have no desire for more, as I am preoccupied with numerous other matters. Furthermore, I find myself rather fatigued today. The flobberworms are best handled by you, Professor Snape. With an air of feigned innocence, Carl rose and exited the office. Good night, Professor Snape. We shall meet on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle tomorrow evening. Do remember to bring the necessary teaching materials. The following morning, having concluded his dealings with the old bat Snape on a high note, Carl awoke with a countenance of bliss. Fortunately, upon opening his eyes, he discovered that only 2 of his 3 plastic roommates had risen, alleviating his concerns about tardiness. The first class was to be taught by none other than the formidable Professor McGonagall, renowned for her strictness. Good morning, Carl. Let's prepare to head to the Great Hall for breakfast, Philip greeted him while putting on his shoes. It's miraculous that you've risen so early after being dealt with by the old bat last night. I have no motivation to move at all, Alex said, rubbing his sleepy eyes in disbelief. It was merely an accident. Professor Snape may appear unapproachable, yet he is not entirely disagreeable. He did not mistreat me last night. Carl chuckled awkwardly, defending Snape, who had been almost entirely drained of his capabilities by him the previous evening. He still recalled the pained expression on Snape's face as he had left. What a joke. Having signed a servitude contract, would you dare to go back on it? Don't you believe my sister Hilda would come to deal with you? Indeed, that contract, as per the system's description, was crafted by his sister, costing him a staggering 100 galleons, which pained him greatly. I should have asked Snape to cover the contract's expenses. Now, he clutched his chest in despair. Oh, my little treasure, gleaming with gold, has slipped away from me yet again. As he made his way to Transfiguration class, Carl was filled with exhilaration. This class, in essence, revolved around the art of transforming one object into another, a discipline rich with profound truths. Truth be told, it was Transfiguration that piqued his interest the most during his time at Hogwarts, far surpassing his fascination with potions or charms. The reason was simple. This subject was the most wondrous, delving into the fundamental truths of material existence. Consider this. Turning a matchstick into a needle is considered the most basic lesson in Transfiguration. Yet the underlying principles are far from simplistic. This is the fundamental transformation of material properties and structures. After breakfast, Carl and Alex arrived early at the Transfiguration classroom. As they pushed open the door, they spotted a British short-haired tabby cat perched regally on the lectern, its pale yellow eyes keenly observing the sparse assembly of students yet to fill the room. That gaze. It is you, Oblivion. Oh no, I mean Professor McGonagall. Carl glanced at the cat, then at his roommate with a sly smile, formulating a plan. Well versed in the narrative, he had already discerned the feline's true nature. How could he pass up the opportunity to play a prank on his roommate? Oh, such is the simplicity of boyhood friendships. He noticed Philip gazing at the cat with stars in his eyes. Perfect. He had found his unwitting accomplice. Philip, do you have a fondness for cats, Philip? Carl inquired with a mischievous grin. Of course. I have a ragdoll cat at home. It's adorable. Unfortunately, my parents won't allow me to bring it to school. Philip replied excitedly, his tone shifting to one of disappointment, for a cat is akin to heaven for a cat lover. Why not go and play with it? I have some special treats prepared for cats. Carl continued to entice. Wait a moment. How could you have cat treats when you haven't even brought a pet? The Ravenclaw eagle quickly pointed out the inconsistency. I have long heard of Mr. Filch, the castle caretaker, who owns a cat named Mrs. Norris. Initially, I intended to use this knowledge to cultivate a rapport with him. Unfortunately, Mrs. Norris refuses to eat anything offered by anyone other than Filch. Moreover, given that this cat appears in the Transfiguration classroom, it is undoubtedly Professor McGonagall's pet. Since you are fond of cats, why not give it a try? Perhaps Professor McGonagall will be so pleased that she might grant us some extra points. A lie often necessitates further deception. The items in question were specifically prepared by Carl for Filch. Exchanging some cat treats for a live version of the Marauder-S map is certainly enticing. However, this plan has yet to be executed. Carl cleverly constructed an excuse to uphold the deception. Ah, I see. Then do share some with me. Poor Philip unwittingly jumped into the pit that Carl had dug, and he found himself unable to extricate himself. with a beaming smile. Carl produced a variety of cat treats and catnip from his pocket, items he had previously purchased from the system. The system's motto is simple: if you have money, you are my patron. Lack of funds? Even calling for assistance is futile. Collectively, these trifles amounted to but a single gold coin, hardly a burden on our pockets. After acquiring the goods from the resourceful Carl, our hapless assistant, Mr. Philip, embarked on his irreversible journey. He ascended the podium, brandishing a cat treat to entice the feline. Seizing the opportunity to stroke its fur, the sensation was indescribable. At that moment, our scheming architect, Mr. Carl, observed the cat's expression transition from seriousness to one reminiscent of a caregiver dealing with a child with special needs. Bewildered, Philip found it peculiar that a cat could show indifference to fish treats. Surely, the cats of the magical realm differ significantly from their muggle counterparts. Yes, that must be it. With the failure of the fish treats, he moved on to the next bait, a feather wand. Hold back, do not laugh. Carl struggled to maintain a straight face, his cheeks flushing slightly. Philip brandished the ultimate cat-enticing device, swinging it before the cat. Oh dear, it was impossible to contain his amusement any longer. How could one stifle laughter for an extended period? This was an urgent matter. Carl inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumultuous waves of mirth within him. The cat, faced with the feather wand, exhibited no reaction. Instead, it swatted it from Philip's hand. Philip? Is this truly ineffective? It appears that the cats of the magical world possess a unique character. Desperate, he resolved to unleash the ultimate treasure. Philip silently mused. Poor fellow, still unaware that something was amiss. It is common knowledge that cats may not favor fish treats or feather wands. However, they are unequivocally unable to resist the enchanting allure of catnip. Unless, of course, it is a mere imitation of a cat. At this juncture, our assistant abandoned Carl's fanciful offerings and directly procured the catnip. Carl pinched his thigh, stifling any sound, acutely aware that the climax was imminent. As Philip presented the catnip to the feline's nose, intending to scratch its chin, the cat erupted in a flurry, swatting the catnip away and leaving Philip in a state of utter confusion. Carl, nearly purple in his effort to suppress laughter, felt a flush of disbelief. He could hardly fathom how Philip could be so audacious. Truly, there must be a reason for the peculiarities of foreigners. Carl, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Alex inquired with concern, observing Carl's unusual demeanor. No, I'm fine. I merely overindulged in spicy food this morning, and my throat is a bit irritated. No need to worry about me. He forced a smile, concocting a flimsy excuse. I must not laugh. Otherwise, I might face dire consequences. At that moment, class time arrived. Bang! The classroom door swung open and slammed shut as Harry and Ron rushed in. Breathless. Phew, thankfully, though we are late, Professor McGonagall has not yet arrived. Can you imagine how displeased she would be if she discovered our tardiness? Ron sighed with relief upon noticing the absence of McGonagall, making a face at Harry. Indeed, Mr. Weasley, are you certain I am not present? A voice called from the podium. The tabby cat leaped down, transforming mid-air into a witch clad in a deep green robe with a pointed hat. The students gaped, particularly Philip and Ron, while Carl watched in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Gulp. Philip swallowed hard, paralyzed by anxiety. What possessed me to seek out a cat? This is a disaster. He mournfully considered what Professor McGonagall's reaction would be. Perhaps she would turn him into a cat? Apologies, Professor McGonagall. We did not intend to be late. We lost our way. Ron, overwhelmed by McGonagall's formidable presence, stammered in defense for himself and Harry, his face ashen and legs trembling. Yet, all that greeted him was McGonagall's stern gaze and words. Perhaps I should turn you into a map, ensuring at least one of you arrives on time. Now, return to your seats. I trust you can find them without assistance. Furthermore, due to your tardiness on your first day of my class, Gryffindor loses 2 points. After reprimanding Harry and Ron, Professor McGonagall turned back to the podium, casting a glance at the bewildered Philip. Mr. Warren, I trust you will refrain from such behavior in the future. Now, please return to your seat. I am about to commence the lesson. Relieved by her words, Philip fled back to his seat, nearly tripping in his haste. Carl watched silently as Philip began to peruse his textbook, adopting an expression that suggested he was uninvolved in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Philip's demeanor soured, glaring at Carl with a gaze as fierce as a basilisk, as if he wished to devour him whole. Cough, cough, my apologies, Philip. I was unaware that the cat was transformed by Professor McGonagall. I assumed it was her pet. Seeing his roommate's displeasure, Carl quickly defended himself. His innocent expression, coupled with perfectly timed gestures, could put even the most seasoned actor to shame. Silence. Professor McGonagall's sharp command interrupted their exchange, followed by a piercing glare. Transfiguration is the most complex, challenging, and perilous form of magic you will learn at Hogwarts. No one, regardless of who they are, is permitted to disrupt my class. Should anyone dare to cross this final boundary, I will personally escort them out, never to return to my classroom. Since I took on the role of teaching Transfiguration at Hogwarts, I have recited this admonition to the new first-year students annually. I implore you to keep this principle at the forefront of your minds. Professor McGonagall deftly tapped her wand on the lectern, transforming it momentarily into a small pig before reverting it to its original form. This remarkable display of transfiguration captivated the attention of all the young wizards present, igniting a fervent desire within them to learn such magic from Professor McGonagall at that very moment. However, it was clear that they were not yet ready for such advanced practices. Their initial focus would be on the fundamental principles of transfiguration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please set aside your wands. For the time being, they are unnecessary, as I must impart to you the essential considerations that accompany the study of transfiguration. Should you recklessly embark on this path without adhering to these foundational rules, the repercussions could be dire. After concluding her speech, Professor McGonagall turned and, just as Professor Snape had done during his lessons, lightly tapped the blackboard with her wand. Instantly, countless notes appeared in a striking shade of crimson. Once this task was accomplished, she faced the students once more and, with an air of solemnity, declared, "The first lesson in transfiguration concerns the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Does anyone know them?" Carl raised his hand high, joined by Miss Granger, who, like him, was eager to respond. Alas, he had experienced numerous setbacks lately, resulting in significant deductions from Ravenclaw's points. This morning, during breakfast, he had felt the peculiar gazes of the older students at the Ravenclaw table. A cohort of point enthusiasts, never victorious, never victorious. "Mr. Carl, would you care to answer this question?" Professor McGonagall gently nodded at him, sensing the boy's misfortune and wishing to afford him an opportunity. Carl rose with excitement, relishing the chance to earn points and alleviate the burden of those scrutinizing stares. Although he cared little for the House Cup, he understood that the happiness of their head, Professor Flitwick, was directly proportional to the number of points amassed. He hoped to garner enough points to solicit a special favor from him. Why is Voldemort so formidable? He had once heard tales of how, during his school days, the Dark Lord had been charming and cunning, adept at unearthing the secrets of nearly every Hogwarts professor. Gaining access to the restricted section was akin to entering a realm unchallenged. Losing points felt like a dagger to the heart, and one had to navigate their sorrowful atmosphere carefully. "What? You dare to be joyful? Do you wish to remain in our midst?" Clearing his throat, Carl momentarily suppressed a laugh that nearly caused him to choke, seizing the opportunity to compose himself. The 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration were articulated by an unknown wizard and have circulated within the magical community for millennia, having been validated as the fundamental truths of transfiguration. They are as follows. 1. One cannot transform into food. 2. One cannot create magical objects. 3. One cannot conjure something from nothing. 4. One cannot alter quantity. 5. One cannot imbue life. A very standard answer, Mr. Harris. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, acknowledging his response. Although this information is readily available in your textbooks, it is commendable nonetheless. I cannot imagine a more proficient answer from anyone your age. 5 points to Ravenclaw. While the 3rd and 4th points are quite straightforward, let us first delve into the first. I trust that you all understand that transfiguration is not a form of magic that can be permanently solidified. As time elapses, the magical energy applied will gradually diminish until it ultimately dissipates. Once the magic has faded, the transformed object cannot retain its altered state and will revert to its original form. Professor McGonagall paused briefly before continuing. Imagine a novice young wizard who, upon first encountering the art of transfiguration, transforms a metal cup into a piece of chocolate and then departs. Later, an unsuspecting young witch, enticed by the chocolate, comes across it. After posing this question, she surveyed the classroom, observing the contemplative expressions of the young wizards, before posing another inquiry. Now, I would like one of you to tell me what will transpire as time progresses and the magic gradually fades. Within the classroom, only 2 young wizards raised their hands. Carl and Hermione. This time, however, Professor McGonagall chose Hermione to respond. With a serious expression, she stood and articulated her answer. Professor McGonagall, if such a scenario were to occur, I believe that the young wizard who consumes the chocolate, once it reverts to its original metallic state, would succumb to heavy metal poisoning in a very short time. After delivering her analysis, she hesitated momentarily before adding, the chocolate would be broken down by the digestive system and circulated throughout the body. Upon the moment the magic dissipates, it would revert to metal, albeit this time in the form of metallic cations. The girl glanced at Professor McGonagall, unsure if the professor, being a born wizard, was familiar with the concept of metal ions. Indeed, such a complex and dire situation would arise. Furthermore, Miss Granger, I am well aware of what ions are. Is there anything else you wish to add? Professor McGonagall nodded slightly in approval of the girl's response, clearly satisfied. Due to the body's osmotic effects, most metal ions would enter the bloodstream and participate in the body's circulation. The various ions typically maintain a relatively stable state, and any imbalance could lead to severe consequences. Thus, should this situation arise, an individual might tragically perish in extreme agony within mere minutes. Hermione clenched her jaw as she articulated her final analysis. An exceedingly accurate and exemplary response. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall beamed at her, but her expression swiftly shifted. It is a universal truth that any teacher, regardless of time or place, possesses the remarkable ability to shift their demeanor in an instant. Carl was utterly astonished by her adeptness in this regard. Professor McGonagall, should you ever find yourself unemployed, you would undoubtedly find a place in the art of face-changing in situ. With her hands resting on the edges of the lectern, Professor McGonagall leaned slightly forward, reminiscent of Carl's former class teacher preparing to unleash a powerful lesson. Miss Granger's deduction is entirely correct. The young wizard who consumes the chocolate will suffer immensely at the moment the magic fully dissipates, enduring catastrophic damage from the ensuing ionic imbalance. Within minutes, they could meet a tragic end, and under such extreme circumstances, I cannot guarantee that the healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries would be able to save their life. After all, I teach transfiguration, not herbology or potions. However, I can assert with certainty that Professors Snape and Sprout would be utterly helpless in this scenario. As time progresses, the level of potion making in the magical realm continues to flourish each year, and I always inquire with them. Yet this year their response remains the same. There is still no solution. For the sake of your own safety, and to avoid being sentenced to Azkaban for involuntary manslaughter, it is imperative that you remember this crucial point. Do not attempt to transfigure food. Professor McGonagall's words resonated with Carl, particularly considering that in his former life, the year 9102 saw a staggering mortality rate exceeding 95% due to heavy metal poisoning. And this was not merely any ordinary poisoning. Just contemplate the concentration within a single cup. McGonagall's dramatic admonition left the young wizards speechless, effectively dispelling their earlier, fanciful notions. What a frightful thought. They nearly faced a figurative demise. This sentiment echoed in the minds of many young wizards, including Carl himself. He had never anticipated that transfiguration harbored such intricacies. In his previous life, while indulging in films and novels, he had never contemplated these finer details, assuming that issues would not arise for him. However, this was now the realm of reality, and one must proceed with caution to avoid bringing disgrace upon the esteemed predecessors of their world. Professor McGonagall took a sip from the water cup at the lectern, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, revealing that her extensive discourse had left her somewhat parched. It seems you have grasped the significance of these 5 exceptions. Nevertheless, there are a few more points I must emphasize. These are reminders I reiterate annually to new students. Should you fail to heed my words and subsequently meet your demise through your own transfiguration, do not blame me. Understood, Professor McGonagall. The classroom echoed with a synchronized response. A faint smile crept onto McGonagall's previously stern visage, clearly pleased with the student's demeanor. The rationale behind the prohibition against transfiguring objects into magical artifacts is quite straightforward. Transfigured items possess only the physical properties of their material forms, devoid of any magical attributes. In other words, if you attempt to transfigure a pencil into a quill, you will merely produce an ordinary quill. Furthermore, under no circumstances are you permitted to transfigure objects into Muggle currency or galleons, unless you wish to find yourself languishing in Azkaban. Do you all comprehend this? McGonagall's voice resonated throughout every corner of the classroom, amplified by her spell. A resounding understood echoed back from the young wizards. Excellent. We shall now officially commence our lesson. McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, lightly tapping her wand against the blackboard, causing the existing text to vanish, replaced by new instructional content. After completing the notes on the board, she retrieved a box of matches from the lectern and distributed them to each student. For our first lesson, we shall not delve into any advanced transfiguration knowledge. The focus today is simply to transform the match I have given you into a needle. After distributing the materials, McGonagall circulated the classroom, occasionally offering guidance to students encountering difficulties. When casting transfiguration spells, one must maintain a resolute and decisive mindset, free from distractions. Excessive movements while wielding the wand are to be avoided, as unnecessary gestures will undoubtedly result in failure. Transfiguration, after all, is a form of magic that revolves around the transformation of other objects. Thus, it is essential to firmly remember the properties and structures of the substances being altered, which aids beginners in executing the process comprehensively. Carl drew his wand, its tip aimed at the match, as he channeled his magical energy. Reflecting on Professor McGonagall's teachings, the structures and properties of the match and needle gradually coalesced in his mind, bending to his will. With a graceful flourish of his wand, he executed the spell decisively. Without hesitation, a flash of violet light illuminated the room, revealing a gleaming sewing needle where the match had once rested. Carl gazed at his flawless creation with a subtle smile before raising his hand to summon Professor McGonagall. An exquisite creation, McGonagall approached, her eyes sparkling with approval as she examined the glimmering needle. As a master of transfiguration, she was thoroughly impressed after a mere glance. Mr. Harris, to achieve such results on your first attempt speaks volumes of your transfiguration prowess. You may very well rank among the finest talents in Hogwarts history. Having spoken, she straightened and smiled at Carl. Might you demonstrate once more? I wish to observe any finer details that require attention. With that, she gently brushed her hand against the needle, reverting it back to its original match form. For exceptional students, professors often invest additional care. At this moment, McGonagall had completely set aside her concerns regarding Carl's previous indiscretion involving a broomstick within Hogwarts. Very well, Professor. Carl was eager to comply, knowing that if McGonagall could identify any mistakes, it would only enhance his understanding. He placed his wand against the match once again, replicating the previous procedure. The violet glow flickered once more, and there lay another shimmering needle in place of the match. Brilliant and flawless transfiguration. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. McGonagall expressed her satisfaction with Carl's performance, having not encountered such a gifted student for quite some time. The entire process was executed so impeccably that even she could find no fault. Do you wish to learn about becoming an animagus? It is the very spell I just used to transform into a cat. I believe you could begin practicing this magic by your second year, McGonagall remarked to Carl. Animagus? Is it possible to transform into a cat? Carl feigned ignorance, inquiring further. Silence. McGonagall employed the amplification spell once more, intent on enlightening the young wizards regarding the nature of animagus magic. As her voice filled the room, the young wizards gradually set aside their matches, attentively turning their gazes towards her. Animagus is an ancient and sophisticated form of magic passed down through the ages, allowing a wizard to transform into an animal. If one is unfamiliar with a wizard's specific animagus form, even upon transformation, they may remain unrecognizable, regardless of their magical prowess. Just as no two leaves are identical, each wizard's animagus form is unique. While they may transform into the same species, subtle differences will invariably exist. At this juncture, McGonagall abruptly shifted her demeanor, returning to her previous authoritative stance. However, as a professor, it is my duty to remind you that this magic is exceedingly perilous. A moment's lapse in concentration may result in irreversible consequences. Transforming other objects poses little threat, provided you adhere to the aforementioned 5 exceptions and exercise caution. However, this particular magic, once initiated, is akin to dancing with a wild beast. Any transformation involving the human form is inherently hazardous. Without a robust innate talent, a profound understanding of transfiguration principles, and guidance from a master of the art, pursuing this form of magic recklessly could lead to dire consequences for the wizarding world. The 3 elements, timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony, are indispensable, akin to an ancient Eastern proverb. Should anyone be lacking, one must prepare for the consequences. I express this in hopes that my meaning is clear. Surely, you are all familiar with the iconic pyramids of ancient Egypt and the Sphinx. The latter being a tragic consequence of ancient Egyptian sorcerers misapplying their shape-shifting abilities upon themselves. If this example feels too distant, allow me to share a more contemporary tale. The griffin, a wondrous creature of the magical realm, traces its ancestry back to a formidable dark wizard. The existence of such a magical being is evidently linked to a mishap during his animagish training, exacerbated by his solitude and lack of companionship. After 2.5 years of practice alone, he found it too late to rectify his mistakes. As for the young wizards present, they remarked upon the vivid imagery of playing it wrong. Additionally, Professor McGonagall, are you subtly advertising your expertise? Masterful guidance and animagish training at an unbeatable price. Due to the inherent dangers of this magic, Hogwarts has chosen not to include it in the curriculum. Currently, there are only 7 registered animagi in all of England, including myself, and if we consider those who have yet to register, the number scarcely exceeds 15. When the class bell rang, only Carl had flawlessly transformed a matchstick into a needle. Even Hermione fell short of Professor McGonagall's standards of perfection, and the other young wizards fared even worse, merely managing to sharpen the tips of their matchsticks. After completing his class assignment, Carl dedicated his time to assisting his 3 roommates. Yet he was taken aback by their lackluster skills. The best among them, Alex, had merely imbued his matchstick with a slight metallic sheen. When Professor McGonagall announced the end of class and assigned a lengthy 2-inch essay, despair filled the room. If they struggled to transform a needle, how could they possibly write a paper? Exiting the Transfiguration classroom, Carl and his companions hurried to the Charms classroom, where their headmaster would be teaching his first lesson. First impressions are paramount. Harry Potter. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, barely maintaining eye level with the young wizards. When he called Harry's name, his eyes sparkled with excitement. For a scholar of charms and a former champion of dueling competitions, Harry's survival and subsequent triumph over Voldemort was nothing short of miraculous in the annals of magical history. This is your inaugural charms class at Hogwarts. I have little to say about charms, as this subject is not as perilous as your previous Transfiguration class. As long as you articulate the incantation and perform the motions correctly, you should succeed, Professor Flitwick declared. I trust you have prepared for this lesson. Without further ado, today's task is to make a feather levitate. I hope you remember the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. I will now demonstrate. Please pay close attention to my tone and gestures. With that, Professor Flitwick produced a handful of 30 or so feathers from his bag, raised his wand, and with a flourish, he proclaimed, Wingardium Leviosa. The feathers soared gracefully into the air, landing precisely on each young wizard's desk. He then lightly tapped a book at his feet with his wand, causing both himself and the book to float, observing the classroom from an elevated perspective. Wow! Exclaimed the students in awe of Professor Flitwick's remarkable levitation spell. Now, let us begin practicing. If you encounter any difficulties, please raise your hand and I will assist you, he added gently, his voice echoed magically, creating an illusion that it was whispered directly into each student's ear. Carl, having observed Professor Flitwick's demonstration, formulated a connection between the levitation charm and swordplay. Realizing the potential for aerial movement, he admired the professor's varied methods of establishing authority in their initial classes. Unlike the notorious Bat and his cryptic teachings, or Professor McGonagall's stern warnings regarding the dangers of transfiguration, Professor Flitwick captivated the young wizards with his exquisite spellcasting. Indeed, those who teach at Hogwarts are exceptional. Carl reflected on this, while nearby, Harry, Ron, and Philip cheered enthusiastically for Professor Flitwick's impressive display. The charm was far less challenging than transfiguration, merely requiring the levitation of a feather. Carl, without needing to concentrate intently, casually tapped his wand against the feather on his desk, which then obediently floated into the air, spinning gracefully. Silent casting. Alex exclaimed in disbelief, bewildered by Carl's talent. Why are you, a first-year student, so extraordinary? Why be surprised? The levitation charm is merely a basic spell. I believe anyone with hands can perform it, Carl replied nonchalantly. Moreover, had Professor Flitwick not been demonstrating, he could have accomplished the same feat without a wand, precisely guiding each feather to land on the students' desks. Alex's eyes widened in astonishment. But Professor Flitwick is our headmaster and a former champion. You mentioned you came from the Muggle world, correct? Your introduction to magic must have been only this past summer. Carl smiled mysteriously. Well, you may have underestimated me. I can perform other silent spells as well. He commanded the feather to dance in the air with a flick of his wand. Philip, beside Alex, interjected, "That makes sense. A first year who dares to ride a broomstick in Hogwarts and arrives late to the first class with the bat cannot be ordinary." Hearing this, Carl replied with a mock-serious expression, "Philip, are you itching for trouble? Dare to tease me again? And I might just turn your brother into a needle using the very techniques Professor McGonagall taught today. Truly, an ice-cold silver needle." Philip, feeling a chill run down his spine, quickly conceded, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Call me Daddy." Suddenly, just as Carl and his friends were bantering, an explosion erupted from the nearby Gryffindor table. The culprit, Seamus Finnegan, had misfired the levitation charm, causing a feather to explode. Professor Flitwick's pronouncement of safety was immediately refuted. The table was marred by scorch marks, and Seamus Finnegan's bowl cut had transformed into an afro, his hair standing on end from the blast. His brand-new wizard robes were tattered. The boy who lived hastily shifted away, wary of becoming collateral damage. While the initial incident had only been a mental jolt, a second might prove more perilous. Prudence dictated maintaining a safe distance from the walking human bomb. He needed to preserve his life to confront Voldemort and avenge his parents. He couldn't afford to perish here. The boy who lived, vanquisher of Voldemort. Dying from a classmate's miscast spell would be a tragic irony, Harry Potter mused. Harry, his cheeks smudged with soot, said sheepishly, "Professor Flitwick, perhaps we require another feather." Professor Flitwick's lips twitched. In his years at Hogwarts, he had never encountered a student who turned a levitation charm into an explosion charm. "My boy," he thought, "perhaps conventional spells are not your forte. The path of a lightning mage might be more suited to you." Outwardly, he smiled. Inwardly, he cursed. As he was about to conjure a feather, one deftly manipulated by Carl's silent spell, floated to Harry's desk. "Professor Flitwick, I believe you needn't procure another feather. I doubt I shall require it this lesson," Carl announced, a confident smile gracing his face. Exquisite silent casting and impeccable control. This year's students are a delightful surprise. "I have never witnessed such swift, silent levitation," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, beaming. 5 points to Ravenclaw. He added mentally, "Nor have I ever seen a student detonate a levitation charm." As the bell rang, signaling the end of class and accompanied by Professor Flitwick's homework assignment, the Ravenclaws concluded their morning studies. Carl gathered his books, preparing for lunch in the Great Hall. The hall buzzed with activity, the 4 long tables filling with students. The air was thick with the aroma of food. Replacing the scent of parchment, Carl chose a seat, relieved to dine with pride after earning points for his house. The previous night, the housemates' gazes had made him uneasy after the day's mishaps. Hogwarts fare never disappointed. Perhaps the house elves were not culinary saboteurs. A variety of dishes adorned the tables. More than just fish and chips. After a pleasant meal, Carl rapped the bronze knocker of the Ravenclaw common room. A melodious voice posed, which came first, the phoenix or the flame? "Neither. They are an infinite loop," Carl replied, entering the common room. He sought a nap before the afternoon's flying lesson, shared by all 4 houses, which promised further chaos. Around 2 in the afternoon, Carl and the other Ravenclaw first years made their way to the flying field. The sun bathed Hogwarts in warmth, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. It was a perfect day for outdoor activities. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, also served as a member and referee for the International Quidditch Association. Notably, Hogwarts professors were paragons in their fields, save perhaps for the defense against the dark arts instructor. Madame Hooch stood on the lawn, her silver-gray hair cropped short, resembling needles. Unlike Carl and Harry's green eyes, and the majority of Europeans, her eyes were yellow. Such irises were rare, typically found only in magical creatures. Beside her lay a collection of dilapidated brooms, frayed and nearly falling apart. Observing the students' leisurely approach, she barked, "Time is of the essence. Hurry along, grab a broom, and stand beside it. The last one will lose 5 points." Like Professor McGonagall, she was not one to be trifled with. Indeed, aside from Lockhart, were there any easygoing professors at Hogwarts? Carl grimaced at the sight of the decrepit brooms. Likely decades old. The stingy school board, generous with aid, seemed to skimp on teaching materials. He approached Madame Hooch, drawing the attention of all the students. "Is there a problem, mister?" Madame Hooch asked, frowning. "Professor, may I use my own broom for lessons?" Carl inquired politely. "You brought your own broom?" Madame Hooch's brow furrowed, her yellow eyes fixed on Carl. "Mister, you are a first year. Surely you read the letter from Hogwarts." "Professor, I am aware of the rule. But Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission," Carl said, name-dropping Dumbledore. He saw no reason not to. Hearing Dumbledore's name, Madame Hooch paused, then agreed. Very well. Let me inspect the broom to ensure it meets standards. Carl was taken aback. How could she say that with a straight face? If those dilapidated brooms were acceptable, his certainly exceeded the criteria. Carl wordlessly reached into his pocket dimension and withdrew the Nimbus Deus broom. A radiant pink light emanated, a divine aura. The resplendent Nimbus Deus dwarfed the other brooms, its superiority immediately apparent. Madame Hooch's eyes widened at the sight of the Nimbus Deus. The coveted Nimbus 2000 and the hyped Neptune seemed like mere toys in comparison. As a devoted Quidditch enthusiast, she knew the performance and value of every broom on the market. Her calculations suggested that those brooms were not even 1% of the Nimbus Deus's worth. With a gulp, she found her heart racing, unable to quell the excitement within. What a splendid broom! My dear child, could you share its name with me? Mrs. Hooch's previously stern expression softened into one of warmth. The Nimbus 2000, Carl responded with a smile. Might I inquire where you acquired it? I beg your pardon, but I am an avid enthusiast of brooms. By the way, do you enjoy Quidditch? She crouched down to meet Carl at eye level, her anticipation palpable. Apologies, Professor. This broom came into my possession by chance. It is not mass-produced. It is said to have been crafted by a highly skilled wizard. Carl understood her thoughts. As a Quidditch aficionado, she regarded a fine broom as the epitome of significance. Oh, what a shame. Mrs. Hooch's demeanor dimmed slightly upon hearing Carl's response. However, she quickly regained her composure and addressed him. Mr. Harris, since you have the approval of Professor Dumbledore, you may use your own broom during flying lessons. That said, I am not familiar with its specifics, so for safety's sake, you must remain within my line of sight. Understood, Mrs. Hooch. This request did not seem unreasonable to Carl. The young witches and wizards from the four houses glanced at their own worn-out brooms, then at Carl's exquisite Nimbus 2000. Envy evident in their expressions. All right, enough staring at Mr. Harris's broom. I know it's beautiful. However, this is a flying lesson, not a showcase for Mr. Harris's broom. Mrs. Hooch remarked, shaking her head at the dilapidated brooms in the vicinity, secretly cursing the Board of Governors for their frugality. Reluctantly, the young witches and wizards diverted their gaze back to their own brooms. The Nimbus 2000, in both appearance and performance, was in a league of its own compared to the school's brooms. Once all the students had focused back on their brooms, Mrs. Hooch began to instruct them on proper usage. Now, everyone, place your hands on your brooms and say up. Remember, you must be firm, otherwise, the broom won't obey you. Up. A scattered chorus emerged from the crowd. Yet, only a quarter of the brooms responded to the command, with Ron's broom springing up and delivering a sudden blow to him. Remember my words, use a firmer tone. Add some emotion. Mrs. Hooch prompted the young witches and wizards to adjust their intonation. The process of grasping the brooms consumed considerable time, but thankfully, each young witch and wizard eventually accomplished the task. Now, everyone, please mount your brooms and maintain your preferred posture. Remember to hold on tightly, otherwise, if you lose your balance and fall from a height, I may have to take you to Madame Pomfrey. When I blow the whistle, you each must push off the ground with force, allowing your brooms to soar into the air and hover for a moment. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. The moment Mrs. Hooch's whistle sounded, Neville could not contain himself and shot into the air. Longbottom, stop. He heard her shout, but it was too late. Amidst the gasps of the other young witches and wizards, Neville ascended rapidly. Come down, Mrs. Hooch exclaimed, hands on her hips, a hint of frustration in her voice. The state of disrepair of the broom only exacerbated the situation, and Carl shook his head, aware of the dangers of such a decrepit object. Before Mrs. Hooch could draw her wand to cast a spell, Neville lost his grip and tumbled from the sky, flailing in a rather comical manner. Wingardium Leviosa. Carl swiftly drew his wand, casting a levitation spell just in time to catch Neville before he met the ground. Excellent spell, thank you, Carl. Otherwise, from such a height, Neville might have sustained a serious injury. Mrs. Hooch sighed with relief as Neville floated midair. With careful control, Carl gradually lowered him to the grass. Upon landing, Neville appeared pale and utterly spent, as if the experience had drained all his energy. Poor child, come on, stand up, Mrs. Hooch said as she approached him. Though it seems Mr. Longbottom has not sustained any injuries, it would be prudent to have Madame Pomfrey examine him, as I escort him to the infirmary. You all must remain on the ground and refrain from using your brooms. She helped Neville to his feet and warned the students. I do not wish to see any brooms in the air, Otherwise, you will be expelled before you even have a chance to participate in Quidditch. The recent incident left Mrs. Hooch anxious. She feared the young witches and wizards might devise some new mischief in her absence. Thus, she issued a stern warning and resolved to procure a new batch of quality brooms for the school. They could not count on luck every time. Expelling a student was no trivial matter. In fact, throughout a millennium of Hogwarts' history, very few had faced expulsion, generally due to severe violations of school rules. With a flick of her wand, she transformed a broom into a stretcher for Neville, who lay upon it, as she did not wish to carry him for an extended distance. With another expertly cast levitation spell, Neville followed behind her as she gradually moved away. Once Mrs. Hooch was out of sight, chaos erupted at the scene of the incident. The young witches and wizards began chattering animatedly about what had just transpired. The truth remains that humans, whether muggle or wizard, are inherently drawn to gossip. Some remarked on Neville's fortunate escape from serious trouble, while others complained about the poor quality of the school's brooms, which allowed such accidents to occur. Yet, many remained fixated on Carl's Nimbus 2000 and his impressive levitation spell. The Slytherin students, however, remained silent, merely observing the direction in which Mrs. Hooch had departed. Clearly, their long-standing rivalry with Gryffindor prompted them to wait until she was far enough away to instigate some mischief of their own. The opportunity to witness a mishap in Gryffindor and to mock it immediately was too enticing to resist. As Mrs. Hooch faded into the distance, laughter erupted among the Slytherin ranks, with Malfoy taking particular delight. Poor little fat boy, did you see the look on his face? He looked as if he had seen a ghost. After this experience, I doubt he will ever want to touch a broom again. Malfoy, holding Neville's memory ball, reveled in his triumph as he discussed it with his Slytherin peers. Silence, Malfoy. Hand over the memory ball. The young savior stepped forward, ready to defend his friend. The last time outside Hogwarts, Harry had declined his friendship, and coupled with being spoiled by Narcissa since childhood, he had long cultivated a haughty disposition. Believing himself to be superior to all, how could he possibly heed Harry's wishes? He cast a disdainful glance at Harry and mockingly remarked, "So, you are the renowned savior. What? That seemingly daft little plump fellow was your friend? I thought the standards for your friendships were rather high. I wouldn't even qualify. If you choose not to engage." I was nearly forgetting our past grievances. The recent madness exhibited by Goyle and Crabbe must surely have been instigated by you and that wretched Ravenclaw mudblood. Carl interjected. I wonder if it's appropriate to say, how does everything seem to revolve around you? Surrender your possessions and promptly apologize to Carl. Harry had previously been unaware of the term mudblood, but after consulting Hagrid a couple of days prior, he had come to understand its meaning. It was inconceivable. On one side stood the savior, and on the other, the most popular Slytherin freshman, Malfoy. Their quarrel swiftly escalated into a grand verbal clash between Gryffindor and Slytherin. At that moment, Carl awaited the eruption of chaos, ready to capitalize on it. Life is fleeting. One should seize joy where possible. Everyone is experiencing life for the first time. There's no need to indulge anyone. Personal happiness is paramount. With the intention of teaching these unruly children the virtues of courtesy while ensuring his own enjoyment, Carl wore a benevolent smile. If I refrain from intervening now, life will surely deliver a harsher lesson in the future. How magnanimous of me. Suddenly, a green spell shot forth from the Slytherin side, marking the official commencement of the skirmish. Malfoy and several Slytherins charged toward Carl, casting spells in his direction. The weather was pleasant. And what better way to stretch one's limbs? Magical shield. Carl conjured a protective barrier for himself, completely disregarding the flurry of attacks. The magical shield, inherited from the Arad continent sorcerers, proved far superior to any armor. As the Ravenclaw students prepared to intervene, Carl stood confidently, adorned with a light blue diamond-shaped shield. Smiling serenely on the grass, Malfoy and his cohorts erupted into maniacal laughter, convinced that Carl could not possibly evade such an onslaught. What could that flimsy shield possibly do? They envisioned Carl collapsing in agony like Neville. However, their laughter quickly faded. Several dark curses struck the light blue shield, dissipating without a trace. Concurrently, Carl deftly flicked his wand, sending a barrage of spells toward Malfoy and his entourage. Magic Starburst, Frosty Snowman, Jack's Exploding Bomb, Electric Eel. Carl carefully moderated the power of these spells. After all, the last time he unleashed a full-strength Jack's Exploding Bomb, the recipient had likely been reduced to ashes. A lesson for these ruffians sufficed. There was no need to annihilate them. Malfoy's golden locks stood on end, electrified by the electric eel spell, his body collapsing helplessly to the ground in spasms. Carl, satisfied with the sight of Malfoy convulsing like a lamb and his shivering henchmen encased in frost, applauded lightly. Mission accomplished. Even scions of pureblood families, steeped in ancestral spells from a young age, remained merely 11-year-old wizards. There was nothing extraordinary about them. They were not the Obliviators. Were there Obliviators present, Carl would certainly have been more vigilant. Those beings were utterly unreasonable. Capable of obliterating half a mountain with a single spell, defeating Malfoy required no advanced magic. A few simple spells sufficed. Carl was a reasonable individual, shaped by the 9 years of compulsory education in his homeland, fostering a sense of justice. If one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. Should one wrong me, I will eradicate the source. He had not retaliated even as the spells approached his shield. Why, he mused. Should he be embroiled in this conflict when he was merely spectating? Carl glanced at the Slytherins engaged in a fierce tussle with Gryffindor, a slight smile gracing his lips. The harvest begins. Of course, if he was to intervene, it would not suffice to target merely Malfoy and his cohorts. He began to gather the dimensional energy throughout his being, enhanced by the spirit of the gods' enchanted broomstick, culminating in a spell powerful enough to engulf all of Slytherin. Earthquake. The ground beneath the Slytherins trembled violently, akin to a fierce quake, sending them sprawling in disarray. At that moment, Gryffindor's spells flew imperfectly, and when the magic ceased, a throng lay scattered across the now uneven grass, clamoring in chaos. A single house must maintain its order. The battle concluded in 2 minutes and 43 seconds, earning a rating of S for spectacular performance, along with a reward of 1 card draw opportunity. It was time for the exhilarating card draw. Carl gazed at the 8 shimmering cards materializing in his mind, excitement surging within him, ready to witness his moment of fortune. With high hopes, he selected the second golden card. Congratulations, host has received assistance from single Remy 10. Huh? He understood Remy S assistance. But what on earth was single Remy S assistance? Carl, puzzled, clicked to view the item details. Item name, single Remy S assistance, rarity, rare, item type, consumable. Effect, MP 30, HP 30, PS. As long as you receive my assistance, you too can remain single for a lifetime. Single leader Remy Dios. Carl, apologies, but I intend to have Nayali in the future, so please enjoy your solitude. In the Arad continent, 2 professions inherently stood above the rest, the Soul Master and the Chaos Walker. Necromancers came with husbands, while dimensional beings came with wives. The single souls would never comprehend the sweetness of love. Upon Mrs. Hooch's return, she was met with the sight of the Slytherin sprawled on the ground. Wailing in despair, her expression one of shock. Heaven knows how such a situation arose. She had only stepped away for a brief moment. With a mix of horror and fury, Mrs. Hooch bellowed, "A brawl. Have you lost your minds?" However, she had no time to identify the instigator, rushing instead to check on the Slytherins who lay lamenting. To her relief, they seemed uninjured, merely suffering from a bruised spirit. A trip to the school hospital was unnecessary. Soon enough, she learned from the Slytherins themselves who the culprit was. To her surprise, it was Carl, the very one who had previously assisted him. Though the Slytherins had initiated the conflict, it left her in a quandary. However, she quickly devised a plan, deciding it was best to let Professor Dumbledore handle the matter. The events of today's class had left her quite frazzled, and she wished to avoid returning to find another group of students sprawled on the ground. Thankfully, she dismissed them immediately. Madame Hooch announced the students could disperse and return to the common room, and then she hurried to the headmaster's office with Carl in tow. To her surprise, Carl maintained a serene smile throughout their journey, showing no signs of fear. Although Dumbledore was known for his eccentricities and had a complicated history with Grindelwald, he was still a commendable headmaster, always protecting every young witch and wizard at Hogwarts, even amidst his convoluted plans against Voldemort. Upon reaching the door of the headmaster's office, Madame Hooch called out the password to the stone gargoyle, cockroach cluster. After uttering the password, her expression soured slightly, as Dumbledore's penchant for mischief had not waned. The stone statue split apart, revealing a staircase that descended, and both Carl and Madame Hooch ascended together. Upon reaching the entrance of the headmaster's office, Madame Hooch knocked on the large door. Inside, several figures had been waiting for some time. She had already communicated the situation magically as it unfolded. Among them were Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and the heads of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, Professors Snape and Flitwick. Carl glanced at Snape with a grin, untroubled by the prospect of his ire. At worst, he might merely engage in some verbal sparring and deduct a few points, but detention seemed improbable. Indeed, Snape's expression was as dark as soot, visibly displeased. If it had been anyone else who dared such an affront, the old bat would have made them understand the consequences of their actions. Yet, the individual before him rendered him powerless, as though he were throwing a punch that landed softly on cotton. Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat irate, but inwardly, he was quite pleased. After all, he believed in responding to aggression with equal force. For the champion of the dueling tournament, it was better to act than to merely speak. If one was discontented, they should be met with a fitting rebuttal. Professor Dumbledore, I have brought the child here, and I have fully explained the situation, Madame Hooch reported, her surprise evident. He overturned all the Slytherins with a single spell, and I was almost incredulous when I learned of it. Indeed, Dumbledore responded thoughtfully. From what I have gathered from other houses, it seems that Slytherin students initiated the conflict with Gryffindor, and somehow, it escalated to involve him. I believe this child was merely forced to retaliate. Madame Hooch spoke favorably of Carl, as his intervention had left a positive impression. Professor Dumbledore, I find the implications of this incident to be quite severe. A Ravenclaw behaving so recklessly should warrant a deduction of 100 points. Furthermore, I believe a 2-month detention would impress upon Mr. Harris the gravity of his error, especially considering the recent influx of potions that need to be managed at Hogwarts. The old bat's face was dark with displeasure. All of his first-year students had been toppled, and he could not bear the indignity. Even if Carl would likely disregard the detention, he felt compelled to exact some form of retribution, and 100 points would suffice. Ravenclaw would surely be out of the running for the House Cup this year. Apologies, Professor Snape. I did not intend for this to happen. I didn't do anything. Somehow, Malfoy just attacked me. I lost my temper in the heat of the moment. Please forgive me, Professor Snape, and do not deduct points from Ravenclaw. The upperclassmen would be furious. I am willing to serve double the detention as compensation. As soon as Snape finished speaking, Carl feigned innocence. His timid expression and tear-brimmed eyes reminiscent of a child being bullied by a sinister figure. At this moment, Dumbledore interjected gently, Severus, I too believe your punishment may be somewhat excessive. Let us not forget that your students were the aggressors, and the entire year group was taken down by another. How can you still have the audacity to complain? Professor Flitwick naturally defended his own house's young wizard, disdaining such behavior. Snape's face contorted with frustration. 4 against 1, and yet it was his students who were the victims. Why had the narrative turned against him? This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Moreover, a mere point deduction would not suffice. A 4-month detention was inconceivable. He, Severus Snape, declared that if Carl remained a student for just 1 day, he would eat flobberworm raw. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall rendered a just and reasonable verdict, stating that Ravenclaw would not lose points, while Carl would assist Professor Snape with potion ingredients for a month as punishment for the incident. Slytherin would lose 30 points for instigating the conflict, while Gryffindor would lose 20 for participating in the brawl. Carl was quite satisfied with the ruling. Professor Snape, you may handle your potions at your own pace. If you wish for my assistance, I'm afraid that is not an option, unless you wish to prevent Lily's revival. Otherwise, you will have to swallow your bitterness in silence. With both Gryffindor and Slytherin penalized, the ultimate victor belonged to Ravenclaw. Delightful. Truly delightful. Such incidents should occur more frequently. Once the verdict was concluded, Snape swept out of the room, his dark cloak trailing behind him like a brooding bat. He feared he might succumb to the urge to cast an Avada Kedavra at Carl. Before departing, Professor Flitwick beamed, expressing his willingness to assist Carl should he encounter any difficulties with spells or life as challenges. In the night sky, stars twinkled brilliantly. At the 8th floor staircase of Hogwarts' main castle, Snape stood waiting, having cast the disillusionment charm. Meanwhile, his fury had swelled, aggravated by the child's utter disregard for time. Just as he was about to abandon his post in impatience, a broomstick with a rider soared up and landed gracefully. For someone directionally challenged, climbing the ever-shifting stairs to the 8th floor was a daunting challenge. It was far easier to fly. Seeing the arrival of the intended individual, Snape withdrew his white birch wand from his cloak and lightly tapped himself, dispelling the charm. Gradually, his tall, dark figure became visible from the waist down in the corridor. With his strikingly tall and shadowy form, his greasy hair cascading over his shoulders, Snape stood rigidly before Carl, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble from his broom in shock. It was a truly startling sight, a serious drop in sanity points. Mr. Harris, I believe you meant to say we would meet tonight, not that I should create a timekeeping potion specifically for you, Snape remarked with a sardonic tone. Good evening, Professor Snape. If I recall correctly, I did mention we would rendezvous here tonight. Oh no, I said we would meet, but I never specified a particular time, did I? Is it not evening now? Faced with Snape's icy remarks, Carl merely responded with a smile, a gesture capable of beguiling the gaze of others to a significant extent. It seemed that Mr. Harris, the ultimate victor of today's altercation, was in remarkably high spirits. One could only hope he would manage to keep pace with my teaching later on, as I deem his inadequately developed mind scarcely superior to that of a troll. Snape, undeterred by Carl's smooth rhetoric, retorted sharply. Professor Snape, I believe you are mistaken, Carl replied with a grin, elucidating Snape's error. The human brain, be it wizard or muggle, does not reach full maturity until around the age of 17. Furthermore, the intellect of a troll is akin to that of a 3-year-old child. I could not fathom why Mr. Harris would choose the highest tower of Hogwarts for our meeting. The descent would surely take an eternity. Perhaps Mr. Harris had his wits knocked about by a blunt object last night. Snape's grip on his wand tightened, his fury soaring to its zenith. Having stood like a statue since 7:30, it was now 10:30. Even Hagrid's massive dog had likely succumbed to slumber while he sat here, foolishly engaged in banter with Carl. Professor Snape, I have no desire to venture into your damp and gloomy dungeon. By contrast, the 8th floor boasts an exquisite locale. Snape, having taught at Hogwarts for numerous years, was undoubtedly familiar with the legends surrounding the Room of Requirement. There is no smoke without fire, and like the 3 Deathly Hallows, it indeed exists. As Carl spoke and walked, Snape followed closely behind, suppressing his simmering rage. Before long, they beheld the tapestry depicting the bumbling Barnaby training gnomes to dance ballet. This is the entrance, Carl announced, then slowly closed his eyes, clearing his mind of all chaotic thoughts, beginning to meditate. I need a place to practice spells. Upon finishing his meditation, Carl paced back and forth 3 times in the corridor before the tapestry, paying homage to Salazar Slytherin's brilliant architectural vision. A smooth, circular archway abruptly manifested before them. Professor Snape, please enter. I trust you have brought the necessary teaching materials. Carl turned to Snape with a smile, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Snape glared at Carl's smile, wishing fervently to launch himself forward and tear that smug expression from his face. Since Carl's arrival, his life had been nothing but torment. Lily. It is all for Lily. Snape consoled himself inwardly, flinging his black cloak behind him as he entered. Upon entering the Room of Requirement, Carl envisioned a vast circular chamber, 10 feet wide, filled with numerous circular targets and straw dummies. A veritable paradise compared to the dank dungeon of the old bat. What do you think of this place, Professor Snape? Surely it is superior to your dungeon, Carl said diplomatically upon seeing Snape step inside. Gazing at the bright room, the ample space, and the many targets necessary for spell practice, Snape's lips twitched. He had never anticipated that Carl would discover the long-rumored Room of Requirement. Snape, now, please commence your demonstration. Where shall we begin our practice? Carl levitated a chair to himself, seating it opposite the disdainful Snape. How about the 3 unforgivable curses? I have long been intrigued by them, particularly Avada Kedavra. I hear it is quite powerful. In an instant, Snape's already pallid face turned a sickly shade of gray, resembling a zombie from a horror film. Carl, observing Snape's sudden change in complexion, shifted nervously in his seat. Oh dear, what if Snape truly turns into a zombie? Will he leap up and bite me? What should I do? This is urgent. After what felt like an eternity, Snape's ashen visage finally returned to normal. In his typically oily and drawn-out manner, he remarked, Mr. Harris, do you comprehend what you are proposing? You wish to learn the 3 unforgivable curses in your first year? I fear you shall become the youngest inmate in Azkaban's history. Ah, but before Azkaban claims you, you may very well descend into madness from dabbling in such formidable dark magic. Thank you, Professor Snape, for your warning. However, I believe such dark arts cannot corrupt a young wizard endowed with the blood of ancient elves. Therefore, I kindly request, Professor Snape, that you adhere to our agreement. Carl asserted, seated with his eyes closed, signaling he was ready to proceed. What nonsense! If it weren't for necessity, Carl would feel compelled to elaborate on the intricacies of the dimensional traveler profession he embodied. Exploring infinite dimensions, seeking truth amidst warped realities, daring to confront the abyss, and even forging pacts with beings from other realms, How could such an extraordinary wizard be swayed by a few dark spells? In terms of mental fortitude, the Cthulhu mythos reigns supreme, yet even one of Nyarlathotep's avatars, the Forbidden Nyarli, could be summoned. The 3 unforgivable curses? They pale in comparison. If Mr. Harris is so confident in his ability to master these spells, then let me test your qualifications. If something goes awry, who shall be responsible for the contract? Draw your wand, Mr. Harris. I wish to see what the descendant of the long-extinct ancient elven bloodline is truly capable of, Snape stated with a calm demeanor, feigning mere curiosity regarding Carl's control over the unforgivable curses. However, Carl understood this was a test of his abilities, and despite their contract, the idea of resurrection remained far-fetched. Let us see. Carl summoned his dimensional magic, restoring himself to his original state as a dimensional traveler, draped in a splendid robe. His features now leaned towards those of a denizen of the magical realm. Prepare your weapon. Snape elegantly turned, and before Carl could announce the commencement, a green spell shot forth. Blimey, you ambushed me. I hadn't even set start yet. Carl, having just readied himself, barely managed to roll aside as the spell sped towards him. Regaining his footing in a panic, Mr. Harris, in combat, your adversary will not announce their intentions. Furthermore, had I cast a powerful spell while you transformed, you might very well be lying down now. Snape observed Carl's disheveled hair, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips, though it remained as oily and dark as ever. Yet, it was the first time Carl had witnessed a smile from the aged bat, and despite its gloom, one could not deny that if he were to wash his hair and change his long-neglected black robe, he might actually appear quite presentable. Jack's explosive potion. To halt Snape's continuous onslaught, Carl hurled a pumpkin fireball in retaliation. A rapidly spinning fireball sliced through the air, creating waves of scorching heat as it hurtled towards Snape's greasy hair. One could reason that if burned, hair would regrow without oiliness, especially since Snape was a master of potions and surely capable of concocting a hair growth elixir. A malicious thought crossed Carl's mind as he deftly conjured a shield around himself. In any tier of combat, a seasoned wizard ought to first protect themselves with a shield. Throughout all realms, countless foolish wizards who underestimated their opponents have met their demise, and Snape, a formidable dark wizard, was not one to be taken lightly. Carl had no intention of defeating him with a mere jack bomb. That would be far too simplistic. Indeed, Snape's silent spell was commendable, though its power was somewhat diminished. Carl had never encountered such a form of fireball before. Was it a legacy of the elven race or a product of Snape's own invention? As expected, Snape displayed no panic upon seeing the incoming fireball. Rather, he began to critique it with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, he was not idle. A surge of blue flames erupted from his hand, swiftly consuming Carl's fireball entirely, expanding slightly as it transformed into a blue fire serpent that lunged menacingly at Carl. With a flick of his wand, Snape unleashed a powerful curse, catching Carl off guard. Fiendfire. Goodness, you are not jesting. Carl recognized this formidable dark magic. The blue flames possessed a consciousness of their own, devouring all in their path and growing ever more potent with each consumption, making them increasingly difficult to control. Many greedy dark wizards had perished from mismanaging this very fire. Mr. Harris indeed possesses remarkable insight. Of course, that distinctive blue flame could only be the terrifying fiendfire. Divergence, void. A mass of purple mist began to coil around Carl's feet. Before it could fully ensnare him, he forcefully propelled it away, summoning a massive ice blade, aiming for the serpent's head with a spell of devastating force. Seizing the moment, several magical star bolts shot from Carl's hand, shattering the serpent amidst its anguished cries. Simultaneously, Snape launched his next wave of attacks. 2 silent spells flew towards Carl. One struck his wand, causing it to be cast aside, while the other shattered his magical shield, sending him reeling backward. The overwhelming inertia nearly toppled him, but the lingering energy of his dimensional magic kept him upright. From the outset, Carl had been under Snape's relentless assault, but now he felt as if he were being pressed into the ground. Dimensional fall. Carl grimaced as he clutched his chest. Although the shield had mitigated the impact of the previous curse, the sensation of being flung away was utterly unpleasant. Battling through the dizziness in his head, he activated his dimensional magic. Snape remained stationary, effortlessly inflicting torment upon Carl with mere spells. Now it was time for Carl to strike back. A magnificent dimensional gate opened above Snape's head, adorned with intricate magical sigils radiating a purple glow, as a large chest descended from within. Wingardium Leviosa. The chest was substantial, By the time Snape registered the danger, it was already too late to evade. A levitation charm shot forth. But the force from another dimension was not easily countered. Snape found himself immobilized beneath the overwhelming pressure, compelled to abandon his spell lest the chest crash upon him. Carl, gritting his teeth, felt a surge of dimensional magic coursing through him. Let us see who possesses greater stamina. In the world of Harry Potter, wizards did not have mana restrictions. As long as one had the strength to wield their wand, they could cast spells. Yet, Carl was no ordinary wizard. Who had ever seen a mage with the Eye of Darkness suffer from insufficient mana? The immense power from the eye even bestowed upon him a form of immortality. Lack of mana? An impossibility. Unbeknownst to Snape, who underestimated Carl due to his disarmed wand, the situation had become quite awkward. Both were entities unbound by mana restrictions. However, in a pure contest of magical power, Carl could not match Snape. Despite his boundless energy, he was still too young and limited in capacity. Yet, the quality of the dimensional traveler's magic surpassed all wizards within the Harry Potter universe, especially with the aid of otherworldly forces. At this moment, the two forces were at an equilibrium. I never would have expected that Mr. Harris, whose intellect has not yet fully matured, would be capable of wandless magic. Even under such circumstances, Snape did not refrain from taunting Carl. Overrated, Professor Snape. Your last two silent curses certainly put me through my paces. Carl maintained his magical output while continuing their verbal sparring. Tell me, Mr. Harris, do you possess the stamina to sustain such magical output? Perhaps I shall endure a while longer until you can no longer maintain control. Snape smirked. Fully aware that an 11-year-old wizard's limits in magic and stamina could never rival his own, as he stood at the peak of his power. Without needing Snape's reminder, Carl began to sense his waning strength. The limitless power bestowed by the Eye of Darkness still required a body capable of withstanding it. In the magical realm, the initial adopters of the Eye faced a mortality rate as high as 70%. Grinding his teeth, Carl retracted his magic. To continue would be too costly. The dimensional gate closed, and the descending spatial force gradually dissipated. Ultimately, Carl could not outmatch Snape. Mr. Harris, do you still refuse to concede? I believe it is no longer necessary to continue. Snape resumed his vicious mockery. The massive chest descended slowly under his levitation charm, yet Snape failed to notice the subtle, mysterious curve of Carl's lips. In the enigmatic dimension, certain chests would explode upon impact with the ground. As the caster, none knew better than he what lay within the chest. Boom. Just as the chest made contact with the ground, its contents ignited explosively, sending waves of heat radiating outward. The first to bear the brunt of this force was the old bat, Snape, while Carl had already distanced himself. Damn it. Extreme armor charm. Fortified defense. Obstacle barricade. Snape's reflexes were far from idle, sensing the imminent threat from the chest. He conjured a protective armor charm and erected layers of barriers before him in an instant. Even so, Snape was blasted and covered in dirt. His black wizard's robes were tattered, and he looked like an African, his greasy hair even more disheveled, like a bird's nest. Ha 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 burp. Old bat, you have this day too. You suppressed me so well just now. Die in the explosion, ha ha. Seeing Snape in beggar's clothes, Carl immediately collapsed on the ground, pounding it with his hands, laughing so hard he could barely stand, his mockery incessant. Snape's current image is comparable to that of Neville Snape after 2 years. Both are equally shocking. Damn brat, what kind of magic is this? It even explodes. I'm going to kill you. Snape was instantly enraged. He had never been so disheveled. Accio wand. Snape summoned his wand with a summoning charm, as it had accidentally slipped from his hand in the explosion. Petrificus totalis. Langlock. Levi corpus. Carl, who was laughing so hard he couldn't stand straight, barely dodged the first petrification curse, but there was no way to avoid the other two curses. A strange sensation came from his mouth. Carl felt as if his tongue was glued to his palate. And then he was sent flying upside down in the air in a manner that defied Newton's laws. I think one cannot easily lower their guard before your opponent has lost their ability to fight. I hope this lesson will allow you to remember the consequences, Mr. Harris. Snape looked at the art he had created with his own hands and finally sneered. Perhaps he had some misunderstanding of the word art. What is art? The explosion just now was. Cough cough black crack. Boom. A loud bang came, and Carl, hanging upside down in the air, disappeared in an instant, replaced by a scarecrow falling to the ground. Substitute scarecrow, a life-saving skill of the demon world Lolus, capable of teleporting away when receiving damage or abnormal control. and maintaining a brief, invulnerable crouching state. Although in the real world, the invulnerable state brought by crouching has been removed, the teleportation has changed from uncertain to directional. And it is not restricted by Hogwarts spatial confinement at all. Snape frowned when he saw Carl suddenly turn into a scarecrow, and 3 or 5 curses were instantly fired from his wand towards his back. That damn brat. Where did he learn so many troublesome and disgusting magic spells? He can even perform short-range apparition within Hogwarts. Snape continued to maintain his deadpan face, but in his heart, he had already cursed 1,000 times. He was truly disgusted. After all, in other wizards, these curses would have been enough to kill them several times over. However, Carl's attack did not come from behind, but from under his feet. Purple disruption void wrapped around Snape's feet, instantly tripping him. Carl walked to Snape and pointed his wand at him with a smile. "Professor Snape, I think I should be able to learn the 3 unforgivable curses now." Snape got up from the ground, took a deep breath, and frantically suppressed the anger in his heart. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face this time. Not only was his own little wizard defeated, but even he, the head of the house, had capsized in the gutter and fallen for this little devil's trick. Too much of a failure. Huff. Snape gasped loudly while running a clemency to suppress his emotions and calm his mood. After a while, Snape's eyes became hollow. "Mr. Harris, you win. Your strange magic is indeed very powerful, but if I had been serious from the beginning and not given you a chance, it would have been enough to kill you twice over." Snape reluctantly admitted his defeat while making a harsh statement. This little devil's strange magic was simply impossible to defend against. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Snape. I think I am now qualified to learn the 3 unforgivable curses." Carl put away his wand and sat in the chair, panting. He was not feeling well at the moment. He had already consumed too much energy before, and he had just been hung upside down, which did not feel good. If it weren't for the existence of the god-level skill substitute Scarecrow, it would have been almost impossible to turn the tables. Next class, then, I didn't bring the materials for teaching the unforgivable curses. Also, I hope Mr. Harris can be on time next time. Otherwise, I'm not sure if I will fling an Avada at your face. Snape stood up and limped towards the room of requirement. The trip from Disruption Void had indeed caused him to fall quite badly. He now wanted to go back to the dungeon to rub some bruise-relieving potion and take a bath before going to sleep. Then see you next time. After Snape left, Carl sat alone in the empty room of requirement, sorting out the results of tonight's battle. Carl and Snape had a real fight. With Snape not using his full strength and not understanding the magic mechanism, he had used all his skills to win by a narrow margin. In a real life-and-death struggle, top dark wizards would not give so many opportunities, and his combat level was still somewhat immature. But at least I won, didn't I? Carl played with the bracelet in his hand with a smile on his face. He found that the more he won against powerful wizards, the higher his luck value would be when flipping cards. Item name: Ice and Fire Love Quality. Artifact: Bracelet. Top level: Intelligence 13, Constitution 24, Fire Attribute Enhancement, Resistance 6, Ice Attribute Enhancement, Resistance 6, Magic Defense 135 PS. Red roses, symbolizing sincere and pure love and ardent passion. Blue roses, representing pure love and honest kindness. Lorien's flower language record the Lord's artifact dropped in a desperate game of chess. The attributes are not bad. Obtaining this artifact that was once exchanged for Arad meteorite iron couldn't help but evoke a trace of memory in Carl. Queen Clara. It seems that the soul sealed inside this doll is that of Lorien, the blonde lowly known as the most scheming and tsundere on the West Coast. The bracelet is composed of red and blue colors, with a beautiful red, blue, gemstone inlaid on each opposite side, emitting a charming glow under the illumination of the torch. The bracelet looks a bit big, and it looks like it should be worn by adult girls, but none of this is a problem. It is a basic operation for equipment of artifact quality to automatically fit the host. Sure enough, when Carl put the Ice and Fire Love on his right wrist, the bracelet automatically shrunk until it fit. All the things to do tonight have been done, although he didn't learn Snape's personal collection for the time being. He exchanged for a hearty battle and also got a good piece of equipment. Carl stood up and walked out of the room of requirement. When his right foot completely stepped out of the doorknob behind him also disappeared, like an ordinary wall. Magical spatial magic. After using the room of requirement for the first time, as a dimension walker, he was particularly sensitive to spatial changes. When he entered and exited, he felt a subtle spatial fluctuation. When he thought that if someone entered, even the Marauder's map, a magical item with super tracking properties, would lose track of the target. Thus, Carl formed a preliminary judgment that the room of requirement did not occupy the same plane as the world, but rather resided in an alternate dimension. It was possible that it employed a powerful form of transfiguration that allowed suitable rooms to connect based on the user's transformations. Salazar Slytherin, that old specter, was indeed remarkable. He had managed to create such an illogical room. Carl paused his speculation, contemplating silently. He could not yet discern whether the shifting room was a result of transfiguration or a deeper application of spatial magic. The theoretical knowledge involved far exceeded his comprehension. For now, he could only ascertain its spatial relevance. Summoning the Nimbus 2000, Carl intended to fly down to sleep. The Ravenclaw common room was on the 5th floor. But just as he prepared to stop, the staircase unexpectedly turned, hurtling towards his head. To avoid being struck, Carl dove down sharply, landing on the 4th floor. Upon landing, before he could stow away the broomstick, a rapidly moving blue entity darted out. Caught unawares, Carl was instantly knocked over. The sensation akin to taking a hot bath in winter only to find the gas tank empty, an immediate chill enveloped him. Curse it! The poltergeist had knocked him down, and it took considerable effort for him to rise. Unlike other ghosts, this one had a tangible form. He had already been left sore from battling Snape. And now this was yet another physical and magical assault. Who could withstand this? The poltergeist adjusted itself mid-air, visibly excited upon spotting Carl. Look what the Great Peeves has found. Another little wizard out for a midnight stroll. This was the second such encounter of the night. And Peeves was thrilled at the prospect of reporting the little wizard for violating rules by flying a broomstick within the castle. Filch would surely be delighted to catch him. Though Snape was formidable, it was utterly infuriating to be bullied even by a ghost. Carl was so vexed that he didn't even wish to draw his wand. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a magical starbolt toward Peeves. A ghost? Not afraid of pain. Let us see how you fare against my light attribute magic. Carl thought menacingly. It was futile, little ghost. Ordinary magic holds no power over the Great Peeves. The poltergeist laughed gleefully in the air, too arrogant to dodge. Reveling in the thought of how despairing it would be for the little wizard to find his spells ineffective. However, when the first magical starbolt struck Peeves, the laughter ceased abruptly. Light attribute magic was exceedingly lethal to a ghost, possessing an additional burning effect. Peeves was instantly howling in pain, his tattered robes catching fire as he tumbled to the ground, frantically extinguishing the flames before hastily fleeing the scene. Watching the screaming poltergeist scurry away, Carl felt a surge of satisfaction. Serves you right for crashing into me. He wiped the dust from his face, preparing to depart when a hurried series of footsteps reached his ears. It seemed Peeves had referred to himself as the second group. Given the urgency of the footsteps, Carl could only surmise that Filch was hot on their trail. Just as he contemplated returning to the common room, Harry, Hermione, and Ron rushed towards him, their speed reminiscent of students in a frenzied escape at summer's end. Carl's expression morphed into one of confusion. It appeared he had triggered a plot. Well then, let us indulge in an act for old Dumbledore. Previously, entering ancient dungeons required various tickets. Surely, a high-level quest like the Philosopher's Stone demanded something similar. Perhaps the trust of the young savior and a suitable rationale. As he observed the trio barreling towards him, Carl's curiosity piqued. Harry, in the midst of his frantic flight, did not expect to encounter Carl, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was Filch was in pursuit. Thus, Harry merely paused for a moment before seizing Carl's arm and continuing their escape. Run, Carl. I'll explain later. Filch is right behind us. We must hurry, or we'll be in serious trouble, Harry urged, pulling Carl along with renewed vigor. The children without an umbrella must learn to run. Carl followed Harry, growing increasingly distant from the danger until the surroundings began to feel familiar. Quick, hide behind that door, Ron exclaimed, spotting a wooden door ahead, thrilled at the prospect of ceasing their frantic flight. However, when he pushed against the door, it remained stubbornly shut. Damn it, this door is locked, Harry declared after attempting to push it open with no success, delivering a disheartening verdict. We're doomed. Professor McGonagall will surely have our heads. Ron lamented. Fear etched across his face. The shadow of McGonagall loomed large in his mind. Step aside, let me handle this, Hermione interjected, pushing past the two ineffectual boys to confront the door. Alohomora, she incanted, and with a soft click, the door swung open, seizing the moment. Carl silently cast a bubblehead charm upon himself, anticipating the stench from the massive three-headed dog. He certainly did not wish to be rendered unconscious by the foul odor. Only to be carried back by Harry and the others, such an outcome would be utterly humiliating. Let us go, Hermione urged, stepping to the door. With Harry and Ron hastily following behind, Carl observed their urgency, a smirk tugging at his lips. Were it not for their protagonist aura, the three would likely have succumbed to the three-headed beast in an instant. That creature was far from the adorable description Hagrid provided. Come on, Carl. What are you waiting for? Harry shouted, gripping Carl's arm and yanking him inside. Hermione quickly closed the door, and Ron swiftly locked it, their movements seamless and practiced. This gave Carl the impression that they were seasoned night walkers. Filch could not perform magic and would certainly be unable to enter. They were finally safe. Harry leaned against the door, exhaling deeply. Perhaps facing Filch outside would be more favorable than staying here, he mused. Harry was momentarily perplexed, failing to grasp the implications of Carl's statement. However, comprehension soon dawned upon him. What is going on? Is this room leaking? He inquired, feeling droplets cascade onto his head, only to realize they were not water, but rather something sticky. Raising his gaze, he fell in the next moment. Ron and Hermione also stumbled upon the enormous three-headed dog. What followed was a stunning performance by the Hogwarts trio, their terrified screams shattering the tranquility of the night. The three-headed beast responded with a furious roar, causing Carl's ears to ring painfully, igniting a flicker of regret for having ventured into the room. Why are you yelling so loudly? Close your ears. With a swift incantation, silence enveloped the surroundings. Quick, let's escape. Carl's urgent voice snapped the trio out of their daze. Alohomora. He cast the unlocking charm, flinging open the locked door, and simultaneously, 5 or 6 frost snowmen burst forth, crashing into the monstrous heads of the dog. His wand emitted a dazzling light, a powerful flash charm that momentarily blinded even such a creature in the deep darkness, while the cold aura of the snowmen would at least slow its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the four fled the room and slammed the door shut behind them. Thud, thud, thud. The four, having narrowly escaped, leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The scene they had just witnessed was nothing short of harrowing. Had it not been for Carl's quick thinking, they might have met an untimely fate. Ron, regaining his composure, cast a glance at the door, still trembling from the previous encounter, and couldn't he help but grumble. That was far too perilous. We nearly became that creature's snack. Harry, equally shaken, patted his chest, exclaiming how exhilarating it was. Never before had he been so close to death in his 11 years. How could Professor Dumbledore permit such a terrifying creature to reside within Hogwarts? Meanwhile, Hermione, having regained her composure and smoothed her disheveled hair from the chaotic escape, began to reprimand the two men for their recklessness. At the beginning of the term, Professor Dumbledore clearly warned that anyone wishing to avoid a painful demise should steer clear of the corridor near the 4th floor. If it weren't for your late-night duel with Malfoy, we would never have encountered this dire situation. We could have lost our lives. After the near brush with death. Hermione's face flushed with anger, and her tone grew markedly severe. What duel? What are you talking about? Carl asked, puzzled. Hadn't T. Malfoy just been dealt with earlier that day? That fool Malfoy, once mended by Old Bat, boasted about wanting a proper wizard duel with me. And that S when we bolted, Harry explained to the bewildered Carl. We never anticipated Malfoy would be so treacherous. Priding himself as the most noble pure-blood wizard while playing dirty even in a straightforward duel. He must have reported us to Filch, Ron interjected furiously. By the way, Carl, what brought you out here? Hermione scrutinized him closely, searching for any sign of deceit. Me? Oh, nothing much. Just felt a bit peckish after dinner and came out to find something to eat. Carl casually fabricated an excuse, thinking it better not to reveal that he had just concluded a rather pleasant escapade with Snape and was merely returning to his dormitory for some rest. Anytime one ventured out at night, claiming hunger was an impeccable alibi. Hermione, somewhat skeptical, withdrew her gaze, realizing his excuse was flawless and finding no fault in it. Besides, she had no intention of making a special trip to the kitchen to inquire about the house elves. After venting her frustration, Hermione began recounting her earlier discovery when the three-headed dog had risen. It was guarding something. I noticed a trapdoor beneath its feet when it stood up. A trapdoor? Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, a trapdoor. Now, if you three don't mind, I'm off to bed to avoid any more of your foolish ideas that could jeopardize our lives. Or worse, lead to expulsion. Without allowing them a moment to argue, Hermione turned on her heel and departed, leaving the trio astonished by her eccentric logic. What was this? Wasn't it better to keep such a discovery to themselves rather than risk their lives further? Moreover, being expelled was a fate worse than death. How terrifying. Was this the mindset of a top student? Truly a case of being harsh in words, yet straightforward in actions. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Carl had completed his first week at Hogwarts. Today was Saturday, a day free from classes, allowing him to indulge in a much-needed lie-in. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, a loud crash jolted him awake. A rogue bludger had shattered the window of the adjacent classroom, and the sun now hung high in the sky. Below the Ravenclaw dormitory lay the Quidditch pitch, where a considerable crowd was engaged in a game of Quidditch. Today marked the day for the recruitment of the 4 Hogwarts houses Quidditch teams. As each year, members graduated and left. From the break of dawn, the players were already giving their all, heedless of whether others could endure the racket. Carl, feeling disgruntled, rose from his bed. The first class at Hogwarts began at 8:30 each morning, and he had to force himself to wake early, otherwise he would go hungry. Just when he finally had a weekend to rest, he was disturbed. Life was truly challenging. Outside, the sounds of bludgers and snitches whizzing through the air made it unrealistic to catch a few more moments of sleep. Thus, he hastily dressed and decided to head out to witness the excitement, perhaps even mock the novices who had disrupted his slumber. The principle that the less skilled tended to enjoy themselves more was an unchanging truth. As he descended to the pitch, a piece of bread in hand, he spotted 2 familiar figures, Harry and Ron. It seemed that even though Malfoy had been dealt with, the plot would still realign. Gold would shine no matter the circumstances. Upon seeing Harry, Carl knew his friend was destined to secure a spot on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, though Professor McGonagall hadn't personally recommended him. Being roommates with Quidditch enthusiast Ron had piqued Harry's interest in the sport, even though no first year had ever made the team before. That didn't deter them from joining the fray. They were there to observe the selection process, ensuring they'd be well prepared for future editions, as Quidditch recruited annually. If they failed this time, they could always practice their flying skills for the next opportunity. The trials were ongoing, with many hopeful 3rd and 4th year students attempting to showcase their flying prowess. Yet, most merely mounted their broomsticks, taking a single lap before failing to clear even the most basic obstacles. The captain, Wood, could only shake his head in dismay as each hopeful descended, unable to even secure a place as a substitute. Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, sat with his head cradled in his hands, unable to bear the sight of the novice flyers' clumsy attempts. Carl silently approached the Ravenclaw pitch, where the spirit of the god appeared instantly in his hands. The passive ability of dimensional divergence bestowed upon him remarkable flying skills. Whoosh! Carl ascended swiftly, soaring into the sky, the obstacles around him appearing like trivial toys to be toyed with at will. He executed a final, graceful maneuver, landing smoothly on the ground, his expression serene as if the recent feats were mere rudimentary skills. Had he chosen to pursue a career as a dark arts scholar, his prowess would undoubtedly have flourished even further. Seated casually with his legs crossed, Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw team, sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement, reminiscent of a famished wolf spotting its prey. "Young Junior, what is your name?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roger Davis, captain of the Ravenclaw team. Your performance was truly splendid. If you join this year's Quidditch match, victory is assured. Moreover, I promise that upon my graduation in 3 years, you shall be the captain of Ravenclaw." Davis was elated, as hope had seemingly dwindled, only to be rekindled by this unexpected light. Slytherin had already secured 6 consecutive championships in both the House Cup and Quidditch. Another defeat this year would bring shame upon the other 3 houses of Hogwarts, while Slytherin would bask in unparalleled glory. Despite the House Cup's somewhat tarnished reputation, largely due to the favoritism of Old Bat Snape, the heads of the 3 other houses had long harbored a burning frustration, determined to thwart Snape's ambitions this year. "My name is Carl Harris. Your words, Davis, are indeed appealing and enticing." Upon hearing this, Roger smiled, envisioning the triumphant raising of the Ravenclaw banner in the Hogwarts Hall, celebrating victories in both Quidditch and the House Cup. The Quidditch championship would greatly enhance the House Cup score. However, Carl abruptly declared, "I must decline." This unexpected turn left Roger momentarily speechless. What was happening? Why was he not following the expected script? Normally, one would anticipate Carl eagerly accepting the invitation and dominating the 3 houses, not rejecting it. Why? Your flying talent is extraordinary. Why not harness it? With training, you could surely secure a place in the Quidditch World Cup, Davis queried, his confusion evident as other team members approached, urging him to reconsider. "This is a tremendous waste of your talent. If I could fly like that, I would wake up laughing from dreams." exclaimed a teammate unknown to Carl, equally perplexed. I lack sufficient time. I cannot dedicate myself to practicing Quidditch or bonding with you all. My true ambition is to become a great wizard like Dumbledore, not a world-class Quidditch player. Carl calmly explained, having come merely to observe how Harry would fare in the selections, while also assessing the skills of the little wizards who had disturbed his dreams. He needed to expedite his studies under Snape. There was no time for Quidditch practice, as trophies held no monetary value nor sustenance. Without allowing Roger further opportunity to persuade him, Carl swiftly departed. Hey, don't go. At that moment, cheers erupted from the Gryffindor field, and Carl, without needing to glance, knew Harry had been selected as a seeker. If Harry, with his prowess, was not chosen, then Wood must have been blind, as Carl could not fathom who else might qualify. Ron stood nearby, applauding for his friend's success in joining the team. Despite his own disqualification, after leaving the field, Carl made his way directly to the library, with no plans for the weekend. He found it worthwhile to enrich his knowledge and delve into information regarding the 3 unforgivable curses, as Snape was to present substantial content that afternoon. Outside the room of requirement, Carl arrived early in the corridor to wait for Snape, knowing that if he allowed Snape to linger too long, practicing the killing curse later would surely yield unfavorable outcomes. Soon, as before, Snape's figure emerged, but unlike previous occasions, he appeared to have freshly washed his hair, looking less greasy than usual while carrying a modest box. Oh my goodness! What do I see? Professor Snape has actually washed his hair. Is the sun rising from the west today? Carl exclaimed, his expression exaggerated and incredulous. Snape's scowl deepened. This was all the fault of the insufferable boy before him, whose reckless actions had charred his hair, necessitating the use of a hair restoration potion. Mr. Harris, have you always been this ostentatious? You flail about like a monkey before me. Utterly ridiculous, Snape replied flatly, his calm demeanor betraying an undercurrent of malice. Is that so? Never mind. Let us continue with the lesson, Carl responded, opening the door to the room of requirement. Now, take out your wand, Mr. Harris. Snape began in his usual somber tone, opening his small suitcase. Inside were a handful of spiders and a small blackboard, wriggling restlessly within their containers. First, let me pose a question. I trust, Mr. Harris, that since you are so eager to learn the 3 unforgivable curses, you must understand their true significance, he said, enlarging the blackboard. As their name implies, they are indeed unforgivable. Any wizard caught using one of them will find themselves forever imprisoned in Azkaban. And the deeper one delves into their usage, the more they will affect the user's sanity. Am I correct, Professor? Carl softly articulated. Mr. Harris, you should be aware that underage wizards are forbidden from using magic outside of school. Even the slightest flicker of light could be detected by the Ministry of Magic, let alone the terrifying 3 unforgivable curses. Thus, I am curious as to why you insist on learning them. Snape's eyes, resembling stagnant water, widened, revealing no emotion except for a fleeting glimmer when he mentioned Lily's revival. Classified information, Professor. Please honor our agreement. Once you teach me the 3 unforgivable curses, I shall provide you with some details about the Resurrection Stone. Carl coldly interrupted Snape's curiosity. Snape opened a vial, magically controlling a spider to place it on a dish. With a swift flick of his wand, a green spell shot forth. Avada Kedavra! The spider emitted several anguished cries before struggling for a moment and then falling still. Avada Kedavra is the incantation for the killing curse. It is quite straightforward, not at all complex. However, a novice must harbor a profound intent to kill when casting it. Otherwise, while the spell may be unleashed, you will be astonished to discover it bears little consequence. The potency of the killing curse employed by a novice is contingent upon their murderous intent and the totality of their magical power. Generally speaking, a first-year wizard, even with a genuine desire to take a life, would only manage to cause a trickle of blood from the nose of their adversary due to limitations in their magical capacity. Severus Snape lightly tapped his wand against a small blackboard, upon which notes regarding the killing curse began to materialize. These were insights from his own practice, highly invaluable. Are you referring to first-year wizards, Professor Snape? Carl inquired, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I speak of the typical first-year wizard. You, however, are different. I have no doubt that should you master the killing curse, you would send someone to meet Merlin with but a single incantation. Snape responded with a cold snort, surprisingly devoid of venom. Following a duel with Carl in the Imperial City, Snape was astonished to find that, despite his magical power not being vast, its quality was remarkably pure. That is reassuring. I fear that if I were to learn it, I might fail to vanquish my opponent and end up being killed instead, Carl jested. The unique learning method for the killing curse has drawn many power-seeking dark wizards. Yet they are often psychologically distorted, a consequence of dark magic warping their minds. This is partly why the 3 unforgivable curses are prohibited. The greater the power, the deeper the corruption. The other 2 unforgivable curses, while not necessitating intense murderous intent like the killing curse, are still formidable. Snape produced a spider once more, this time employing the Cruciatus curse. Crucio, a beam of light capable of instilling profound dread, struck the spider. Subsequently, a faint green glow emerged as he cast a silent spell. This left Carl somewhat perplexed. Was the Cruciatus curse not a singular incantation? What was Snape up to? However, it soon became evident what spell Snape had just executed. The spider's cries surpassed even the previous ones in their wretchedness and volume. Akin to the use of a loudspeaker, its 8 legs curling in a frantic dance upon the plate. Carl, hearing the spider's horrific screams, could not help but grimace. It was not fear that drove him, but rather the sheer unpleasantness of the sound. It evoked memories of sitting in the front row as a child while a class monitor scratched their nails against the blackboard, an excruciatingly amplified experience. Damn Snape, adding a sonorous charm for dramatic effect, Carl thought, hastily casting a silencing charm on himself after enduring the initial wave of Snape's torment. Quite a terrifying sound, is it not? It sends chills down one's spine. Snape chuckled darkly, the quivering spider enhancing the impression that he was akin to a mad scientist. Upon reflection, there was indeed a semblance of truth to that notion. The Cruciatus curse is rather effective. It lives up to its notorious reputation. Moreover, Professor Snape, your application of the sonorous charm is rather commendable, Carl remarked, rubbing his aching ears while offering praise. Nevertheless, within, he began to plot how to retaliate against Snape. Perhaps he could compel him to brew a hair-raising potion again? Thank you for the compliment, Snape replied with a conspiratorial smile, extending the exchange into a mutual flattery. And what of the last of the unforgivable curses? I have heard it caused considerable trouble for the Ministry of Magic. After observing Snape demonstrate the 2 unforgivable curses, Carl pondered the process and indicated that Snape could continue. The Imperius curse, haha. Snape mused. 11 years ago, most of those supporting the Dark Lord were pure-blood aristocrats. Only the fools at the Ministry would believe that some were under the Imperius curse when attacking the magical community. The Ministry and the Wisingamot are places that demand evidence, are they not? In my view, Veritaserum is an excellent interrogation potion, just 3 drops. And even the Dark Lord would divulge his darkest secrets. Yet, the power of gold is boundless. They managed to escape a dire fate without resorting to Veritaserum after paying a hefty price. Snape sneered, reflecting on the sordid dealings between the Ministry and those hidden Death Eaters. Aside from the most fervent, such as Bellatrix Lestrange, who ended up in Azkaban for life, the majority lived rather comfortably. For instance, the fathers of Malfoy's 2 lackeys, though their sons might be dim-witted, were certainly far more astute. After all, a double agent can always obtain first-hand intelligence from both sides. Although Snape's words were rarely complimentary, Carl found himself in agreement with his remark about gold. With 100 million galleons, he could capture Voldemort anytime and manipulate him as he pleased. After reminiscing, Snape swiftly returned to the present. Another spider was placed upon the plate, blissfully unaware of its impending fate, yet it would fare far better than its 2 predecessors. The Imperius curse is the only one of the 3 unforgivable curses that lacks direct offensive capability. It inflicts minimal harm upon the victim, yet its threat should not be underestimated. A brother, raised together and sharing a profound bond, might one day unexpectedly stab you in the back after being subjected to this curse. Control is the sole effect of the Imperius curse. Under Snape's wand's guidance, the little spider began to dance upon the table, obediently following Snape's commands without daring to stray. Remember the incantation for the Imperius curse, Imperio. This spell necessitates considerable mental willpower. Controlling a living being is far more challenging than commanding a small spider. You must maintain unwavering focus, for the consequences of a backlash from the spell are not to be trifled with. Should that occur, you might find yourself confined to a lifetime stay in a Muggle psychiatric facility. Additionally, do not overestimate your abilities by attempting to control a powerful wizard. The essence of the Imperius curse lies in exerting your own mental will over another's. Resistance is inevitable, and in the struggle of wills, a weaker spirit could easily be overwhelmed, resulting in the loss of self, or even a shattering of the soul. Mr. Harris, you should be familiar with the Dementor's Kiss. Yes? Sometimes, a failure in casting the Imperieuse curse can yield effects akin to that kiss, although that is only in cases of extreme resistance and the most severe outcomes. Snape explained the intricacies and precautions of the Imperieuse curse in a voice as chilling as a serpent's hiss. Very well, I have imparted all that is essential. Now, you may commence your practice. Let me witness how the boastful Mr. Harris masters this most nefarious of dark arts. The mastery of dark magic is indeed a mark of distinction, and Snape, as a master of his craft, had succinctly pointed out the crux of the matter. Carl stepped forward to unseal a bottle, drawing forth its contents with a flick of his wand. He had no desire to retrieve it with his bare hands like the unfortunate Barty Crouch Jr. from the Goblet of Fire. The eight-legged creature was far from pleasing in appearance, and perhaps only Hagrid would deem it adorable. Just then, the room of requirement echoed with Severus Snape's venomous mockery, amplified by the use of an amplification charm. Mr. Harris, I believe the incantation for the killing curse is not recited in quite that manner. It seems your intellect is not your only failing. Your hearing appears to be impaired as well. Fool, is the gesture for the Cruciatus curse truly executed in such a way? I have grave doubts that you have brought your wits with you today. Did I not elucidate clearly? The killing curse is meant to control others, so why on earth would you blast a spider with it? Was it Mr. Finnegan who instructed you in this folly? Oh, behold our Ravenclaw prodigy, who toppled the entire first-year Slytherin contingent. What a lamentable display of magical prowess. Snape circled around Carl, spewing his venomous taunts, his expression rife with malice, as if Carl owed him 1,000 galleons. Carl inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself amidst the bat's relentless derision. The earplugs he had conjured moments prior were forcibly dispelled by Snape, who relished in ridiculing him, seeking solace through the mockery that had once left him in disarray. Through relentless practice, Carl had nearly exhausted the last of the several bottles of spiders Snape had provided. After numerous failures, he finally grasped the correct posture for casting the Avada Kedavra curse. Avada Kedavra. The clear incantation left his lips, accompanied by a beam of green light shooting forth from the tip of his wand, striking the spider with pinpoint accuracy. The green luminescence enveloped the creature, identical to the one Snape had previously used, pure and unadulterated. The spider emitted 2 piercing cries before succumbing, collapsing lifelessly upon the plate, its form unmarred. The killing curse directly affects both soul and body. Once the soul perishes, the corporeal vessel follows suit, rendering it more fearsome than the Dementor's kiss. While the latter leaves one in a state of living death, from a physiological standpoint, it could still be considered alive. With the successful casting of the killing curse, Carl found that the subsequent curses, the soul curse and the Cruciatus curse, began to yield results through his continued practice. Although his success rate hovered around 20%, this was commendable for someone newly acquainted with the dark arts. Snape observed Carl's growing proficiency without uttering a word of derision. Outside, the sunlight began to wane as the sun dipped lower in the sky, and the afternoon quietly slipped away into the annals of time. As Carl stepped out of the room of requirement, it was well past mealtime, and he reluctantly made his way to the kitchen to find something to eat. It must be said that the house elves inside were exceptionally enthusiastic, having rarely seen students in the kitchen. Their excitement was palpable as they presented Carl with a delightful array of culinary treats. By the time he returned to the Ravenclaw dormitory, it was already late at night, and his 3 plastic roommates were fast asleep, unlike the children of 2 decades hence, who would be night owls engaged in their pursuits. Most of the students adhered to a more traditional bedtime around 9:30 unless circumstances dictated otherwise. To avoid disturbing them, Carl tiptoed through his evening routine, shedding his clothes before slipping into bed. What followed was the exhilarating moment of the weekly lottery. The system's weekly sign-in feature had finally activated upon his arrival at Hogwarts, and today marked the final day for this week, the moment of the draw. Sign in, Carl silently urged himself. Congratulations, host. You have completed this week's sign-in and earned a free lottery draw. The familiar synthesized voice filled him with excitement. It was time to test his luck. With a swift mental command, the grand gift package, glowing with golden light, slowly unfurled in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received the disguised Wraith Dagger. A dagger? Let me check its attributes. Item name, Disguised Wraith Dagger quality, rare physical attack power, 256 dark attribute enhancement, resistance 4 strength, 9 additional effect, bleeding special effect, disguise. The cunning wraith excels in concealing itself. The dagger appears no different from any other blade, yet harbors a malevolent spirit. Master Slayer, the bloodthirsty wraith, is unwilling to be controlled by its host, constantly plotting to turn against them, seeking to devour their soul and seize dominion. P.S. Control it at all costs, if you can suppress the wraith. Immense power awaits you, an anonymous evil artificer from the land of Arad. Good grief. Carl cursed under his breath after reading the dagger's attributes, nearly suffering a myocardial infarction from sheer frustration. What sort of nonsense is this? Master Slayer? Is this truly the attribute of a dagger? This artificer is quite the trickster, even adding a disguise attribute for mischief. His dark expression mirrored that of a disgruntled chieftain from the heart of Africa. System, may I return this? Once sold, items from this system are non-returnable. We ask for your understanding. Moreover, the final interpretation rights belong to the system. Please do not waste your efforts in vain. The cold, synthesized voice shattered Carl's fragile spirit. With a scowl, he returned the seemingly ordinary yet perilous dagger to the system's space, covering himself with the blankets, thus concluding his first week at Hogwarts. In the library, Carl sat on a bench in the reading room, surrounded by hefty tomes as he researched various materials. Most of his inquiries revolved around trolls, with a scant few touching upon the Philosopher's Stone. The literature concerning the stone was alarmingly limited. After scouring the library, he managed to locate just a few volumes. Suspecting that most texts on this extraordinary alchemical creation resided within the restricted section. Perhaps I could seek out the old bat for a note to explore the restricted section? Carl mused, considering that aside from the restricted section, the headmaster's office housed the most comprehensive collection of magical texts at Hogwarts. Voldemort discovered the method for splitting souls and creating Horcruxes from the restricted section. Although the passwords set by old Dumbledore were generally straightforward, often consisting of various sweets names, he did not dare to take risks. The office contained portraits of past headmasters and Dumbledore's pet phoenix, which served as vigilant eyes. From 100 common magical creatures to a guide to dangerous magical creatures to the most foolish magical beasts, these insipid books offered no useful information, merely drivel. It was not that Carl could not defeat a troll, but if there were simpler methods available, why not employ them? This creature had thick skin. How many spells would it take to subdue it? Harry and his friends survived their encounter with the troll purely due to the protagonist as Halo. Any other first-year wizard might have been turned into a pulp before even casting a spell. Reluctantly, Carl opened the book he most dreaded, Walking with Trolls, authored by none other than the charlatan Gilderoy Lockhart. He shook his head at the thought that Ravenclaw, an institution that prized wisdom as humanity's greatest treasure, had produced such a charlatan. If Rowena Ravenclaw, that formidable woman intolerant of incompetence, were to learn of this, she would surely rise from her grave in indignation. As he flipped through the pages, Carl found himself gradually captivated by the content. This book, indeed, possessed some merit, differing from the preceding volumes that were entirely devoid of value. For example, the Guide to Dangerous Magical Creatures stated that trolls, being brutish and lacking agility, were susceptible to being subdued by powerful wizards using their sheer strength. Was this even written in coherent language? Carl severely doubted the author's mental faculties as the book, titled The Guide, offered such absurdity. After reading this book, Carl had to concede that Lockhart's plagiarism skills were rather impressive. The narrative employed a first-person biographical perspective, providing an in-depth portrayal of trolls' habits and vulnerabilities. It was noted that trolls possessed skin as tough as limestone, granting them substantial resistance to magic. Spells such as the stunning spell or petrification spell would scarcely affect them, merely slowing their advance. However, their colossal bodies, paired with heads no larger than that of a bean, rendered their balance remarkably poor, causing them to sway while walking. Thus, employing obstruction spells on their legs or transfiguration to trip them was a prudent strategy, allowing one to escape before being devoured. Never should one turn their back to a troll, lest it hurl its massive club. While it may seem dull-witted, its aim was surprisingly accurate. Moreover, a club thrown with such overwhelming force would render any levitation charm ineffective, leading only to exhaustion and, ultimately, being devoured. Beyond its balance issue, the book recorded that the troll's head, tiny in comparison to its body, was its greatest weakness. Perhaps it was this dissonance between its intellect and physique that rendered this creature exceedingly foolish. A brain the size of a bean was far more fragile than its resilient skin. A well-placed strike could easily incapacitate it, which was an excellent method. Additionally, the troll's neck was another significant vulnerability. Powerful cutting spells could swiftly end their lives, providing the optimal solution. As time swiftly passed, the day of Halloween approached, and Hogwarts buzzed with excitement. The professors were busily preparing the Great Hall for the forthcoming festivities. Thousands of pumpkin lanterns ascended into the air, replacing the traditional candles. Headmaster Dumbledore personally cast a spell that illuminated all the lanterns, while the torches on the walls transformed from a vibrant red to a soft green glow. Professor McGonagall gracefully waved her wand, performing a masterful transfiguration that turned a large box of buttons into bats, which flitted about under the starry dome. Accompanied by the playful spirits, Professor Sprout showcased her own talents as a powerful witch well-versed in herbology. The head of Hufflepuff House effortlessly scattered an array of seeds into the sky, causing various vines to sprout and climb upon the tables and chairs, blooming with delicate flowers. The magical fireworks set off by Professor Flitwick officially marked the commencement of the feast, with colorful bursts illuminating the night sky without leaving a trace of ash. Each explosion revealing a beautiful and wondrous creature. The professor's arrangements enveloped Hogwarts in a festive atmosphere. As for the absence of decorations from the potions and defense against the dark arts professors, well, persuading Snape to partake in such frivolities would be akin to asking for his execution. And as for Quirrell, let us not kid ourselves. His Lord Voldemort would never permit him to squander time on such fanciful endeavors. In his past life, Quirrell always donned the role of a pauper during Halloween, and this year was no different. He was currently at the dining table, opening his wallet and counting his meager collection of galleons. The expenses of the past 2 months had left his finances somewhat strained. At least some snacks were now beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Harry was curiously gazing at a pumpkin lantern when suddenly a mischievous Peeves sprang forth, startling him. "Aha! Look who the great Peeves has frightened." "Oh, it's just a little lion." The poltergeist laughed heartily at Harry before diving back into a pumpkin lantern, eagerly awaiting his next victim. With Peeves' antics, the eerie ambience of this supposedly frightful holiday was finally enhanced. At least the little savior, startled from his reverie, instinctively stepped back from the approaching lanterns. Carl shook his head at his dwindling purse, tucking it away with a look of dismay. Money is life. Just then, Harry and Ron strolled by. Noticing his glum expression and feeling puzzled. "Isn't at Halloween today? Why do you look so down, Carl?" Ron mumbled through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. "Ahem, it's nothing. Just had a rather unpleasant flavored Bertie Bott's bean." Carl chuckled awkwardly, his eyes betraying his fib. "By the way, where's Hermione? Aren't you usually together?" Carl glanced around, failing to spot the ever-busy Miss Granger, prompting him to ask curiously. Sorry, I don't know where she went." Ron replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. The little savior, already irked by the earlier incident, could no longer remain silent. He immediately recalled witnessing Ron surreptitiously gossiping about Hermione to Seamus and Neville, only to be caught red-handed by her passing by. The embarrassment of being overheard while speaking behind someone's back was palpable. If it were some carefree boys like Carl, they would simply laugh it off, after all. During his previous school days, he had encountered classmates whose sharp tongues could rival a venomous snake, thus fortifying his heart against such trivialities. But Hermione Granger? She was a force to be reckoned with. Proud as a swan, how could she tolerate others speaking ill of her in secret? A brilliant student from the Muggle world, she had always felt out of place among her peers. To the teachers, she was a genius, yet she understood her reputation among classmates, a mere bookworm. Perhaps the most flattering title she ever received, while the harsher nicknames had long since desensitized her ears. Nevertheless, she had never deemed it worthwhile to argue or seek to change perceptions. After all, they were not friends she valued. She confidently embraced the solitude that often accompanies genius, resulting in her having no friends in the Muggle world. Yet, all of that changed with the arrival of her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, which transformed her life. She realized that perhaps her feeling of alienation in the Muggle world would alter in this new realm, one that truly belonged to her. Though her surroundings had changed, the situation from her previous life remained unchanged. Not only other houses, but even fellow Gryffindors exhibited subtle exclusion towards her. Her remarkable memories still positioned her among the top students at Hogwarts, with only Carl being her equal in their year. However, Carl possessed an edge. Without the aid of his system, he would truly struggle to surpass Miss Know-It-All. The dynamics of learning in the wizarding world differed vastly from those in the human realm. The adage knowledge is power found its true embodiment here, where a wizard's combat prowess often correlated with their academic achievements. as exemplified by Voldemort's formidable reputation in his time. Yet, Carl adhered to a different principle: money is power. With a combined age of 30 from his 2 lives, he naturally understood the nuances of social conduct. Furthermore, the environment of Ravenclaw contrasted with that of Gryffindor. The more knowledge one possessed, the greater the potential for friendship. Perhaps Ravenclaw was truly Hermione's South's rightful place. Since entering the magical realm, Miss Know-It-all had remarkably made a few friends. Few, but enough to bring her satisfaction. Thus, she consistently offered Harry and Ron advice, albeit with a hint of pride. In one particular class, she effortlessly garnered points from the professors. However, when she noticed Ron's faulty spellcasting, she couldn't help but assist him, only to later hear him speaking ill of her behind her back. An overwhelming sense of disappointment and despair flooded her heart. The greater the hope, the harsher the disappointment. The yearning for friendship ultimately left Miss Know-It-all heartbroken. It truly was a sorrowful tale. Carl ravenously devoured the food on the table, akin to a famished spirit. Well aware that Professor Quirrell would soon commence his captivating performance, leading to a forced interruption of the feast as Dumbledore would order all young wizards back to their dormitories. Gryffindor would continue their dinner in the common room, but for Ravenclaw, it was uncertain. For the bookworms, various magical tomes served as their sustenance. Finally, Carl filled his stomach just before Quirrell began his performance, allowing him to leisurely enjoy the show. To be frank, Quirrell's acting was rather commendable. Had Dumbledore been unaware of his true nature, he might have successfully deceived everyone. Yet, this was the same Quirrell who had once been among the finest graduates of Hufflepuff. Fainting in terror from a troll, who would believe that? Did they really think Dumbledore had lost his wits? Every time Carl passed by him, he could detect the overpowering scent of garlic mingled with a lingering stench, a result of Voldemort's parasitic presence, both sharing a body, leading to a deterioration of vitality that manifested in a foul odor, reminiscent of a diluted version of canned herring, though not nearly as pungent. As for how Carl knew the smell of canned herring, it was undoubtedly from personal experience. He finally understood that this peculiar item was not meant for consumption, but rather for inducing nausea. Just a whiff of it could evoke the stomach's acid. Even Carl could distinctly sense something was amiss with Quirrell, let alone the world's foremost white wizard. Throughout it all, he merely treated the situation as a game for Harry. Just as Carl had indulged himself and was contemplating a delightful dessert, our protagonist, Professor Quirrell, made a dramatic entrance. He burst through the door, his face etched with terror. His large scarf slightly askew over his balding head, thankfully concealing Voldemort's presence. Otherwise, the situation would have been rather awkward. Would old Dumbledore feign ignorance or opt to swiftly eliminate him? Carl mused it would likely be the latter, as his esteemed headmaster certainly valued his reputation. Under the bewildered gazes of young wizards from all 4 houses, Professor Quirrell began to showcase his acting prowess. He exclaimed in a panic, "A troll! In the underground classroom! A troll is in the underground classroom! I thought you ought to know." After uttering the last line, Quirrell's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor. Impressive. This performance eclipsed that of certain actors in the Celestial Empire, who could only widen their eyes in shock. Carl was genuinely impressed by Quirrell's remarkable acting, though a hint of embarrassment lingered. After all, old Dumbledore had seen right through him. Following Quirrell's stellar display, Carl silently conjured a pair of earplugs. The thought of the entire Hogwarts student body mimicking groundhogs was simply too exhilarating. Indeed, chaos erupted the next moment. Young wizards screamed as they leapt from their seats, the scene descending into utter pandemonium. Silence. Dumbledore rose with alacrity, his resonant voice instantly calming the tumult and reassuring the frightened students. All eyes were fixed on their headmaster, save for one Ravenclaw student, who was too engrossed in pumpkin pasties to notice. "Please remain calm," Dumbledore proclaimed, hands resting firmly on the table, his voice steady as a rock. "Now, heads of houses, please lead your students back to their dormitories immediately. Teachers, accompany me to the underground classroom." As expected, once such an incident occurs, the feast is inevitably interrupted. It was merely a troll. Aside from Professor Trelawney, who else at Hogwarts lacked the prowess to deal with such a grotesque creature? Surely, it would be a simple matter for someone like Snape to dispatch it with a swift spell. Why make such a fuss? Well, since Dumbledore was intent on sharing the stage with Quirrell, Carl could hardly intervene. Thus, he resolved to make the most of the situation within the confines of Dumbledore's rules, hoping to earn a little pocket money, even if trolls were utterly devoid of any culinary value. Yet, if he could slay this hideous beast, Perhaps he might reap some unexpected rewards? Having clarified his intentions, Carl's gaze shifted to Harry and Ron, who were furtively plotting something, gradually distancing themselves from the bulk of Gryffindor. With a subtle flick of his wand, Carl rendered himself invisible, trailing behind Harry and Ron as they made their way toward the girls' restroom. A tinge of awkwardness gripped him. He had never ventured into such a place in either life. Would he be mistaken for a pervert? He felt a pang of urgency. No, he justified. He was only entering to rescue someone. With that thought, Carl took a deep breath and boldly followed, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him as he prepared to tread into uncharted territory. At that moment, Hermione finally composed herself, wiping away her tears, only to be blocked by a monstrous creature. A scream erupted from the restroom. Hearing this, Harry and Ron quickened their pace. Upon entering, they beheld a terrified Hermione trembling in the corner and a fearsome troll wielding a club larger than both of them combined. Carl's eyes widened at the sight of a creature towering approximately 12 feet, its skin dull and mottled like grotesque, weathered stone, clad in tattered garments resembling animal hides. Its belly bore an ominous gray hue, and its legs resembled decayed tree stumps, reeking of rot. A massive club dragged along the ground behind it, producing a jarring sound. Goodness, it was truly repulsive. This creature resembled an elite monster from a game, brandishing a club, though in that instance, its skin was dark. Such grotesque forms were typically reserved for the realms of film and gaming. While ugly, they were somewhat bearable. However, witnessing the troll in reality left Carl utterly disheartened. The subsequent scene left him astounded. After shouting for Hermione to run, Harry and Ron picked up fragments of wood crushed by the troll and began hurling them at the beast. For heaven's sake, you two have been studying magic for 2 months now. You are bona fide wizards. Resorting to such juvenile tactics, Professor Flitwick would surely be appalled by this display. Carl's lips twitched. He had initially planned to claim the glory for himself, but now it seemed wiser to let him handle this revolting troll. Over here, you big oaf. Look this way. They continued to taunt the creature, their actions doing little more than distracting it. Yet at least it allowed Hermione to crawl to a safer distance. At that moment, Harry brandished his wand and dashed forward. Carl felt a sense of relief, at last. He remembered he was a wizard. However, his smile faltered as he watched Harry scramble atop the troll's club, ultimately thrusting his wand ineffectively into its nose. This was unbearable to witness. Wingardium Leviosa. He dispelled his invisibility charm and cast a levitation spell to lower Harry safely. Before the trio could utter a word, he unleashed a binding spell, ensnaring the troll's gnarled legs and pulling with all his might. With a resounding thud, the troll's already unstable body toppled heavily to the ground. Stupefied, Carl contemplated, but ultimately refrained from casting the stunning spell. This was genuine dark magic, and he would rather not have to explain it to Professor McGonagall upon her arrival. Furthermore, the more grotesque the creature, the more unsightly it became when torn to pieces. Harry and his friends were only 11. It was best not to. The grand and magnificent dimensional gate swung open, and a large chest fell upon the ogre's head, instantly knocking it unconscious. Thus, the matter was resolved. Simple, swift, and efficient. Before Harry and his companions could fully comprehend the situation, the ogre lay sprawled on the ground. After all, Carl had executed his spell in less than half a minute. The trio, regaining their senses, stared in astonishment at the half-dead ogre, marveling that such a fearsome creature had been dispatched so effortlessly by Carl, a fellow first-year student. "Are you all surprised?" Carl remarked softly to the trio. "That was incredible. Carl, you took down the ogre in one blow," Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape and his face a portrait of shock. "Was it difficult? Just a series of spells, this way? Then that would suffice." "The ogre is quite inept at dodging," Carl replied with a modest smile. "Let South leave this place. The stench is unbearable," Harry said, wrinkling his nose as he covered it with his hand. The foul odor emanating from the ogre, combined with the musty scent of the long-neglected underground washroom, was almost overwhelming, making Harry feel quite ill. Carl merely shrugged, showing no concern. "How about a cleaning charm?" Ron and Hermione wholeheartedly agreed with Harry's suggestion. Harry approached the unconscious ogre, extracting his wand from its nostrils, which were coated in repulsive slime. "Clean," Hermione declared, waving her wand, and Harry's wand was instantly restored to its pristine state. However, they did not notice as Carl discreetly levitated the chest to the doorway. Much like in a crime drama, the relevant authorities always arrived fashionably late. This theory held true in the magical realm as well. The professors arrived precisely as Carl finished tidying up the ogre and prepared to exit. Just as they cleaned the grime from themselves and opened the door, they were met by the imposing figure of Professor McGonagall leading the way. "Oh dear, what on earth has happened here? I believe gentlemen and ladies owe me a reasonable explanation," Professor McGonagall said as she stepped into the washroom, her eyes widening in disbelief at the chaotic scene. Shattered wooden planks littered the floor, the sink lay in ruins, water gushed from the overhead pipes, and sprawled across the room was an ogre of considerable size. Fortunately, she noted with relief that the children seemed unharmed. Harry, appearing the most disheveled, was merely dusted with a bit of grime, while Carl stood beside him impeccably clean, his clothing without a single wrinkle. In contrast, Professor Snape maintained a far more composed demeanor. He had already noticed Carl casting the disillusionment charm. In such tumultuous times, Carl's utilization of this spell indicated his intent was solely to subdue the ogre. The thought of Carl failing to do so never crossed Snape's mind. He had imparted the 3 unforgivable curses in his own creation, the non-existent curse, to Carl, making the defeat of an ogre a trivial matter. However, Quirrell was another story. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Had such a massive ogre truly been toppled by a few first-year wizards? This was hardly magical. Snape's lips curled into a slight smirk. Seeing his beloved Potter unharmed brought him solace, yet he could not resist a jab. He stepped aside from the chest, recalling his earlier experience with its explosive properties. Upon encountering the chest again, he prudently positioned himself at a safe distance, not wishing to gamble on whether this cunning little imp might ignite it. What a remarkable display. It seems this year's Hogwarts is brimming with talent. Gryffindor has produced a great savior, and Ravenclaw is certainly no less impressive. To single-handedly conquer an ogre in their first year, considering it had once rendered a certain defense against the dark arts professor unconscious. Snape's gaze was hollow as he scrutinized Carl, his expression hardly warm, nearly directing his ire at Quirrell. Quirrell, meanwhile, had adjusted his scarf and returned to his previous meek demeanor. Listening to Snape's sardonic remarks, he merely trembled slightly, betraying no further reaction. "I believe, Mr. Harris, you owe me a reasonable explanation for the events that transpired here," Professor McGonagall stated. Having discerned who was truly responsible for the chaos, particularly as Carl remained the most impeccably dressed among them, the thought that he had merely arrived here was swiftly dismissed. Who didn't know Ravenclaw's notorious troublemaker? Carl had already caused a ruckus in her first Transfiguration class, and subsequently toppled a group of Slytherins. In her mind, it was clear that Carl had lured her Gryffindor students into a heroic escapade against the ogre. She turned to Hermione, whose eyes were still glistening with unshed tears, her face a mix of shock and fear. Shock from Carl, fear from the ogre. Professor McGonagall, would you believe me if I said I just happened upon the ogre and dispatched it?" Carl began, adopting Quirrell's earlier timid demeanor. "Coincidence? Do you think I would believe that?" McGonagall replied, a smile hovering on her lips, yet her tone remained skeptical. "Cough, but that is indeed the truth." Carl attempted to defend himself, feeling somewhat exasperated. "I suspect Mr. Harris is merely staging a heroic rescue," Snape interjected, his words laden with sarcasm, and as expected, Carl sensed trouble brewing. At that moment, Hermione blushed and stepped forward. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. It was all my fault." "Miss Granger?" McGonagall's expression was one of disbelief. "It was my folly to seek out the ogre, thinking I could handle it. As it turns out, I was gravely mistaken, had Carl and the others not arrived. I might have been crushed by the ogre's club." Hermione's timely confession relieved Carl, for explaining how he had dispatched the ogre in less than half a minute would have been rather difficult. He had already drawn Dumbledore's attention once and wished to avoid another summons to the headmaster's office. After questioning Carl and Hermione, McGonagall turned her ire towards Harry and Ron, her expression darkening. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, I believe you should be in the Gryffindor dormitory, not engaging in such perilous activities here." Harry swallowed hard. The weight of their headmistress's authority was formidable. "Apologies, Professor McGonagall. Though theoretically, we should be in the dormitory," Ron interjected, but plans never survive contact with reality. McGonagall's expression soured further at Ron's excuse, her face darkening like Snape's usual countenance, ominous and fearsome. Sensing the shift in McGonagall's demeanor, Harry quickly added, "Sorry, Professor McGonagall." Ron was unclear. "We were actually concerned for Hermione's safety, which is why we came." At that moment, under the web of lies spun by the group, McGonagall finally seemed to accept their story. Her expression softened somewhat, yet she sternly admonished the few individuals present. "Even so, you should not engage in such foolishness." A fully grown troll could easily dispatch you young wizards with a single blow. Remember, you were merely fortunate this time, but such luck cannot be relied upon repeatedly. I never expected you, Miss Granger, to be so reckless. This is truly disappointing. At that moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. According to the truth that the later the arrival, the higher the status, Carl deduced that the school's foremost figure had arrived. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore strode in slowly. As soon as he appeared, his gaze immediately focused on the troll, then lingered meaningfully on the box beside it. Carl felt a shiver run down his spine at the intensity of Dumbledore's gaze and promptly ceased his reckless behavior. The unknown magical reaction within the box ceased instantly. It is well known that the box of a dimensional traveler can be detonated at the will of its user, with precise control over timing. He had initially contemplated using it to create a scene with Quirrell, exploding him into a dusty mess to attract a wave of animosity. Later, when the Philosopher's Stone dungeon opened, he could exploit that to reap significant rewards before returning to the Muggle world. Alas, why was Dumbledore here? Was he not supposed to stay away? Dumbledore surveyed the scene, then glanced at Carl, who was leaning against the wall, seemingly unconcerned, and instantly grasped the unfolding events. This box must have been conjured by Mr. Harris. It appears he used it to knock out the troll. A remarkably clever spell. Is it of Mr. Harris's own invention? Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with admiration. Professor Dumbledore, I believe we should now discuss the matter of punishment regarding this incident. Snape's voice emerged coldly, foreboding ill tidings once more. Indeed, Severus is correct. This is the matter at hand. Let us proceed accordingly. Miss Granger will lose 5 points for her reckless pursuit of the troll. Potter and Weasley, having bravely intervened out of concern for their friend, shall each receive a commendation of 5 points. Upon hearing that the headmaster had not only refrained from punishing them, but had also awarded points, Harry and Ron exchanged glances of excitement. Hermione clenched her fists, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Since entering Gryffindor, she had never before lost points. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Dumbledore regarded Carl thoughtfully before speaking. Thanks to Mr. Harris's exceptional magic, the troll has been vanquished, thereby safeguarding his fellow students. Consequently, I have decided to award Ravenclaw 20 points. Snape's displeasure was palpable upon hearing the final verdict. He had no retort, but why should Potter be awarded points? Professor Dumbledore, I believe Potter's actions do not merit any points. Rather, they should be penalized. Conversely, their actions nearly placed themselves in danger. Without Mr. Harris, I doubt they would have been so fortunate. Snape's icy words sought to undermine Harry, even elevating Carl in the process. The moment those words left his mouth, Harry and Ron shot him furious glares. What right did he have? They had merely attracted the troll's ire, creating an opportunity for Carl. Harry's gaze shifted to Snape, noticing a wound on his leg. Realizing something was amiss, Carl glanced sideways at Snape, spotting the tattered fabric of his robe, which was faintly stained with blood. His eyes brightened with the realization that the old bat had, through his numerous misdeeds, finally met with retribution. Snape, sensing their scrutinizing gaze, quickly concealed his injury. Severus, while Harry and his friends may not have achieved a tangible result, not every first-year wizard possesses the courage to confront a creature such as a troll. That courage deserves commendation. Dumbledore shook his head, dismissing Snape's proposal. Very well, children. I believe it is time for you to return to your dormitories. Dumbledore smiled at them before leaving the lavatory. Snape, unimpressed by Dumbledore's remarks, flung his black cloak dramatically and exited in a huff. Ladies and gentlemen, should you encounter such a situation again, please refrain from recklessness. Luck is not a constant companion. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Harry, Hermione, and Ron, reiterating her caution before departing. As for Carl, she had already acknowledged his prowess. Once the prominent figures had left, only Quirrell remained in the room. He looked at the large box with an uneasy expression and said, "You all should leave. The troll will awaken shortly." Though he appeared meek, inside he harbored a desire to strangle Carl on the spot. It was Carl who had disrupted his meticulously crafted plan. He had intended to unleash the troll to create chaos, seizing the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, being waylaid by Snape and having his troll incapacitated left him no time to execute his scheme. While Carl remained unaware of Quirrell's nefarious intentions, he felt discomfort at his presence. If not for Dumbledore's interruption, he would have ensured that Quirrell met a spectacular end, rendering his inheritance as a dimensional traveler futile. In the room of requirement, Carl sat in a chair, toying with an object in his hand. It was a strikingly vibrant flower, a blend of red and blue, which had been the reward after vanquishing the troll. Item name: Clara's language wand, quality, artifact, magical attack power, 268, intelligence, 15, casting speed, 5, PS, loyalty or death. You have but two choices, Queen Clara. Although he already possessed numerous weapons, with the Divine Spirit's broom and wand providing seamless transition during this period, this new equipment brought him considerable delight. The frustrating system shop contained many rare items, commonly referred to as non-saleable goods. Upon acquiring the Ice and Fire Romance, another item appeared, the solo dance puppet. After collecting both the Ice and Fire Romance and Clara's language wand, he could exchange them. Finally, fortune smiled upon him. The Ice and Fire Romance and the wand slowly faded from his wrist, and a puppet materialized in his inventory. Item name: Queen Clara, puppet, quality, artifact. Special item description: a puppet from a game of despair, its soul fragments extracted, leaving only the instinct to obey commands. Should the soul be re-entered, the soul and puppet remain eternal. Should it not, the puppet perishes upon death. P.S. I am Clara, the puppet who dances for you. I have waited, alone for so long. No one has ever come to my side. I fear the darkness. Summon. Before Carl, a golden light swiftly coalesced into the form of a young girl. The girl's resplendent golden hair shimmered under the candlelight, and atop her head rested a gleaming crown. She donned a red gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, the long hem trailing behind her. On her left wrist adorned the bracelet, the Ice and Fire Romance. In her right hand, she delicately held the language wand, exuding an air of regal elegance. Clara exuded an air of nobility from head to toe. Were it not for the peculiarities at her joints, one might genuinely mistake her for a queen who had traversed time. The young girl stood before Carl, her demeanor vacant. Her soul was the essence within, her corporeal form merely a shell. After a fragment of her soul, originating from Lorien, was extracted, her face bore no trace of the expressions typical of a normal human. Her doll-like lips parted slightly, and she spoke, albeit in a stuttering manner, even more halting than Chilo. Regardless of who it is, please love me. I am right here. Please take me away. The final word was uttered with clarity and conviction. Was this a remnant of her consciousness? Carl murmured to himself before placing her back into his inventory. Exiting the room of requests, he tapped his wand lightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Using the disillusionment charm, Carl gradually descended, but his destination was not the Ravenclaw Tower. Rather, it was the cellar. Thud, thud, thud. After a taxing journey through the staircase, Carl finally arrived at the door of Severus Snape's office. Upon opening the door, Snape's already dark demeanor deepened. He seemed to wish to avoid Carl at all costs. Professor Snape, want you invite me in for a moment? Carl said with a slight smile. Snape, lips tightly sealed, said nothing and turned away, although he did not close the door. Humph, stubborn as ever, Carl thought, hastily following him and shutting the door behind them. Seated in his office chair, Snape spoke grimly. Mr. Harris, what brings you here this time? I do not wish to hear any more requests for money. Carl awkwardly pursed his lips. He had indeed been financially strained recently, and after much contemplation, he realized that the only person at Hogwarts from whom he could borrow money was the potions master, Snape. Thus, he had shamelessly approached him for a loan, with no intention of repaying it, of course. After all, why return money borrowed through one's own cunning? If Snape had the means to refuse, he should do so. Just look at how the resurrection stone glimmered in his possession. Safe and sound. Dispel magic, Carl declared, drawing his wand and casting a series of protective enchantments that enveloped Snape's modest office. Snape, sensing the seriousness of the situation, began to take Carl's intentions more earnestly, as it was the first time he witnessed Carl conjure such an array of protective spells. However, Carl's next utterance nearly provoked a violent response from Snape, as he flung an Avada at Carl's face. Professor Snape, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind again. Could you? I trust you understand my meaning. Observing Snape's shifting expressions, Carl quickly added, this time, I am not seeking a free handout. I come bearing leverage. You see all these defensive spells? Borrowing money is merely a supplementary request. Trust me, you shall be satisfied this time. Carl regarded Snape with earnestness. Although the time stipulated in their initial agreement had not yet elapsed, he was in need of funds. Professor Snape, if you could lend me a bit more, I shall immediately divulge the information regarding the resurrection stone. How much do you require? Snape clenched his wand, speaking slowly. Not much. Just 1,000 galleons will suffice. After all, the information about the resurrection stone would eventually need to be shared with Snape, so why not extract a bit more value while he could? 1,000 galleons? Why don't you go rob Gringotts? Snape exploded, rising from his chair in a fit of rage. Even as the potions master, 1,000 galleons was no trifling sum. It represented 2 to 3 months' worth of his salary for crafting high-end potions. Rob Gringotts? That would be far too swift a means to obtain money. Carl interjected with a nervous laugh, hastily clarifying. I mean, I cannot currently breach Gringotts. Such a leech. Snape thought furiously, striving to maintain his composure. Take it. A small pouch, enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, was hurled toward Carl. He caught it deftly, his keen senses immediately discerning the contents. It was precisely 1,000 galleons. With a smile, Carl realized he had secured a significant sum. Now that the money was in hand, it was time to share the news, lest he feared Snape would not allow him to leave the room unscathed. Clearing his throat tactically, Carl began to narrate the tale. Peveril's second brother sought to further humiliate death while yearning to reclaim the soul of the girl he longed for. He approached death for the sacred relic capable of bringing souls back, which is none other than the resurrection stone. However, Carl was abruptly interrupted by Snape's impatience. Get to the point. I have already read about this in ancient tomes. Very well, you are indeed the authority here. Carl replied, quickly reorganizing his thoughts before continuing. The stone embedded in Marvolo Gaunt's ring is the resurrection stone. Upon hearing this, Snape's pupils constricted, and he rose silently. Striding towards the fireplace, Carl had underestimated Snape's devotion to Lily. Upon receiving this news, he was eager to act, as apparition was prohibited within Hogwarts. Snape had to venture outside. Carl drummed his fingers lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Professor Snape, having served the Dark Lord for so long, you must be aware that Marvolo Gaunt is the Dark Lord's uncle, and how could his ring not have been tampered with? Snape abruptly halted, turning around, his gaze fixed intently on Carl. Being scrutinized by the brooding figure sent chills down Carl's spine. Indeed, the ring does contain the resurrection stone, but it has been transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort, who also cast powerful dark magic to protect it. In essence, anyone who touches it will meet their demise. Not even Dumbledore could withstand such formidable power. Carl revealed the truth of the matter, recalling how the legendary White Wizard fell victim to Voldemort's machinations, barely surviving for a year thanks to Snape's potions. If Snape were to become overly agitated and touch the ring, he might not live to tell the tale. Marvolo Gaunt's ring is perhaps Voldemort's most meticulously crafted Horcrux. Therefore, I implore you to exercise extreme caution when attempting to retrieve it. Do not touch it directly with your hands. Otherwise, should you inadvertently perish and find yourself in the afterlife, do not blame me for providing false information. I shall not bear that blame, Carl added. After hearing Carl's explanation, Snape managed to regain a semblance of composure. Understood, he declared, before disappearing into the fireplace amidst a swirl of green flames. Flue powder, that wondrous magical substance. In a dilapidated and seemingly abandoned fireplace at number 19. Spinner's End, a burst of green flames, he approached the window, gazing into the distance, where the monotonous scenery outside met his eye. The flowers and grasses had taken on a withered yellow hue, a consequence of autumn's arrival. Lily, wait for me. I shall return home with you shortly, he murmured. And with a sudden movement, Severus Snape vanished from the window. Memories of the Gaunt ancestral home began to surface in his mind, and he initiated his journey into the distance through apparition. After several instances of this magical transportation, he finally arrived at his destination. Before him stood a dilapidated cottage, teetering precariously amidst a wilderness overrun with weeds. He walked upon the desolate earth, each step bringing him closer to the abode that harbored all his hopes for this life. If even the resurrection stone could not summon Lily's spirit, he feared he might truly shatter. When Carl first informed him of the resurrection stone's existence, he had perused countless tomes of magic. Eventually, within the pages of an ancient and fragmented grimoire, he discovered an image of the Elder Wand. Though it was incomplete, it sufficed for him to discern its significance. Having spent years at Dumbledore's company, he immediately grasped the truth of Carl's words. Dumbledore indeed wielded the Elder Wand. Furthermore, through Lily's connection, he had long been aware of a treasured heirloom of the Potter family, the invisibility cloak, typically crafted from the pelt of a demiguise. Such cloaks would fade into mundanity over time. However, the Potter family's cloak was an ancient and flawless artifact that retained its efficacy despite the passage of years. Upon recalling this, he further investigated the history and lineage of the Potter family. It was revealed that the wife of the family's first patriarch, Ignatius, was a descendant of the youngest Peveril brother. She had brought the invisibility cloak into the Potter lineage, ensuring its status as a treasured heirloom. These fragmented pieces of information, combined with Carl's unbreakable ancient contract, led Snape to increasingly believe in the existence of death itself and the enduring legacy of the Deathly Hallows, which had become the cherished possessions of several families. As Snape rummaged through the rubble in search of the resurrection stone, his excitement grew fervently. Damn it! I should have anticipated this. The Gaunt family heirloom ring bore no insignia of their first patriarch, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Voldemort, that fool, had failed to recognize its true worth, transforming the Hallows into Horcruxes. What madness! Snape cursed under his breath, yet his hope swelled within him. At last, he unearthed his lifelong aspiration, the resurrection stone, beneath a pile of overgrown grass and gravel. Overwhelmed with intense emotion, for the first time, his usually impassive Carl sat quietly in Snape's office, awaiting his return. It was highly improbable that Snape could unravel Voldemort's dark magic, especially considering that the Gaunt family's ring was an exceptionally powerful magical artifact. As expected, flames reignited in the fireplace, and Snape emerged with a dark expression, tossing the ring before Carl. It seems Professor Snape's treasure hunt has reached a satisfactory conclusion. But why does your countenance appear so grim? Carl smiled knowingly, feigning ignorance. The dark magic imposed by Voldemort is too potent. I cannot break it, Snape replied, his face clouded with frustration. Apologies, but this is your concern, not mine. Carl interjected with a smile, effectively silencing Snape's impending protest. He then produced a contract, which ignited and burned to ashes in their presence. Our agreement has been fulfilled ahead of schedule. As for how to unravel this, I trust Professor Snape will find a way. A gentle reminder, it would be prudent not to seek Dumbledore's assistance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that his plans will remain unscathed. After all, for the greater good. And to utterly eradicate Voldemort, it would be of little consequence if Lily were to die once more. However, as a soul, to perish again would mean complete obliteration. Snape's expression darkened further, as the thought of anyone but Dumbledore being capable of breaking Voldemort's dark magic eluded him. This impish creature before him had rambled on, even cautioning him against seeking Dumbledore's help, evidently intent on extracting the last vestiges of his worth. Perhaps we could strike another bargain. Snape's thoughts were astute. Carl was finally revealing his true nature. With a scowl, Snape retrieved a pouch of gold from his bag, having made a hasty trip to Gringotts after his failure to break the magic. 3,000 galleons. I demand to see the resurrection stone in its entirety. He gritted through clenched teeth. Agreed. Carl's eyes sparkled, reflecting the brilliance of the gleaming galleons. However, I have a small favor to ask of Professor Snape. Speak quickly. Snape snapped, irritated by Carl's cunning tactics. A note allowing access to the restricted section, Carl requested. Snape turned and swiftly wrote on a piece of parchment. Pleasure doing business. The resurrection stone will be delivered to you shortly. I am quite the advocate for efficiency. What a profitable exchange. It was merely a ring shrouded in dark magic, a trivial matter to dispel. Carl immediately set his plan into motion. System. Purchase a drop of water from the River of Forgetfulness. 50,000 gold deducted successfully. A drop of pure, radiant water appeared in Carl's palm, shimmering under the moonlight. The water, known for its ability to erase all skills and even memories, would render the Gaunt family's ring insignificant. Carl cautiously placed the drop upon the ring. This precious liquid cost 500 galleons a drop, a small fortune to lose. The moment the droplet touched the ring, a fragment of Voldemort's soul sensed an imminent threat. Awakening with a fierce urgency, the serpent visage of Voldemort manifested upon the ring, howling in terror as it sensed the encroaching specter of death from the minuscule droplet. In an instant, the serpent face commanded the dark magic left behind by Voldemort, activating a torrent of malevolent spells. They witnessed countless souls emerge. Yet the seemingly gentle radiance of the droplet surged forth, dissolving the vengeful spirits and transforming them into wisps of smoke that vanished from existence. Snape, taken aback by this astonishing spectacle, gasped in shock, his mind racing. He silently rejoiced that he had not been swept away by excitement to use this power himself. Otherwise, he would likely have been reduced to ashes. In his view, at least 100 dark spells activated simultaneously under the control of the fragment of soul. A terrifying force indeed. Carl's warning that anyone who dared to intervene would meet their demise was not an exaggeration. Even Dumbledore would not escape unscathed. Carl maintained a confident smile as he observed the confrontation between the droplet and the serpent face. The water from the River of Forgetfulness is not something Voldemort can contend with. Within mere seconds, the dark magic was nearly obliterated, and the fragment of soul faded into a mere shadow of its former self. Ultimately, amidst the serpent's anguished cries, the water triumphed. All right, Professor Snape. The dark magic has been dispelled. Now it merely requires separation, which I trust you can manage, Carl said, tossing the ring towards Snape with a smile. Snape caught the ring deftly, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Sectum Sempra. A powerful blade of air severed the resurrection stone from its base. The Horcrux, a malevolent artifact created by Voldemort in pursuit of immortality, was born of heinous acts and precious magical vessels. Each creation demanded a killing and a rare magical container. With the soul divided and anchored to the vessel, as long as the Horcrux remained intact, Voldemort could never truly die. To my knowledge, he crafted a total of 7. This was the reason he survived the killing curse rebounding off Harry Potter. Despite casting his own death curse, he should have perished without question. Upon receiving the resurrection stone, Snape listened intently as Carl elucidated the true nature of the Horcrux. Horcrux. Snape's gaze was rife with uncertainty. Indeed, I did not deceive you as you departed, Carl replied, his tone laced with irony. At that moment, Snape had been lost in the joy of soon acquiring the resurrection stone, oblivious to any talk of Horcruxes. Oh, love, truly one of the greatest forces in this world. Coupled with the allure of resurrection, it is all too easy to forget such trivial terminology. Surprised, Snape was left speechless at Carl's definition of the Horcrux. I not only smashed my own boss's vault but also incinerated its contents, though he was a double agent. Such an act of animosity was beyond his capacity to bear. Calm down. Why panic? It's merely a Horcrux. Voldemort is in a precarious state, making it an opportune moment to end him. Once Voldemort meets his demise, old Dumbledore will no longer pose a threat. By the way, Professor Snape, the details regarding Lily's resurrection must remain confidential. I have nothing to fear, for the contract prevents you from even uttering my name. However, what if Voldemort were to discover this? I imagine he would unleash a torrent of cruciatus curses upon you, ensuring Lily's spirit is forever lost. Snape's previously darkened visage turned as pale as a corpse as he contemplated the dire consequences of a potential leak too grave for him to bear. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again fallen into a trap, leaving him with a delicate secret firmly grasped in Carl's hands. Should it ever be revealed, it could lead to his utter ruin. If Carl were to hear Snape's innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. After all, he prided himself on being the epitome of honesty. How could he possibly leverage a secret against him? His earlier words had merely served as a caution against being swept away by Lily's resurrection, potentially leading to an inadvertent slip of the tongue. Come forth. Embrace the miracle of resurrection, Carl proclaimed, smiling as he clasped Snape's hand and spun it thrice. An arcane and obscure pulse of magic emanated from the resurrection stone, a gateway to the netherworld. Before them, a translucent white figure began to coalesce in the air, gazing vacantly at the two men. Lily retained her appearance from life, clad in the garment she wore on the day of her death. Upon seeing Lily once more, Snape's discontent and ire towards Carl evaporated instantaneously. Tears of disbelief streaming down his face, as his expression morphed into one of profound complexity and beauty. Fearing that he might disturb Lily's spirit, he approached with light, silent steps, extending his arms to envelop her soul in an embrace. Yet, Lily remained unresponsive and indifferent, her countenance betraying no semblance of humanity. Am I, then, the cause of James Potter's betrayal? Carl mused, feeling a strange sensation as he observed their reunion. A peculiar thought emerged in his mind. Upon closer examination of Lily's essence, he realized her state mirrored that of the second brother of Peveril. She had lost all semblance of human emotion. Professor Snape, I dare say you have perused the tale of the three brothers more than a few times, have you not? Shall I reiterate the drawbacks of the resurrection stone? While Snape was momentarily enraptured by Lily's return, Carl's voice, dripping with sarcasm, pierced through his reverie. The Grim Reaper's gift was far from benevolent, those resurrected by the stone, being ill-suited to this realm, inevitably became despondent and cold. The companionship you yearn for remains ensnared in fragile nothingness. Carl's words shattered the remnants of Snape's lingering hopes. Curse that vampire. I know you possess the means. Otherwise, you would not have brought it up. Do you not desire galleons? How much do you seek? Snape turned, glaring fiercely at Carl. This posed a genuine dilemma for Carl, although he could easily resolve the matter. It rested solely on whether he was willing to part with what he had. He possessed a perfect vessel for accommodating souls, Queen Clara, an exquisite medium. However, he had only just acquired it, and parting with it so soon left him feeling a twinge of regret. Moreover, Clara was no ordinary entity. As the vessel for the soul of Lorien, the most gifted apprentice of the dark elf Archmage Shalon, her quality surpassed even that of renowned dolls like the Girl of the Ruins or Number 28. Indeed, in the Great Migration version, the tool-wielding adventurer had shattered Clara innumerable times, yet she remained unscathed, self-repairing with an infuriating resilience. The other dolls were mere consumables, limited in their existence, let alone capable of such high-end restoration. As Carl rhythmically tapped the armrest of his chair, he sunk into contemplation, pondering whether to present Clara. Snape silently observed, aware that the young man held the solution but was hesitating, likely due to the steep price that loomed larger than the resurrection stone itself. For 10,000 galleons, I can ensure Lily's flawless revival, Carl declared, having resolved that Clara would serve merely as a means to an end, without a soul to claim her. Should she be damaged, she would be lost forever. It was more prudent to extort Snape one last time. 10,000 galleons equated to a fortune, suitable for countless ventures. However, it seemed Snape would have to exhaust his resources. 10,000 galleons was no trifling sum for him. Hogwarts was reluctant to procure even an excess of brooms, and the professors' salaries were hardly substantial, though as the head of Slytherin, he earned slightly more than his peers. It paled in comparison to the profits from his high-end potions. Wait for me a moment. I shall procure some funds. Snape's heart soared at Carl's clear response. Could any matter truly be deemed significant if it could be resolved with coin? He hastened toward the fireplace, vanishing in a swirl of green flames, out of Carl's sight. Is this what they call a resurrection service? Carl mused with mild exasperation, contemplating the potential for such a service in Diagon Alley, where galleons would surely flow like water. Yet, the cost of a doll suitable for perfect resurrection was exorbitant, likely due to the greed of high-level puppeteers in the Arad continent. He had inquired with the system, but it had offered him no assistance. Indeed, the system looked down upon the impoverished. At Malfoy Manor, Snape emerged from the fireplace, his demeanor composed as he made his way to Lucius's study. Naturally, Snape had no other recourse but to seek assistance from him. Lucius, I wish to experiment with a new potion. Lend me 5,000 galleons. As old friends, Snape cut straight to the chase, stating his purpose without preamble. Meanwhile, Carl had already placed Queen Clara before the dazed Lily, closing his eyes to savor the velvety texture of the chocolate lingering on his palate. Oh, my poor Clara. You have yet to serve me, and already you are to be sacrificed to the malevolent Snape. Just then, as he contemplated, he opened his eyes to find Snape glaring at him, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Good grief, Carl exclaimed, startled into an upright position from his chair by Snape's morose visage. Professor Snape, you move with such swiftness to borrow money. Impressive. However, I implore you to make some noise when you walk. Should you frighten me to death, I shall be most displeased. With a scowl, Snape retrieved a pouch of coins from his bag, realizing that he had thoroughly drained himself, now indebted to Lucius for 5,000 galleons, plus a personal favor. How many potions would he need to brew to repay this debt? The mere thought rendered him breathless with anguish. Prepare yourself to witness a miracle once more. And do not blink, Mr. Harris. You do not intend to tell me that this doll is your so-called perfect resurrection, do you? Snape, ever perceptive, had noticed the exquisite doll standing before Lily, though its joints revealed an anomaly that could not escape his scrutiny. Do you think perfect resurrection merely entails stuffing Lily's soul into that vessel? You might as well seek out a fresh corpse and see if you can borrow its form. Carl retorted, exasperated by Snape's skepticism. Of course, Snape would never consider seeking out a corpse. Even organs and blood required precise matching to be viable, lest they provoke severe rejection, not to mention the complexities involved with souls. In novels where characters can casually inhabit the bodies of the recently deceased, it is solely due to the protagonist's narrative privilege. Borrowing a body and seizing control are entirely different matters. The latter involves a formidable spirit compelling a physical form, gradually merging over time. Each soul and body is uniquely intertwined, a miraculous testament to life itself. Therefore, individuals like Clara, who can serve as perfectly fitting corporeal dolls, are exceedingly rare. System, procure a vial of potion capable of animating high-quality dolls into physical forms. 100,000 gold coins deducted successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the activation potion. It is well known that a mage's physical prowess and defensive capabilities cannot rival those of melee classes, such as berserkers or paladins. Thus, in the harsh environment of the demon realm, some powerful mages often create spare physical forms for themselves. What's the big deal? If one gets damaged, simply replace it. After all, mages do not rely on hand-to-hand combat for sustenance, except for a certain door. What if the spare physical form is exhausted? At such times, a doll that perfectly aligns with one's soul and can unleash its full potential upon activation becomes the prime choice. However, dolls crafted from various alchemical materials ultimately prove to be inconvenient. Mad mages evidently still regard themselves as human, unlike the deranged Callet and Zoocypher, who has inexplicably transformed himself entirely into a robotic entity, truly terrifying. Thus, the activation potion, which can animate dolls into corporeal forms, was developed. Carl particularly admires Orochimaru and the cautious mages, whose survival capabilities are simply maximal. Clara, lie down. Carl commanded the doll. Clara immediately complied, slowly crouching down and lying flat on the ground, appearing to be at the mercy of others. With a flick of his wrist, a beautifully designed vial appeared, containing the dark red activation potion. He steadied himself against the chair, crouched down, and gently uncorked the vial, pouring its contents over Clara. A miraculous scene unfolded as a red glow enveloped Clara, forming a dark red cocoon, reminiscent of the moment Carl first became a dimensional traveler. Let us await the outcome. Professor Snape. Carl spoke in a lowered tone, feigning mystery. Snape, equally stunned, found himself rendered speechless, sensing the essence of true life emanating from the dark red cocoon. The transformation and gestation concluded swiftly. The cocoon dimmed gradually until it vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. The girl lying on the ground emitted steady breaths, and Snape could even hear the rhythmic beating of her heart. The doll had come to life. Yet, the girl lacked a soul. She was merely a shell, albeit a perfect one, and could not be deemed a true life form. A genuine human being. The union of body and soul is indispensable. Her current state was akin to being kissed by a dementor, a kind of living death. See, isn't this splendid? A truly perfect corporeal form. Carl beamed with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with his creation. My goodness, the corporealized lowly and truly looks stunning. Am I at a loss selling her to Snape for 10,000 galleons? However, internally, he was in turmoil, lamenting that he was not cut out to be a rogue trader. As for what to do next, I trust one need not instruct you. Carl's words jolted Snape back to reality. As a master of potions, he had yet to encounter such a mysterious elixir capable of transforming a doll into a corporeal being. What is the name of this potion? Snape inquired, suppressing his astonishment. For a potion master, this was simply unfathomable. The activation potion, Carl replied nonchalantly. It is not merely the potion's magic. It plays only a minor role in this process. Not every doll is worthy of such a potion. The doll itself is the critical factor. If the materials used to create a doll are subpar, the potion would yield no effect whatsoever. Why is a potion capable of animating a body available for merely 100,000 galleons? It is simply because there are too few dolls worthy of it. Even without this potion, countless deranged mages possess numerous methods to bring high-level dolls to life. However, these methods are often slower and less safe, which is why this particular potion has gained widespread popularity. Snape gently took Lily's hand. Having just returned from the netherworld, her soul remained somewhat disoriented. Go now, Lily. Tears of excitement flowed once more from Snape's eyes, this time filled with hope rather than the despair of a decade past. As Lily's soul neared the corporeal form, it seamlessly integrated within. Moments later, the girl's eyelashes fluttered gently, and her fingers twitched slightly. She was on the verge of awakening. The fusion was successful, Professor Snape. I wish you a pleasant evening. I shall take my leave. Carl remarked, observing the girl's subtly furrowing brow as he stood to depart. What is her name? Snape softly called out to him. Queen Clara. A loud thud echoed as the door closed. Click. Then another sound of the door opening followed. My apologies, Professor Snape. I seem to have forgotten something. Carl smiled sheepishly. The crown flew in. The ice and fire amulet soared in. The floral wand glided in. The red and blue gemstone ring followed suit. For levitation spells were swiftly cast by Carl, landing on the still unconscious girl. However, the moment the four items hovered in midair, Snape intercepted them with a grim expression. Mr. Harris. Is this not excessive on your part? Snape's face resumed its usual stoic demeanor. My apologies, Professor. Our agreement was quite clear. You desired Lily's perfect resurrection, not my magical artifacts. Unless you intend to purchase them, Carl retorted promptly. Clara was adorned with not only 2 legendary artifacts. Her crown and ring were evidently no trifles, and Snape could not be allowed to benefit unduly. How much in galleons? Snape clenched his fists. I am sorry, Professor, but you have already borrowed money for Lily's resurrection. How could you possibly afford these items? Snape discerned the disdain for the impoverished reflected in Carl's eyes. The crown is 500 galleons, the ring 300. The wand is 1,000 galleons. And the bracelet 800. Professor Snape, I must say, when in debt, it is unwise to flaunt wealth. Carl continued. And should you find yourself lacking funds, I shall not divulge the whereabouts of the resurrection stone. After all, the impoverished are unworthy of love. The sycophants are even less deserving. Carl added silently in his heart, though he dared not voice it. Otherwise, Snape might very well strike him down. Although Snape had long suspected Carl's intentions, hearing it spoken aloud felt like a dagger to his heart. What does it mean that the impoverished are unworthy of love? Thankfully, I, Snape, possess knowledge and wealth. Otherwise, what hope would I have in this resurrection game? Mr. Harris, Ollivander's wand shop sells wands for a mere 8 galleons. Why do you price yours at 800? Snape's face darkened ominously, feeling as though Carl were squeezing the life out of him. Fortunately, Carl did not possess the magical abilities to read minds or extract thoughts. Otherwise, he could have easily prompted Snape to omit the phrase feeling. He brazenly exploits him. Can the quality of Ollivander's wares possibly compare to Clara's floral wand? Snape, upon mentioning Ollivander, let out a disdainful chuckle. He merely amplified the dimensional magic. And the wand submitted obediently, not daring to make a sound. If you are unwilling, you can always purchase one from Ollivander. I'm not forcing you to buy. It's entirely a matter of free will, understood? Carl smirked, adopting an air of nonchalance. However, he was certain that Snape would acquiesce. In all of Britain, Ollivander's shop was the sole wand store, enjoying a complete monopoly. Moreover, in the magical realms of any country, acquiring a wand, a strategic resource, required registration. In the American magical community, the Ministry of Magic even issues a special document known as a wand license. Furthermore, unlike other items, wands cannot be purchased on behalf of another. One must be present in person. Each wand shop owner insists that the wand chooses the wizard, rather than the other way around. With Lily resurrected, her previous wand would undoubtedly be unusable, and Snape was wary of attracting undue attention. Leave the wand and the crown behind, you insufferable vampire. Always intent on draining me dry. Snape had lost count of how many times he had been infuriated today, ever since Carl entered his office. He had been led around like a fool. A debt of 1,500 galleons, Carl smiled, as he withdrew only the bracelet and ring. You must realize that I can no longer muster such an amount. Consider it a debt for now. Snape coldly stated. Very well, let us establish an unbreakable vow. Carl chuckled softly, placing his right hand on one of Snape's arms. Today, Severus Snape Prince owes Carl Harris 1,500 galleons, due in 3 months. Snape drew his wand and began to weave the spell. The spell is established. Remember to repay on time. I haven't even charged interest. Which is quite generous of me. Carl's gaze flickered to the girl on the ground, who was on the verge of awakening. In that case, it's time to slip away. What shall I do once I have the money? Naturally, I shall procure resources to enhance my strength. In the days that followed, Carl frequently visited the room of requirement to study magic. He sat cross-legged on the floor, practicing the time-space meditation technique, with a time-space stone in each hand. These precious gems were forged from the powers of time and space condensed by high-level voidwalkers and chaos walkers in the endless dimensions, significantly enhancing one's comprehension of dimensionality. He also acquired various skills from other professions, such as magic show, ancient spellbooks of buff-type magic, as well as offensive spells like Flame of the Earth, Ice Bow, Ice Wall, and Shadow Cloak. With skills acquired, equipment was also essential. His ordinary sneakers were replaced by purple flame boots, which, like his robes, possessed desirable fitting attributes and could be altered at will. Spending money is always such a joy, while earning it is a grueling endeavor, just like that. 500,000 gold coins vanished. Once his meditation concluded, Carl opened his eyes, his hands shimmering with resplendent light. It was the dimensional stone. Besides combat, one could also acquire it through meditation. The magical power and control of spells enhanced by the Dimensional Stone would see a significant increase. Soon, Harry Potter's debut Quidditch match would commence. Today marked the Savior's first appearance. Harry had also invited him to watch and cheer. Carl sat in the stands, delighting in watching Quirrell prepare to create chaos. He thought to himself, has Quirrell lost his mind? Attempting to cast a spell to make Harry fall off his broom and perish? My goodness, with so many students and professors watching, do they not know the cushioning charm? Even if they cannot manage such an advanced spell, surely they can use the levitation charm taught in the first year. Not to mention, old Dumbledore is watching if Quirrell were to succeed. Carl could only utter a word of admiration. Slytherin scores. Now, Blaise passes to Captain Marcus. The match was intensely contested, with players giving their all. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell was about to initiate his underhanded antics. In the sky, he flew smoothly until suddenly he lost control and began to twist wildly. Hermione, holding a telescope, quickly observed the situation and soon noticed Snape casting spells frantically. Damn it, Snape is casting a curse. He intends to kill Harry. Hermione exclaimed anxiously to Carl and Ron beside her. Carl replied, per Snape, once again bearing the brunt of blame. Watch me. We must take action. Hermione immediately left her position and headed toward the Slytherin stands. Carl followed closely behind, contemplating that he should lend Snape a hand. Considering he had spent so many galleons with him, knowing the truth and conspiring with Hermione against him felt a tad unethical. Flames ablaze. Hermione quietly recited the incantation, and Snape's robes quickly caught fire. Then she stealthily retreated, leaving no trace of her intervention hidden in her success. Carl helplessly shook his head, muttering, "Spell halt." He then released a dispelling charm toward Harry, one of the female wizard's formidable techniques, capable of neutralizing even a berserker's rampage, would easily handle a mere curse. Hermione watched as Snape ceased his incantation, while Harry returned to normal, further solidifying her belief that Snape was the culprit. At this moment, the instigator, Professor Quirrell, appeared utterly baffled. What is going on? Why has my spell lost its effectiveness? Snape clearly didn't cast a countercharm. How perplexing. Sitting in the stands, Carl, bored, gazed at the distant scenery and suddenly spotted something familiar. It was a crown. He immediately channeled his magical energy into his eyes, swiftly discovering an anomaly hidden in the distant woods. A girl bearing Clara's visage, yet truly Lily, sat atop a large tree, proudly watching her son, Harry Potter. Love is indeed a formidable force. It even caused Lily to forget to use the disillusionment charm. Though her face had changed, she ought to be more cautious. Sometimes, a person's emotions are better expressed through their gaze and expressions. Outside the entrance of the Hogwarts library, Carl retrieved the parchment note given by Snape from his school uniform and walked inside. Today, he intended to investigate the true secrets of the Philosopher's Stone in the restricted section. He could not believe that Nicholas Flamel would so easily relinquish immortality, unconditionally gifting the greatest alchemical creation in the world to Dumbledore, even if the two were close friends. Good morning, Madame Pants. Carl greeted the librarian with a smile. Madame Pants was already quite familiar with Carl, a regular patron of the library. Good morning. What magical book do you wish to borrow today? She offered a slight smile to Carl. In her recollection, this child always sat quietly in the reading room, engrossed in his books, never making a sound in moments of excitement, which brought her great comfort. I wish to enter the restricted section to seek some knowledge, Carl said with a light chuckle, revealing his purpose for this visit. Upon hearing this request, Madame Pants furrowed her brow, for the restricted section housed many perilous tomes of dark magic, which could easily corrupt the minds of weak-willed young wizards. Do you have a note from the professors? Certainly. Carl stepped forward and presented the note written by Professor Snape. Madame Pants accepted the note with a grave expression, as it had been quite some time since she had encountered a situation where professors permitted students to access the restricted section. She scrutinized the note 3 times before finally confirming it was indeed penned by Professor Snape. Since you possess a note from the esteemed head of Slytherin, Professor Snape, you may enter, but only for today, and you must not borrow any books from the restricted section. Her final words were delivered with great sternness. For the section was aptly named for a reason. There had been terrifying incidents in the past. Once, a Slytherin student, lured by the allure of powerful dark magic, sneaked into the restricted section at midnight and was tragically seduced to death by a book bound in human skin, a horrific event that caused quite a stir at the time. Understood, Carl replied, brandishing his wand as he stepped inside. The restricted section was indeed a treasure trove of Hogwarts secrets. Upon entering, He was met with towering shelves filled to the brim with various magical tomes, leaving no space unoccupied. Rarely seen magical books on the market were abundant here, such as Revealing Dark Arts, Curse of the Fiery Flames, and Secrets of Alchemy. With curiosity piqued, Carl gingerly retrieved Revealing Dark Arts. The book emanated an unnaturally dark red hue, reminiscent of dried blood. The cover felt peculiar to the touch, evoking the sensation of skin. Could it truly be made from human skin? A chilling thought surged through Carl's mind, sending shivers down his spine. He thought better of it and attempted to return the book to its place, but as he slid it back, it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. What a nuisance, Carl muttered, bending down to pick it up. Yet, the book had no intention of complying easily. As it lay on the floor, it sprang open of its own accord, as if possessing a will of its own, flipping its pages increasingly faster. Then, swirling black mist began to emanate, coalescing into the visage of a man's head. The man let out a piercing scream, a sound that seemed to penetrate the very soul. However, this time, he had met his match. Carl frowned as the screaming head detached itself from the book and lunged towards him. Ice wall. 5 ice pillars coalesced into a wall, ensnaring the apparition midair, exuding a frigid aura of death. Eternal freeze. The spell morphed again, encasing the man's head entirely within. Fiery flames. A blue rose appeared in Carl's hand, instantly transforming the icy prison into vapor. Thus, the man's head was extinguished from existence along with the steam. Is this lunacy? Attacking without even assessing the situation. Just a mere book. Do you think you're the Codex of Dimensions or the Black Dragon Codex? Dream on. Carl smirked as he returned the book to its rightful place. After an arduous search, Carl finally discovered a reference to the Philosopher's Stone in an alchemical tome entitled Supreme Loss. This book, compiled by an unknown alchemist during the tenure of Headmaster Phoenix Black, detailed the properties and drawbacks of various alchemical items, concluding with a mention of the Philosopher's Stone. However, the alchemist deemed the title conferred by the wizarding world as a misnomer. He recorded that if given the choice, he would prefer to call it the Stone of Demons. He had the fortune of visiting the greatest alchemist in the world, Nicholas Flamel, from whom he gleaned some secrets regarding the stone. Firstly, the Philosopher's Stone was not an ancient relic of alchemy, but rather an accidental creation of Nicholas Flamel, its existence unforeseen even by its original creator. The cost of achieving immortality through the elixir produced by the stone was exorbitantly high. Prolonged use could indeed grant one the effect of enduring existence, rendering even death powerless against you, as the authority of mortality has its limitations. Yet, one would gradually lose the senses of taste and smell, culminating in the complete erosion of all 5 senses, leaving only a decaying shell, struggling even to walk. Carl began to recall the depiction of Nicholas Flamel in Fantastic Beasts, where he appeared frail, as if his bones could shatter with the slightest touch. Additionally, the book discussed the creation of magical gold. Every alchemist is taught on their first lesson to eternally remember the unchanging truth of alchemy, equivalent exchange. Nothing arises from nothing. Even the magnificent creation of the Philosopher's Stone is no exception. Its inherent magical properties allow for the transmutation of matter, a power that should belong to the divine. Yet the cost is steep. The creation of gold requires raw materials, and the life force of high-level magical beings will suffice. Indeed, the life force of a powerful wizard would do as well. Wishing for wealth? Very well, but prepare to exchange your life for it. Carl pondered deeply after finishing the book. An ordinary wizard would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared by such knowledge. Yet, for him, it was a different story. Life force? A trivial matter. Though the sewer brigade may not rival those ethereal beings, their survival capabilities and vitality are at their peak. Let the Philosopher's Stone attempt to drain the dark eye. Time flew swiftly. Following Halloween, Carl was soon to welcome the second traditional Western holiday, Christmas. During the past few weeks, he had been diligently practicing and utilizing dimensional magic, amassing 20 to 30 dimensional stones through meditation. As the river of time flowed towards the end of December, the high latitude of England had ushered in a biting cold. Days ago, heavy snow had begun to fall, blanketing Hogwarts in a shroud of silver. The leaves could no longer withstand the harsh winter and fell away, leaving only the resilient pines to endure. Thus, it is no wonder that Christmas trees are predominantly made of pine, as other trees had long shed their foliage by this season. On a crisp morning, Carl awoke to the sound of sneezing. Philip was clutching a tissue, sniffling, while Alex and Simon shivered, hurriedly retrieving sweaters from their luggage. Carl swiftly donned his attire and opened the window to admire the snowy landscape of Hogwarts. The biting cold of winter could not subdue him, for the power of the system was formidable. After expending 1,000 gold coins, he successfully imbued his purple flame robe with a temperature-regulating property. This was the epitome of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Gazing outside, he observed the ground covered in a thick layer of snow, with small wizards darting about in a flurry of snowball fights. In his line of sight, the unfortunate Professor Quirrell was shrieking as he desperately clutched his large scarf, stumbling through the snow in a state of disarray. The Weasley twins were laughing heartily as they directed magical snowballs at him. Carl's eyes twitched as he witnessed a particularly solid snowball strike Quirrell squarely on the back of his head. Carl shook his head in exasperation, pondering how the twins' expressions would be if they realized Voldemort was lurking just behind Quirrell's head. He mused that striking Voldemort would likely represent the pinnacle of their lives, albeit achieved in blissful ignorance. Consequently, their fate was grim. One perished while the other was left maimed, and Carl suspected Voldemort would exact revenge for today's events. Carl, close the window. Do you wish to freeze us to death? Philip shivered as he turned, his teeth chattering uncontrollably from the cold. I often told you to exercise more. You did not heed my advice, and now you suffer the consequences. Carl turned back, shutting the window with a flick of his wrist, standing there unperturbed. His prolonged interactions with Snape had honed his acerbic wit. It was unavoidable. Enduring frustration only fueled his ire. And retreating from Snape's jibes was not an option. He would not allow Snape's oppressive demeanor to dominate him. Alex and Simon were already packing their belongings. As the following day marked Christmas, the time when students in Western countries typically enjoy their winter break, Carl found himself at a loss. There was little reason to return to the orphanage. Thus, when the Ravenclaw head of house arrived with the list of students remaining at school, he signed without hesitation. That night, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was far less lively than usual, as most students had departed to celebrate the Christmas holiday with their families, leaving the vast hall somewhat desolate, steeped in a melancholic atmosphere. Carl, aren't you going home this year? Ron asked, bewildered. However, Harry, aware of the situation, quickly grabbed Ron's arm, signaling him to cease his inquiry, for he had been the one to accompany Hagrid to fetch Carl from the orphanage. Yet Carl did not shy away from the subject. I emerged from the orphanage. Returning holds little significance, and it is preferable to remain at school. Everyone knows that the parents of those who traverse from our homeland are often in perilous professions, with a mortality rate reaching 99%. Only a select few resilient parents manage to survive this curse. Oh, I'm sorry. Ron quickly realized his faux pas and hastily apologized. It's fine, Carl replied with a smile. After all, if one person is satisfied, the entire family is not in want. Aren't you two going home either? Carl inquired, retrieving a piece of candy from his pocket. If circumstances allowed, I would prefer never to return, Harry remarked, his expression tinged with sorrow. For his so-called aunt and uncle treated him like a servant, subjecting him to countless indignities. I had initially planned to return, but yesterday my mother wrote to inform me that they intend to visit Charlie in Romania this year, so I had no choice but to remain, Ron explained. Though the truth was that the Weasley family could not afford to bring more people due to budget constraints. After their conversation, Carl picked up a book from the table, preparing to venture out to procure Christmas gifts for his friends. After all, it would be rather embarrassing to show up empty-handed when others had given gifts. Thanks to the system's marketplace, Carl quickly prepared the presents. He gifted Hermione a beautifully crafted music box containing numerous renowned global melodies. To Harry, he bestowed a large box of high-quality dark chocolate, while for Ron, he had the system customize an exquisite wizard's chess set. As that was the only hobby Ron could readily recall, he had also dedicated considerable effort to the gifts for his roommates. Oh right, there's also Snape's gift, Carl recalled. He had purposefully sent an owl to Madame Malkin's robe shop to have a new set of robes tailored for him. As Carl noted that Snape had been wearing the same black robe since the beginning of the term, the reason remained a mystery, and he dared not inquire. The fabric was exceedingly precious, costing him a significant sum of galleons, serving as a consolation for Snape's drained wallet. Meanwhile, in the shadowy, damp confines of the dungeon, Snape wore a sinister smile as he unwrapped the package, revealing its contents. Surprisingly, the potion's master's parcel contained not potion ingredients, but rather a can, seemingly produced by the Muggle world, adorned with illustrations of fish, clearly a canned fish product. Elegantly, he drew his wand, and with a few deft flicks, he fashioned an exquisitely wrapped package resembling a Christmas gift. With a wave of his wand, a green spell swiftly entered the can, a timed explosive spell. Upon unwrapping, the can would detonate due to the magic. Hehehe. coupled with a scent-diffusing charm. Snape chuckled malevolently, envisioning Carl's face of despair. After securing the can, vibrant ribbons swiftly entwined around it, forming an elegant bow. Thus, the Christmas gift was meticulously prepared. A quill flew to him. Snape produced a small notepaper, invoking the quill to inscribe a message. Dear Mr. Carl Harris, wishing you a Merry Christmas, Severus Snape. After completing Carl's gift, Snape promptly set it aside, turning his attention to Lily's gift, a process far more elaborate than Carl's. The night swiftly slipped away, and Carl, brimming with excitement, emerged from his cocoon of blankets. Today was Christmas Day. To be honest, he had never truly celebrated Christmas in either his past or present life. His former life required no elaboration, as the customs were foreign in his homeland. Although reborn in Britain, he had never specifically celebrated it, for the daily expenses of the orphanage had long burdened the headmistress, Jane Moyer. Now, he found himself alone in the dormitory, the other 3 plastic roommates having returned to their families. Glancing at the pile of gifts by his bedside, Carl smiled knowingly as he prepared to unwrap them. Like a child tearing into a package, he swiftly ripped open the first gift, revealing a large bag of fruit candies. He needed not check the note to know it was from Simon, the glutton. The second gift, from Hermione, perfectly matched her scholarly nature, containing a beautifully crafted quill, sufficient for a year's use. The next gift, from Ron, was a bag of pumpkin pasties, ordinary and unremarkable, needing no further comment. Carl was acutely aware that Ron was likely poorer than ever, so he had no expectations from the outset. He then unwrapped a gift from Harry, a beautiful potted plant. Quite lovely, perfect for brightening up the indoors. Finally, he tore open a present from Snape. Judging solely by its exterior, the packaging was remarkably meticulous. Adorned with vibrant magical wrapping paper and embellished with ribbons that shimmered with a hint of luminescence, casting an exciting glow in the candlelight of the dormitory. It was, without a doubt, the most thoughtful gift he had received. However, the very notion that Snape would bestow a gift upon him had taken him by surprise. After all, he had driven Snape into considerable debt, nearly to the point of jeopardizing his own meals. The clothes sent to him the day before had merely been an attempt to alleviate a smidgen of guilt. Yet, the audacious Harris, unfazed, gleefully began to unwrap the package from Professor Snape, secretly relishing the thought that he hadn't entirely wasted his, or Snape's, efforts. However, when Carl extracted the gift from its wrapping and discerned its true nature, his smile froze upon his face. A can of Swiss-imported herring. Odious would be a more fitting term. Carl maintained his stiff grin, gasping as he realized he should never have harbored any hopes regarding Snape. My heavens! What grievance could compel Snape to despise me so? He has sent me a can of herring, a veritable biochemical weapon. Clutching the can with both hands, he felt a chill of terror. In his mind, this substance undoubtedly ranked as one of the most repugnant foods in existence, bar none. He swallowed nervously, gingerly placing the can on the ground, aware that it could potentially explode due to low pressure or other factors. The thought of a biochemical explosion was unfathomable. It would be far worse than the horror of microwave durian, and even the stench of stinky tofu from his homeland paled in comparison. In his previous life, when he was known as Ning Chuan, a buddy from his dormitory who was a food blogger had inexplicably made a pledge to sample the infamous herring. To his shock, he actually fulfilled it, resulting in a live-stream tasting of herring. Curiosity had compelled him to join in, naively desiring to witness just how dreadful the legendary herring truly was. Yet, the adage curiosity killed the cat proved true. The moment the can was opened, a noxious aroma pervaded the entire room, earning the food blogger the rare title of can-opening king. He recalled the moment he nearly retched from the stench, faintly hearing the final cry of the so-called king. Quick. Alcohol. That incident had forced him to vacate the dormitory for a week. The memories flooded back, and as Carl gazed at the can resting on the floor, it resembled a specter risen from the depths of hell. Herring, indeed, was terrifying. Wait, was that a subtle magical disturbance he sensed? While pondering how to retaliate against Snape, Carl keenly sensed a vague magical ripple passing through. Yet, he was alone in the dormitory. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. This was bad. The can of herring sent by Snape was not so simple. Dimensional space-time distortion. He summoned the divine spirit of his broomstick instantly, the dark eye at his heart beginning to stir with alarming intensity. Concentrating his vast magical energy, he finally managed to bind a small segment of space-time near the can, draining nearly all of his magical reserves in the process. With a pale complexion, Carl quickly used one hand to stow the kin into his inventory, within the system's inventory. Time stood still, preventing any explosion. He even added a timed explosion spell, considering the possibility that Snape had concocted some nefarious scheme within the can. As a master of potions, Snape could easily amplify the stench of a mere can, and indeed, he had guessed correctly. If it were to explode, the odor would pervade the entire Ravenclaw tower for at least half a month. This remarkable maneuver was executed in the blink of an eye. Carl, upon realizing something was amiss, reacted with extraordinary swiftness, decisively warping space-time to avert disaster. Otherwise, if that stench spread throughout the Ravenclaw tower, those students who remained would undoubtedly kill him. Explanation? What explanation? This was nothing short of a meticulously orchestrated act of terror by the mischief maker of Ravenclaw. He could explain once he was dead and had turned into a ghost. Exhausted, Carl slumped to the floor, gasping for breath. Indeed, experience had proven invaluable. This time, he had underestimated the old bat Snape, nearly falling into his trap. It appeared that the old bat was not only brooding but also cunning. Today, he vowed to remember this incident. In due time, he would repay it in kind. Enraged, Carl found himself muttering in classical Chinese. After a significant while, Carl gradually regained his composure. This ordeal had nearly taken half his life. With a scowl, he changed out of the formal attire he had just donned and slipped into his pajamas, trembling as he climbed into bed. The strain from forcibly employing the power of the dark eye had left him somewhat overloaded, necessitating a good rest to recover. He had no intention of attending the professor's Christmas banquet organized to celebrate the holiday later that day. Resting and regaining his strength to plot a suitable revenge against Snape was the only logical course of action. Before drifting off, he muttered a fierce vow into the air. "You'd better wait, old bat. This matter will not end here. If I do not exact my revenge, I shall no longer be called Carl Harris." In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron were also unwrapping the gifts Carl had sent them. A large box of exquisite chocolates instantly captured Harry's attention. He had only seen this brand once before when Vernon bought it for Dudley's birthday, looking quite pained in the process. "Oh my goodness, this is absolutely amazing. Unbelievable." Just as Harry was preparing to unwrap more gifts, he heard Ron exclaiming in astonishment. Turning his head in confusion, he saw Ron setting up a wizard's chess set on the table. This set was unlike any other he had seen, appearing extraordinarily cool. Clearly, the system-produced items were of superior quality. The pieces bore a distinct style reminiscent of the Arad continent. The knights were fashioned after the 4 major classes of the Demon Sword Master, each unique in appearance and wielding different weapons. The rooks had transformed into dragons, represented as Ice Dragon Skalas, Frenzy Dragon Hess, and Wicked Dragon Spiz. The 2 kings were depicted as the Holy Michael and the Chaotic Ozma, both possessing striking characteristics. Carl had not altered the fundamental rules of wizard chess. He had merely manifested the characters and added a plethora of special skills, rendering it exceptionally prestigious. Particularly the abilities of the 2 kings, which could even be deemed graphics card killers. Ron, whose sole passion was wizard chess, was filled with exhilaration. This was undoubtedly the most valuable gift he had ever received, and Carl must have invested considerable effort into creating it. If Carl could see the expression on his face, he would undoubtedly remark that Ron was overthinking it. As long as the items are not related to the mysterious realm, the system fees have always been quite modest. What cannot be acquired with wealth? Altering a model and adding some special effects is hardly a challenge, costing less than 500 gold coins. A mere trifle for someone like him, who has already drained Snape's wallet and achieved financial prosperity. Soon, Harry finally unwrapped the invisibility cloak that Dumbledore had gifted him. The cloak appeared semi-transparent, a silvery hue, and felt remarkably comfortable, akin to being woven from some luxurious silk. What is this? Ron also noticed that the package had been sent anonymously, with no indication of its contents. It resembled a cloak. Harry carefully examined it and arrived at that conclusion. "Let us try it on," Ron suggested, fiddling with a chess piece in his hand. The moment Harry donned the cloak, his entire body vanished, leaving only his head floating in midair, creating a rather eerie sight. "This is so cool. It's an invisibility cloak. A rare treasure. I wonder who sent it to you." Ron, feeling delighted for his friend's receipt of such a valuable gift, touched the cloak in admiration. Completely captivated by these wondrous gifts, Harry opened another package. Yet again, it was an anonymous gift. He turned the package over several times, but found no information. "Never mind. Let us just open it," Ron urged. Harry skillfully unwrapped the package to reveal a necklace. In his hand was a pendant necklace shimmering with golden light, containing a photograph of a woman. Upon seeing the figure, Harry's eyes instantly welled with tears. It was Lily Potter. Harry and Ron attended the grand Christmas feast at Hogwarts, yet they did not spot Carl at either lunch or dinner. This struck them as peculiar for Carl. The voracious eater typically arrived early to the dining hall. Concerned for their friend, they resolved to check the Ravenclaw tower. Returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry donned his invisibility cloak, eager to share something wonderful with his companions. They set off towards the Ravenclaw tower when they encountered Snape. Harry had long since concluded that Snape was the one who had magically targeted him during Quidditch, and he intentionally attempted to circumvent him, perhaps due to Lily's revival. Snape had been in unusually good spirits lately, having exchanged his perennial black robe for a fresh one and even washed his hair for the first time. "Potter, stop!" Snape's commanding voice echoed, causing Hogwarts to tremble. Harry and Ron froze in their tracks and turned nervously to face the old bat. "Are you two heading to Ravenclaw Tower to find Harris? Very well, please deliver a message for me. Just ask him if he enjoys the Christmas gift I sent." Snape's sinister chuckle punctuated his last words. Although he sensed that the magic he had unleashed had not exploded, its activation was certain. He wondered what means Carl had employed to suppress it. However, during both lunch and dinner, Snape had not been observed in the hall, indicating that although Carl had managed to control it, it was likely not without difficulty. True to his past as a double agent, he quickly pieced together the situation. Harry and Ron, frightened by Snape's enigmatic smile, nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Professor Snape." "Go on," Snape replied with satisfaction, turning to leave. Heading towards his lair at number 19, Spinner's End, to spend the Christmas Eve with Lily, Harry and Ron knocked on the bronze knocker. What is it that is to come yet never arrives? An ethereal voice emanated from the knocker. Harry had long heard tales of the legendary Eagle Door and began to ponder. Ron, too, furrowed his brow, straining his mind. "Tomorrow," Harry exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he uttered the correct answer. "How many tomorrows are there?" The Eagle Door murmured before swinging open. "Harry, you're brilliant." Ron, after much contemplation without success, couldn't help but admire upon hearing the right answer. "Let us hurry." Harry blushed slightly, leading the way into the Ravenclaw common room. Without pausing to admire the room's grandeur, they rushed straight to the dormitory. "Knock, knock, knock. Who on earth is disturbing my sleep?" Carl grumbled as he threw off the covers, slipped on slippers, and stumbled to the door, leaning against the wall for support. Snape had left him in such a dreadful state that he could hardly walk. When the door opened, Harry and Ron were immediately struck by Carl's pale visage, resembling a specter. Taken aback, they were startled. "Carl, what happened to you?" Harry stammered, genuinely concerned, for Carl's appearance was indeed quite alarming. "It's nothing. Just a slight cold." Carl forced a smile, gesturing for them to come in and speak. Carl tugged at the edge of his striped pajamas and climbed back into bed, pulling the covers over himself. He felt utterly weakened by the ordeal Snape had put him through. Cough, cough. "What can I do for you too?" he asked weakly. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the situation. "I think you ought to visit Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing," Ron suggested with concern, genuinely worried about Carl's state. "No need for that. A bit of rest will suffice," Carl replied with an awkward yet polite smile, inwardly cursing Snape, that old bastard, for sending him a biological weapon, complete with an explosive curse and a diffusion spell. Is this something a person could do? Strangely, Harry and Ron found Carl's smile somewhat rigid, as if it were artificially constructed. "Carl, do you know of Nicholas Flamel?" Harry ventured, feeling that he should consult the academic genius, as searching for information on his own would take an eternity. They had nearly scoured the entire library, yet found nothing. "Nicholas Flamel? Why do you ask about him?" Carl's Oscar-worthy acting kicked in, his expression a blend of confusion and curiosity. "Do you remember that large dog guarding a door on the 4th floor? It relates to Nicholas Flamel. But we haven't found any information on him in any of the books," Harry explained, his tone laced with frustration. Carl frowned, seemingly deep in thought, though he was actually plotting how to get back at Snape. He believed that if Lily were resurrected, he could usurp James Potter and become Harry's stepfather, thereby reaching the pinnacle of life. What a dream. Offending the headmaster and expecting to escape unscathed? Not so easily. Professor Snape would have to bear the brunt of blame. Immediately, a brilliant smile spread across Carl's face. If Snape were to see it, he would surely flinch and guard his wallet. "Nicholas Flamel. I believe I've heard that name somewhere before, but I can't quite recall. Sorry. I think you could ask the professors for a note to enter the restricted section. There must be information there." Carl suggested to the pair. Once Harry entered the restricted section, he would undoubtedly stumble upon Snape and Quirrell's conversation, further deepening their misunderstandings. How could Snape hope to undermine James Potter without dealing with his son first? You and Hermione have conspired, haven't you? She also suggested we go to the restricted section for information. Or is it that all of you diligent students enjoy taking risks? Harry grimaced, clearly uninterested in such a dubious proposal. Did Hermione suggest that too? That makes it even better. Carl thought it remarkable that Hermione, who valued grades above all, would encourage Harry and the others to partake in such activities. He just wanted to say, well done, that resonates with my sentiments. By the way, Carl, how did you create that wizard's chess set? It's truly incredible. Especially those two kings. The magic is simply dazzling. Ron exclaimed. Recalling the chess set Carl had gifted him, his face flushed with excitement, as he had never received such a splendid present in his life. It's quite simple, really. Just this, then that, and finally the last touch, Carl replied nonchalantly, unaware of how the system produced it. I also received your chocolate. It tasted delightful. Additionally, I received an invisibility cloak from an unknown sender, with a note saying return to the rightful owner and use it wisely. Harry, thrilled to have received his first Christmas gift, eagerly shared it with his friends. Invisibility cloak? I've never seen one. May I take a look? Carl expressed keen interest in this deathly hallow, seeking Harry's permission. Of course, Harry promptly handed it over. Carl felt the cloak, which had a remarkable texture, akin to caressing mercury, appearing silvery gray. System, examine the properties of the invisibility cloak. 1,000 coins deducted successfully. Truly, the system demanded coinage. Item name. Invisibility cloak quality. Epic special item description. Allegedly crafted from half of the Reaper's cloak from this world. Personally created by Death, one of the Deathly Hallows. The wearer is immune to the killing curse and all detection spells of this world, significantly mitigating magical attacks, with limits. And can even evade the gaze of death. Special note, excludes physical detection. With a mere thought, Carl comprehended all there was to know about the invisibility cloak. He was inwardly astonished. This item indeed offered more than mere invisibility. To be classified as an epic magical object by the system was extraordinary. Immunity to the killing curse and substantial reduction of most magical attacks was undeniably overpowered, even with a limit. Truly, anything touched by divine beings could not be inferior. The only item bestowed by Death without significant drawbacks was this one. The Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone had their respective pitfalls. The former could change its master with a disarming spell, and the latter summoned souls that lacked emotional depth. What an excellent magical artifact! After experimenting with it and realizing its true capabilities, Carl returned it to Harry without a hint of reluctance. To possess immortality was such a luxury. If you can't kill me, I shall wear you down. The sorcerer and the berserker were polar opposites. Had he chosen the berserker path, he would have done anything to acquire such a life-saving artifact. Hey, Harry, since you mentioned that professors are unlikely to grant you permission for the restricted section, why not sneak in? With this perfect invisibility cloak. Just wear it at night and move quietly, and even Professor Dumbledore wouldn't notice, Carl suggested, his mind racing with the possibilities as he saw Harry stow the cloak away. Harry. He regretted consulting Carl for advice, as all he proposed were dubious plans. Sneaking into the restricted section at midnight was the most severe infraction of school rules. Yet oddly, Carl's scheme was quite well thought out. Using the invisibility cloak would greatly reduce the risk of detection, and Harry found himself somewhat tempted. The thrill of exploring the restricted section at night was indeed an exhilarating adventure. Clearly, this spirit resided within every Gryffindor lion. That night, under a brilliant starry sky, Harry slipped out of the restricted section with the invisibility cloak draped over him. However, his luck was evidently not as favorable as Carl's. He found nothing of significance after a long night of searching. He even accidentally knocked over a particularly nefarious book that Hermione had warned him was stored in the restricted section, Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic, rumored to contain curses that would tear the skin from the person who opened it. However, what puzzled him was that after the book accidentally fell to the ground upon his touch, nothing happened, as if it were merely an ordinary spellbook. Little did he know that the malevolent spirit contained within had been vanquished after it had provoked Carl, leaving no trace behind. Severus, let me explain, Quirrell stammered, attempting to articulate something to Snape. There is nothing to explain, Quirrell. Surely, you do not wish to oppose me. Snape, his face darkened, seized Quirrell by the collar and pinned him against the wall. He had promised Lily that he would protect Harry Potter with utmost diligence during Christmas. From the onset, he found Quirrell to be exceedingly peculiar. "Severus, I know nothing. You must have misunderstood." Quirrell continued to protest. "On the contrary, Professor Quirrell, I believe you are all too aware of your actions." As Harry gazed in astonishment, Carl's figure began to materialize from below. How could Carl be here, confronting Professor Quirrell alongside Snape? Harry quickly covered his mouth, striving to suppress any sound. "Ah, it is Mr. Harris. I wondered who would be so audacious as to appear before a professor while others slumber." Snape's disdainful snort was followed by a sinister smile. "By the way, how did you find my Christmas gift?" "The taste of the herring in a can was rather delightful, Professor Snape. I exerted considerable effort to contain the explosion it caused. It was indeed quite the undertaking. You drained my wallet, and in return, you have drained my very essence. My gratitude extends to your entire family. What a disgraceful act, given that it was a mere exchange. How foolish I was to feel a twinge of guilt for gifting you a coat on Christmas Day." Carl's smile concealed a wealth of malice. At that moment, Harry finally understood why Carl had appeared so near death these past few days. It was due to Snape's prank. No wonder he had even avoided the hospital wing. What had Carl done to Snape to have so thoroughly emptied his wallet? Harry's curiosity intensified, overshadowing his fear of being caught by the old bat. He gently adjusted the invisibility cloak and shifted his feet, hoping to hide in the corner for a better view. At that moment, Snape seemed to sense something, releasing Quirrell and reaching out with his right hand toward Harry's position. Carl also shifted his gaze. In truth, he had long been aware of Harry's whereabouts. This was something he had deliberately chosen to reveal, as it would pave the way for his ulterior motives concerning Harry Potter's vault. If Harry were to learn that his mother had been resurrected by Carl, he would undoubtedly offer a plethora of shiny trinkets in gratitude. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed down the corridor, accompanied by a few cat meows. Carl furrowed his brow. Filch was approaching, and this could spell trouble. Best to slip away for now. Farewell, Professor Snape. Until next time. I hope you can be more forthright and refrain from those frivolous antics. As he uttered his final words, Carl's figure quietly vanished at the corridor's end. After Filch arrived to report the situation, Snape and Quirrell departed in succession. With nothing else to occupy his time, Harry decided to explore the castle. Having finally ventured out at night, he was determined to uncover the secrets of Hogwarts. Then, a massive mirror appeared unexpectedly before him. He had visited this spot earlier in the day without noticing its presence. Curiously, he approached the mirror, and the boy reflected within bore a striking resemblance to him. Though two figures gradually emerged, one to the left and one to the right, he merely glanced at it, yet found himself lost in thought. "Mom, Dad." Confused, he touched his shoulder, only to find nothing there. Regaining his senses, he sprinted towards the Gryffindor common room. After Harry departed, Carl's figure materialized before the mirror. Reaching out to touch its smooth, icy surface. "Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most handsome in this world?" He then rolled his wrist, revealing an enormous hammer worth 80. Carl's gaze remained fixed on the mirror, with the hefty hammer poised in his hand, as if ready to strike should the mirror present anything unfavorable. Initially, Carl had anticipated witnessing himself mastering the ultimate secrets of 11 great wizards, transcending death and becoming a deity of magic, wandering through infinite dimensions. Yet, regrettably, none of this materialized within the mirror. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy gradually morphed into a young man of 17 or 18, possessing black hair and eyes reminiscent of a dark elf, bearing no resemblance to Carl at present. The dark corridor transformed into a bright living room. A modest dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes: braised pork, for happiness meatballs, chicken stew with mushrooms, steamed base, sweet-skinned duck, and spicy chicken feet among various other Chinese delicacies. A graceful middle-aged woman, apron tied around her waist, brought the final pot of chicken soup to the table. The boy in the mirror excitedly dashed back to his room, retrieving a large red envelope and placing it on the table. Judging by the EMS packaging and the festive crimson hue, it was evidently an admission letter from a prestigious university. With great care, the boy used a small knife to open the envelope, while the middle-aged man and woman beside him beamed with joy, their eyes filled with pride, as they continually served him food with their chopsticks. Though the scene in the mirror unfolded like a silent film, Carl could still vividly sense the happiness etched upon their faces. For the boy in the mirror was none other than himself. Two streams of tears silently cascaded down his cheeks. Unbeknownst to him, a hand had rested upon his shoulder, and when Carl turned to look, it was none other than the old bat, Severus Snape. The dimensional magic swiftly evaporated the tears from his face. He could not afford to appear foolish before the old bat. Snape remained silent, his expression impassive. Observing Carl's demeanor, he refrained from delivering his usual scathing remarks. Yet he felt a perplexing confusion. How could this insufferable boy, who had defied death, be affected by something that could evoke sadness? Mr. Harris, do you not first observe the mirror before gazing into it? What if it were a mirror that devours its viewers? Snape spoke in his monotonous tone. Look at the inscription above the mirror. It reveals not your face, but the desires deep within your soul. Ah, Professor Snape. It seems you wish to flaunt your knowledge before me. Carl scoffed derisively at the remark, but I am already well acquainted with everything about this mirror. It is indeed the mirror of Erist, is it not? And crafted by none other than Professor Flitwick's family from Ravenclaw. Snape, taken aback, wondered why this insufferable boy would still choose to gaze into it if he was aware. Ah, the nostalgia. Carl sighed softly, revealing the reason. Many have been lost within this mirror. It draws forth the deepest desires of their hearts, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, leading to a gradual decline of the spirit, sinking into despair, for they firmly believe that everything within the mirror may come to fruition through some miraculous event. Snape, with a flourish of his lavish, gold-trimmed wizarding robe, assumed the role of a spiritual guide, exuding an air of flamboyance akin to Lockhart. It is worth mentioning that this splendid garment was a gift from Carl. I seek no explanations. I merely wish to reminisce about the past. Carl caressed the edge of the mirror once more, gazing at the joyful visage of the young boy reflected within. Furthermore, had I not resurrected Lily, you might have found yourself incapacitated with grief upon beholding this mirror. Carl turned away from the enchanting illusion, retorting sharply to Snape. So, Mr. Harris, would you be so kind as to divulge what you glimpsed within the mirror? I find it perplexing that even death cannot deter you. What, pray tell, could evoke such emotional upheaval? Snape, brushing his lustrous black hair aside, appeared quite confounded. In his recollection, this boy was perpetually cheerful, even after receiving a sardonic rebuke from Snape following a prank involving a tin of herring, as if he were incapable of anger. Professor Snape, this matter seems rather irrelevant to you. It would be prudent to refrain from prying into affairs that do not concern you, lest it prove detrimental for us both. Carl produced a diminutive straw doll from his robe, gently tracing the intricate patterns upon it, signaling that further inquiries might lead to dire consequences. Snape's pupils dilated. This was the very powerful dark magical artifact that Carl had once bartered with him, a threat that he knew could spell disaster if Carl chose to wield it. Snape scoffed, intending to whisk his robe away back to his dark, damp dungeon, when suddenly, a voice echoed ahead. Hurry, Ron. We must keep pace. This is my parents. A cruel smile curled upon Snape's lips. He recognized Potter's voice. Disregarding Carl, he hastily concealed himself behind the immense, erased mirror, ready to spring a surprise upon Harry. Carl, what brings you here? Harry re-entered the hall, instantly spotting Carl facing them, his back turned to the mirror. Boredom led me out for a stroll. I presume you are here for the mirror? Carl once again caressed the mirror's surface, its cold touch evoking a sense of unreality. Moreover, upon seeing them, he realized their fates were sealed. An encounter with Snape would surely leave them in a state of paralysis. Harry, already aware that Carl had been out for some time, was not overly surprised to see him there. Instead, he quickly grasped the hands of Carl and Ron, positioning them before the mirror. Can you see? This is my parents, Harry exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. But I only see the three of us. Your parents are absent. Ron scratched his head, then suddenly exclaimed, Oh my, that's me. I became head boy and even the student council president, ultimately winning the Quidditch Cup. How splendid. Ron gazed at his reflection, bursting with enthusiasm, narrating his heroic image cradling the Quidditch World Cup trophy to the others. Our visions differ. Could this mirror possess the ability to foresee the future? Foresee the future? Harry echoed, having encountered an abundance of wonders in the magical realm. Perhaps the magic that resurrects the dead truly existed, and his parents might return at some future time. Carl, what did you see? Can you share with us? Harry and Ron simultaneously bombarded Carl with their inquiries, eager to uncover the mirror's true nature and whether their visions would materialize. Faced with their impatient questioning, Carl remained silent, merely brandishing his wand and elegantly tracing the air, causing the words inscribed upon the erased mirror to materialize, glowing softly in the darkness. As you both perceive, these reflections are not reality. Rather, they embody your deepest desires. The erased mirror reveals what your hearts yearn for most, hence the differing visions you behold. Carl sighed softly, feeling compelled to deliver the harsh truth. To become ensnared in illusion would only result in self-inflicted harm. Although Lily had indeed returned, he could not disclose this to Harry just yet. He needed to ascertain Dumbledore's true intentions. For that old man was willing to sacrifice even his own life to create an opportunity for Harry to defeat Voldemort. Truly, it was a terrifying thought. Harry and Ron, listening to Carl's explanation, gazed at the words he conjured, their expressions reflecting profound disappointment. What did you see within the mirror? Harry reached into his pocket, withdrawing a tissue and extending it to see. This brought immense satisfaction to Carl, as he no longer had to confront his greasy, shoulder-length hair on a daily basis. Ah, it was Potter and Weasley. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry inside. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that there will be any lunch left for you after your confinement today. Snape, observing the two Gryffindor cubs shivering under his oppressive aura, curled his lips into a cruel smile, then immediately began to unleash his venomous remarks. Once Harry and Ron entered, Snape waved his wand and firmly shut the door. The ominous sound of the closing door startled both boys, causing them to shudder. The cellar was devoid of sunlight, illuminated only by the flickering torches affixed to the walls. Various peculiar creatures, submerged in an unknown green solution, further intensified the eerie atmosphere, making the setting perfectly suitable for a top-tier horror film. Snape pointed his wand at a large bucket of slugs on the ground and ominously declared, "This will be your confinement task for today. I have placed a spell on the door. It will not open until you have completed your task." After instructing them, Snape vainly checked his reflection in a mirror, placed his wand away, and exited, leaving behind the beleaguered Ron and Harry. "Ugh, this is utterly disgusting," Ron exclaimed. I shut tight as he reluctantly grasped a slug from the bucket, his face contorted in revulsion. Why was Carl also caught by the old bat while he was out with us last night? Yet it seems he was intentionally overlooked, leaving only us to face punishment. Glancing at Harry, whose expression mirrored his own distaste, Ron quickly shed his facade of bravado, revealing his true, disgruntled self. "Who do you think I should ask?" I still haven't grasped the nature of Carl and Snape's so-called deal. Although Harry entertained this thought, he voiced instead, "Perhaps the old bat simply finds Carl more agreeable." How could that be? Carl was late for the first potions class, and the old bat erupted in fury, declaring his confinement right then. There must be something we don't understand behind this. Ron retorted defiantly to Harry's comment. "I don't know." Harry shook his head in resignation, aware that the so-called deal was likely the reason for Snape's leniency towards Carl. Yet he dared not speak freely about it in front of his close friend Ron. After laboring for an hour or two, the boys had managed to process barely a third of the slugs, having grown numb to the putrid stench wafting from them. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Hearing the sound, Harry and Ron assumed it was Snape returning and braced themselves, fearing another round of ridicule. However, they were mistaken. It was Carl. The reason he could enter was simple. The spell Snape had cast to seal the door barred Harry and Ron, but not him. The true reason for his arrival was straightforward. He had just encountered Hagrid, who had cheerfully invited him to fetch Harry and Ron, claiming he had something marvelous to show them. With his sharp intellect, Carl immediately surmised that Hagrid had acquired a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg. Although the appearance and abilities of Western dragons differ vastly from their Eastern counterparts, like a large lizard sprouting wings, being classified as a dragon still implied a formidable strength. Dragons, being apex predators within the magical creature food chain, possessed terrifying power. Harry had previously been pursued by a Hungarian horntail dragon throughout Hogwarts during the Triwizard Tournament. As Carl approached the two, Harry and Ron trembled involuntarily. "What are you so anxious about? You seem quite flustered," Carl observed, perplexed, as he popped a piece of candy into his mouth. "Carl, it's you. How did you get here? You scared us to death. We thought the old bat had returned." Harry and Ron visibly relaxed at the familiar voice, relieved that it was anyone but Snape. "Have you not finished yet?" Carl asked, noticing the half-full bucket of slugs. "With magic at your disposal, you should have completed this long ago. Snape disapproves of our spellcasting skills and forbade us from using magic, fearing it might compromise the potion's efficacy. If we ruin his potion, he's certain to flay us alive," Harry and Ron grumbled, their teeth clenched in frustration. Clearly, Snape was intentionally making their lives difficult. "Oh, I see. Let me take care of it. My magical prowess should be on par with Professor Snape's." Carl contemplated, feeling he could not endure their prolonged confinement any longer. "Is that true? Incredible." "Hail, Carl." The two, already tormented by the slugs, couldn't contain their joy at his words. By the way, Hagrid invited us to his hut. He mentioned he had something wonderful to show us and needed our advice. Carl did not rush to use magic, but instead shared the purpose of his visit with the two. Something wonderful? What could Hagrid possibly have? Harry's expression darkened, evidently recalling some unpleasant experiences. Could it be another rock cake? Ron's mouth twitched at the memory of the last time Hagrid had treated them to those hard-as-rock cakes. Those cakes truly lived up to their name. As hard as granite. Last time, they had eagerly gone to Hagrid's hut, only for Ron, who was in the midst of losing a tooth, to bite down and have it pop out, leaving him with a mouth full of blood. Suppressing a laugh, Carl had heard tales of the infamous rock cakes, but was astonished that Harry and Ron had dared to eat them. Truly, they were reckless little lions. Not to be trifled with. It should not be a rock cake. It seems Hagrid wants us to help him with something. Carl casually cast a spell, effectively managing the remaining slugs in the wooden bucket. Let us go. Hagrid is still waiting for us. I wonder what marvelous thing he has acquired. He was so excited when he saw me. Carl smiled as he stepped out of the dank cellar, where neither the environment nor the air was particularly pleasant. The trio made their way along the magical path carved through the snow by the professors. Outside the forbidden forest, a small wooden cabin appeared, somewhat obscured from view. However, it was peculiar that Hagrid's hut seemed different from usual. A plume of thick black smoke was billowing from the chimney. As a half-giant, Hagrid's heritage not only granted him exceptional magical resistance but also significantly enhanced his ability to withstand cold. During previous chats with Hagrid, he had laughed heartily, claiming he never needed to light the fireplace for warmth even in the coldest of winters. With a puzzled expression, Harry knocked on the little wooden door. Hagrid promptly opened it, warmly inviting them inside. You all came. Come in quickly. I have something wonderful to show you. He waved a hand to shoo away Fong, the drooling hound, gesturing for the trio to enter. Carl frowned slightly. The dog was rather imposing, and he wondered how Hagrid managed to care for such a beast. Noticing the subtle change in Carl's expression, Hagrid chuckled, thinking that this was Carl's first visit and he might be intimidated by the large dog. Hey, Carl. Don't be afraid. This is Fong. He is quite timid and one tea bite. It's been a while since we last met. I thought you would be sorted into Gryffindor like Harry, but I didn't expect you to end up in Ravenclaw. As long as it's not Slytherin. It's rather splendid. Carl chuckled softly. I'm not quite sure how the sorting hat works. It all felt rather random when I landed in Ravenclaw. Don't stand out there. Come in. It's quite chilly. As soon as they stepped inside, a wave of heat enveloped them. Except for Carl. Harry and Ron instinctively shielded their foreheads from the warmth. The reason was simple. The temperature inside was rather high, and they found it somewhat overwhelming. The benefits of Carl's temperature-regulating purple flame cloak were evident at that moment as he sat calmly in a chair, as if the internal and external temperatures were hardly different. After welcoming them, Hagrid hurried to the kitchen and returned with some rock cakes, milk, and dried beef. While the milk and beef were acceptable, Ron turned pale at the sight of the rock cakes, vividly remembering how one had knocked out a tooth last time. Hagrid, noticing Ron's reaction, chuckled awkwardly. What happened last time was an accident. This batch of rock cakes has been specially softened. I assure you, they won't knock out any teeth this time. Ron forced a stiff smile, vowing never to touch rock cakes again. They were truly perilous. Harry wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and curiously asked, Hagrid, why is the fire so intense? Didn't you say you wouldn't light the fireplace even on the coldest days? I'm certainly not afraid of the cold. But this fire serves another purpose. Hagrid replied with a mysterious smile. Come, take a look at this. You'll be quite astonished. He stood up, donned a pair of large gloves, and approached the roaring fireplace to retrieve an iron bucket. Ah, these gloves are made from dragon hide, perfectly suited for retrieving dragon eggs. It is well known that dragons do not shed their skin, so each pair of dragon hide gloves means the death of one dragon. My goodness, this is incredibly cool. Is that truly a dragon egg? Ron exclaimed, recognizing the egg immediately due to his brother Charlie's work with dragons in Romania. Harry leaned in excitedly, eager to witness the hatching process of a dragon egg, a rare sight indeed. While Harry and Ron were intrigued by the hatching, Carl had different thoughts. He was primarily curious about how delicious a roasted dragon egg would be. Hagrid, is it about to hatch? Harry inquired, gazing at the slightly charred egg being roasted by the flames. Not yet. The hatching process for a dragon is quite lengthy. We're only in the mid-stage, so it will be some time before it hatches. Hagrid gently stroked the surface of the dragon egg, his face radiating affection. Meanwhile, Carl perused the books laid out on the table, all dedicated to dragon care. Titles such as Hatching Dragons, A Beginner's Guide to Dragon Care, and 18 important notes on raising dragons cluttered the small table, thoroughly explaining how to raise a dragon from an egg to a magnificent beast. However, Carl was disappointed to find no books on how to cook dragon eggs or dragons themselves. It seemed rather lacking. Were eggs not meant for consumption? Especially a massive one like this, sufficient for 2 meals. Hagrid, while raising a dragon, is undoubtedly impressive. Doing so without the Ministry's permission and without a breeding license violates fundamental wizarding regulations. If this comes to the attention of the wrong person and is reported, you could find yourself in Azkaban. Ron, having calmed down from the excitement of seeing the dragon egg, recalled the warnings Charlie had given him about dragon care and felt it necessary to remind Hagrid. Relax, hardly anyone dares to come here. It's quite safe, Hagrid replied, patting his chest dismissively. I've read all those books thoroughly. I'm practically a dragon master now. There's no way anything will go awry. At this moment, Carl pondered briefly before speaking up. Hagrid, dragons grow at an astonishing rate and require a significant amount of gold. In less than a month, it could very well outgrow your little hut, and its daily food intake will be considerable. Moreover, as one of the most recognized magical creatures globally, the consumption and activity levels of an adult dragon are quite alarming. Thus, it would be far more practical to roast and consume it. However, Carl refrained from voicing this thought, fearing Hagrid might throw him out for such a suggestion. Don't worry, I have an expansive forbidden forest behind me. It will have ample space to roam. Hagrid countered, contemplating Carl's advice and soon providing a response. Dragons breathe fire, and the speed at which flames spread in a forest is something you surely understand. If this dragon ignites the forbidden forest, it would be disastrous. In response to Hagrid's rebuttal, Carl smiled and offered a definitive reason. Perhaps it would be best to roast the egg. It's a simple and effective solution. Hagrid, I understand you wish to keep this Norwegian ridgeback, but if you are reported, the consequences could be dire. Harry chimed in, concerned about the possibility of Hagrid being apprehended by the Ministry and sent to Azkaban. Alas, what shall become of this unfortunate little dragon? Is it destined to be separated from its mother even before it hatches? I have already chosen a name for it, Noble. Hagrid, rendered speechless by the comments of the trio, now finds himself in tears. Fear not, for I have devised a plan to care for this little dragon. Carl, observing Hagrid's tearful demeanor, felt a shiver run through him, his eyes stinging. Hagrid, you could hatch Noble and, once it grows strong enough to break free of your small hut, send it away, he gently suggested. Hagrid merely wished to sample the taste of dragon eggs, but given Hagrid's protective nature, such a scenario seemed unlikely. Indeed, Carl's suggestion is splendid. My brother Charlie is currently raising dragons in Romania. We could send Noble there and later release it back into the wild. It would be an excellent home for him. Ron chimed in, proposing an idea that resonated well with Harry and Carl. How can that be? We cannot send Noble away. He is far too small and fragile at this age. What if other dragons bully him in Romania? No, I am now his mother, and no one shall separate us. Hagrid exclaimed, his urgency palpable. This was his first dragon baby, and he was determined to keep it. The Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest can undoubtedly become Noble's sanctuary. We can train him not to cause destruction. Hagrid wiped his tears and confidently assured the trio. Rest assured, when it comes to the care and release of magical creatures, there is no one in Hogwarts more capable than I, not even Professor Dumbledore. I am an expert in this domain. After all, I have done this more than once. Aragog has thrived in the Forbidden Forest, never harming anyone. Ah, yes, harming no one, merely devouring them. What a perfect explanation, Carl mused, smiling at Hagrid's frantic state, while internally he began to critique the situation. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, and Newt from Hufflepuff, 2 formidable figures at Hogwarts. Well versed in the breeding of dangerous magical creatures and possessing formidable combat skills, could even serve as summoners in rare magical professions. Indeed, as a summoner, I could call upon a fire-breathing dragon and a spider larger than a house for assistance. It wouldn't be a problem, would it? Hagrid declared, brimming with confidence. In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, Carl speculated that all the professors at Hogwarts, save for the ancient glass, would surely be overwhelmed. After all, a 3-headed dog alone could easily turn Snape's thigh into a chew toy. Hagrid, in a flustered state, continued to explain, but inadvertently let slip information about Aragog, the giant spider. What? Hagrid, you mean this isn't your first time? What is Aragog? Harry, taken aback by Hagrid's unintentional revelation, was astonished to discover that Hagrid had been raising other creatures in the Forbidden Forest seemingly more than one. No, no, you must have misheard. I'm not raising anything in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, realizing he had let something slip, hurriedly gestured in a frantic attempt to defend himself. However, to Carl and the others, his defense seemed feeble. Hagrid, stop explaining. You've already let it slip. Tell us what kind of creature Aragog is, Ron inquired. His curiosity piqued by the multitude of creatures Hagrid was apparently nurturing. Well, he is merely a little spider frolicking happily in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's gaze fell, unable to meet the eyes of Carl and the others, as he spoke somewhat sheepishly. Carl couldn't help but chuckle at Hagrid's description. A spider larger than a house is hardly little. Hagrid, are you implying we have not read enough? Clearing his throat, Carl prepared to enlighten Harry and Ron on the true size of this so-called little spider. Aragog, as Hagrid described, was a giant eight-eyed spider. Now, it was Hagrid's turn to be astonished. He had only claimed Aragog was a little spider, without specifying its breed. Had he inadvertently revealed more than he intended? Carl, how do you know Aragog's true species? Hagrid asked, perplexed. I stumbled upon a wizarding notebook from 50 years ago while buying books in Diagon Alley. The owner chronicled significant events at Hogwarts and included some information about the Chamber of Secrets. Aragog was mentioned therein, Carl explained, casting a knowing glance at Hagrid. Upon hearing this, Hagrid appeared utterly flustered. The Chamber of Secrets? What Chamber of Secrets? Harry questioned, bewildered, as he thought they were discussing spiders, not some chamber. Nothing much. Just a treasure trove discovered by a student decades ago. I hear he came into quite a fortune. Carl fabricated a tale, as there was no need to elaborate. After all, the basilisk would soon become mere experience fodder for him. In truth, Carl was not entirely untruthful. That student referred to as none other than a certain Tom, who preferred the moniker Voldemort, and the fortune he acquired was indeed from the basilisk. Since it's called a giant spider, it must be quite large, Ron remarked, casting a glance at Hagrid, who was unable to meet his gaze, feeling guilty. In reality, among the creatures Hagrid had raised, Aragog didn't even rank as particularly large. Carl began to expose Hagrid's secrets. To exemplify, let us take Hagrid's hut as a reference. Aragog is about that size. Well, perhaps a bit larger? Carl pondered, surveying Hagrid's hut and contemplating Aragog's appearance, albeit with uncertainty. Harry, Ron, do you both have a misunderstanding of the term small? Harry and Ron envisioned a spider larger than a house, with 8 eyes and 8 legs. Yikes, that's terrifying. It's nothing short of a nightmare. They gasped in horror, their faces pale with fear. You must believe me. Aragog, whom I raised from a hatchling, is an absolute darling, incapable of causing harm, Hagrid insisted, albeit his confidence wavering. Please, would a spider of that size refrain from harming anyone? It would swallow a person whole, skin and bones included, leaving nothing behind. Harry and Ron, utterly distraught, lamented the terror of the Forbidden Forest. I swear, entering the Forbidden Forest is utterly out of the question. I shall never step foot in there. Ron's psyche shattered at the thought of Hagrid's so-called little darling, his emotions a whirlwind of fear and frustration. Hagrid, raising a dragon in the Forbidden Forest is simply impractical. It is far too close to Hogwarts. As a giant dragon, Noble will inevitably soar through the skies. You cannot suppress its instinct to fly. Once it grows, a mere flight around the Forbidden Forest will lead to its discovery. The dragon's hide is fashioned into gloves, while its liver fetches a price of 17 sickles per ounce in Diagon Alley, and the nerves are dispatched to Ollivanders to become the cores of numerous wands. Believe me, they will be exceedingly pleased upon receiving this shipment. Carl, realizing that ordinary persuasion was ineffective, decisively resorted to a more severe approach. No. How could they treat Norbert in such a manner? It is utterly inhumane. Hagrid could no longer contain himself. He began to wipe his tears with that filthy handkerchief. First-year students invariably purchase dragonhide gloves upon enrollment, yet it appears that dragons do not shed their skin. Sending it to Romania seems to be the wisest choice. Carl continued to recount the grim reality following Norbert's discovery. But I have only just acquired it. It has not even hatched yet. Hagrid, putting away his handkerchief, gazed longingly at the dragon egg within the iron tub. You could incubate it first and nurture it for about a month. By then, it should not yet have learned how to fly or breathe fire. In short, it would be manageable. After a moment of contemplation, Carl proposed this idea. Hagrid sat on the sofa, staring intently at the dragon egg, hesitating for nearly half an hour before ultimately agreeing to Carl's suggestion. Harry and Ron had no objections, as they could not conceive of a better plan. Hagrid, Does the incubation of dragons require a particularly high temperature? Harry and Ron wiped the sweat from their brows, aware that Hagrid's indoor temperature must be related to the dragon egg. Indeed, it is true. This book on dragon hatching states clearly that dragons continuously breathe fire in their dens to raise the temperature of their eggs. A lower temperature can result in deformed hatchlings, or even unhatched dead eggs. Moreover, temperature can determine the eventual gender of the hatchling. Hagrid rose and placed the dragon egg back into the fireplace, explaining as he clapped his hands. Oh, so that's how it is. At that moment, the two finally understood the significance of temperature in hatching dragon eggs. Carl, a former university student specializing in biology, naturally possessed this knowledge and had some understanding of breeding. After perusing the books on the table, his insights deepened. He shared a few of his thoughts with Hagrid, who, upon hearing them, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Carl would possess such understanding of dragon care. Truly a remarkable scholar from Ravenclaw. The two immediately began to exchange their respective techniques. Hagrid, I believe that increasing the temperature could expedite the hatching process of the egg. This would also allow you to meet the little dragon sooner. Carl pondered briefly before speaking to Hagrid. I am quite proficient in the blasting curse. If possible, I could assist. He added this remark. Hagrid, Harry, Ron. Upon witnessing the reactions of the three, Carl finally realized that he had perhaps misspoken. Blast. I mentioned the blasting curse too frequently while practicing with Snape a few days ago, and it slipped out habitually. He immediately chuckled awkwardly. My apologies. I have been rather engrossed in books regarding the defense against the dark arts lately. They mentioned too much about the dangers of the blasting curse, and I inadvertently misspoke. What I meant to say was a roaring flame. Hagrid then relaxed, and upon further reflection, realized that the blasting curse is typically a skill of dark wizards. How could a first year possibly master it? He marveled at how Ravenclaw truly produces scholars, as Carl had already begun to grasp the dangers of the blasting curse at such an early stage. However, unbeknownst to Hagrid, Carl had fully mastered all three unforgivable curses, so the blasting curse was not particularly difficult for him. By the way, Hagrid, how did you come by this dragon egg? It must have cost quite a few galleons. Harry was also quite curious about the origin of the egg, as it was not something one could easily procure. It was a rare item. The dragon egg was certainly beyond my means. You may not believe it, but I acquired this egg without spending a single galleon. Hagrid beamed with pride as he recounted the egg's origin. Did you find it in the wild? Goodness, how fortunate. I wonder which careless mother forgot her child while moving. Ron exclaimed, speculating wildly upon learning that Hagrid had spent no money. That is not the case. Perhaps I was just particularly lucky that day. I won it in a card game with a stranger at the leaky cauldron. He seemed quite flustered, as if he could not wait to rid himself of the egg. He even chatted with me briefly about the habits of three-headed dogs. Hagrid stroked his bushy beard, his face glowing with pride. There were few who could win a dragon egg at the card table in the entire wizarding world. Three-headed dog? Harry suddenly became anxious, sensing that something was amiss. Yes, I happened to win his dragon egg, and I had a bit to drink, reaching quite the high. After all, having just won his dragon egg. I felt obliged to answer his questions. I shared my insights on raising Fluffy. He cannot resist sleep when he hears music. Hagrid remained lost in the joy of winning the dragon egg, oblivious to the odd tone in Harry's voice. After taking a sip of milk, he belatedly realized that he seemed to have misspoken again. Do you remember what that person looked like? Carl asked tentatively, fully aware of the situation but needing to play along with Dumbledore's script. I only remember that he was dressed in all black, his entire face shrouded in a hood, with fingers that appeared as dry as twigs. His voice was rather hoarse, not quite normal, resembling that of a dark wizard. Hagrid made another effort to recall the man's appearance. It was undoubtedly Snape. He was bitten by Fluffy last time. Unable to breach Fluffy's defenses, he used the dragon egg to extract information from you. Ron declared resolutely at this moment. Hagrid, what exactly is concealed beneath the trapdoor? And who is Nicholas Flamel? Harry inquired with keen interest. However, this time, Hagrid adamantly refused to divulge anything, stating plainly that this was not a matter for first-year wizards to concern themselves with. He would report this oversight to Dumbledore faithfully, and if he were to be punished, so be it. Leaving Hagrid, the three walked back to the castle, unable to cease their discussion. Hey, Carl, I believe Professor Dumbledore must be hiding something extraordinary beneath that trapdoor. Otherwise, there would not be so many protective measures in place. Harry, gazing at the Hogwarts castle standing firm against the snow, voiced his worries. Have you yet found any information on Nicholas Flamel? Carl responded, seemingly off topic. I even ventured into the restricted section, but still found nothing of note. Harry shook his head, indicating that he had come up empty-handed recently. Since Hagrid mentioned that the object is related to Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, perhaps you could start investigating Professor Dumbledore's deeds for clues. It might yield some results. Carl smiled faintly, giving Harry a slight hint before he ventured down another path, intending to return to Ravenclaw Tower for meditation. After all, the Christmas holiday had not yet concluded, and he was alone in the dormitory, making it unnecessary to visit the room of requirement. Upon returning to his dormitory, Carl lifted the covers and sat on his small bed, slowly closing his eyes to commence his meditation practice. Endless images from the dimensions materialized in his mind, with the themes of emptiness, coldness, death, and darkness pervading the boundless realms of space. The strength of a dimensional traveler derives half from their mastery of dimensional magic, and the other half from the forbidden divergence magic bestowed by the otherworldly entity Nyarlathotep. The second awakening is a powerful spell resulting from the combination of both. While in the game, a dimensional traveler could summon Nyarlathotep upon reaching level 20, thus easily defeating formidable foes. In the continent of Arad, only a select few powerful dimensional travelers skilled in dimensional studies could forge contracts with unknown beings from the void. The majority could only command rudimentary dimensional spells. This aspect elevates the status of dimensional travelers above that of mere adventurers. The myriad of bizarre creatures in the endless dimensions presents substantial danger, making the role of a dimensional traveler a precarious vocation. When one gazes into the abyss gazes back at them. Countless oblivious dimensional travelers have succumbed to madness in their frenzied pursuits, ultimately leading to their self-destruction. The ritual for forming a contract with beings from other realms is both rigorous and complex, and those who presume to deviate from the established protocols devised by their predecessors often find themselves consumed by creatures from other dimensions, their souls devoured entirely. Not everyone can navigate perilous encounters like that particular resourceful adventurer. That was a path already paved by the second sister, requiring only to be traversed. The contract's format includes lengthy and obscure incantations, one's own blood, suitable sacrifices, and the ink used to inscribe the magic circle must derive from powerful creatures' blood. This posed a dilemma for Carl, as the blood of those formidable beings available in the system's marketplace had not yet been revealed to him. In other words, even with his current financial resources, he could not afford to procure it. The projections of the endless dimensions grew increasingly vivid in Carl's mind, signifying his deepening comprehension of dimensional magic, thereby augmenting the potential power of his spells. Come, find me, or wait for me to find you. A hollow voice echoed in Carl's ear, imbued with an ominous aura, akin to the murmurs of a slumbering high-ranking malevolent deity or the malevolent temptations of a devil from the depths of hell. Cursed. An A-class mental contamination. Carl's eyes flew open, his back drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pallid. Disoriented, he shook his head vigorously, as if to expel the disquieting voice from his mind. He hastily retrieved a bottle of Remy's assistance from his inventory, uncorked it, and gulped it down in rapid succession. That mere whisper had proven overwhelming for him. Damn that wretched system. What kind of abominable meditation method is this? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have succumbed to madness. His light golden hair was dampened by the unexpected turn of events. He patted his chest, breathing heavily, a flicker of fear still evident on his face, mixed with a hint of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to escape in time. Otherwise, he would have faced utter disaster. However, as the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. As his sanity plummeted, his knowledge surged. Following that disquieting whisper, his understanding of dimensional magic soared to new heights. Yet, he had no desire to relive such an experience. It was far too terrifying. While provoking malevolent deities may be the swiftest route to acquiring knowledge and power, even the first demon lord of the Acheron sect, Charlefus, would not dare to engage in such reckless behavior. A moment's inattention could lead to complete madness. Who could endure such misfortune? Initially, Carl had intended to spend the Christmas holiday meditating, but after this incident, he dared not continue. He swiftly transformed his robe into sleepwear, covering his head to rest and recuperate. The eye of darkness could resurrect him, but it offered no remedy for madness. If he were to drive himself insane, he would be left without the ability to even weep. This Christmas was nothing short of a nightmare for Carl. First, he had been tormented by Snape, leaving him barely alive, and now the malevolent deity from the void had joined the fray. It was truly unbearable. Oh, Lady Luck, please open your eyes and see me. a certain unnamed unfortunate soul lamented while gazing at the snow-covered castle outside. Meanwhile, after receiving hints from Carl, Harry and Ron commenced their research in the library regarding Dumbledore, seeking any trace of Nicholas Flamel. Seated on stools in the library's reading room, each held a hefty tome, despairingly scanning the text. The accounts of Dumbledore were far too numerous. His century-long legacy in the wizarding world filled volume after volume of magical literature. Harry, how long are we going to search like this? Ron exclaimed, placing his book down, his freckled face etched with hopelessness. Ron, just hold on a little longer. Perhaps we'll uncover some relevant information in the next moment, Harry encouraged, removing his glasses to rub his aching eyes. But you said that 3 hours ago. Ron yawned, nearly lulled to sleep by the books. Is there anything? Probably not. Let's grab a bite to eat first. Harry managed an awkward smile, then retrieved a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket and handed it to Ron. The red-haired boy opened the packaging, revealing a wizard card of Dumbledore inside. Adhering to his collecting principles, Ron glanced at it, preparing to tuck it away. A familiar term caught his eye. Dumbledore discovered 12 uses for dragon blood, and he was well acquainted with Nicholas Flamel's expertise in alchemy. As the Christmas holiday neared its end, although Harry and Ron learned of Nicholas Flamel's connection to alchemy, their limited knowledge, compounded by the scarcity of books on the subject, compelled them to seek assistance from the academic elites. The only scholarly individuals they knew at Hogwarts were Carl and Hermione, but the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger had yet to return due to the ongoing holiday. When Carl opened the door, both sides were taken aback. Harry and Ron wondered if Carl had been feasting excessively on bats lately, as he appeared to be on the brink of death. Conversely, Carl felt that these two were nothing short of bad omens. Every time they visited, trouble seemed to follow. First, it had been Snape, and now an unknown malevolent deity. Would the next visitor be the infamous Azathoth, making a grand entrance to Blue Star for a concert? Carl, are you running a fever again? Ron cautiously inquired, wary of provoking Carl's ire, for his complexion was pale with an ominous darkness. It's nothing. Just a bit of an upset stomach from the past couple of days. A little rest will suffice. Carl forced a smile and retreated indoors, his outward cheerfulness contrasting sharply with the expletives swirling in his mind. What brings you two back to me this time? He reclined back onto his bed, weakly lifting a cup of warm water to soothe his throat, embodying an air of despondency. We have uncovered some leads regarding Nicholas Flamel. He made significant contributions to alchemy alongside Dumbledore, Harry exclaimed, eagerly producing a wizard card for Carl to examine closely. Carl took the card and glanced at it thoughtfully. Since the truth was so close at hand, he resolved to share it now rather than face their incessant inquiries later. Propping his chin on his hand, he feigned an epiphany and began to explain, I believe I now know who Nicholas Flamel is. Really? Tell us quickly. The reckless Gryffindors revealed their true natures. Flamel and Dumbledore achieved unprecedented results in alchemy. The first Philosopher's Stone was crafted by Flamel, and if I am not mistaken, the stone hidden beneath that trapdoor belongs to Professor Dumbledore. As Carl clarified the situation, he meticulously unraveled each detail. What on earth? The mention of the Philosopher's Stone left both boys bewildered. The Philosopher's Stone, known in the wizarding world as the Sorcerer's Stone, is a legendary alchemical creation imbued with extraordinary magical properties. It possesses the ability to transmute ordinary stones into gold and to concoct the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it regularly. Flamel, the creator of the stone, celebrated his 665th birthday last year. While Carl elucidated the stone's true capabilities, he refrained from disclosing its potential drawbacks. After all, they could not obtain it. It was prudent to conserve his words. The wondrous properties of the stone captivated Harry and Ron, their eyes widening in astonishment at the prospect of such a miraculous artifact. The ability to turn stone into gold signified boundless wealth, and the notion of immortality had historically compelled countless rulers in the Muggle world to bow in submission. Indeed, possessing the Philosopher's Stone would mean reaching the pinnacle of existence, gazing down upon the ever-changing tides of the world with eternal grace. It is no wonder that Snape seeks to traverse that trapdoor. Who could resist such a powerful magical creation? Harry murmured. Fortunately, both boys were merely 11 years old, in the bloom of youth, and the allure of immortality held limited appeal. Only Ron entertained fanciful dreams of improving his meager life by preventing Snape from acquiring the stone. Harry, on the other hand, had no such aspirations. Otherwise, he would not be able to retrieve the stone hidden within the mirror of Ariste. His parents had left him enough money in their vault to last several lifetimes. As he absorbed the miraculous effects of the Philosopher's Stone, Harry fell into a contemplative silence, staring at the ground, still ensnared in the illusions spun by the mirror. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "Carl, may I ask you another question?" "Of course. Ask away, and I shall do my utmost to respond with the knowledge I possess," Carl replied, already aware of the deeper thought stirring within Harry's heart. Given the astonishing feats of alchemy and magic, transforming material structures and transcending the boundaries of death seemed effortlessly achievable. Is there any magic or legendary artifact capable of bringing someone back to life? Harry inquired. Ron, listening intently, momentarily suppressed his playful demeanor, sharing in the hope that Harry's dreams could manifest. In England, elementary schools designed science lessons to cultivate a spirit of inquiry in children. Young Harry had often fantasized about miracles that could resurrect his parents and liberate him from the Dursleys' grasp. However, he had learned from his teachers that the concepts of transmuting stone into gold and achieving immortality were human taboos, realms governed only by the divine. Yet, the existence of the Philosopher's Stone ignited a flicker of hope within him. What if there were indeed some miraculous magic or legendary creation capable of such feats? Carl sensed Harry's yearning, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Harry gazed at him with eager anticipation. "Do you believe that true deities exist in this world?" Carl finally posed a question. Before Harry could respond, Carl affirmed with unwavering certainty, "Yes. I know of one who remains active to this very day." "Who is it?" Harry pressed, excitement bubbling within him. "Death." After encountering the ghosts at Hogwarts, it was likely that Harry understood the reality of souls. Death is not the end of the soul, guided by the Grim Reaper. It embarks on a new journey in the afterlife. Many powerful and wise wizards throughout history have welcomed death with open arms, while others have feared the journey and thus devised spells to evade or even reverse it. Some have evaded death, just as Nicholas Flamel did by creating the Philosopher's Stone, thus escaping the grasp of mortality, unless he chooses to relinquish his immortality. However, no one has yet achieved the reversal of death, as it is nearly impossible to demand a soul from the Grim Reaper. Does that imply someone has succeeded? Harry seized upon Carl's phrasing, his eyes alight with hope. There is but one instance, and even that was an incomplete resurrection, costing the individual their life in the process. Carl sighed gently, his inner drama compelling. The sole person to achieve such a feat lay before them, though he refrained from revealing it. Incomplete resurrection? What does that mean? Harry was utterly bewildered, questioning the very concept of partial revival. "You must be referring to the tale of the three brothers," Ron interjected, unveiling the mystery behind Carl's words. "What is the tale of the three brothers?" Harry inquired, his confusion deepening. Since Ron was familiar with the story, Carl chose to remain silent, conserving his energy. The power of a dark deity's words should not be taken lightly. Ron proceeded to recount the brothers' encounter and their circumstances, puzzled as he asked Carl, "Isn't that merely a fairy tale from the tales of Beedle the Bard? My mother used to tell it to me when I was a child." "Who told you it was simply a story? Every legend has its basis in reality, you know." However, Carl dismissively expressed his disagreement, noting that the invisibility cloak of the third Peveril brother was now in Harry's possession. "What? My invisibility cloak is actually one of the legendary Deathly Hallows," both exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, that cloak is a treasured heirloom of the Potter family. It has been preserved for millennia, and the magical fluctuations it emits remain unchanged." How could an ordinary invisibility cloak possess such enduring effects? Only a Deathly Hallow, crafted from a fragment of the Grim Reaper's cloak, could achieve such longevity. Carl calmly revealed the truth concealed within the history of the cloak. "For now, let it rest, Harry. There is no means in the wizarding world to resurrect the dead, not even with the resurrection stone. It is merely a trap set by death, and it ought not to exist in our realm." Carl expressed his exhaustion, feeling burdened as he sought to console the bewildered young Harry. "Though true resurrection is unattainable, I am aware of an ancient spell that, should you genuinely find the resurrection stone, may allow you to converse with your deceased loved ones across the veil of death. And due to the separation of the veil, their spirits would not succumb to despair and indifference caused by the rules of the mortal world." Upon witnessing Harry's despondent expression, Carl could not help but weave a small lie. Though it was deceit, his conscience felt no pangs of guilt, for Professor Snape had already paid the price for this matter. Despite his recent financial struggles, where even shampoo and soap had to be procured in inferior quality, and he had shamelessly borrowed Lily's gift from Lucius, Snape felt that all of this was worthwhile. Beautiful appearances are commonplace, yet captivating souls are rare. Even if Lily inhabited a different body, her intrinsic soul remained unchanged, not to mention Clara's body was already strikingly alluring. After listening to Carl's words of comfort, Harry finally regained his spirits. Compared to other families forever separated, he felt fortunate. After all, as long as he could find the resurrection stone, he would have the chance to speak a few words with his departed kin. After a series of tribulations, Carl let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to send away the two troublesome instigators, allowing himself to rest and recover some of his sanity. Surely, it was his recent lack of adequate rest that led to such misfortune. The final night of the Christmas holiday quietly arrived under the starry sky. Carl concluded another day of intense magical dueling with Snape in the Room of Requirement. Following the whispers of the Dark Lord, his dimensional magic skills had significantly improved. Though he could not yet overpower Snape directly, he had made considerable progress. Once again, he stood before the Eris mirror. Although aware that it was a mere illusion, he could not resist the urge to gaze into it, as the images within shifted daily, narrating tales from another time and space. Carl, back again? The voice that emerged from the dark, empty corridor was old yet remarkably steady. Upon hearing it, Carl inwardly cursed. It was the voice of old glass, and he had inevitably drawn attention to himself. In the next moment, he activated the mental shielding technique he had just learned from Snape. Turning around, he found Dumbledore, clad in a blue wizarding robe, standing behind him, his white hair and beard gleaming. At that moment, Dumbledore himself was puzzled. He had not come here in the dead of night out of boredom. Rather, he sought to guide the prophesied little savior. However, the savior had failed to appear twice. While Carl seemed to be a frequent visitor, a truly sad tale. Given Dumbledore's skills in concealment, it was likely that even if Hogwarts stood directly before him, he would not take notice. Today, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and decided to uncover the source of the anomaly. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Carl awkwardly smiled upon seeing him. Good evening, Mr. Harris. I have seen you here several times. Do you know what kind of mirror this is? Dumbledore inquired with a warm smile. This is the Eris mirror. Carl hesitated before responding. I've seen that same look in the eyes of an old friend. It pertains to family, does it not? Dumbledore effortlessly discerned the truth from Carl's gaze. Indeed, Carl thought to himself, cursing Dumbledore's keen perception before acquiescing to his question. Since you know this is the Eris mirror, you must also understand its purpose. Ravenclaw students are known for their knowledge. Dumbledore's blue eyes seemed to reflect confusion. There are many who, despite knowing something is perilous, still choose to touch it. I am merely one among them. And perhaps the Eris mirror does not seem overly dangerous to me. Carl answered with a wistful tone. I see. Is it the inability to let go of the past? Dumbledore mused, seemingly recalling the moment he had severed ties with his brother. The past is nostalgic, yet the future equally captures the heart. I have witnessed too many souls lost in illusions, clinging to their remaining days. I do not wish for you to become one of them. Dumbledore began to share his wisdom, inadvertently mentioning that he had seen Harry twice before the mirror, yet wondered why he had not returned. Carl recounted the events truthfully, explaining how he had comforted the confused youth. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. What was this turn of events? Drawing others out while he himself fell deeper into the mire? Unbeknownst to him, Carl merely wished to glimpse the past once more, for his future remained bright. The Christmas holiday swiftly concluded, and Carl's delightful day came to an end after Snape's private night class. Exhausted from the duel with the old bat, Carl sat on the ground, panting. Mr. Harris, your spellcasting skills have shown some improvement of late, though they still appear rather rudimentary to me. Snape maintained his usual somber tone, gazing down at Carl. Professor Snape, trust me. If it were you at 11 years old, I would have easily subdued you. Carl scoffed lightly, finding it amusing that Snape, an older man, still resorted to such tactics. Snape coldly regarded Carl, unable to refute him. In his eyes, although this young boy was a nuisance, he possessed considerable strength, sufficient to easily best students in their 5th and 6th years. Today's lesson concludes here. Our next session will be this Saturday afternoon. Snape stated before preparing to return to his cold, dark lair, where he had yet to grade the potion essays submitted by his students. Should I fail all the Gryffindors? A sinister smile crept across his lips. Professor Snape, wait. I have a question I'd like to ask you. Carl called out to Snape, who had just opened the door. Oh, such an erudite individual as Mr. Harris still harbors inquiries for his potions, Professor? Severe as Snape halted, his lustrous, raven-black hair glistening softly in the candlelight. While I may be the most knowledgeable regarding other arcane subjects at Hogwarts, when it comes to potions, I must rely on Professor Snape. Carl feigned admiration for Snape, knowing he had a question about potions to pose. Potions? Pray tell, Snape replied, his interest piqued. The previous vial of the revitalization potion lingered in his mind. Might Professor Snape be aware of a potion that can bring one back from the dead? Carl inquired with a slight chuckle, genuinely intrigued by the ancient potion's formula that enabled Voldemort's resurrection. If such a potion truly existed, would I still engage in trade with you, a vampire? Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile, seemingly mocking Carl's contradictions. Father's bone, servant's flesh, enemy's blood? In response to Snape's derision, Carl calmly mentioned several key phrases. Snape's expression subtly shifted, yet he quickly regained his composure. I dare say Mr. Harris has not discerned the true purpose of this ancient potion. Its power does not lie in resurrection, but in the remaking of the body. The integrity of the soul is a prerequisite for utilizing this ancient potion. Otherwise, I would have employed it long ago. Would I have waited for you, a vampire, to drain me? The last remark was a furious roar from the old bat. But it is merely an equitable exchange. How could I possibly exploit you? In the face of Snape's frenzied outburst, Carl offered a nonchalant explanation. You once stated that potions is a precise discipline. Enlighten me on the true significance of these three primary components. Once Snape had finished his tirade, Carl continued his inquiry. Father's bone, unintentionally donated, servant's flesh, willingly given, enemy's blood, forcibly extracted. These are the ingredients to forge a perfect body. The father's bone is self-evident, possessing a unique essence. The servant's flesh must be accompanied by a profound magical contract to be considered valid. The enemy's blood also possesses a singular quality. It must come from the foe who destroyed that wizard's original form. Snape consulted a notebook, flipping through its pages before providing a precise answer. At this moment, Carl finally comprehended why Voldemort's resurrection during the Goblet of Fire necessitated Harry Potter's blood. Voldemort had countless enemies spread throughout the British magical community, any of whom could have been chosen to resurrect him before seeking retribution against Harry Potter. The dark mark on the rat's arm conveniently satisfied the requirement for a profound servant's contract. As for the father's bone, Old Riddle had long been dispatched by his son Tom, rendering the acquisition of some ashes effortlessly simple. With clarity on Voldemort's resurrection concept, Carl couldn't help but reflect that this ancient potion was almost tailor-made for Voldemort, truly impeccable. Professor Snape, what transpires if one of these three primary components is absent, or if one is entirely replaced? Carl inquired, already preparing to ensnare Voldemort. Did Mr. Harris not pay attention during my first lesson? Although this potion is exceedingly ancient and enigmatic, encompassing potions but not limited to it, it also incorporates dark magic, bloodline origins, enslavement contracts, and various other mystical disciplines. However, it ultimately manifests in the form of a potion. Since it is a potion, it cannot escape the fundamental framework of potion making. Precision and rigor are essential qualities that every potion scholar must possess. Even the simplest Scabbers potion can yield disastrous results, such as an outbreak of scabies, if the timing or ingredients are flawed. This is even more critical for a potion that stands at the pinnacle of potion making. Snape, with a sinister smile, elucidated the intricacies and strictness of this ancient potion to Carl, already foreseeing which unfortunate soul would be ensnared by the vampire. When something is amiss, there is bound to be a catch. During our dealings, I have discerned your habits. You never mention anything useless to you. But once you do mention something, you ought to be cautious, for perhaps a deep pit has already been dug, awaiting your plunge. I, Snape, have fallen prey to this several times, and now bear a lingering psychological scar. Upon hearing Snape's explanation that this so-called resurrection potion was, in fact, a body remaking potion, Carl began to chuckle ominously. Snape, unsettled by the laughter, silently expressed his apologies to the unfortunate soul and promptly dismissed the matter from his mind. What? You claim to have been ensnared by a vampire? What does that have to do with me, Severus Snape? However, unbeknownst to him, Carl had now extended his claws toward one of his employers. Oh, poor Tom Marvolo Riddle. Here, I, Carl Harris, must extend my apologies to you. I have already determined to unearth your father's grave. Nothing can halt my advance. Carl stepped out of the room of requirement, his mind swirling with delightful thoughts of how he might exploit Voldemort in the future. The prospect filled him with immense joy. so much so that he forgot to cast the disillusionment charm on his way back to the dormitory. After all, Voldemort sought to sever his financial resources and compete for the Philosopher's Stone. Having caught him in a vulnerable moment, Carl was determined to take full advantage. Moreover, the Dark Lord possessed 7 lives. While not quite immortal, his capacity for survival was formidable, leaving Carl excited about the possibilities ahead. As he ambled towards the library, he indulged in a delightful fantasy, imagining Voldemort's reaction upon discovering that his father's bones had been swapped. He chuckled softly, intending to retreat to the Ravenclaw Tower for some rest, when the formidable trio from Gryffindor emerged from the shadows of the corridor. "Hey, Carl, come with us. We've been looking for you all day. Something big is about to happen with Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, a mix of urgency and excitement evident in his tone. He had been eager to inform Carl about the impending hatching of the dragon egg, but had only now found the opportunity. Upon hearing Harry's words, Carl immediately deduced that the significant event pertained to the dragon egg nearing its hatching. "Quick, come in. It's safer this way," Hermione urged, beckoning Carl to join them under the invisibility cloak. Initially, she had no intention of participating, but Harry and Ron's revelation about the Philosopher's Stone had piqued her curiosity, compelling her to join. Noticing that the 3 had filled the cloak's space to capacity, Carl awkwardly smiled and said, "No need for that. You all can use it. I can become invisible on my own." The trio blinked in confusion. With a flick of his wand, Carl vanished entirely from their view. The disillusionment charm, akin to the cloak, proved to be an even more convenient form of concealment. His voice echoed through the empty corridor, explaining, "We understand the mechanics. But how is it that you possess such an advanced spell?" They were all first-year students. What made him so exceptional? If Carl had heard their thoughts, he would have simply replied, "Apologies, a life of extraordinary talent requires no justification. With sufficient investment, you too may achieve this." The 4 of them, now hidden, arrived at Hagrid's hut, where he welcomed them with an exuberance that far exceeded his usual demeanor. Today marked the hatching of his first dragon, and his joy was palpable. All doors and windows of the small cabin were tightly sealed, with only small gaps left for ventilation. After all, with the dragon's imminent arrival, any unforeseen incident would be devastating for Hagrid. Upon entering, Hermione immediately felt the oppressive heat and began wiping the sweat from her brow. Carl, however, seemed impervious to the temperature, his gaze drawn to the table where a somewhat darkened dragon egg lay. Tiny fissures were visible on its surface, and it occasionally trembled as time passed. Noticing the trio's discomfort, Hagrid, with a hint of apology, said, "Bear with me. Norbert will hatch any moment now." As soon as he finished speaking, the cracks in the egg widened dramatically, spreading across its entire surface until, with a resounding crack, the egg shattered completely. A bare and somewhat slimy triangular head emerged from the fragments, followed by delicate wings that unfurled. The onlookers observed that the hatchling appeared dark and emaciated, its slender limbs and long tail giving it an unsteady gait on the table, raising concerns that it might topple over at any moment. Upon seeing the dragon's appearance, Carl's interest waned. He had expected a more aesthetically pleasing creature in this reality. Instead, it resembled a troll, far from enchanting and utterly unappetizing. He couldn't fathom why anyone would find such an ugly creature appealing, when beautiful cats existed. In stark contrast to Carl's disinterest, Hagrid was brimming with excitement. He eagerly shared his plans with Harry and Ron about nurturing Norbert to plumpness over the next month before sending him off to Romania. "Norbert, come. Look at me. I'm your mother," Hagrid cooed, extending a finger toward the hatchling's triangular head in an attempt to engage it. However, the tiny dragon showed no recognition of Hagrid as its parent and promptly bit down on his finger. Unfortunately for Norbert, still a mere hatchling, its efforts were futile against Hagrid's thick skin. "Look, it recognizes me as its mother," Hagrid exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that Norbert was not reciprocating his affection. The 4 young wizards exchanged glances, realizing that Norbert seemed quite disinterested in Hagrid. Nevertheless, they reasoned that a newly hatched dragon wouldn't pose a threat to a half-giant with robust magical resistance, and thus chose to remain silent. However, unlike the foolish trolls, dragons are highly intelligent beings. After exhausting its meager strength, Norbert recognized that its underdeveloped teeth could not harm the towering figure before it. Cleverly, it decided to unleash its innate ability instead. Just as Hagrid was boasting about Norbert's apparent fatigue, the hatchling expelled a torrent of fire aimed directly at Hagrid's beard, igniting it in an instant. "You little rascal, I am your mother," Hagrid exclaimed, flustered and flailing as he attempted to extinguish the flames licking at his face. With a resigned shake of his head, Carl retrieved his wand from his robes and cast the water-making spell at Hagrid's beard. The flames, once small, were swiftly extinguished under Carl's skilled incantation. "Thank you, Carl. Such a deft application of magic," Hagrid said, pulling out a filthy handkerchief to dab at the droplets on his face. Although Carl's spell had prevented Hagrid from suffering serious burns, the damage to his beard was evident, now a peculiar mix of singed and sparse patches, with a rather unpleasant odor. "Is everything all right, Hagrid?" Harry asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Norbert's rambunctious behavior at such a tender age suggested that Hagrid would have his hands full over the coming month. "Not to worry. He is merely a bit lively right now. I shall ensure he receives proper training," Hagrid replied, unfazed by his singed beard, viewing it merely as a sign of a healthy dragon hatchling. Carl could only raise an eyebrow, bemused. "It is not I who have the problem, but rather I perceive you to be the one at fault," he observed Norbert, whose sharp claws etched deep grooves into the tabletop, his triangular head intermittently emitting sparks, presenting an unmistakably formidable demeanor. Nevertheless, Hagrid found himself utterly unable to resist the allure of such a magnificent beast. As he silently critiqued Hagrid, Carl gently tapped the surface of the table, his eyes occasionally glimmering with excitement. What were the 12 applications of dragon blood that Dumbledore had deduced? Perhaps he could concoct a 13th method, sacrificing to the void. Indeed, the intricate magical circle designed to summon the taboo Nyarlathotep demanded exceptional ink. Since dragons are among the most elite magical creatures in this realm, their blood should suffice, shouldn't it? However, Carl was not entirely certain about this, as he had never attempted it before. He prided himself on being a meticulous dimensional scholar and refrained from making hasty conclusions. All would become clear only after experimentation. As for the process of blood extraction and whether Norbert would fiercely resist, Carl dismissed such concerns. How much could a month-old dragon grow? After a few dimensional spells, it would surely be compliant. Contrarily, Hermione was startled by this unforeseen turn of events. Unlike Hagrid's fondness for fierce creatures, girls typically gravitate towards the more beautiful magical beings, such as unicorns. Thus, she vehemently retorted to Hagrid, "Lively. This behavior is far beyond mere liveliness. It nearly singed your face. Hermione, it will be all right. Norbert will remain here under Hagrid's care for a month, after which he will be sent to Romania for training before being returned to the wild. Ron's brother Charlie will handle all of this. Furthermore, during this time, Harry and I will also find moments to look after him." Carl could not allow Hermione to jeopardize his plans at such a critical juncture. He awaited Norbert to grow stronger, his bloodline to become more potent, to see if he could connect to the seemingly infinite dimensional network and summon Nyarlathotep. Upon hearing Carl's explanation and plan, Hermione's expression softened somewhat. At that moment, Hagrid excitedly dashed to the kitchen to prepare food for his beloved Norbert. Carl, with keen interest, observed the little dragon wobbling on the table, his expression inscrutable. Yet his concern rivaled Hagrid's. He awaited the fresh blood of this creature to inscribe the magical circle to summon his beloved Nyarlathotep. Although success was not guaranteed, one must at least attempt it, right? With this intention now in mind, Carl shed his previous indifference and began to exhibit considerable interest in the little creature. Indeed, to speak candidly, he was enticed not only by the dragon but also by Nyarlathotep herself. Just the thought of one of Nyarlathotep's avatars was exhilarating. However, he could only indulge in such thoughts for the time being. After all, who would dare provoke Nyarlathotep? Or is there any feeble entity within the entire Cthulhu pantheon? Even if it were merely an avatar, it would undoubtedly possess incredible power. It is well known that a dimensional traveler, solely mastering dimensional magic, is a genuine rogue. In contrast, the forbidden Nyarlathotep, who wields knowledge of aberrant magic and a plethora of esoteric lore, is the true orchestrator of all encounters. One wonders if the prefix for the second awakening of dimensions is indeed aberrant. Given that Norbert is still small, the mysterious power within his bloodline is quite limited. Thus, Carl had to suppress his urge to hasten the experimentation and focus on building a rapport with the little one. After all, he was not a monster. He believed in diplomacy over violence unless absolutely necessary. Why not sit down and discuss matters calmly? Once this thought manifested in his mind, it was readily endorsed by his cerebral cortex. Raising a dragon seemed like a splendid idea. Should he unlock a title of Dragon Master, it would be even more delightful. Consequently, during the following period, Carl, along with Harry and Ron, proudly assumed the role of caretakers. Unlike the mundane world where people raise kittens and puppies, they were raising a dragon, elevating their status significantly. However, while the idea was splendid, reality proved to be starkly different. Experiencing the presence of such a creature and having to care for it was an unparalleled challenge for Carl. He had never even raised a kitten or puppy, and he was thrust into a hellish level of difficulty. Carl initially anticipated that this experience would be delightful and relaxing. However, after 3 days, his patience began to fray. The cause was none other than Hagrid's so-called little treasure, which was exceedingly boisterous and had a notoriously volatile temperament. One moment it would be calmly nestled, and the next it would unleash a torrent of flames. Hagrid's wooden cottage was highly flammable. Alternatively, it would flit about, turning the curtains, sofa, and table into its personal chew toys. Had Carl not been present to maintain order, continuously casting cleansing and repair spells, Hagrid's home would likely have required complete reconstruction. Yet, as the owner of the cottage, Hagrid remained unfazed, declaring that even if the bed were ruined, he wouldn't mind sleeping on the floor. This left Carl feeling as though he were striking a pillow with his fist. Finally, one day, he could no longer contain himself. "Harry, could you please go to the kitchen and fetch some food for Norbert?" Carl addressed Harry with an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, contrasting his previous irritability. Harry was taken aback by Carl's sudden change in attitude and hesitantly inquired, "Didn't Norbert just eat 10 minutes ago? When I ask you to go, just go. No need for so many questions, all right?" Carl strained to maintain a pleasant expression, determined to teach Norbert a profound lesson. It was acceptable for the creature to trouble his teammates, but it was entirely unacceptable to disrupt him. As Carl watched Harry, the troublesome fellow, walk away, he abruptly turned around. The gentle smile he had previously forced onto his face vanished, replaced by a cold smirk. Norbert observed Carl's swift change in demeanor. Scoffing as a spark of fire escaped his nostrils, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to challenge Carl. However, he would soon learn otherwise. With a flick of his wrist, Carl summoned his wand. Crafted from walnut, measuring 10 1/10 inches, with a dragon heartstring core, it was indeed formidable. "Norbert, do you see this wand in my hand? Long and slender. Does it not resemble the very curse that is green and makes your heart race?" Carl mused, lifting the wand as he watched a small spider on a nearby tree diligently spinning its web. "Sole departure. Bind yourself." The curse swiftly ensnared the spider, wrapping it in a web of its own making. Norbert shuddered at the sight of such strange magic, unable to suppress a chill that ran down his spine. Yet, this was just the beginning. Heart-piercing. Next came the heart-piercing curse, to which the ensnared spider could offer no resistance. The pain was excruciating, rendering it as though it were living a fate worse than death, causing the newly spun silk to snap as it struggled. Avada Kedavra. Ultimately, a single casting of the killing curse ended the spider's torment. Norbert witnessed the entire process, from the spider's control to its agonizing suffering, culminating in a swift demise. It trembled in a corner, fearing that this terrifying dark wizard might turn his wrath upon it at any moment. Its skin had yet to develop the resilience necessary to withstand the 3 unforgivable curses, meaning that one misstep could lead to its doom. Carl nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. "Norbert, as the most extraordinary creature in the magical realm, I know you understand every word I say. So, please do not make this difficult for me. It would be in all our best interests if you simply remained here for a month. If I were to cast an Avada Kedavra while Hagrid isn't looking, he would never believe it was I who did it." Carl spoke softly, and if one were to overlook the mention of the death curse, his tone seemed rather harmonious. Norbert hesitantly nodded his triangular head, adopting a submissive demeanor. "That's a good child, Norbert." With his objective accomplished, Carl put away his wand, deeming it unnecessary to intimidate the little creature further. After all, it was still a mere baby, and Carl was not the type of dark wizard to resort to lethal curses at the slightest provocation. "Hey, Carl. Hagrid's still busy in the kitchen, so he asked you to wait a moment." At that moment, Harry approached. "Oh, I see. Then there's no need to feed it now. It's fine to go a little longer without food." By now, Carl had thoroughly instilled obedience in Norbert, ensuring it dared not stray from his commands. His own demeanor had returned to one of calm control, as if the world were a gentle breeze. Given this, how could he possibly indulge Norbert? The earlier intimidation had merely served as a reason to distract Harry long enough to act. If a single scare wasn't effective, then the next time, he could be more serious. After all, the heart-piercing curse left no marks, and Hagrid's magical prowess would struggle to detect anything amiss. "Norbert, come sit down," Carl instructed casually, and the creature hurried over, lying obediently at Carl's feet. This scene astonished Harry. Norbert was behaving so submissively, which seemed neither scientific nor magical. "Carl, how did you manage that?" Harry's mind was racing, having cared for Norbert for so long without ever earning its respect, not even from its mother, Hagrid. "Perhaps you require a bit of dark magic?" Carl replied nonchalantly, referring to the 3 unforgivable curses as mere dark spells. Norbert, wagging its tail at Carl's feet, nearly unleashed a torrent of fire at him, incredulous at the suggestion of calling them dark spells. Fortunately, it restrained its instincts. Otherwise, once Hagrid was out of sight, it would have surely retaliated with several heart-piercing curses. After experiencing Carl's loving education, Norbert had become significantly more obedient. It no longer spewed fire recklessly, tore at furniture, or exhibited pickiness in its meals. This pleased both Harry and Ron, who agreed that Carl had done exceptionally well. As for Carl's mention of dark spells, they brushed it aside. What did it matter what kind of curse it was, as long as it kept this troublesome creature in check? Once all was in order, Carl conjured a lounge chair with transfiguration magic and reclined comfortably, perusing Hagrid's book on dragon care. Occasionally, he would issue commands to allow Norbert to expend its boundless energy. Hagrid, witnessing the harmonious interaction among the trio and the dragon, beamed with joy, nearly grinning from ear to ear. "Hey, Carl, I just caught some fish. You can feed them to Norbert later. I'm off to the Forbidden Forest. I heard a unicorn has been injured by something of unknown origin." Hagrid set down the wooden bucket and called to Fong before heading out. Carl's eyes sparkled with interest at Hagrid's words. It seemed Quirrell's vitality was no longer sufficient to sustain Voldemort, who relied on unicorn blood for survival. Perhaps this would be the perfect opportunity to explore the Forbidden Forest? He hesitated. This was an excellent chance to gauge the strength of Quirrell and Voldemort, as he was still uncertain of their true capabilities. After all, in the real world, things were rarely as straightforward as they appeared in films or in J.K. Rowling's writings. Carl's thoughts shifted toward Norbert, who gazed longingly at Hagrid's retreating figure, seemingly questioning why it was not included, as that would mean escaping Carl's grasp. Observing Norbert's forlorn expression, Carl stood up with a cold smile, approached the fish Hagrid had provided, and with a flick of his wand, several plump, fresh fish floated into the air. Avada Kedavra! In an instant, the dark green curses struck the fish, causing Norbert to shrink back in fear, unable to watch any longer. Disarm. In the latest twist on the disarming spell, Carl expertly controlled the fish, removing their scales and cleaning out their innards. After seasoning them, he conjured a grill to skewer the fish. "What? You thought these fish were for Norbert? But Carl intends to eat them. Would it dare to object? Norbert, breathe fire, and keep an eye on the cooking. If they burn, you're finished. Not even Hagrid, let alone Merlin, could save you. Do you understand?" The final scene freezes on Carl's enigmatic smile as he faces Norbert. On the lawn in front of the cottage, a rather plump Norwegian ridgeback, having been well fed by Hagrid, cautiously breathes fire to control the heat. Occasionally, it uses its claws to flip the fish, ensuring even cooking, fearful of incurring the wrath of a certain unnamed Dark Lord. Only when the fish exudes a rich aroma and drips with oil does the ridgeback retract its flames and, with its toothy maw, pick up the grill, flapping its wings excitedly as it scurries to the wicker chair where Carl reclines, placing the fish on the small table. Carl removes his sunglasses, glancing at the fragrant feast before him, and then at Norbert, who sits eagerly on the ground, tail wagging and eyes filled with longing. Quite delectable. Not burn at all. Norbert, you needn't worry, he remarks, standing up and unceremoniously taking a piece of grilled fish, indifferent to the dragon's feelings. "What kind of look is that, Norbert? Here, take it. It's all your reward. Don't act as if I've mistreated you." As Carl observes Norbert's yearning gaze, he tosses another fish towards him. The dragon catches it deftly in its mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing, still eyeing the remaining fish with desire. "Stop staring. You can't eat anymore. That's reserved for Hermione, Harry, and the others. Just look at how plump you've become." After warning Norbert, Carl resumes his sunbathing, donning his sunglasses. In England, sunny days are scarce, and unlike the Chinese who often converse about meals, most people here begin their discussions with the weather. About 10 minutes later, the time to switch shifts arrives. Harry and his companions gradually appear before Norbert, who is now in tears, relieved to escape the torment of the Dark Lord. Carl, noticing their arrival, springs from his chair to continue exploiting Norbert's labor. Norbert, the fish is a bit cold. Warm it up. If it affects the flavor, you'll see how I deal with you. Under Carl's command, Norbert begins to breathe fire energetically. The trio watches. Having endured the mischief of this mischievous ridgeback for days, returning home dusty and weary. Come, eat the fish, just grilled by Norbert, it's quite fragrant. Carl smiles as he places several grilled fish before them, patting Norbert's large head in encouragement. This is so cool. Carl, you're incredible. Norbert seems completely tamed. Ron exclaims, astonished at how obedient Norbert is under Carl's guidance. In his memory, Charlie always complained about the rambunctious dragons in Romania. Yes, we're almost there. By the way, if you wish to pet him, you may do so now. He won't resist, Carl says, pointing his wand at Norbert. Be good, Norbert. Ron, feeling envious, immediately places his hand on Norbert's wing and begins to pet it. Norbert, unaccustomed to such treatment, roars in protest, ready to retaliate. Harry and Hermione step back in fright, while Ron nearly topples over in shock. However, upon seeing the cold smirk on Carl's face and familiar lip movements, Norbert halts. If I'm not mistaken, Carl just whispered Avada Kedavra. Norbert thinks to itself. Let us try again. I promise no accidents this time, Carl assures with a somewhat stiff smile. Startled by Norbert's roar, Ron now hesitates to approach. Carl demonstrates his dragon training methods without error, leading to a humorous scene where his wand is pressed against Norbert's forehead, rendering the dragon motionless, allowing Ron and Harry to have their fun. Wow, it's so hard. Ron reflects after petting the dragon. Harry agrees, noting the rough texture of the dragoness skin. Hermione, want you give it a try? Opportunities to pet a dragon are rare. Once Norbert departs, there won't be another chance, Carl suggests to the conflicted young witch. Hermione, having read extensively about dragons, knows they are formidable and untamed creatures. However, witnessing Harry and Ron's success stirs her curiosity. As Carl points out, such opportunities are fleeting. Ultimately, Hermione's curiosity triumphs over her fear. She gently places her hand on Norbert's head. The uneven scales are hard and uncomfortable. Yet, having successfully petted a dangerous Norwegian ridgeback for the first time, a sense of accomplishment washes over her, and a smile graces her face. Such a wondrous experience was beyond her wildest dreams over the past 11 years. As the subject of their affection, Norbert trembles, feeling the immense magical pressure from Carl's wand. If the spell were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences. Although irritated by the trio's unwelcome attention, Norbert chooses to comply rather than retaliate, refraining from using its massive wings to toss them aside. The potent magic on Carl's wand is no mere intimidation tactic. It is a genuine formidable spell, ultimate explosive. The infamous Umbridge had used this very spell to blast open the door to the Room of Requirement during Harry's 5th year, and Carl had recently learned it from Snape. Even though Norbert had grown significantly, a direct hit to its head would result in disastrous consequences. In its perspective, I feed you well every day, and you dare to bite when I merely pet you? Perhaps I should just cast Avada Kedavra. Then I could extract pure blood from your heart to enhance my chances of summoning Nirali. The month passes swiftly, and tonight marks the day Hagrid takes Norbert to Romania. The dragon is now well-fed and ready for departure. Carl cracks his knuckles, eyeing Norbert with a sinister grin, while the poor ridgeback remains oblivious to the fate that awaits it. Silence envelopes the scene. With a practiced silent incantation, an undisclosed experiment begins to unfold. Carl gazes with satisfaction at the large vial of dragon blood in his possession, utterly disregarding Norbert's muffled struggles on the ground. Enough of this. Carl shook his head in resignation, a vial of Lorien HP potion appearing in his hand. He forcefully pried open the gaping maw of Nober, filled with jagged teeth, and poured the potion down its throat. The weekly rewards from the artifact Epic rarely yielded such healing items. Yet, did dimensional travelers truly require such an elixir? System. Assess this dragon's blood, Carl silently commanded, feeling a twinge of unease regarding its use. 5,000 gold coins deducted successfully. The cold, electronic voice of the system responded, and the attributes of the dragon's blood gradually unfolded in his mind. Magical item, dragon blood item description. This is a vial of dragon blood extracted from a juvenile Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Its inherent mystery and magical potency are vastly inferior to that of an adult Norwegian ridgeback dragon, and due to the violent extraction by the host, its activity is further diminished. Carl was taken aback. This outcome exceeded his expectations. So his forceful extraction was ineffectual after all. System. Using this dragon's blood to inscribe the magic circle shouldn't lead to any issues, right? Carl asked, a hint of frustration lacing his voice. Yet, his only response was a cold reminder to explore on his own. He decided to cast aside his doubts. After all, one must take risks. After all, a slim chance is still better than none. Properly storing the dragon's blood, Carl bid farewell to Hagrid and the others, explaining he had matters to attend to and could not accompany Nober tonight. The obedient Nober, lying on the ground, could not contain its tears upon hearing this, expressing its relief at finally escaping the grasp of this demon. After Carl had drained such a large vial of its blood, Nober could hardly muster the strength to stand. As Carl walked along the castle path, he found himself recalling the intricacies of the magic circle, blood, incantations, glyphs. These complex magical concepts began to cycle through his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he had approached the door of the request room. I need a sacrificial chamber, he thought, gently pushing open the door, revealing a grand altar before him. Extending his right hand, he summoned dimensional magic as his quill and the dragon's blood as ink. The dark crimson liquid began to extend into the void as he meticulously traced obscure magical runes. As he inscribed the magic circle, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his breath quickening. Simultaneously, the dimensional magic within him waned. Yet the pulsating power of the dark eye at his heart provided an unending source of energy. A red crystal suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a firm grip, it shattered into countless fragments, which floated into the air, merging with the magic circle. Since the dragon's blood lacks vitality, I must utilize you instead. He had initially intended to transform it into a feather quill for Umbridge, that pink toad, but it seemed luck was on her side this time. Observing the increasingly crimson magic circle, Carl conjured another item, a seemingly unremarkable dagger. Shatter. With a surge of faith, he crushed the dagger, causing the bright altar to be enveloped in a chilling wind, coalescing into a mass of black mist. Within that mist, a vengeful woman's head could be faintly seen rushing toward him. Did you think you could turn the tables in my hands? Carl scoffed disdainfully at the vengeful spirit's antics before promptly activating the magic circle. Sacrifice. The chant, oscillating between high and low tones, resonated throughout the altar, and the magic circle whirred into high gear, erupting with a powerful force that enveloped the black mist. The pitiful, vengeful spirit had barely made its presence known before it was transformed into pure soul energy, merging into the magic circle and becoming a bargaining chip for Carl's successful summoning of Nayali, vanishing into oblivion. Upon absorbing this soul energy, the magic circle blazed with light. Reaching its peak, a majestic dimensional gate began to form, intricate magical runes materializing upon its doors. A clear, melodious sound emanated from the center, and the gate slowly opened. Witnessing this spectacle, Carl felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. This was surely a sign of success. The tangible and forbidden existence of Nayali, just the thought of it made him giddy with excitement. Establish a contract with me. A wound appeared on Carl's finger, and a drop of blood soared toward the grand dimensional gate. As the massive doors swung wide open, his smile froze, replaced by an expression of profound gloom. For emerging from the gate was not the Nayali he had yearned for, but a grotesque humanoid creature of nightmarish proportions. Damn it! What kind of abomination did that foolish Nober summon? The disparity between hope and despair was monumental. Carl felt as though he had plummeted from the heavens into the depths of despair. The creature before him bore skin akin to rubber, oozing green slime, its hunchbacked, decaying form revealing menacing fangs. Its feet resembled hooves, and its face bore a bizarre resemblance to both a dog and a human, complete with elongated claws and decayed fungi sprouting from its back. This monstrosity shattered Carl's understanding of ugliness. A dog-headed humanoid? Not quite. While dog-headed creatures were indeed ugly, this thing was a prime example of A-class mental pollution. Carl's brows knitted in distress, and the drop of blood in mid-air evaporated under his will. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the magic circle's suppression, he knew he had to eliminate this hideous creature swiftly. The longer he delayed, the more perilous the situation became. Observing the wretched being before him, Carl made a decisive resolution. This monster was not a candidate for a contract. There was no way he would allow it to exist. Currently, the magic circle lacked sufficient power for a return, only managing to suppress the creature momentarily. Thus, the only option was to eradicate it entirely, preventing any future threats. If this monstrosity escaped the request room, it could incite chaos beyond comprehension. Carl shuddered at the thought of those glistening fangs and claws, fearing that even an ordinary novice wizard would meet an untimely demise from a single strike. The grotesque creature, immobilized by the magic circle's pressure, emitted a cacophony of unpleasant howls, a sound both frantic and reminiscent of human sobs, grating like metal scraping against glass. Given the creature's repulsive appearance and the rotting fungi upon its back, Carl could hardly suppress his dread. His expression darkened further. Despite having sacrificed a potent, vengeful soul to enhance his success rate, the summoning of this creature was far beyond his expectations. This zombie-like entity was a ghoul, akin to the zombies found in Biohazard tales, but as a lesser independent race from the Cthulhu mythos, it was in no way comparable to ordinary zombies. Often lurking in dark graves, they thrived under the veil of night, devouring not only corpses but any living beings within their sight. Those unfortunate enough to be consumed or bitten by them, if they survived, would inevitably transform into ghouls themselves. Their existence was akin to a walking human-shaped nuclear bomb. Realizing the true nature of this creature, Carl promptly began to chant. In an instant, he transformed into the true state of a dimensional traveler, his eyes, as dark as the night, emanating a menacing glow. The magic ignited. For the first time, the skill book obtained from the novice gift pack was put to use. With a snap of his fingers, blue flames surged around Carl, intertwining with the fiery magical patterns adorning his purple robe, exuding an aura of mystery and power. The divine spirit, shimmering with a faint golden light, danced behind him, augmenting his formidable magical prowess. Ancient spellbook. One buff after another enveloped him. Meanwhile, the ghoul struggled relentlessly to break free from the confines of the magical circle. Its excited and shrill cries made its insatiable thirst for fresh flesh abundantly clear. As a creature of the dead, it should remain entombed in the dark earth for eternity. A dimensional stone in Carl's hand gradually transformed into glowing specks, merging with his being. Dimensional ion beam. Although it was a particle wave, the dimensional stone had amplified it, making its width and length rival the charged laser cannons of gunners. The violet beam effortlessly struck the bound ghoul, and the magical array, pushed to its limits, could not withstand the immense magical damage. With a mournful wail, it shattered in the air, and the ghoul was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily against the walls of the request room, the dimensional force continuously rending its decaying body apart. The ghoul, having endured the blow, staggered to its feet. A foul green mist emanating from its rotting form, gradually filling the entire room. Foolish tricks, Carl scoffed derisively, casting a dispel magic with a flick of his wrist. He controlled the dispelling magic, compressing the thick smoke from all sides toward the corners of the room. Within the green haze, a bloodstained claw, tinged with a ghastly green hue, swiftly reached out, aiming directly for his heart. Anticipating the ghoul's ambush, Carl's blue flames grew ever brighter. As he channeled his magic, an ice wall erupted from the ground. A crisp sound of bones cracking echoed as the claw was forcefully repelled by the frigid barrier. Seizing the moment, he knew he could not delay. He must take advantage of the weakness to strike decisively. At that moment, the green mist the ghoul had released to obscure its intentions and corrode Carl was entirely dispelled. Dimensional shadow. Ice lance. Carl projected his image into the dimension, moving with the speed of a teleportation toward the second blow against the ghoul. His real self wielded an ice spear, equally projected forward. Close combat was not the forte of a mage. Maintaining distance and bombarding with spells was the true essence of combat. The projection penetrated the ghoul's decaying body, the immense tearing force causing it to kneel in agony, howling in pain. It had no strength left to evade the incoming ice lance, barely avoiding a fatal hit to its heart, but becoming impaled to the ground nonetheless. Carl frowned, contemplating the ghoul's remarkable resilience. Despite enduring his most potent spells, it refused to perish. Blazing fire. Avada Kedavra. Goddess Sharp Edge. Illusory flames. Subsequently, Carl unleashed the most powerful spells he had learned from this world upon the ghoul. With open palms, he signaled that if the creature did not perish, he would unleash another barrage. His magical energy was inexhaustible. The blue flames, upon contact with the ghoul, resembled a cat discovering fresh fish, pouncing eagerly. The dark purple god's sharp edge spell relentlessly sliced through the ghoul's rubbery green skin. Foul and putrid blood oozing from the wounds, only to be swiftly incinerated by the blazing fire. Dimensional descent. Observing the ghoul remain upright despite the onslaught, Carl wasted no words. He opened a dimensional gate, summoning an explosive box. The final explosive box and the death curse proved to be the final straw that broke the ghoul's back. You want to die? Have the decency to perish. Amidst the overwhelming green light and the smoke from the explosions, accompanied by Carl's furious roar, the black smoke that consumed the ghoul dissipated, leaving behind only a pile of charred remains. This creature truly possessed an astonishing vitality. Even in such a state, it had not turned to ash. Then, dimensional exile. The rift to another dimension opened once more, and Carl cast the ghoul's remains into it. The endless dimensions and their mysteries were the perfect disposal for such filth. Anything cast into the rift would likely never be seen again. He marveled at the wisdom of his profession. He had no worries. Had he chosen a different path, such as an elementalist or a magic scholar, who lacked access to spatial magic early on, managing the aftermath of battle and disposing of the foe's body would have been quite troublesome. After all, he was no demon. While he often preferred to reduce his enemies to ashes, there were times, like now, when such an option was simply unfeasible. Although the ghoul had perished, its bones were notably resilient, impervious to the relentless flames and the dimensional traveler's specialized illusory flames. Once the remains were disposed of, the rift slowly closed. Observing that even the bones had vanished into the boundless mysteries, Carl finally exhaled in relief. At the same time, he chastised Nobu for being unreliable, lamenting that Naerith had not been summoned, leaving him to contend with a bloodthirsty monster instead. Carl also felt fortunate that he had managed to restrain the ghoul with the magic array beforehand, granting him the advantage to strike first. Without allowing the ghoul any time to react, he unleashed a series of control spells and magic to eliminate it. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced greater difficulties and sustained injuries. System, calculate the battle rewards. The battle concluded in 25 seconds, earning an SSS rating, perfect level, and a reward of 1 card draw opportunity. The cold, synthesized voice of the system echoed in his mind as 8 exquisite golden cards materialized in 2 rows. Since card draws depended solely on luck and chance, Carl casually selected one. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Celia's transformation potion 4. As he listened to the system's announcement, Carl's memories drifted back to a time when he had struggled to defeat the second spine within 4 minutes. Transforming into Celia, obliterating the foes with ease, was a powerful experience. Indeed, this very item had given him a profound understanding of Celia's battle capabilities. The formidable Celia had effortlessly dispatched the formidable Lord Rhodes. He could hardly fathom why she had once been bullied by a few goblins. It was both unscientific and nonsensical. Item name: Celia's transformation potion, quality, heritage, duration, 15 minutes. Special item description: a unique potion refined by Celia herself, allowing the user to transform into Celia for the duration, switching freely between her offensive and supportive forms, harnessing her unique magic. A true weapon of mass destruction. Originally uncertain, Carl could not help but laugh aloud upon discovering the properties of the potion. The dismal mood he experienced after the failed summoning, which resulted in the emergence of a ghoul that he had exerted considerable effort to vanquish, was instantly uplifted. This outcome further validated his theorem that the stronger the adversary, the better the spoils. After ensuring that he left no trace in the room of requirement, Carl gently turned the doorknob and stepped outside, gazing at the magnificent stars twinkling in the night sky. He suddenly remembered that Harry and the others were to escort Norbert away tonight, and he seemed to have forgotten to remind them about Malfoy's intention to eavesdrop. Oh, may Merlin bless you all to avoid being caught by Professor McGonagall due to Malfoy's betrayal. With a smirk of schadenfreude in his heart, Carl made his way down the corridor towards the dormitory. Wait, isn't Quirrell planning to hunt unicorns at this hour? Since the blood of a juvenile Norwegian ridgeback was ineffective, perhaps the blood of an adult unicorn might yield better results? With this thought, Carl immediately redirected his path towards the Forbidden Forest, reasoning that by this time the unicorn would likely be dead, and his attempt to collect some blood should pose no problem. After all, Voldemort would take the blame, so why fear? If he were to encounter Quirrell possessed by Voldemort, he had no cause for alarm. With Celia's transformation potion in hand, Carl felt quite emboldened. If truly pressed, he could swiftly transform and ensure that Voldemort experienced the terror of being subject to the power of an apostle. The disillusionment charm, a companion for nocturnal escapades, was indeed worth having. With the disillusionment charm cast, Carl dashed into the forbidden forest. Unicorn. Nirali, wait for me. The midnight darkness enveloping the forbidden forest grew increasingly ominous, punctuated occasionally by the chilling calls of owls and crows, adding to the eerie atmosphere of this treacherous territory for Hogwarts students. However, for Carl, none of this posed a concern. Could anything be more terrifying than that ghastly ghoul? The ghoul that had startled him so profoundly was now but a memory, perhaps drifting in some mysterious dimension. Towering trees loomed beside him, with immense ferns and weeds scattered among the underbrush. This was Carl's inaugural venture into the forbidden forest, and it felt akin to stepping into a primeval wilderness. Yet, the dangers of the forbidden forest far surpassed those of any primitive forest. This realm was inhabited by numerous magical creatures possessing intellect rivaling that of humans, and they were exceedingly powerful. Examples included unicorns and centaur tribes. Furthermore, many predatory plants disguised themselves as ordinary ferns, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey, poised to deliver a precise and lethal strike. In the eyes of these fearsome plant hunters, Professor Sprout's devil's snare was hardly a challenge. One could easily escape by simply remaining in motion, as it was highly averse to light and heat. Recalling the myriad dangers he had read about in his magic books, Carl proceeded cautiously, not out of fear, but rather to avoid any potential troubles. He had come with a clear purpose. The blood of the unicorn was of utmost importance to him at this moment. Given his current capabilities, slaying a unicorn solo would prove quite challenging. He might even need to resurrect it. Such pure and unblemished magical beings possessed combat prowess that could easily rival the most formidable dragons. Not to mention that unicorns typically traveled in herds and could summon their companions. He wondered how Quirrell had managed to locate a solitary unicorn. Perhaps through deceit? As he walked, Carl remained vigilant, observing the changing surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. A small pool of silvery liquid shimmered in the moonlight, radiating an enchanting glow. Carl hurriedly approached the mysterious liquid, crouching down to dip a finger into it and bringing it to his nose. This was the exhilarating sensation akin to being under the influence of a powerful potion. Unicorn blood, indeed. Pure and untarnished, unicorn blood could not be sullied by any impurity. Even when it fell to the ground, it remained unsullied by a speck of dust. With a graceful motion of his right hand, he drew the small pool of silvery blood into the air. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a delicate glass vial appeared in his grasp. After collecting the precious liquid and sealing the vial, he noted that the volume barely filled a quarter of it. Gazing ahead at the occasional glimmer of silver light in the moon's glow, Carl smiled faintly, grateful for his fortune in finding the right direction. Following the shimmering trail, he quickened his pace. If he delayed, Voldemort might drain the unicorn completely, leaving him with nothing. As Carl ventured deeper, the trees grew denser, and the path became increasingly treacherous. At last, he arrived before a hollow in a tree where he beheld the sight he sought. A pure white unicorn lay on the ground, its body stained with silver blood. It no longer struggled, having succumbed to death long ago. A figure shrouded in a dark cloak was biting into the unicorn's neck, greedily drinking its blood in pursuit of the life force contained within. The detail that slaying a unicorn would result in a curse was far from the furthermore. One must not forget that he had just hunted down an adult unicorn, exhausting an immense amount of energy. Though he had consumed the unicorn's blood to temporarily bolster his vitality and sustain both their energies, the curse was also beginning to manifest. Is this all you can do? The keen-eyed Carl evidently noticed that Chilo was somewhat out of sorts at that moment. Naturally, it was the perfect time to press the advantage and strike the fallen. With one hand maintaining the output of the death curse, Carl began to cast another spell with the other. Dimension, fall. Above Chilo, a portal to another dimension opened, and a massive chest plummeted directly towards his head. Having had time to react, Chilo swiftly waved his wand, interrupting the death curse and redirecting its residual power towards a nearby large tree. Meanwhile, his true form, cloaked in black, awkwardly evaded the descending chest. Two death curses struck the tree, causing its leaves to wither and its branches to turn an inky black, leading to its swift demise. The heavy chest crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous sound as dust and fallen leaves were sent swirling into the air. What a waste. You can't even defeat a mere child who hasn't even grown hair yet. Voldemort was furious at that moment. The accursed unicorn had taken considerable effort to subdue, and just as he began to relish the fruits of victory, Carl had suddenly appeared to thwart him. Listening to his master's roar of anger, Chilo felt quite aggrieved. How could he be blamed for this situation when it was Voldemort who had drained so much of his vitality in recent days and had ambushed him? Damn the little imp. You've thoroughly enraged me. Chilo deliberately lowered his voice, creating a raspy tone, even in his current weakened state. The emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. He, Quirinus Chilo, remained a top-tier dark wizard, with a slight wave of his wand. 5 or 6 skulls swirling with black mist shrieked and suddenly soared towards Carl. With a flick of his wrist, Carl unleashed 5 or 6 magical stars to meet them. Purification. The light attribute magic bore a potent exorcising effect, causing the black skulls to dissipate into wisps of blue smoke upon contact. Dimension, shadow, Carl shouted. And with a projection through the mysterious dimension, he charged towards Chilo with a speed comparable to that of a flying broomstick. Shatter. A powerful splitting spell shattered the shadowy projection. Dismal quagmire. As this ominous incantation echoed, Carl felt an overwhelming force of suction beneath his feet, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance just in time. Looking down, he found that the ground, once covered in fallen leaves and twigs, had transformed into a massive swamp with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. The stench of decay wafted from beneath him as the swamp bubbled with purple-black gas, which morphed into slender serpents that slithered menacingly towards Carl. Die? Observing Carl ensnared by the dark quagmire, Chilo slowly approached, seemingly eager to witness the despair etched upon Carl's face. Yet, Carl remained unfazed by his dire predicament, a peculiar smile curving his lips, which irritated Chilo immensely. Even at death's door, he still dared to act so brazenly. He was confident that the current dismal quagmire and the endless black magical serpents would surely lead this oblivious little wizard to meet Merlin. An intriguing little wizard. Do refrain from wandering in your next life. Chilo murmured softly, then raised his wand to unleash a death curse. Avada Kedavra. However, as the curse struck Carl, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged from behind him. Upon closer inspection, Chilo realized that there was no body of Carl, who should have collapsed from the curse. Instead, an oddly shaped scarecrow had taken his place. Not good. There's a ghost, although weakened and parasitically clinging to Chilo's nape. Voldemort's senses, dulled by the thick headscarf, still allowed him to perceive the imminent deadly threat. The acute sense of danger enabled Voldemort to swiftly wrest control over Chilo's body. The grotesque, serpentine face abruptly turned from the back of Chilo's head to his face, merging the two visages into a grotesque amalgamation. With no time to turn around, Voldemort waved his wand, conjuring a massive, ethereal green shield behind him with remarkable speed. Clang! This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Carl, wielding a spear imbued with an aura of lifeless cold, collided with the shield. The weakened remnant soul, relying on another's body to cast the magical shield, soon cracked under the impact, but the brief respite it provided was sufficient. Seizing that moment, Voldemort forcefully deflected the spear and retreated. Meanwhile, Malfoy and Harry traversed the dimly lit path of the Forbidden Forest, lanterns in hand. Filch is such an old scoundrel. I am going to tell my father. This is certainly not the work of wizards. It should be left to the servants. Malfoy grumbled along the way, paying close attention to his surroundings. After enduring his complaints, Harry could no longer hold back and retorted, Draco, I can't believe my eyes. You're nothing but a coward who can only squeal. Malfoy, incensed by Harry's response, snapped back, Potter, I'm not afraid. He emphasized the word Potter with such fervor that it nearly caused him to spit. Let us go, Potter. Let us see who the real coward is. Thus commenced the midnight adventure of the Potter-Malfoy duo in the Forbidden Forest. Hey, Potter, over here. It seems there is some commotion. The hound, Yaya, led the way, with the two closely following. The noises ahead grew louder as they turned a corner. Just as they were about to witness the unfolding scene, a shard of ice shot past and struck the ground at their feet, embedding itself deeply. The once leading Yaya immediately panicked, retreating behind the others, tail tucked low. In their line of sight, a black-robed dark wizard and a wizard clad in a magnificent purple robe, enveloped in a radiant blue aura, were engaged in a fierce battle high above. No need to elaborate. These two were, of course, Carl and Chilo. As they battled fiercely over the possession of the unicorn, powerful spells clashed in midair, releasing tremendous energy. The area within a 20-meter radius had long been rendered barren, with even the soil stripped away. As Carl fought increasingly fiercely against Chilo, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is this really Chilo? Why is he so strong? How could the Chilo who was defeated by Harry in the movies be so difficult to contend with now? Harry and Malfoy, both first-year novices, had never witnessed such a spectacle and were nearly paralyzed with fright. Avada Kedavra! An evil voice erupted from the black-robed wizard, followed closely by a beam of green light hurtling towards the wizard in purple robes. As they hung in the air, both wearing their large hoods, it was nearly impossible for them to discern the true identities of the two formidable figures. Malfoy stared blankly at the two combatants, momentarily forgetting the lurking danger beside him. He thought to himself that if he possessed such formidable power, that wretched mudblood from Ravenclaw would surely be at his mercy. Draco, run! Harry, enduring the pain radiating from his scar, shouted a warning as he noticed a spell glowing ominously red streaking towards Malfoy. He rushed forward, shoving him aside just in time. The red spell detonated upon impact with the ground, creating a sizable crater. Both Malfoy and Harry dropped to the ground, trembling as they observed the escalating ferocity of the duel, realizing it was a conflict they could not intervene in. They hurriedly scrambled to their feet, brushing off the dirt and preparing to flee. Blast it! You ugly fiend! Do not presume that I cannot handle you. Do you think retreating will spare you? Carl unleashed a flurry of icy arrows while leaping onto a large tree to regain his strength, channeling the spirit of Zwan to hurl insults at Quirrell. After such a lengthy battle, both Carl and Quirrell were far from unscathed. Quirrell's dark robes were tattered from Carl's precise strikes, blood oozing from numerous wounds, and the remnants of previous explosions marred his form. Indeed, Carl had used the same trick that had once ensnared Snape to ensnare Quirrell. Why was Quirrell so foolish as to approach that box? He dared to meddle with what the enemy summoned. He deserved whatever fate befell him. However, Carl lamented that Voldemort, being Voldemort, had once again activated his game mode, allowing Quirrell to narrowly escape disaster. Otherwise, Carl could have launched a powerful assault that would have surely ended Quirrell. After enduring such a prolonged confrontation, Carl himself was not unscathed. The dark mire had indeed taken its toll on him. The effects of the dark magic were insidiously creeping in, and he felt his legs growing increasingly unresponsive. Quirrell's proficiency in magic surpassed Carl's by a considerable margin. Although his purple fire robes had absorbed much of the spells, there was still a limit to their protection. Blood began to trickle from his mouth and nose. This was the gravest injury he had sustained since becoming a dimensional traveler. While his immortality was undeniably a boon, who truly wished to experience death even once? The taste of death was undoubtedly unpleasant. Withdraw, and I shall hold no grudge. The exhausted combatants began to exchange verbal jabs from a distance. Despite Quirrell's poor condition, he stood firm, unwilling to yield the lone unicorn he had expended so much effort to locate and capture to Carl. If he surrendered now, how could he procure unicorn blood in the future? Deprived of this vital resource, he and Voldemort would be left to fend for themselves. It was common knowledge that unicorns were social creatures. Even Quirrell, for all his bravado, would not dare to infiltrate a herd to steal one. Voldemort's resurrection was a different matter altogether. Absolutely not. You will either retreat willingly, or I shall fight to the bitter end to vanquish you. Carl clenched his teeth, refusing to relent. He could overlook many things, but he would not allow Quirrell to wreak havoc here, especially concerning Nirali. He was not afraid of death. Although he did not seek it, he would embrace it if the cause was just. Fool, allow me to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Voldemort seethed with fury, for he had always been the one to command others to leave, never had he been on the receiving end of such an insult. Master, your strength has yet to fully return. It is unwise to engage now, Quirrell croaked in response to Voldemort. Silence. It is your fault for being unable to defeat a mere child, compelling me to take matters into my own hands. Quirrell, chastised by Voldemort, found himself utterly cowed, relinquishing control of his body as he prepared to let his master take over. Face your fears. Quirrell's visage shifted to the back of his head, and Voldemort seized this fleeting opportunity to return. He produced a vial of freshly acquired unicorn blood from within his robes, replenishing his strength in preparation for the ensuing battle. This state could not be maintained for long. Quirrell could not withstand much more. Moreover, he needed to reserve some for the future theft of the Philosopher's Stone. He could not afford to perish just yet. As Carl observed Quirrell's sudden transformation from a weakened state into a fierce offensive, his expression shifted to one of alarm. He had not anticipated Quirrell's unwavering obsession with the unicorn. Hadn't he fled in the original tale when Firenze the Centaur confronted him? This was neither logical nor magical. Unbeknownst to him, He had provoked Voldemort, who was now resolute in his desire for Karl's demise. Voldemort declared that this matter was a matter of pride. He, the Dark Lord, would not be humiliated. Huh, you can transform, but do you think I cannot? Karl brandished Siria's transformation potion, ready to counter Voldemort's reckless aggression. If Voldemort dared to engage him directly, he would not back down. He would shed his dignity today, transforming into Siria to confront him, especially since there were no witnesses in sight. The truth of this battle in the Forbidden Forest would ultimately be swallowed by the sands of time. Aside from the two participants, no one would know the reality of what transpired. Come forth. Let us see who the true father is in this Forbidden Forest duel. Voldemort, is it? Watch as I strip you of your garb. Karl stood atop a large tree, wiping the blood from his lips, a defiant glint in his eyes as he regarded the enraged Voldemort. Dark Ritual. Quirrell, now under Voldemort's control, wisely chose not to engage in further banter. Unleashing his ultimate spell, a black curse shot into the sky, exploding into a vast, malevolent magical array that engulfed half the heavens. The anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits filled the air as black flames erupted within a 100-meter radius, igniting the trees and transforming the landscape into a hellish nightmare. Damn! Karl cursed under his breath. The Dark Lord truly lived up to his moniker, for the potency of this spell was undeniable. The visual effects were akin to a welding spectacle in a film, and with this single curse, Karl grasped the sheer magnitude of Voldemort's power at his peak. He was a force to be reckoned with. The deaths of James and Lily Potter were not in vain. Who could withstand such overwhelming might? No, if I do not fight with all my might, I shall undoubtedly perish. Feeling the overwhelming waves of dark magic enveloping him, Karl cast aside his hesitations, ready to engage. But before he could bring the transformation potion to his lips, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Dozens of luminescent beams, suffused with a sacred aura, descended upon the battlefield, instantly shattering Voldemort's malevolent spell. From the fringes of the battlefield, a herd of majestic creatures, radiating with white light, strode forth, their imposing forms reminiscent of legendary beings. Their spiraled horns gleamed atop their foreheads, their bodies pure and untainted. Yet, as their gaze fell upon the hollow of the tree, they emitted soft cries of sorrow. After mourning their fallen companion, the unicorn's horns began to coalesce into a celestial magical phenomenon, preparing to unleash powerful white magic in unison. Upon witnessing this assembly of unicorns, both Karl and Voldemort felt a chill run down their spines. In their current state of mutual exhaustion, should they be confronted by these celestial beings, it was without a doubt that they would meet their end. While immortality might afford Karl some respite, it would not shield him from the inevitable. Although this unicorn was slain by Voldemort, it is of no concern to him. However, one must always consider the opinions of the enraged unicorns. Should he be implicated, it would surely spell disaster. Presently, the brethren of this unicorn have gathered, and it is evident that the blood will be unattainable. Remaining here serves no purpose and only risks revealing one's true identity. It would be prudent to make a swift exit. Damned Voldemort, intent on a life-or-death struggle with me. Now, everyone has fought in vain, none reaping any rewards, only suffering injuries. Karl cursed Voldemort silently, deeming him an old lunatic. He raised his left hand and struck himself sharply, leaving a straw dummy in his place. There was no choice. Hogwarts forbids the use of apparition and similar teleportation spells, and this was the only way for him to escape swiftly without falling prey to the wrath of the unicorns. Meanwhile, the air above the ravaged woods, the scene of their fierce battle, resonated with Karl's mocking voice. It was he who had slain your companion. Should you seek vengeance, pursue him. Farewell, Voldemort. You wretched old fiend. If you deny me my desires, do not expect to fare well yourself. I hope you are surrounded and slain by them tonight. Goodbye. After Karl utilized the decoy to flee, only Voldemort and Quirrell remained at the scene. Voldemort was instantly filled with dread. Within the influence of Hogwarts, apparition was rendered useless. This meant he must rely solely on his legs to escape the onslaught of the unicorns. Cursed little rascal. Do not let me cross paths with you again. Voldemort seethed, nearly grinding Quirrell's teeth to dust. At that moment, a dozen unicorns unleashed a torrent of white magic upon Voldemort, their vengeance long brewing. The forest echoed with Voldemort's furious roars, startling countless owls and crows into flight. Nevertheless, being the formidable dark wizard he was, Voldemort managed to evade the spells through a combination of incantations and sheer force, though the cost of his escape remains unknown. The unicorns, unable to detain Voldemort, felt an immense sense of regret. They approached the lifeless unicorn, mourning softly. "Hagrid, hurry. It's over there, on a path overrun with weeds." Harry and Malfoy led the way, urgency evident in their demeanor. "Do not fret, Harry. I have already informed the unicorns to investigate. There should be no cause for alarm." Hagrid reassured Harry, though he himself was fraught with anxiety. "You did not witness that scene. Both I and the Scarhead nearly perished there. Those two powerful wizards shook the very ground beneath us." Malfoy's voice trembled with fear, intertwined with envy. Slytherin had always revered bloodlines and strength. Was it truly that terrifying? "You seem to be speaking out of fear," Ron scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. The Weasley family had been at odds with the Malfoys for centuries, always seizing opportunities to undermine one another. "Humph, red-haired Weasley. If you had been there, you would have surely soiled your trousers," Malfoy retorted, his gaze intolerant of any Weasley. "Enough. Let us not quarrel. We will know soon enough," Hermione interjected. Her patience worn thin. That evening, their Gryffindor trio had embarked on a nighttime adventure, only to be thwarted, losing a total of 150 points, which left her in a foul mood. Amidst the noisy banter of the five, they soon arrived at the location described by Harry and Malfoy. The sight before them stunned all present. Within a 100-meter radius, trees and vegetation lay charred to ash. Ice pillars, signs of explosions, and the sinister black flames still flickering bore witness to a cataclysmic wizarding battle that had recently transpired. They covered their mouths and noses, overwhelmed by the acrid scent of dark magic mingling with the stench of charred remains. At the battlefield's center, the once fertile land had transformed into a foul swamp, exuding a thick miasma. Not far off, a dozen unicorns circled a fallen companion, their mournful cries echoing through the air. Hagrid rushed forward, anxiety etched on his face. That injured unicorn was his beloved, and he could not allow any harm to befall her. Yet, as he knelt and stroked the mane of the unicorn, years of experience in caring for magical creatures informed him of the grim truth. This unicorn had long since departed this world. "Narcissa!" Hagrid cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face and soaking the earth beneath him. "Hagrid, are you all right? Was her name Narcissa?" Harry and the others looked on with concern as Hagrid knelt, sobbing and wiping his tears with a grimy handkerchief, reaching out to help him rise. Who could be so cruel as to harm her? Hagrid staggered to his feet, his sorrow morphing into an unmatched fury. It must have been that evil dark wizard in the black cloak. I saw him consuming a silver liquid while battling the wizard in purple robes, and it resembled nothing less than unicorn blood. Harry cautiously shared his suspicions, recounting everything he and Malfoy had witnessed while omitting the details of his scar's pain, mindful that Malfoy was still present. The wizard in purple was somewhat short, only slightly taller than Professor Flitwick. "He is likely of similar lineage to Flitwick," Malfoy contributed thoughtfully. Following this, the group used magic to transport the deceased Narcissa back to the unicorn's dwelling for burial, marking the official end of their confinement. After completing their patrol of the Forbidden Forest, Harry and his companions hastily returned to the Gryffindor common room and resumed their discussion. The Gryffindor lions were ever brimming with energy, eager to delve into any matter at hand. "Harry, are you suggesting that the evil dark wizard in the black cloak is, in fact, the Dark Lord?" Hermione questioned, her voice tinged with confusion and fear, for she had gleaned much about the Dark Lord from her reading. The name Voldemort and his Death Eater organization were synonymous with brutality and cruelty. "Indeed, it is the Dark Lord. When he approached, my scar throbbed incessantly. The sensation I experienced from him was far more potent than that felt from Snape," Harry asserted, rising from the couch and pacing between his friends with reasoned conviction. He was in a weakened state, reliant on unicorn blood for survival. Even if it meant succumbing to a powerful curse, he was indifferent to the consequences before him. "I believe we have misjudged the situation. Snape's theft of the Philosopher's Stone was not for his own gain. He sought to utilize the stone's power to resurrect the Dark Lord," Harry added, stroking his chin thoughtfully before concluding. Ron excitedly slapped his thigh, clarifying the truth of the matter, only to lament that the unfortunate Professor Snape had once again become the scapegoat. "Would he come after you if he succeeded?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ron gazed at Harry, his face etched with worry. "Do not panic. Let us not forget who the Dark Lord fears above all. As long as Professor Dumbledore remains at Hogwarts, the Dark Lord will not dare to enter and harm you. Tomorrow, we shall seek out Professor Dumbledore to report our findings. Hermione's words served as a much-needed boost to the two. But who was that wizard in the purple robes battling the Dark Lord? Harry posed a new question. However, even the academically gifted Hermione threw up her hands in resignation, admitting her ignorance of any renowned sorcerer with a penchant for purple robes and a lineage of fairy blood. Unbeknownst to them, the formidable wizard they perceived, capable of confronting the Dark Lord head-on, was currently kneeling at the edge of the forbidden forest, gasping for breath. Carl lay sprawled on a large rock, violently expelling blood, his purple flame robe tattered and torn by Quirrell's assault, almost resembling a collection of rags hanging from his body. "How foolish I have been," Carl lamented, transformed into a figure of regret. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts that if the centaur Firenze could scare Quirrell away with a mere kick, surely he could achieve the same. Thus, he had boldly ventured into the forbidden forest, intent on intercepting Quirrell, only to find the latter far more formidable than he anticipated. They clashed fiercely, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a mutual defeat exacerbated by the arrival of a herd of unicorns. Not only did he gain nothing, but he also ended up in a battle that left both parties wounded, his once proud purple flame robe now in tatters. Now, he truly felt like weeping without tears. And due to the unfinished battle, he had no chance to draw a card. In the system, one could only draw a card upon victory or the demise of the opponent. This debacle had cost him dearly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Carl realized his injuries were far more severe than he had initially thought. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he limped toward the distant Hogwarts castle, seeking Snape's assistance. Although he possessed numerous healing potions, they did not function like in a game, where a mere sip would guarantee a set amount of health restoration. The statistics on the potions were merely for his reference. In reality, many factors needed consideration, such as dark magic, curses, and a myriad of other issues. Even Remy's high-end assistance was produced by the clergy of the Remedia Cathedral, which lacked any guarantees of instant health or magic recovery. Though one could effortlessly resolve these issues with a well-aimed Avada Kedavra, the sensation of nearing death was something Carl wished to avoid experiencing again unless absolutely necessary. He knocked laboriously on the cellar door, and after a faint sound, it creaked open. To his relief, Snape was still at Hogwarts today, not off somewhere clandestinely meeting Lily. Otherwise, his mental state would truly have shattered. I could scarcely imagine anyone else besides Mr. Harris seeking me at such a late hour. Came Snape's voice before his figure appeared. The distinctive tone, laden with sarcasm, wafted from the cellar. Carl rolled his eyes, nearly fainting at the oily timbre of the old bat. Although he had begun to pay attention to personal hygiene, in Carl's eyes, Snape would forever remain a greasy middle-aged man. "If you continue to prattle on, do you believe I won't drop dead before you, splattering you with blood?" Carl had just crossed the threshold when he nearly stumbled to the ground. The old bat's eyes, previously narrowed, widened in surprise. In his memory, this young rascal had always been tough as nails and had never appeared so pitiful. His entire form was shrouded in dark aura, with wounds continuously oozing blood, and his legs were unnaturally straining to support him. Snape, aware that matters had escalated, still maintained his customary deadpan expression. With a flick of his wand, he assisted Carl in entering the room. "Perhaps in your condition, you ought to seek Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing rather than come to me," Snape remarked coldly after tending to Carl's injuries caused by dark magic, as he settled into a chair. "Perhaps, Professor Snape, you should comprehend the current situation," Carl retorted sharply. Seeking Madame Pomfrey would merely expose him to Dumbledore's scrutiny. "What, Mr. Harris? Have you suffered some mishap during your recent experiments with dark magic? Or did you have an unfortunate encounter with a dark wizard?" Snape's lips curled into a sardonic smile, as the circumstances could only stem from either of those scenarios. "In order to safeguard the child of your beloved, I had a direct confrontation with your boss. Given my current state, shouldn't you be compensating me for my protection?" Carl boldly responded, refraining from disclosing that his actions were driven by a desire to seize a unicorn's body. He aimed to profit from the situation. Snape nearly erupted at the audacity of this claim. To turn such a dire situation into a matter of galleons was indeed impressive. "Shouldn't Mr. Harris then reimburse me for my potions? My brews do not come cheap. Furthermore, the Dark Lord should currently lack a physical form. How did you manage to engage him in battle?" Snape's face bore an expression of skepticism, as this was a matter he needed clarity on. If Harry Potter were to be ensnared by a half-dead Voldemort, his standing with Lily would render him unable to face her again. "Do you recall Quirrell? Voldemort possessed him, and I encountered him in the Forbidden Forest. I cannot fathom his madness. He insisted on battling me. Moreover, Professor Snape, do you truly believe you can extract money from me? Carl, still fuming, found it absurd that Voldemort was so reckless. Ah, I see. I suspected Quirrell was peculiar. It appears the Dark Lord had already taken residence within him, which means they likely orchestrated the Gringotts heist together, Snape mused, disregarding Carl's taunts as he connected the scattered clues, and suddenly everything clicked into place. Carl regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if mocking Snape for only now grasping the truth. With a disdainful huff, Snape turned his back on Carl. Conversations with this imp required utmost caution. The last contract had left him financially drained, and he was still repaying debts. Since Mr. Harris seems to be in good health now, why do you linger in the professor's private space? Snape rose from his chair, shaking his black cloak and presenting an unmistakable gesture for Carl to depart. I have no desire to remain in this ghastly place. Carl sneered, equally unyielding in his demeanor, supporting himself against the edge of the bed. He struggled to don his clothes before slowly exiting the cold cellar. Upon leaving the cellar, Carl walked along the path to Ravenclaw Tower. Gazing at the twinkling stars illuminating Hogwarts' main castle, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, observing his bandaged form and feeling a surge of anger. He stomped his foot in frustration, cursing Voldemort and wondering how such madness could emerge from Hogwarts. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Carl's blankets. His roommates had already risen and begun their morning routines, while he remained ensconced in bed, showing no inclination to break free from the cocoon of his covers. Carl, wake up. The first class is with Professor McGonagall. She mentioned last lesson that anyone who is late would be transformed into a pocket watch. I don't believe she was merely trying to frighten us, Alex called out, prompting Carl to rub his eyes and sit up in despair. Why must they treat him this way? After enduring a challenging transfiguration class, Carl clutched a hefty stack of books, intending to return to his dormitory for a much-needed nap. Last night's encounter with Quirrell and Voldemort had indeed been brutal. Hey, look. An announcement just came out from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Professor Quirrell has taken a week off due to ill health. Professor Snape will be substituting for him this week, Philip relayed, perusing the notice. This time, the old bat finally gets to teach defense against the dark arts. And I can only imagine how pleased he must be. However, we are in for a rough week. Not only do we have potions, but now we must also endure the old bat's sour visage in defense against the dark arts. Alex lamented with a shrug, appearing despondent. At least Ravenclaw was somewhat shielded, as Snape would not target them too harshly. Upon hearing the news, the Gryffindors were distraught, as the thought of enduring Snape's potions class was already daunting enough. The prospect of him teaching defense against the dark arts too threatened to obliterate their scores entirely. Carl silently cursed Quirrell for his predicament. He had been severely injured, while Quirrell's ailments were not likely to be any better. After all, Quirrell had endured a direct hit from Carl's enhanced ion beam. The force was not to be trifled with. Yet, it left Carl regretting that Quirrell had only taken a week's leave and had not succumbed to his injuries. Carl, where were you wandering off to yesterday? Why are your hands all bandaged? Simon had already noticed Carl's unusual state, having sensed something was amiss this morning. If I told you that Professor Quirrell took leave because we had a proper wizard duel, would you believe me? Carl replied with a half-smile. Last night's events could indeed be deemed a legitimate duel, provided one disregarded Voldemort's 2 instances of cheating and the absence of formal duel protocols. Had it not been for the unicorns intervening at a critical moment, they would undoubtedly have transformed into their most powerful forms to determine who truly reigned in the Forbidden Forest. Impossible. Even if Professor Quirrell is a poor instructor, he is still a professor. How could he be bested by you to the point of taking leave? Don't be absurd, Philip exclaimed, bursting into laughter at Carl's response. In this day and age, who would believe the truth? Carl sighed and shook his head, gradually disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Carl struggled to hold the enchanted book with his bandaged hands, deciding to forego lunch as he made his way back to his dormitory. Carl, wait! Came a series of urgent calls from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized the voice of that troublemaker, Harry Potter. Recalling the disastrous events of the previous night, he couldn't help but acknowledge the undeniable aura of the protagonist. Clenching his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, he took a deep breath before turning around. All traces of his earlier displeasure vanished, replaced by a faint smile. One must be an adult capable of seamless emotional transitions. Is there something you need from me? Carl inquired softly. We encountered Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest last night, Harry gasped, taking a moment to catch his breath before recounting the events he witnessed. What? You encountered Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest last night. You all have quite the audacity to venture into such a perilous place after dark, Carl replied. Fully aware that Harry's account was truthful, for the powerful wizard battling Voldemort was none other than himself. However, he played along with the theatrics. At the mention of their daring escapade, Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, it was Ron who explained how they had been reported by Malfoy and punished by patrolling the Forbidden Forest. So, you mean to say that Snape stole the Philosopher's Stone not for himself, but to aid his master Voldemort's resurrection? Carl exclaimed, astonished, and couldn't he help but marvel at the trio's imaginative conjectures. He felt a pang of sorrow for Snape, who, despite having committed no wrongdoing, was now being implicated as an accomplice in Voldemort's revival. The title of Master of Potions at Hogwarts was indeed well-deserved. The trio nodded in agreement, and soon they began to discuss this significant event, ultimately arriving at the simplest conclusion: find Dumbledore. Carl listened intently, wishing to remain an inconspicuous observer, awaiting the opening of the Philosopher's Stone quest, where Harry would surely vanquish Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, and acquire the stone, transforming it into gold to crush the money-hungry system and summon Nirali, thus ascending to the pinnacle of his life. Although the chances of the stone being genuine were slim, he thought it worth the risk. After all, there was nothing to lose. However, as he listened to their conversation, Carl's expression began to shift uneasily. What? You want to seek out Dumbledore to handle this situation? Absolutely not. Dumbledore is far too infatuated with his own allure. I refuse to meet that old man who delights in prying into others' thoughts. Wait. I injured myself while practicing a new spell these past few days. I need to visit Madame Pomfrey for some ointment. Carl's face suddenly turned pale, revealing his bandaged hands to Harry and the others, indicating that he was indeed hurt this time. Let us postpone the visit to Madame Pomfrey. The matter at hand is urgent. Professor Dumbledore rarely lingers in his office. If we delay, we might miss him. Yet, Harry and the others remained adamant, ignoring Carl's impressive performance. The reckless Gryffindors hoisted him up and dragged him away. How could Carl, recently battered from battle, possibly resist? The trio insisted the situation was critical. One misstep could allow the Death Eaters to rise from the ashes, bringing Voldemort back into the fold. The dark cloud of menace was about to cast its shadow over the British Isles once more. Matters as trivial as a visit to the hospital wing could certainly wait. Hey, do you even know the password to Dumbledore's office? Carl lamented, feeling acutely unlucky as trouble continued to pursue him relentlessly. Of course we do. Hagrid told us last night. Ice-cold lemon juice. Hermione replied without glancing back. In that moment, Carl resigned himself to his fate. Fine, it was just the old man, after all. His magical prowess had improved. He should manage to keep Dumbledore oblivious to the truth. Dumbledore, do you even comprehend the gravity of what you are doing? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat in his chair, while Snape leaned over the desk, seething with rage. Severus, it is quite warm now, which can lead to irritability. Would you care for a glass of ice-cold lemon juice? I believe you could benefit from a moment of calm. Dumbledore remarked nonchalantly, chewing on a cockroach. Chocolate-flavored, quite crispy. You must be losing your mind from all the sweets. Sending first-year wizards to confront the Dark Lord? I believe you are the one who needs to calm down. Snape, however, remained unyielding. Last night, he gained a clearer understanding of Quirrell's and the now semi-crippled Voldemort's capabilities. He was certain he could eliminate those 3 oblivious Gryffindors with a single spell. After uttering this chilling thought, Snape cast a glance toward the door of the headmaster's office. Severus, I believe it would be prudent for you to step outside for a moment, Dumbledore said, stroking his white beard with a hint of resignation. Snape shot him a cold look, and with a flick of his wand, he vanished from sight. Ice-cold lemon juice. With Hermione's incantation, the grotesque statue slowly split in two, allowing them to descend the staircase. It was Harry's first visit to the headmaster's office, and he curiously observed his surroundings. The walls, adorned with portraits of past headmasters, seemed to come alive with excitement at the sight of new faces, having grown weary of Dumbledore's familiar countenance. Albus, come out. We have some young guests. Hurry and greet them. A rather youthful headmaster eagerly called out to Dumbledore. Oh, Scott, you are as eager as ever. An older, more dignified voice echoed within the office. Dumbledore's figure appeared, seated in the headmaster's chair. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Harry felt a surge of reassurance and began to incoherently recount the events he had experienced and his various speculations. Professor Dumbledore, it is like this. We have some information to report. A few days ago, a mysterious black-robed wizard extracted information from Hagrid regarding the means to access the Philosopher's Stone. I suspect it might be Snape. He seeks to steal the stone hidden beneath the trapdoor to aid his master Voldemort's resurrection. Harry rambled on, adding details about his broom being inexplicably controlled, Snape being bitten by Fluffy, and nearly being killed by Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione and Ron chimed in with additional specifics, hoping to make their story sound more credible to convince Dumbledore. Carl watched as the trio passionately presented their case against Snape, almost bursting into laughter. Yet, it was not their fault. They had no knowledge of the real events that transpired. The flamboyant old bat once boasted to the young single Carl about how Lily gifted him a bottle of exquisite men's perfume from the Muggle world during Christmas. Carl inhaled the surrounding air, intoxicated by the faint yet unmistakable scent. Dumbledore observed Harry, whose face was flushed and words tumbled out in a flurry of gestures, and couldn't help but smile. He mused to himself how vibrant youth is, unlike his own weary bones that had long ceased to be of use. Harry, do take your time. Sit down and share your thoughts, Dumbledore said with a knowing smile, as if he were already aware of their intentions. With a flick of his elder wand, the world-renowned master of transfiguration demonstrated his prowess, summoning 4 exquisite chairs that appeared out of thin air behind them. Carl gazed at Dumbledore's profound magical skill, feeling a twinge of envy. He could do the same, though he knew he could never match Dumbledore's finesse and would require more time to accomplish it. After the 4 settled into their seats, Dumbledore leisurely inquired, "Children, could you enlighten me on how you came across the information regarding the Philosopher's Stone?" A chuckle escaped him as he thought, this news was deliberately leaked by you, wasn't it? Carl had long seen through Dumbledore's ruse and decided to observe as a mere bystander. Sure enough, Hermione swiftly responded to Dumbledore's question. "Professor, Hagrid inadvertently revealed something hidden beneath the trapdoor related to Nicholas Flamel, and we confirmed it as the Philosopher's Stone after consulting numerous magical texts in the library. Would you agree with our deduction?" The young girl hesitated slightly as she looked at Dumbledore. She was confident that the object was indeed the Philosopher's Stone, but could not assert it with absolute certainty. "An impeccable deduction," Dumbledore replied. "The object concealed beneath the trapdoor is indeed the Philosopher's Stone entrusted to me by my old friend Nicholas Flamel, and he has asked me to handle it with care." With the truth now laid bare, Dumbledore had revealed his hand, signaling the end of their treasure hunt and the commencement of the defense of the Philosopher's Stone. "But why do you suspect Professor Snape? As head of Slytherin, he has no reason to act against it," Dumbledore queried, quietly reflecting that even if Professor McGonagall were to side with Voldemort one day, Snape would never truly serve him. He would prefer to see the Dark Lord perish, allowing him to kneel before Lily's grave in repentance. Considering the events during Quidditch, Snape's injury from a bite by the dog, and last night's battle in the Forbidden Forest, the individual serving the Dark Lord was cloaked in black and bore a similar stature to him. Is that not sufficient evidence? Harry reiterated his earlier point with urgency. Upon hearing Harry's words, Dumbledore did not respond immediately but instead stroked his beard, gazing thoughtfully into the distance as he pondered the connections at play. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "The battle in the Forbidden Forest? Could you elaborate on who was involved, Harry?" Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with interest. There was a wizard clad in a purple robe, adorned with intricate flame-like designs that I could not decipher. He was engaged in combat with Voldemort, and the area within 100 meters of their battlefield had turned to scorched earth, Harry recounted thoroughly. Moreover, the wizard in the purple robe was not much taller than Professor Flitwick, although they both wore large hoods, obscuring their faces. I am certain that the dark wizard was indeed Voldemort, for my scar throbbed painfully at that moment. While Carl maintained a serene smile, inwardly he felt a tightening sensation, sensing trouble ahead. As he anticipated, Dumbledore appeared unperturbed by the first part of Harry's account, but upon hearing the latter half, his eyes gleamed with a flicker of light. The soul-sucking spell. Carl's mind raced as he activated his defensive magic, fabricating false memories. Dumbledore fell silent once more, but Carl understood that he was not merely contemplating. He was using the soul-sucking spell to probe the true memories of those present. In Dumbledore's eyes, the purple-robed wizard had surpassed his control, and clarity on the matter was imperative. There could be no margin for error regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, Dumbledore was playing with fire. "Carl, why are your hands wrapped in bandages, and what are the bruises on your face?" Dumbledore suddenly interrupted his contemplation. "Well, Professor, I had a slight mishap while practicing the splinching charm yesterday. Carl's Oscar-worthy acting skills kicked in, his expression radiating sincerity. Did you seek Madame Pomfrey for treatment of those injuries? Dumbledore continued with a smile. Carl inwardly cursed the old fox for being so astute. One misstep in their exchange could lead to disaster. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. I didn't want to bother Madame Pomfrey, as she is quite busy every day, he replied nonchalantly, implying that with only one nurse for all 7 years and 4 houses, accidents were bound to occur, and he preferred to handle it himself rather than wait in line. Ah, I see. However, the splinching charm is not part of the first-year curriculum. Professor, as a well-versed Ravenclaw, is it not customary for me to study advanced spells ahead of time? Otherwise, dealing with that troll on Halloween would have been quite the challenge. Carl swiftly countered, concocting a vivid scene of his spell mishap in his mind. In this duel of wits, each move was critical. Dumbledore, though still harboring some doubts, could not glean Carl's true thoughts through his half-hearted usage of the soul-sucking spell. Coupled with Carl's impeccable verbal defense, Dumbledore began to question whether his instincts were overly sensitive. After viewing the images extracted from Harry, he reasoned that a first-year like Carl could not possess the capability to battle a wizard of that caliber. It must have been merely a coincidence. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, appearing quite fatigued. The situation with Voldemort had yet to be resolved, and now a mysterious purple-robed wizard had emerged, wearing him down. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, sensing Dumbledore's deepening contemplation, growing anxious that the professor might doubt their veracity. Professor, we are not lying. Surely you believe us? Carl, tracing the bandages on his hands, silently reflected, indeed, you are not lying. In fact, before the professor, you lack even the right to deceive. Under the soul-sucking spell, no secrets can be hidden. The only one misleading the professor has been me all along. No, children, I certainly believe you are not lying, but sometimes our eyes can deceive us. Perhaps your misunderstanding of Professor Snape runs too deep. I firmly believe he would never engage in such an act as stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore maintained a kind and gentle smile while explaining this to Harry and his friends. However, the coincidences are rather numerous, Harry immediately retorted. Harry, do not fret. The obstacles I have set to protect the Philosopher's Stone are not solely limited to Fluffy. In fact, every head of department at Hogwarts has established a protective enchantment, including Professor Snape, Dumbledore added. That level of defense would be insurmountable even for first-year students. Do you expect them to withstand Voldemort? Moreover, entrusting such a perilous adversary to these fledgling wizards is quite audacious of you, Carl remarked, his expression inscrutable, while his mind raced with protective spells, wary of Dumbledore's potential use of legilimency. However, just as Ron began to speak, Dumbledore interrupted him. All right, children, thank you for your concerns. I will take them to heart. Classes are about to commence, and I believe it is time for you to prepare. Of course, should you discover anything amiss, feel free to report back to me. The password to the headmaster's office will remain unchanged for the time being. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. We shall be on our way, came Harry's reply. Harry, stop dawdling. We need to return to the common room to fetch our dragon hide gloves for herbology. Realizing Dumbledore had no intention of keeping them, Carl swiftly stood and led Harry and the others away. Although Dumbledore's chair was exceedingly comfortable, Carl felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He truly wished to escape the headmaster's presence, yearning for the solace of his dormitory. Harry opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his remaining questions, but ultimately he was pulled away by Carl. Before departing, Carl cast a discreet glance toward the spot behind Dumbledore, where the faint scent of perfume wafted from. He had yet to master the disillusionment charm, but he was certain that Snape was lurking there, eavesdropping. As they descended the staircase from the headmaster's office, the split stone statue rejoined. Harry wrenched his arm free from Carl's grasp, a look of discontent on his face. Why did you drag me away, Carl? Dumbledore was in the office, and I hadn't finished speaking. I did it for your own good. You will understand in due time, Carl replied, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder and earnestly explaining. The three had just thoroughly lambasted Snape in the headmaster's office. It was one thing for the subject of their scorn to be absent, but Dumbledore would not be so careless as to relay their words to Snape. However, the consequences would be different now. Carl could foresee the relentless targeting Harry would face from Snape in the days to come. Why did you have to provoke him of all people? Even I struggle to gain favor with that bad. He nearly turned me into a wretched creature. You, dear Harry, are merely inviting trouble upon yourself. How can you expect to escape the wrath of Snape? Before Harry could respond further, Carl turned abruptly, hastening his steps to leave the vicinity of the headmaster's office, which he preferred not to linger in. Just after Carl and the others exited the headmaster's office, Snape's disillusionment charm dissipated, and he resumed his customary grim demeanor, continuing his verbal sparring with Dumbledore. Severus, you witnessed the earlier exchange. What are your thoughts on it? Dumbledore inquired, his previous geniality fading into a more somber expression. Those ignorant and foolish children have no idea what kind of enemy they are about to face. Reckless Gryffindors. They are merely indulging in futile fantasies of heroism, their brains hardly larger than a troll's. Snape stepped closer to Dumbledore, his face darkening with displeasure. He had just observed the entire conversation between Carl and Dumbledore, much of which consisted of the trio's denunciations of him, leaving him with a sense of being the protector of an ungrateful wretch. He realized that he had been too lenient with Harry in the past. He should have been more severe when deducting points. Do not think that way, Severus, Dumbledore said, gazing at Snape's ashen face with a hint of resignation. It was undeniable that Harry's observations pointed toward him, and his frequent targeting of Harry at Hogwarts could hardly be overlooked. Thus, it was no wonder that Harry had come to regard him as a potential thief of the Philosopher's Stone. This was all of Snape's own making. Yet Dumbledore understood Snape's complex feelings toward Harry and recognized the futility of changing the situation. After all, had it not been for Harry's existence, Snape might have ended his own life at Lily's grave a decade prior. Are you truly so muddled? Those traps you instructed us to set cannot be deemed traps at all. A mere igniting devil's snare, a foolish troll, a laughable chess game. Why must the guard leave behind keys and tools? And why should my potion trap have a potion for escape? 7 vials of poison and a wall of flame would ensure that wretched Quirrell never returns. Snape's fury intensified, his sardonic smile growing more sinister. TSK, such obstacles. Not even the Dark Lord could overcome them. I could dismantle them with one hand. You have certainly spared no effort in designing these challenges, ensuring they neither instill despair in Potter nor allow for an overly simple passage. Severus, Dumbledore abruptly interrupted Snape, rising from his chair like an irate lion. The two locked eyes for an extended moment before Dumbledore, with a hint of melancholy, resumed his seat. Severus, you must understand that I am aging, and my once formidable magical prowess is diminishing with time. This signifies that Harry cannot indefinitely remain under my protection in the shadow of the Dark Lord. You are aware of the prophecy. Ultimately, one of them must prevail. We cannot perpetually shield Harry. He is the only one prophesied to defeat Tom, despite being named Harry and not Jerry. At this, Dumbledore smiled playfully to diffuse the tension between them, but Snape remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on him. While my body is still capable of exerting some control over the situation, it is essential for Harry's growth to occur appropriately. Dumbledore paused, stroking his beard, the weariness of age becoming more pronounced on his weathered face, as if lamenting the inexorable passage of time. Despite the longevity of powerful wizards, the decline of strength is irreversible. My power has waned considerably, while Tom's has not. He, like Nick, has discovered an alternative method of immortality, one that is even more insidious than the Philosopher's Stone. The irreversible death curse rebounded upon him, yet it failed to claim his life. This alone placed me at a significant disadvantage, despite his current frailty resulting from the calamity of a decade past, and the disintegration of the Death Eater organization due to his absence. The potential for his return looms ominously. If we remain passive, he shall inevitably return, possibly even more formidable than before. Thus, I must uncover the means by which he eludes death. After elucidating the stakes, Dumbledore gazed intently at Snape, silently hoping for comprehension. Snape's hollow eyes lingered on Dumbledore before he finally spoke in a subdued tone. Are you certain you can manage the situation? You are well aware of the Dark Lord's methods. The protective magic left by Lily serves as a powerful shield. She would never permit Harry to be in mortal danger. Dumbledore explained, his voice slightly feeble. Isn't that magic something you imparted to Lily? You should be cognizant of its limitations. Dumbledore's mention of this ignited Snape's fury. The damned prophecy seemed to encompass everything. Although Lily's love shields Harry from Voldemort's direct touch, circumventing such limitations is deceptively simple. A catastrophic explosion could obliterate Harry completely. The force of destiny is elusive, and we can only strive to comprehend it as best we can. When it pertains to Tom, nothing is ever entirely safe. We must endeavor to minimize risks. If we do nothing, the situation can only deteriorate further. Dumbledore remained steadfast in his commitment to training Harry. Destiny, a preposterous and laughable notion. You believe yourself too old, that your body will falter before vanquishing the Dark Lord, and thus you place all hope in that madwoman, Trelawney, who spends her days in the tower babbling nonsense. The Savior's training plan. Oh, how grand! The Philosopher's Stone lies within your grasp, granting you the means to immortality. You could certainly afford the time to confront the Dark Lord before embarking on another journey under Death's guidance. Snape's eyes burned with anger and disappointment. Since learning from Carl that Dumbledore wielded the legendary Elder Wand, he found it incomprehensible that Dumbledore could entertain such thoughts. The Elder Wand's unparalleled power, coupled with the stone's promise of immortality and wealth, paired with the formidable Order of the Phoenix, how could a diminished Voldemort contend with a fully armed Dumbledore? The scattered Death Eaters? Should Voldemort dare approach, he would be met with annihilation. No, Severus, you are a master of potions, not an alchemist. Had you known the stone's side effects, you would not regard immortality as a boon. Otherwise, Nick would not have entrusted it to me with the hope that I would destroy it. In other words, should I use the stone to prolong my life, the situation would spiral beyond control. With a flick of his wrist, Dumbledore revealed an irregular red stone, caressing it with a smile. Equivalent exchange. The immutable truth of alchemy. To obtain immortality and wealth, the price you would pay is not something you would wish to know. Snape furrowed his brow tightly. As Dumbledore had correctly stated, his understanding of the stone was limited to its promise of immortality and riches. He had never truly met Nicholas Flamel. Do not be so tense, Severus. While the stone is of no use to me, I believe this old frame can endure a while longer. At least until Harry comes of age, I should not have to face death. Dumbledore lifted a glass of chilled lemon juice from the table and savored a sip, his expression seemingly unperturbed, yet Snape detected an underlying urgency within the old wizard's composure. Realizing the stone's futility for Dumbledore, Snape understood his own despair. His waning strength, contrasted with Voldemort's grasp of an alternative immortality, posed a threat that could diminish Dumbledore during this precarious interval. Time's urgency compelled him to cling to the last hope in the prophecy, striving to cultivate a true savior to confront Voldemort. Observing the aged Dumbledore in the headmaster's chair, Snape acknowledged that the elder wizard had exhausted his options. Dumbledore, I can only hope you will honor the agreement we made a decade ago. With that, Snape cast one last solemn glance at Dumbledore before departing the headmaster's office. Knowing that he could not demand further action from the man, it was evident that Dumbledore was doing everything in his power to ensure Harry's safety. Yet, Snape had his own means to safeguard Harry during this endeavor. Perhaps he could borrow some money from Lucius? The boy had managed to hold his own against Quirrell, and with that ominous cursed doll, he should be able to protect Harry without issue. Moreover, a thorough discussion with Lily might yield some solutions. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Snape's mind was consumed with thoughts of his next steps, leading him back to the dungeon unknowingly. He gazed at the fireplace before seizing a handful of flue powder and stepping into the flames, vanishing in a swirl of green fire. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Snape's somewhat exasperated voice echoed, Lucius, I'm currently a bit strapped for cash. Could you lend me some more? Severus, how many times have you come to me for money? You have yet to repay the last sum you borrowed. Lucius Malfoy sat behind his desk, his platinum hair billowing in the breeze, disdain evident as he clutched his wand. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Snape recalled how he had recently cleared a debt of 1,500 galleons to Carl through his frenzied potion-making, leaving him with no spare funds at home. 3,000 galleons. He truly had laid bare his pride. Ever since meeting Carl, Snape had felt increasingly shameless. You have borrowed so many galleons from me. Were it not for our long-standing friendship, I might suspect you've become accustomed to the Muggle world's laundry detergent. Lucius's expression was one of reluctant amusement, yet he rose to retrieve a Gringotts note from his desk. What else could he do, given that Snape had humiliated himself by asking for assistance? Naturally, he would acquiesce. Snape accepted the note in silence, wishing to depart immediately. Borrowing again before repaying his previous debts left him crimson-faced. Just as he reached the door, Lucius's voice called after him. Severus, I urgently require a batch of potions. The materials have already been sent via Owl to Hogwarts. I hope you can spare some time. Additionally, as Draco's godfather, could you look after him more closely at school? The lad has recently developed a passion for potion making. Snape paused, discomfort welling within him. The debts remained unpaid, and now he faced yet another burden. Upon uttering those words, he departed hastily without a backward glance. A green flame ignited once more, directing him to another of his long-standing haunts, Spidertail Alley. Emerging from the fireplace, Severus Snape's typically impassive visage gradually transformed into a semblance of a smile. Not the sardonic smirk often associated with him, but a genuine smile that surfaced only in the presence of Lily. Beautiful exteriors abound, yet captivating souls are a rare find. And now, Lily, possessing both an enchanting exterior and an intriguing spirit, had become the queen whom Snape would protect at all costs throughout his life. Good afternoon, Severus. Lily sat gracefully upon the sofa, cradling a framed photograph of Harry, her gentle caress revealing the warmth in her expression. The exquisite crown glimmered subtly in the candlelight, her crimson gown cascading to the floor, and her golden locks cascading over her shoulders like a true empress. Lily, perhaps I ought to share something with you. Snape spoke softly, his demeanor a stark contrast to the surly countenance he displayed towards Carl. Is it concerning Harry? The astute Lily immediately discerned the topic of Snape's impending revelation. Indeed, it pertains to Harry, though the matter bears a degree of peril. Snape's calm tone indicated that he was meticulously organizing his thoughts. He proceeded to relay everything he had learned from Dumbledore, omitting, of course, the part where Harry had disclosed his black mark. After absorbing this information, Lily fell into contemplation, acknowledging that Dumbledore's actions were not entirely unjustifiable. From the moment the prophecy had emerged, the unending conflict between Harry and Voldemort had been set in motion, with only one destined to survive. What is your perspective on this, Lily? Snape inquired gently, seated opposite her. With James Potter now absent, he relished the ample opportunity to share moments with Lily. Even if they could not ultimately become partners, he found contentment in the mere fact that Lily's revival was a possibility he had never dared to dream of. Moreover, he had already inquired of Carl whether it was feasible to resurrect someone flawlessly. Carl, well aware of Snape's intentions, had promptly declared that for an additional 20,000 galleons along with a perfect doll, it could be accomplished. Without that perfect doll, however, the notion of resurrection was futile. It would be wiser to cremate the remains and scatter the ashes, as he had no surplus resources, Clara being his only unexpected acquisition, irreplaceable in every sense. Naturally, if Lily's offer could entice the morally compromised high puppeteers of Arad, he might consider engaging in another venture, for who would turn away from galleons? Carl's remarks had left Snape feeling rather at ease, as he compared the specifications for the perfect doll with the capabilities of the leading figures in the alchemical community. To his amazement, even the legendary Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, could not achieve such a feat very well. James Potter. Embark on your new journey in the afterlife, and leave the affairs of the living to me. I shall care for your wife, you need not worry. With this thought, a faint smile graced Snape's lips. Severus, have you stumbled upon something joyous? Lily inquired, noticing the unexpected smile on his face. Nothing of consequence, merely reflecting on the wonder of resurrection. By the way, Lily, what are your thoughts on this matter? Snape abruptly shifted the conversation. It is indeed an astonishing power. At times, I feel as though this body truly belongs to me. Lily sighed softly, a hint of regret in her voice. Perhaps it was due to the laws of the universe that all memories associated with her existence in the afterlife had been thoroughly erased upon her return to the living world. Previously, she had asked Snape if there was any way to recreate the miracle, but he had informed her that merely reviving her had nearly exhausted all his resources. There was only one doll, no duplicates. To resurrect James Potter might only be achievable in dreams. Severus, this matter is of great significance. I cannot help but be concerned. When the game commences, please inform me. I wish to witness it as well. Lily spoke with composure, her words laden with motherly worry for her son. But is that not too perilous? What if you were discovered? Snape shared her concern. If anything were to happen to Lily, he could not bear the thought of living on. Fear not, the magical power within this body is formidable. I am gradually comprehending the legacy of its magic. Queen Clara, indeed a fitting name, shrouded in mystery and strength. Lily spoke with conviction, the dual-colored roses in her hand emanating a brilliant glow, as if reflecting their own inherent power. As Lily had broached this topic, Snape felt it prudent to refrain from further comment, instead tightening his grip on the pouch hidden within his robes, a pang of sorrow tugging at his heart. This was the galleons he had just withdrawn from Gringotts, and soon these gleaming treasures might change hands. Severus, do not wear such a troubled expression. Did you not say that even a half-damaged Dark Lord struggles against a mere first-year student? Lily smiled, her tone lightening as she set aside the photograph. Anyone who underestimated Carl Harris as an ordinary first year would surely find their worth thoroughly depleted before meeting their end. Snape's expression soured at the mention of this. For the looming debt he owed to Lucius and the multitude of potions he had been commissioned to create weighed heavily on his conscience. The root of all this trouble was that accursed vampire. Reviving someone is a monumental miracle. To accomplish it with galleons is a miracle within a miracle. Rest assured, when the opportunity arises, I will seek out Professor Dumbledore to reclaim another vault from the Potter family to repay you, Lily assured him with a smile. When the prophecy had first circulated a decade ago, she and James had meticulously planned the distribution of the Potter family's wealth. A significant portion was allocated to Dumbledore as funding for the Order of the Phoenix, while a smaller share was reserved for their son, Harry Potter. Even that modest amount would suffice for Harry to live comfortably for generations. In that moment, Snape felt that the galleons extorted by Carl were worth every penny. Oh, it's nearly dinner time. I believe you should forego Hogwarts tonight. I have procured some ingredients. Lily chuckled softly as she rose, the sound of her crimson crystal heels resonating rhythmically against the floor. Severus, please sit for a moment. I shall prepare the meal. As if in her own home, Lily moved with ease through Snape's lair, eventually making her way into the kitchen. A few minutes later, the kitchen was alive with the sounds of clattering utensils, a delightful cacophony. Snape followed closely behind, although Spidertail Alley was his home. He had spent nearly all his time at Hogwarts, leaving the place dusty and neglected, especially the kitchen. Lily's presence, however, transformed everything. With remarkable dexterity, she transformed their home into an orderly haven, even imbuing the kitchen with multiple enchantments, reminiscent of the magical kitchen found in the Weasley household. When it comes to enhancing the quality of life, magic often proves to be far superior to technology. Severus Snape stepped outside, warmly observing the scene before him. Lily stood in the center of the kitchen, her floral wand dancing gracefully, causing the feathers of a luscious turkey, now devoid of luster, to cascade away. The air was infused with a hint of the disarming charm typically used to remove fish scales. Pure water, like a spring, she intoned, as a fountain of fresh water enveloped the turkey, cleansing it thoroughly before it leapt onto the cutting board. The knives, neatly arranged upon the wall, descended in an orderly fashion, peeling and slicing potatoes into strips before plunging them into the hot oil. A vibrant tomato was promptly transformed into sauce. Meanwhile, brushes were not idle. A plethora of jars filled with various sauces opened rhythmically, allowing the brushes to generously coat the turkey. During this process, the turkey even turned itself to ensure an even distribution of flavors, avoiding an outcome where one side was overly salty while the other remained bland. A substantial steak was sliced to the perfect thickness, after which a bottle of cooking wine automatically uncorked itself and cascaded over the meat. With a touch of magic, several fresh fish shed their scales and entrails before joining the sizzling oil. Magic exists to facilitate a more convenient existence. By the way, Severus, would you care for a drink? Lily turned, a charming smile gracing her lips, holding a fresh apple in her hand. Apple juice or vodka? Snape's expression was somewhat bemused. He had never considered that magic could be wielded in such a manner. A scholar of dark arts and potion-making, he had never devoted time to culinary endeavors, finding the meals prepared by Hogwarts house elves quite satisfying. Brandy, please, he replied with a smile, stepping out of the kitchen to set the table. After meticulously polishing the table and arranging the cutlery and plates, Snape furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. His contemplative frown gradually relaxed. In the next moment, he had vanished from the room. Upon his return, he held a bouquet of red roses, having discreetly stowed away his white birch wand, his expression impassive. Do not inquire as to the origin of these flowers. Merely a confundus charm, he thought, lamenting his lack of pounds to purchase flowers, resorting instead to magical subterfuge to maintain appearances before the Muggles. Although he was currently impoverished, Severus Snape Prince had once known affluence and the dignity it afforded. After conjuring a delicate vase with transfiguration, Snape carefully arranged the roses, then summoned a touch of water, like droplets of dew, to adorn the vibrant blooms. Satisfied with his preparations, he straightened his back, adjusted the folds of his wizarding robes, and spritzed himself with the perfume Lily had gifted him last Christmas before tousling his freshly washed hair in a manner that exuded confidence, awaiting the meal's arrival. Lily did not keep Snape waiting long. After all, magic defies the laws of science, even in cooking, though some may view such culinary creations as lacking in soul. Food is consumed not for its essence, but for sustenance, though one could conveniently disregard the existence of dementors, those abominable creatures. In approximately 5 minutes, dishes began to levitate onto the table. First the turkey, followed by the steak, and finally, traditional English fare, fries and fried fish. Lily emerged gracefully, carrying a bottle of brandy, and took her seat elegantly. Observing the meticulously arranged table and the radiant roses, she smiled knowingly, reflecting on how time truly has the power to transform all things. The severest Snape, once solely absorbed in dark magic, had learned to savor the pleasures of life. Snape accepted the bottle, the cap vanishing in his hand through a clever disappearing charm. As he tilted the bottle, the rich, fragrant liquid flowed into the goblet. Cheers, Severus. Cheers, Lily. In the early morning, Snape returned to Hogwarts through the fireplace in Spinner's End. After grading his students' assignments, he made his way to the Slytherin common room to summon Malfoy. Draco, fetch Mr. Harris for me. Inform him that there are issues with his potions essay. Snape instructed, his expression inscrutable. Yes, Professor, Malfoy replied, brimming with excitement, knowing that each provocation of Harris would result in severe repercussions, especially after that incident in flying class. At last, Snape had caught Harris in a misstep, and he was certain the head of their house would address both old grievances and new. With that, Malfoy eagerly summoned his 2 cronies and set off to find Harris. Draco, I heard from your father that you've recently developed an interest in potions. If that is the case, come to my office tonight, Snape added as Malfoy was about to leave, recalling his agreement with Lucius. One cannot help but be beholden to those who extend favors, a truth applicable even in the magical realm. Damn mudbloods. I refuse to believe Professor Flitwick can protect you this time. Goyle, Crabbe, let us go. P.S. undoubtedly in the library, Malfoy declared, strutting ahead with an air of superiority. They were indeed correct. Harris was currently engrossed in the library, captivated by the history of the magical world and the origins of wizards. Fascinating. The library was serene. The only sound the gentle rustle of his fingers against the ancient parchment of the spellbook. Harris relished this atmosphere, wishing for a cup of milk tea to accompany him. Malfoy and his 2 companions stealthily entered the library, cautious not to make a sound, well aware that Madame Pants, the librarian, was a formidable figure. Harris, your potions essay has issues. Professor Snape is looking for you, Malfoy whispered, unable to conceal his delight. Harris silently closed his spellbook, acknowledging he had been listening. He found himself puzzled as to what Snape could possibly want at this moment, doubting the validity of Malfoy's claim regarding his essay. The old bat would prefer to keep his distance, lest his wallet suffer further depletion. It seemed improbable that he would seek him out for such a trivial matter. However, out of respect for the professor, Harris placed the spellbook away and followed Malfoy out of the library. Throughout their journey, Malfoy's demeanor was insufferably arrogant, prompting Harris to frown internally. The boy was beyond redemption. He had genuinely fallen for Snape's duplicitous words, which explained why Potter would eventually sever ties with him in the restroom. Yet, they only dared to revel in their own excitement, unwilling to provoke Harris again. The last lesson had imparted a profound understanding of Harris's formidable combat prowess, truly explosive. You may enter alone. Professor Snape is waiting for you inside. Malfoy smirked as he brought Harris to the door of Snape's office before departing, already envisioning the scene of his head of house chastising Harris thoroughly. However, reality often surpasses one's expectations. Carl calmly pushed open the door and entered. The dark, damp office of Snape did not affect him in the slightest. You have arrived, Mr. Harris? Indeed, Professor Snape, Carl replied. The two commenced their dialogue, devoid of substance, before falling into a prolonged silence. Carl pondered whether Snape had mistakenly taken the wrong medication today, summoning him, yet remaining taciturn. Meanwhile, Snape was calculating how to impress Carl with minimal effort, never considering the notion of receiving something for nothing. In his eyes, Mr. Harris belonged to that category who would not act without the prospect of reward. Neither of them was easily trifled with. Ultimately, it was Carl who first shattered the silence. Professor Snape, what is the meaning of this? You summon me without uttering a word. If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave, as I have yet to complete my essay for Transfiguration class. Carl regarded Snape with a faint smile. Mr. Harris, I presume you have discerned the headmaster's intentions during your recent visit to his office? Snape inquired slowly. The savior cultivation plan? Carl bit his lip, feigning uncertainty. Precisely, Snape asserted firmly. It is Dumbledore's prerogative to cultivate his little savior. What concern is it of mine? Carl immediately comprehended that Snape sought something from him, likely related to the protection of Harry. With a grin, he feigned indifference, thinking to himself that this was a golden opportunity not to be missed. Is this how Mr. Harris treats his good friends? Snape asked in a low voice. Professor Snape, after all this time, do you still not know what sort of person I am? I have already faced the Dark Lord, and though he was parasitically residing in Quirrell, my magic was sufficient to challenge him. Carl leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of having done his utmost. Unless, he shifted his tone, revealing a knowing smile. You are undoubtedly aware of the Philosopher's Stone. I cannot believe you would remain entirely uninterested in it. Snape snorted, displeased with Carl's blatant attempt to leverage the situation. Given the stone's ability to transmute base materials into gold, Carl's disinterest was hard to believe. The Philosopher's Stone? Professor Snape. Such words might deceive a child like Harry, but not me. Do you think I requested that permission slip for the restricted section just for fun? It was to uncover the true secrets of the Philosopher's Stone. Carl scoffed. While the stone's side effects posed no threat to him, they were indeed a source of anguish for other wizards. Even its creator, Nicholas Flamel, chose to relinquish it, opting for death instead. What are the side effects of the Philosopher's Stone? Snape's eyes widened, as Dumbledore had never fully elucidated this to him. Life bought with a price, exchanging one's emotions and senses for mere existence. It grants longevity, but not immortality. Upon discussing the stone's side effects, Carl exhibited disdain in the hands of wizards. It was indeed a perilous temptation, unworthy of its illustrious name. It would only serve to barely fulfill its promise of transmutation in his possession. However, Snape remained unaware of Carl's true capabilities. Alas, when negotiating with another, a disparity in information often leads to one party being taken advantage of. Snape was now ensnared in such a predicament, destined for exploitation. That accursed object, I wouldn't accept it even if it were offered to me, Carl remarked dismissively. Upon hearing Carl's explanation of the Philosopher's Stone, Snape's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the extent of its detrimental effects. Then why does the Dark Lord still seek the stone with such fervor? Snape asked slowly, suspicion etched across his face. With Voldemort's magical prowess, he could easily utilize the stone to drain Quirrell's life force and reconstruct his own body. This was not beyond his capabilities. The stone operates on the principle of equivalent exchange, and as for the object of exchange, Carl smirked, knowing that Dumbledore, despite his cunning, always adhered to his own moral boundaries, while Voldemort's affections had always been singularly focused on himself. Quirrell? Merely a tool, to be discarded once used. From the moment he encountered Voldemort in the forests of Albania, Quirrell's fate was sealed. Successfully obtaining the stone would lead to Voldemort immediately extracting its power to commence his resurrection, while failure would mean certain death. Unlike Tom, he had no multitude of lives to spare. This was undeniably a death sentence. Now, Professor Snape, let us forego idle chatter and discuss terms. If you cannot provide adequate compensation, I have no desire to wade through this murky water. My last encounter with Voldemort nearly cost me my life. This time, the danger will undoubtedly be greater, as he will exert every effort for the stone. Carl nonchalantly retrieved a chocolate frog from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. 1,000 galleons, Snape declared grimly, throwing down his offer. Professor Snape, our adversary is none other than the Dark Lord. If I am to confront him in earnest, 1,000 galleons is hardly sufficient. Are you attempting to dismiss me as a beggar? Carl's lips twitched in disbelief. He refused to believe that Snape could only muster such a paltry sum. 2,000, Snape insisted, but Carl continued to shake his head. A firm offer of 3,000 galleons, he smiled, having gauged Snape's limit. Very well. Snape gritted his teeth, calculating just how many potions he would need to brew and how long he would have to survive on stale bread to repay his mounting debts. He reached into his robes, his hand trembling slightly. Carl's maneuver truly felt like carving flesh from his own body. Done, Mr. Harris. Snape, suppressing the agony within, forcefully tossed a pouch of coins at Carl. Carl caught it deftly, his mind briefly probing its contents to confirm the amount. With the transaction concluded, it was time for him to depart, allowing Snape a moment of privacy after the financial toll he had just endured. After all, the old bat would not kindly invite him to dine. Rather, he would likely relish the opportunity to devour Carl whole. As Carl stood to leave, the shadows and dampness of Snape's domain weighed heavily upon him. Just as he pushed the door open, Snape's voice called out once more. Hearing that tone, Carl recognized Snape's lingering frustration. Although Snape could not match Carl's cunning, the imbalance of information and Carl's tight grip on certain leverage had left Snape in a precarious position. Despite his inability to gain any advantage, he could not afford to cede any ground verbally. After all, in the vast halls of Hogwarts, if Severus Snape dares to claim the title of the most acerbic, none would dare to contest it. Mr. Harris, I have a query for you. The emotionless voice of Snape resonated. Carl smirked, turning to him and softly inquiring, "Is there anything else Professor Snape wishes to discuss?" While to an outsider this scene may appear harmonious, the duel between them had already commenced. Their relationship was refreshingly straightforward and sincere. I would unabashedly swindle your money. You would candidly berate me, and I would retort with equal fervor before resuming my financial pursuits, leaving you utterly defenseless. Professor Snape, do you realize how much I relish your disdainful demeanor, unable to rid yourself of me, yet compelled to seek my favor with galleons? In that moment, you are undeniably charming. Carl gently closed the door and settled back down, determined to demonstrate to Snape the formidable prowess he had cultivated over the past 30 years, with both parents still alive, in the art of verbal combat. Snape's mental defenses word in frantic dismissal of distractions, the signature sardonic smile gradually etching across his face. It must be said, Mr. Harris possesses remarkable skills in the art of deception. I would suggest a collaboration with Lockhart post-graduation. You two would make an exceptional pair. Lockhart's heart is dark, and you, I suspect, are devoid of such a trait, truly a match made in heaven. Snape's observations hardly dampened Carl's spirits. Indeed, he spoke no falsehood, for he had long since forsaken the concept of a heart. Perhaps 3 years past. Ever since he chose the path of a wizard, that sentiment had evaporated, replaced by the eye of darkness, which granted him an inexhaustible source of power and an unyielding immortality. You flatter me, Professor Snape. You are correct. I am indeed heartless. Yet, devoid of a heart, I do not experience pain. I find this state rather suitable for my disposition. Furthermore, I harbor no guilt when I relieve you of your money. And let me add, not only do I lack a heart, but even dissection would reveal nothing but darkness. Moreover, I neither coerced you nor deceived you. Our agreements are witnessed under the bonds of contract and unbreakable charms, ensuring a fair transaction. Carl's retort was impeccably crafted, instantly countering Snape's barbs. Upon hearing Carl's words, Snape felt as if he might suffer a myocardial infarction on the spot. Was he truly hearing such brazen admissions? To openly confess a lack of conscience, then deftly counter with such aplomb, was an unprecedented encounter for him. Snape, who had spent years delivering scathing remarks within Hogwarts, often silencing even Headmaster Dumbledore, now found himself ensnared by Carl in his own domain. If you are so resolute, Professor Snape, I hope next time you will not come seeking my aid with galleons in hand, Carl remarked disdainfully, observing Snape, rendered speechless as if choked by his own words, while privately reflecting on Snape's bravado, which ultimately succumbed to the truth of the scent. What is it, Professor Snape? Lost for words? Lastly, allow me to impart this wisdom. The world has never been kind to those who adhere to rules. We all strive to break them with efficiency and minimal risk, much like myself. Though I am aware you would dearly love to strike me, you are unable to do so. This is the allure of my words. They allow for a facade of civility while simultaneously instilling discomfort, compelling you to part with your gold willingly. Should you fail to grasp this concept, you shall come to understand it after a few more encounters with my schemes. With that final remark, Carl cast a nonchalant glance at Snape, whose desire to retaliate was palpable as he exited the dimly lit cellar. Carl now harbored another thought. Once Quirrell returned, he would ensnare Voldemort in his web, leaving the dark confines of the old bat cellar. Carl strolled through the corridor alone. The old bat had sought him out at midday under the pretense of needing assistance, causing him to miss his lunch. Yet, considering the allure of galleons, what choice did he have? Naturally, he would forgive him. Carl meandered around the corner at the end of the corridor, opting for the Hufflepuff common room, adjacent to the kitchen. Having long surpassed mealtime, he had no desire to return to the dormitory for a meager meal. Although he had often deceived Harry and the others about his nighttime excursions being for the kitchen, he had never once ventured there. The Hufflepuff common room should be nearby. Carl muttered to himself, keenly observing his surroundings, determined not to miss the opportunity. Soon, a painting depicting a silver bowl brimming with fruits stood before him. With a thoughtful gesture, Carl reached out, gently touching the painting and scratching the large green pear. The pair began to quiver, chuckling, and swiftly transformed into a green doorknob. With a slight smile, Carl grasped the doorknob, opening the door to enter. Before him lay an expansive room, only slightly smaller than the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The walls were adorned with an array of knives, spoons, and various culinary tools, while gleaming dishes shone with golden and silver hues. A massive fireplace blazed vigorously. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" A small creature scampered over, noticing the movement at the door. "Is there anything Craig can do for you? Please, command me." Craig spoke with reverence, bending slightly in a bow. Carl's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained composure, having encountered goblins and even ghouls. His resistance to mental perturbation had significantly strengthened. Before him stood a diminutive yet peculiar creature, not particularly pleasing to the eye. This self-proclaimed Craig, a house elf, possessed long bat-like ears and bulbous green eyes reminiscent of protruding tennis balls. As it bowed, its elongated, flat nose nearly grazed the floor. Compared to their close relatives, the goblins, house elves fared far worse. They belonged to an exceedingly humble race, seemingly birthed from the aftermath of ancient elf rebellions quelled by powerful wizards. As the defeated faction, the elves were forced to relinquish a branch of their lineage to wizards, who imposed potent and hereditary mental control magic, relegating them to servitude within ancient and affluent wizarding families. Yet, despite being an ancient race, house elves were, upon reaching maturity, quite formidable. Many adult wizards found themselves outmatched. It is indeed a tragic fate for them to have been reduced to slavery. "Greetings." Carl swiftly adjusted his demeanor, smiling at Craig. "I am Carl Harris, a student of Ravenclaw. I inadvertently missed lunch. Could you provide me with a meal?" "Wise Ravenclaw," Craig exclaimed, his face, wrinkled like tree bark, brimming with excitement. "Welcome. It is an honor to serve the wise Ravenclaw." Craig waved his hand, and immediately several house elves appeared, balancing platters filled with an array of steaming, aromatic dishes above their heads. With a snap of his fingers, a table and chairs materialized before Carl, and once again, Craig bowed, inviting him to take a seat. Carl sat down on a chair, and immediately, several house elves presented an array of delectable dishes. Roasted goose, steak, apple pie, and more filled the table. Carl leisurely picked up his knife and fork, savoring the delightful moment. Exquisite, he mused. Indeed, the creations of magic were unparalleled. He quickly dug in, offering commentary with each bite. Beside him, Craig, who was listening to Carl's praises, was so moved that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Noticing Craig's expression, Carl couldn't help but reflect on the terrifying power of ancient wizards, who had subjugated a once great magical race, leaving them without hope for millennia. Just as Carl was relishing his meal, the sudden sound of a door opening interrupted his thoughts. He furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, suspecting it was merely a curious Hufflepuff badger. "You do your thing, I'll enjoy my meal. Isn't that splendid?" he thought. However, he was mistaken. It was not a Hufflepuff, but rather a Ravenclaw upperclassman. Not long ago, the unfortunate Quirinus Quirrell had suffered a severe defeat at the hands of Carl in the Forbidden Forest and had taken leave to recuperate outside Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Voldemort, eager to ensure the success of his plans for the Philosopher's Stone, had invested heavily in dark magic, reviving Quirrell, who now appeared lively once more. Unfortunately for him, he had arrived at an inopportune moment, encountering minor delays en route which caused him to miss mealtime entirely. However, as a former Ravenclaw star student, he quickly devised an optimal solution: the kitchen, where anyone who entered would be graciously treated. "Craig, fetch me some lunch." With no one around and the house elves discreet, Quirrell dropped the pretense and directly called out Craig's name. At that moment, Carl sensed something amiss. That Hufflepuff voice sounded remarkably familiar. He turned to glance at the door and was taken aback. There stood Quirrell, rigid at the entrance. The atmosphere between Carl and Quirrell was palpably awkward. Carl nearly dropped his pastry in shock. Hadn't Quirrell claimed he would be on leave for a week? The silence was deafening. Quirrell knew all too well Carl's formidable appearance, having just encountered him in the Forbidden Forest. Carl, on the other hand, was well aware of Quirrell's true identity. Craig, now even more excited by Quirrell's arrival, exclaimed, "Professor Quirrell, what an honor it is to meet you. Please, take a seat." Craig's nose almost touched the floor as he bowed, hastily pulling up a chair opposite Carl. "Ah, Professor Quirrell, you haven't had lunch yet? Why not join us?" Carl forced a smile, determined to play his part. After all, it was Quirrell who had concealed his identity in a black robe, while Carl had been the one to reveal his. Now was not the time for confrontation. Ah, Mr. Harris, what a coincidence, Quirrell stammered, feigning humility while secretly wishing for Carl's demise. What if that little brat tells Dumbledore? He panicked internally, seeking guidance from his master. Fool. That night. He thought it was me, not you. You remain undiscovered. Just play along for a chance to eliminate him. Voldemort's voice echoed in Quirrell's mind, lamenting the incompetence of his minion. Indeed, quite the coincidence. But Professor Quirrell, didn't you ask for a week off? Why are you back so soon? Carl smiled, choosing to ignore any other explanations and focusing solely on his performance. I'm fully recovered. I can't keep troubling Professor Snape. Quirrell stuttered, attempting to justify his presence. Then please take care of your health, Professor. You mustn't overwork yourself. Carl feigned concern, a disingenuous reminder. Thank you, Mr. Harris, for your concern, Quirrell replied with a hollow smile. If any other professors or students had witnessed their interaction, they would have marveled at the harmonious teacher-student relationship. Yet, both men discreetly placed a hand beneath the table, tightly gripping their wands, wishing to eliminate the other on the spot. Nonetheless, they were both driven by ulterior motives, each coveting the Philosopher's Stone. Even with their enemy seated across from them, they had to endure the charade. Craig soon brought Quirrell his lunch. Please enjoy, Professor, he said with a bow before stepping away. Carl appeared to eat leisurely, yet his attention was entirely on Quirrell. He dared not gamble on Voldemort's unpredictable nature, wary that he might order Quirrell to strike. Fortunately, after he finished his meal, Quirrell made no sudden moves. Carl stood, wiped his mouth, and smiled at Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, I have class this afternoon. I must be going. Leaning against the wall outside the kitchen, Carl let out a quiet sigh of relief. That had been rather terrifying. Two individuals, nearly sworn enemies, had shared a table in deceit. He tightened his grip on his wand, glancing at the fruit platter, tempted to unleash a devastating spell and obliterate Quirrell. Calm down, calm down. The end-of-term exams are approaching, and that fool won't last much longer. Let him flounder for a few more days. After several deep breaths and mental reassurances, Carl managed to suppress his desire to eliminate Quirrell and headed straight to the library. In this era, reading was the most effective remedy for a troubled mind. Upon arriving at the library, Carl chose his usual spot and leisurely picked up a thrilling adventure biography of a wizard, engrossed in its pages. In a time devoid of mobile phones, video games, or even rudimentary entertainment, he found little else to occupy his time. As for Quidditch, such a sport was best suited for energetic young wizards, a pursuit in which he held no interest. Otherwise, he would not have declined the offer from his house's team captain, Roger Davies, despite Professor Flitwick's intervention. Hurry up, Harry. Ron. Carl heard Hermione's furious voice from afar. Ever since the troll incident, the trio had formed an unbreakable bond. Here they come. Don't pull me. Outside the library, Hermione struggled alongside her two reluctant companions, Harry and Ron, who wore expressions of utter dismay, clearly disinterested in the prospect of reading. However, due to the impending final examinations, Hermione forcibly dragged me away. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you will remember that the library prohibits noise, Mrs. Pants declared sternly at the entrance. The young witch blushed slightly and immediately lowered her voice in apology. I'm sorry, Mrs. Pants. I was merely a bit too excited. She hoped there would be no further incidents. Mrs. Pants admonished the three of them once more before stepping aside. Harry and his friends, with furrowed brows and arms laden with a hefty stack of books, settled next to Carl to commence their preparations for the finals. At that moment, Hermione noticed that Carl was not holding any course-related material, but rather a biography. Carl, why are you still reading that kind of novel? The final exams are approaching. We should be focusing on our studies. Perhaps due to Mrs. Pants's recent warning, Hermione spoke without raising her voice excessively. What? It's just the first-year finals. We've learned everything the professors have taught us by now, right? Is there really a need to review? It's not like it's O, W, L, or N, E, W, T. In response to the know-it-all's question, Carl clicked his tongue and answered nonchalantly, O, W, L, and N, E, W, T are high-level examinations. Carl, you certainly have confidence. Harry and Ron rolled their eyes, signaling their lack of understanding of the academic elite's world. Is it really that difficult? I find it rather average. Carl was puzzled, as by the time he reached that year, those two exams were indeed a walk in the park. Stop thinking about that. You two should concentrate on your studies. Hermione warned Ron again. The latter shivered at the thought of his mother's wrath upon seeing a D in his finals. Harry chuckled, finding some amusement in Ron's predicament. he felt no such pressure, as the Dursleys would be more than happy to see him expelled. Harry, you too. Stop laughing. You are the eternal nemesis of the Dark Lord. You should study diligently to have a chance to confront him in the future. Hermione expressed her dissatisfaction with their lack of ambition. Don't worry, the first-year exams are quite simple. Achieving an O, outstanding, is like child's play. And at the very least, you should manage an E, exceeds expectations, right? Carl suppressed a laugh, attempting to console the disheartened duo who had been scolded by Hermione. Obtaining an O isn't that simple. Aside from Professor Binns, the other professors are quite strict. Even Professor Sprout, who usually smiles, is no exception. Not to mention the exceedingly stern Professor McGonagall and the biased Professor Snape. Before the two could regain their spirits, Hermione's words shattered their hopes. Hermione, don't think that way. The professors are generally lenient with the new students entering Hogwarts. Carl gently reassured her, noticing her growing anxiety over the final exams. He felt the weight of his own challenge, needing to support both Harry and Ron, who were struggling academically, while also tending to Hermione's concerns. Do you three take me for a sounding board? No. I must secure all O's. Other subjects may be manageable, but I am nowhere near your level in Transfiguration. It is quite possible that I won't earn an O from Professor McGonagall. I can't even imagine how disappointed she would be if I fail to achieve an O. Carl, can you help me? Hermione spoke with furrowed brows, her voice laced with worry. Harry and Ron, who were struggling to memorize history of magic, swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed by the conversation between the two high achievers. Carl was perplexed by the situation, thinking, what is going on? Why does everything revolve around me? I'm busy. I still have to win some galleons off Quidditch. Clearing his throat, Carl prepared to explain to Hermione the true nature of her proficiency in Transfiguration. Even in academics, one should not blindly compare oneself to others, as one may not be aware of the advantages others possess. Clearly, Hermione had erred in her choice of comparison, leading to her discontent. Hermione, do not think like that. Excluding me, you are likely the most exceptional first-year student at Hogwarts. Your Transfiguration skills have already surpassed those of your peers. Many second and third-year students can barely match your first-year level. Trust me, you are bound to earn an O in Transfiguration. Even Professor McGonagall, despite her strictness, would not hesitate to award a commendable evaluation. In fact, even the biased Professor Snape would objectively assess your performance during finals, as he still has his reputation as a professor to uphold. Carl's words were not deceitful. Competing evenly with Quirrell in that state was a feat few at Hogwarts could achieve. Harry rolled his eyes, his hands trembling slightly as he turned the pages. The academic elite across from him openly declared themselves as the finest first-year student in Hogwarts, while he found the whole situation to be a noisy distraction. Finally, Ron could no longer contain himself. The dialogue between the two was too heart-wrenching. He set aside the dizzying history of magic and lamented. When I exert all my effort, yet still see neither of you in sight, I realize the importance of talent. Is this the world of the strong? He felt that if Hermione were not already so accomplished, he and Harry might as well hang themselves with a rope. When have you ever truly exerted yourself? This is merely the result of your own laziness, Hermione retorted, her tone sharp. Carl, observing Hermione's lingering discontent, felt a pang of frustration and began to persuade her once more. Do not dwell solely on the fear of not achieving an outstanding. Maintaining a positive mindset before exams is crucial. Your emotional state contributes to your final results, and a balance of work and rest is essential. Having experienced the pressures of examinations in a previous life, Carl understood this well. After exiting the examination hall, he had witnessed numerous students crumble under the weight of their anxiety. His words brought tears to the eyes of the two struggling students, prompting them to set aside their books and nod vigorously, as if pecking at grain, in agreement with his sentiments. Exactly. Learning is exhausting. We should take it easy, Harry affirmed, convinced by Carl's wisdom. You too? Hermione appeared flustered. She had painstakingly coaxed Ron and Harry into the library, only for Carl's words to undo her efforts. Seeing this, Carl smiled slightly and continued, of course, taking breaks is acceptable, but that applies to students who are performing adequately. You two are not in the same boat. You need to seize this final opportunity for a last-minute push, or else you may find yourselves in dire straits. After all, achieving an O is somewhat challenging, but a score of 0 is quite easy. However, I cannot be certain whether Professor McGonagall would respond with fury. Originally, Carl had expected to receive support from them, but instead, he was met with a heart-wrenching blow. The two wore mournful expressions, lamenting the darkness of the world. Don't look at me. There are no words on my face. Just read. Carl pursed his lips and resumed savoring his wizarding novel, choosing to ignore the two underachievers. Simultaneously, he secretly calculated the potential of ensnaring Voldemort and extracting resources from Quirrell. Now that he possessed Quirrell's damning secret, he could leverage it to threaten him and drain him of his gold galleons. This would also serve a dual purpose, allowing Quirrell to contribute one last time to this world before his demise. After all, it seemed a waste for a doomed individual to possess wealth that could instead facilitate some meaningful mischief. The death of Quirrell would not only foster growth among the trio, but also enrich Carl's coffers, empowering him to confront Voldemort anew, a commendable spirit of self-sacrifice indeed. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Carl's lips. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he had effectively orchestrated Quirrell's fate. Next, Carl assessed the likelihood of both sides shedding their final veils of deception and engaging in a confrontation before the Philosopher's Stone dungeon opened. Presently, Voldemort, residing in the depths of Quirrell's mind, was the primary soul and retained most of his rationality, which should deter an outright battle. After all, during their previous skirmish in the Forbidden Forest, they had scarcely unleashed their full capabilities, leaving the battleground riddled with devastation. A clash within Hogwarts' office would undoubtedly summon all the professors, and the Ministry of Magic would certainly take a keen interest in the matter. Old Dumbledore would have no recourse but to suppress Quirrell forcefully and seal off any information, leaving no hope for the Philosopher's Stone to be pursued. Carl contemplated all potential variables. After having swindled Snape out of several bags of galleons, he had become increasingly adept at extortion and deceit. Yet, he was dealing with a legendary dark wizard, necessitating a degree of caution. Although a confrontation would not lead to his death, it would surely inflict considerable pain. Ultimately, Carl concluded that as long as Voldemort harbored intentions regarding the Philosopher's Stone, his fate was sealed. Quirrell, await your reckoning. The mere thought of Quirrell's impending downfall elicited a smirk from Carl. Unlike his dealings with Snape, this endeavor required no cost at all. He relished the prospect of outsmarting his adversary. Is there a joke in that book, Carl? Let me take a look, Harry remarked, having set aside his study materials and noting Carl's barely contained excitement. No, nothing. Just thinking of something rather amusing, Carl replied, straightening his expression and adopting a serious tone. Indeed, the situation was quite humorous to him, though it would be anything but for Quirrell. He hoped Quirrell wouldn't break down and weep when the moment arrived. Having clarified every detail, Carl now had a 95% certainty that Voldemort would not dare confront him within the confines of Hogwarts' main castle. The remaining 5 accounted for unforeseen circumstances, but he possessed the confidence to maintain control of the situation. With a smile, Carl closed the wizard biography and stood, preparing to bid farewell to Harry and the others. Time was of the essence. He could no longer suppress his desire to exploit Quirrell's vulnerabilities. Continue your reading. I just remembered that the crystal I've been nurturing is nearly ready to mature, and I must return to the Ravenclaw Tower to oversee it. With that, he hurriedly exited the library. Upon reaching Quirrell's office, Carl gently knocked on the door, adhering to his principle of civility even as they were on the verge of hostility. After knocking, he stood quietly, awaiting Quirrell's response. Please, come in. Quirrell's hesitant voice soon echoed from within. Carl pushed the door open with a firm motion, causing it to slam against the wall with a resounding bang, deepening the already dimly lit office. Quickly, be silenced. Silence reigns, Carl uttered, his wand flicking lightly as 2 spells were swiftly cast upon the door. As long as they did not reach an impasse, those 2 spells would suffice. Mr. Harris, what are you attempting to do? Quirrell's heart raced, sensing the gravity of the situation, though he continued to feign composure. Good afternoon, Professor Quirrell. I have a question I wish to ask, but it is not something I prefer others to overhear. May I seek your guidance? Carl's voice drifted through the room, uncertain yet deliberate. Please, go ahead, Mr. Harris. Quirrell stammered, standing opposite Carl. What I wish to inquire is your master Voldemort? As the last word escaped his lips, a flash of green light illuminated the darkness, cutting through the air with deadly intent. Carl scoffed, sidestepping with grace. Though the killing curse was indeed fatal, it lacked area of effect capabilities, allowing him to evade it without consequence. The curse struck a nearby flower pot, causing the once vibrant blooms to wither at an alarming rate. Is Professor Quirrell seeking a duel within Hogwarts' main castle? Can you conjure 17 killing curses in an instant to vanquish me? Carl mused, nonchalantly twirling his wand as his robes metamorphosed. The moonlit fabric shimmered with starry motifs, silver patterns intricately woven into complex magical sigils, radiating a brilliant glow. Following the damage to his previous robe during their last fierce battle, he had extravagantly purchased a legendary grade garment for 300,000 galleons, the starry moonlight robe. Professor Quirrell, you truly are impulsive. It seems my assumptions were correct, Carl chuckled softly, observing Quirrell's grim demeanor. How did you discern my true identity, Mr. Harris? Quirrell, now devoid of pretense, displayed a face filled with malice, pondering how to swiftly and quietly eliminate Carl. Should the commotion escalate, Dumbledore would inevitably be drawn to the scene. Though he could not vanquish his master, Voldemort, Quirrell himself faced a dire fate. Professor Quirrell, you jest. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? I happened to encounter an unknown dark wizard that fateful night, and the very next day, you, Professor Quirrell, took a leave of absence. Does that not suggest something? Carl's words dripped with sarcasm, tinged with a hint of pity. In this world, good people do not perish, nor do wicked ones. Only one type of individual meets their end, those who are foolish. Quirrell trembled with indignation at the disdainful expression of Carl. He raised his wand, with the killing curse already coalescing at its tip. Stop, you fool. Do you wish to die here? The furious roar of Voldemort echoed from the back of Quirrell's head, his heart seething with frustration at having chosen such a dimwit as his servant. I apologize, master, Quirrell stammered in fear, expressing his difficulty as the impudent boy insulted him, while his own master echoed the sentiment. Let me speak with him. Carl's eyes brightened at Voldemort's words. As long as there was something to discuss, he feared nothing more than Voldemort's relentless desire to confront him, which would lead to mutual ruin. Obeying his master's command, Quirrell cautiously unwrapped the turban from his head, revealing his bald scalp, and then silently turned away. Despite his preparation, Carl was still taken aback by Voldemort's serpentine visage, which was far more terrifying than the fragment of his soul encountered previously. Voldemort's face protruded grotesquely from Quirrell's head, emanating an odor of pure, malevolent dark magic, with pupils elongated like a serpent's, filled with icy malice. Unexpectedly, Voldemort possessed a nose, rather than mere slits. Hello, Dark Lord. That night, you nearly took my life. What do you propose we discuss now? I believe Professor Dumbledore would be quite interested in your whereabouts. Carl greeted Voldemort with a smile that radiated warmth like the winter sun, as if reuniting with an old friend after many years. Of course, if Snape were to witness this smile, he would undoubtedly flee as far as possible, for such a visage symbolized kindness. For some reason, Voldemort felt an ominous foreboding seeing Carl's expression, sensing that trouble awaited him. Indeed, his instincts were not misplaced. Mr. Voldemort, what do you think would happen if I revealed your illicit dealings with Quirrell to Professor Dumbledore? If I were in his position, I would certainly reduce you to ashes. Carl feigned a troubled demeanor, though the upward curve of his lips betrayed him. You damned little brat. What do you intend to do? Voldemort inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his fury. Had he not feared the uproar that would ensue from a confrontation, he would have struck already. No one dared to threaten Voldemort. That was his standing in the wizarding world. I am merely 11 years old. What could I possibly do? Carl shrugged, feigning helplessness. However, his next words nearly sent Voldemort into a frenzy. I simply wish to rob you, Mr. Voldemort. Carl's voice echoed ominously in his ears, leaving him to question whether the killing curse he had endured a decade ago had damaged his hearing. Who dared to audaciously attempt to rob Voldemort? How could he? TSK. Carl could not help but click his tongue at Voldemort's incredulous expression, then calmly raised his wand to begin incanting. Very well. I specialize in dealing with obstinacy. Ultimate explosion. Dumbledore, come flying. Each syllable rolled off his tongue with clarity, as immense dimensional magic began to coalesce at the tip of his wand, causing the walnut wand to glow brilliantly. Stop. Voldemort's eyes widened in rage. Should Carl unleash this ultimate explosion, not only would he be forever estranged from the Philosopher's Stone, but he would also lose the servant he had painstakingly kept alive for a decade in the Albanian wilderness. Although this servant seemed less than clever, he was better than nothing. This boy was clearly intent on flipping the table. Yet Carl believed that the probability of Dumbledore placing the Philosopher's Stone within the Mirror of Erised was less than 5%. For the safest place was always in the possession of the world's greatest white wizard. Regardless, he had no real chance of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, he might as well extort Voldemort for some gain. Of course, Voldemort would have no choice but to comply. Carl declared his intentions boldly. To refuse would lead to certain doom. Would Voldemort dare to gamble? Would he dare to challenge the spell I am about to cast? Carl gradually released his magical energy, spinning his wand with elegance, speaking with calm assurance. It was as if forcibly interrupting such a powerful spell had no effect on him whatsoever. I have nothing to wager. Is that not correct? Voldemort's grotesque face darkened, nearly dripping with malice. While he believed he could easily eliminate this insufferable boy, the commotion from their battle would be impossible to conceal. Indeed, you have nothing to wager. Carl scoffed disdainfully. He had arrived with intentions of both flipping the table and extorting Voldemort, and the ultimate explosion had served that dual purpose. If Voldemort wished to be slaughtered, he could stop. If not, they would engage in battle, sending him to his doom. Carl had escalated the situation to such a degree that Voldemort could not expect him to relent without some acknowledgement. If Voldemort remained indifferent, there was no doubt he could not afford to back down. He would unleash his full power to create chaos, then wait for the professors to arrive before sending Quirrell on his way. After all, Hogwarts was not a place where one could simply disapparate. He could easily corner Voldemort. By blocking Voldemort's last escape route, this plan was nothing short of perfect. Yes, I have no choice, nor do I possess the means to wager. A certain Tom, wishing to remain anonymous, murmured, his mind in turmoil as he lamented his earlier decision to command Quirrell to eliminate that wretched boy. Had it not been for that fateful night, he was confident he would not have been exposed. Yet, he failed to realize that even had they not clashed that evening, Carl would have likely sought to extort him. Foreknowledge granted a distinct advantage. Moreover, opportunities to outmaneuver and seize the upper hand were exceedingly rare. He had to seize every chance available. I apologize, Mr. Voldemort, but times have changed. This is no longer the era that belonged to you a decade ago. Carl smiled gently, offering a veiled consolation to the increasingly agitated Voldemort. That damned little brat. The reason you have yet to inform Dumbledore is that you seek greater benefits from me, is it not? We are cut from the same cloth, come. Let us collaborate. Together, we can seize the Philosopher's Stone, and in doing so, we shall transcend time and embrace eternal life. With your current accomplishments, our alliance could bring the world beneath our feet. The ethereal whispering echoed in Carl's ears, proclaiming that everything in this world would belong to them, before them. Dumbledore was but a figment of nothingness. Voldemort's raspy, discordant roar had inexplicably shifted in tone, resembling the seductive temptations of a devil from the depths of hell. Leaving one in a state of bewilderment, Carl chuckled derisively, questioning whether a dimensional traveler could be swayed by mere seduction. He was a man who had gazed into the abyss. Mr. Voldemort, spare us your foolish and clandestine tricks. Do you take me for that imbecile Quirrell? Do not dare to repeatedly challenge my limits. With an icy demeanor, Carl raised his wand once more. Is this how you manipulated Quirrell? He scoffed, indeed. Only a fool like Quirrell, who was sold out yet helped others count their riches, would believe such nonsense. He is utterly unworthy of Ravenclaw. Voldemort's expression darkened. This statement was, in fact, a rare form of seductive magic. He had ensnared Quirrell with it, and by the time Quirrell regained his senses, Voldemort had already fully controlled his fate. Quirrell, having boarded the ship of betrayal, was brainwashed into becoming a new generation of Death Eater. He had envisioned that in the moment Carl was enchanted, he would cast the killing curse, sending Carl to his demise, followed by a fiend fire to erase all traces as if nothing had transpired. He would then lurk in the shadows, seizing the Philosopher's Stone, resurrecting himself perfectly, and casting a pall over all of England. It must be said that his imagined plan was indeed ideal. However, the unpredictability of fate thwarted him before he could even take the first step. Do not push me. Upon my resurrection, you shall be the first to die. As Voldemort's seduction failed, he resorted to threats, his serpent-like eyes radiating fierce malice. Even if I press you like this, what can you do? If you have the ability, then end me. Carl's expression grew even more sardonic. Voldemort, have you grasped your position? What right do you have to negotiate with me now? Very well, very well. Voldemort inhaled deeply, his grotesque serpent face twisting. What do you desire? I can teach you powerful dark magic, the mysteries of alchemy, even how to stave off death. Spare me your flowery nonsense. How can I trust that you have not tampered with that knowledge? I will ask you one thing. Do you want gold or your life? Carl's gaze bore into Voldemort's, and he knew that dealing with such madness required utmost vigilance. Do you seek galleons? Voldemort seethed, his teeth gritted. He and Quirrell had gone to Gringotts seeking the Philosopher's Stone, only to come up empty-handed. Yet, having gone through the trouble of infiltrating, he had stolen some galleons. Indeed, after much contemplation, it seems that the only thing of value you possess, Mr. Voldemort, is galleons, Carl said, relishing in Voldemort's impotent fury. How dare that wretched creature bring him such distress in the Forbidden Forest? The wheels of fate turn, and the heavens show no mercy. Voldemort's eyes twitched. Dark smoke emanating from his head. The Dark Lord had reigned over the magical world of England for decades. Despite suffering a significant loss against Harry Potter a decade ago, he was confident that one day he would rise again, undeterred by death. Yet, unexpectedly, in his first year back, he faced torment and humiliation. First, there were those damned twins pelting him with snowballs. Then Quirrell, who couldn't handle anything. Now he was being robbed. This series of demoralizing events made the unfortunate Tom question his existence. Simultaneously, he felt as if he had been hiding too long in the Albanian thickets and could no longer keep pace with the changing times. The world is in decline, and the hearts of men have grown cold. This was the lamentation that filled his heart. However, Carl remained indifferent to Voldemort's plight. He had no time for the romanticized dance of love and hate. His singular aim was to extract every ounce of Voldemort's first-year capital. Today, he sought all his possessions. Tomorrow, he aimed for his very life. Such sincerity and directness. How many galleons do you desire? Voldemort spoke, his tone dark and frigid, reminiscent of a vengeful specter rising from the depths of hell. Yet, Carl's response nearly shattered Voldemort's last vestiges of sanity. Children make choices. Adults, however, desire it all. I kindly request that you hand over all your galleons, and let us consider your previous attempt on my life in the Forbidden Forest as forgotten. We shall establish an unbreakable pact between us, ensuring you need not fear my treachery. What say you? Carl boldly declared, a smile gracing his lips. The joy and sense of accomplishment he derived at that moment far outweighed any petty gain from Snape. To openly provoke and rob the Dark Lord in his first year, who else at Hogwarts could achieve such a feat? Just one question remains, who else? In this moment of triumph, Carl's heart brimmed with joy, while the beleaguered Tom seethed with resentment. After all, the force of action is reciprocal. While Carl did not endorse deriving joy from another's suffering, certain circumstances warranted exceptions. Although Carl had swindled much from Snape, at least he had managed to fulfill his obligations meticulously. Yet, Tom was not deserving of his sympathy, in Carl's eyes. His sole purpose was to be exploited and to provide Harry Potter with a training ground. You insufferable little brat. Are you not afraid of overextending yourself? Why not simply rob Gringotts? Voldemort gasped, struggling to regain his composure, nearly succumbing to a heart attack from anger. Mr. Voldemort, this sentiment is oddly familiar. I recall someone once imploring me to rob Gringotts in a fit of rage. But do you know his current fate? He is drowning in debt. His home nearly devoid of sustenance. Observing Voldemort's menacing countenance, Carl could not help but see a reflection of Professor Snape in him, prompting an involuntary sigh. However, while Snape had suffered in a bittersweet manner, Tom's heart was filled solely with pain. Ah, but I am not a devil. The truth is, I came here primarily to reason with you, Mr. Voldemort. I chanced upon the Forbidden Forest out of curiosity and boredom, never anticipating our paths would cross so fortuitously. I even sincerely apologized for the unintentional encounter. Why do you refuse to grant me a reprieve? Carl spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Although he was undeniably coveting the unicorn's body, he sought to shift all blame onto Voldemort to further vex him. Yet, he remained utterly unperturbed by such shameless tactics, even finding amusement in the process. After all, while he lacked shame, Voldemort was no saint, and seizing an opportunity to exploit him was only fitting. Pity and offering chances were foreign concepts to him, as he would betray even his own. You are the most shameless little wizard I have ever encountered. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. You came here solely to seize that unicorn's corpse. Voldemort leaned against the table, trembling with rage, nearly unable to maintain his balance. It was evident that Mr. Voldemort had reached a dead end. Had he known this would be the outcome, he might have chosen differently. Carl's lips curled into a slight smile. Had Voldemort graciously agreed to terminate hostilities and generously offered a large sack of galleons, perhaps today would have unfolded differently. I'm not a fool. Voldemort could not restrain his vitriol, struggling to recall how many times he had been provoked by the imp before him. It seemed that since he opened his mouth, he had never held the upper hand, continually suppressed. Humph, in my view, you are not only foolish but deserving of this fate. Enough of this nonsense. hand over all the galleons you possess." Carl abruptly suppressed his previously cheerful demeanor, his expression shifting to one of disdain laced with mockery. Voldemort cast a venomous glance at Carl, simultaneously commanding Quirrell's hand to retrieve a pouch of coins from his pocket. At that moment, Quirrell's heart ached. The money he had painstakingly earned over the years, as well as his salary from teaching Muggle studies, was almost entirely contained within. Fortunately for him, his employer had not withdrawn the stolen gold from Gringotts, or else they would truly be left to starve. Seeing the pouch in Quirrell's hand, Carl's eyes sparkled. It appeared to be yet another substantial windfall. Carl frowned slightly, noticing that Voldemort was hesitating to toss the galleons his way. "What, does Mr. Voldemort doubt my credibility? You need not worry. Despite my lack of shame, I possess the most fundamental principles and boundaries." Carl spoke with a sardonic smile, this time not uttering a falsehood. Those who dealt with him knew the truth. Even Professor Snape had endorsed him. An unbreakable vow. Voldemort's dark words concealed no hint of the murderous intent he harbored for Carl, and even Harry Potter, who had brought him to such a lowly state, had diminished in his esteem. Never had he felt such an intense desire to eliminate another being as he did today. "Very well." Carl raised his wand, pointing it at Voldemort, and began to chant with a grandiose tone, his voice resonant and powerful. "Today, I, Carl Harris, enter into a pact with Tom Marvolo Riddle and Quirinus Quirrell. Should you provide sufficient benefits, I pledge to bury this matter deep within my heart, never to disclose it." Voldemort similarly raised his wand, echoing the incantation with a raspy and sinister tone, contrasting sharply with Carl's. "Should you breach this, your essence and spirit shall be obliterated, your soul scattered." Carl's wand tip emitted a purple light, mysterious and ancient, while Voldemort's produced a sickly green glow, steeped in despair and death. The incantation completed, the intertwining of purple and green lights illuminated the office, dispelling the darkness. After about half a minute, the brilliance gradually faded, leaving a mark upon the palms of the two men that vanished without a trace. After finalizing this pact, Carl extended his hand toward Voldemort, his intentions unmistakable. Voldemort glared at Carl with venomous contempt, and with a sweep of his black robe, hurled the pouch at him with great force. Carl, maintaining a stoic expression, extended his hand, enveloped in a layer of dimensional magic. Had the pouch struck an unsuspecting wizard, it would have sent them flying. Galleons were not easily caught. With a sudden surge of dimensional magic, he dispelled the dark enchantments upon the pouch. Delving into it with his mental prowess, he smiled faintly. The haul was quite satisfactory. Over 6,000 galleons, making the trip worthwhile. "Damn you, little imp. You may leave now. If I see you again, you shall not escape with your life." Having suffered a setback, Voldemort sank into his chair, still vowing vengeance. "Mr. Voldemort, do not be so hasty. Perhaps we still have matters to discuss." Carl once again revealed an evil grin, reminiscent of the time he had deceived Snape. "I only wish to kill you. If you were to take your own life before me, I would grant you as many galleons as you desire, and I would ensure you a beautiful grave. But, do you dare?" Voldemort sat in his chair, exuding lethal intent. "Shall we establish another unbreakable vow? I do not require much. Just 1,000,000 galleons will suffice. If you can provide me with 1,000,000 galleons, I could withstand a killing curse with mere flesh. How about that?" Carl sat down in turn, looking at Voldemort with utter disdain. Should he truly possess such wealth and dare to do so, undoubtedly next year on this day would mark his demise. Not even Horcruxes could save him, he declared. "I could easily invest 500,000 galleons into the system to summon a high-level entity to tear open a dimensional rift and subdue the entire world." "Damn it. Little imp, do you only know how to boast?" Voldemort assumed he was merely posturing, as the truth that a curse cast by an adult wizard was fatal had long been ingrained in the minds of all witches and wizards. Only the most extraordinary beings could withstand such a curse. Furthermore, Carl's request for 1,000,000 galleons implied Voldemort would not possess such wealth even if he were to sell himself to the Ministry of Magic. Pathetic Voldemort. You do not dare to gamble, yet you call yourself a Dark Lord. I see you are unworthy even to lace Grindelwald's shoes. Carl scoffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Voldemort. "Get lost. Do not let me see you again." Voldemort seethed with rage, his nose twitching, due to his parasitic connection to Quirrell. He had miraculously retained his nose, avoiding the transformation into a ghastly visage, which he cherished immensely. "Humph. If Mr. Voldemort desires the Philosopher's Stone, then please listen closely." Carl snorted, concealing his mocking smile, preparing to weave a web of deception to ensnare Voldemort. What do you wish to say? Indeed, at the mention of the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort's demeanor shifted to one of calm. Concerning his resurrection scheme, he could not afford to overlook any clues regarding the stone, even if the one speaking was the very person he longed to eliminate. Dumbledore had concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the Mirror of Erist, casting an exceedingly powerful spell. Carl's gaze drifted, lowering his voice. But, Mr. Voldemort, do you believe you can unravel it in your current weakened state? You know about the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's composure shattered at once, introducing yet another uncontrollable factor into his plan to seize the stone. Tell me what Dumbledore has done with the stone. Voldemort gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his brow furrowed in distress. Observing the resentment etched on Voldemort's face, Carl silently extended his right hand, subtly rubbing his thumb and forefinger together to form a heart gesture toward Voldemort. FK. Voldemort felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He retrieved another pouch from his robe, tossing it towards Carl, adding 2,000 galleons to his collection. How delightful. Only those who sought the Philosopher's Stone without intending to exploit its immense power could break this taboo, obtaining the treasures hidden within the Mirror of Erist, namely, the Philosopher's Stone. Otherwise, even shattering the mirror into 1,000 pieces would yield no reward. Carl toyed with the 2 pouches of galleons in his hands, nearly bursting with joy. The aged schemer's tactics remained as despicable as ever. Voldemort, manipulating Quirrell's hand, rhythmically tapped on the armrest. As Carl had mentioned, due to Quirrell's physical limitations, extracting the Philosopher's Stone was currently beyond reach, leaving him in a predicament. Listening to Voldemort's shameless monologue, Carl felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. When it came to treachery, Dumbledore could not possibly rival you, Voldemort. A mere ring was all it took to send old Dumbledore to meet Merlin. Truly, one must tread carefully. I do have an excellent proposal, though I wonder if his Dark Lord would be interested in hearing it. Carl twirled his wand with the finesse of a pen spinner, the glimmer of galleons dancing in his eyes as he spoke mysteriously to Voldemort. I know your intentions revolve around galleons. Will you divulge everything you know? After being ensnared by Carl several times, nearly losing his temper, Voldemort finally regained his composure. Yet Carl could still sense the palpable malice lurking beneath his words. He had no doubt that if Voldemort were to resurrect, he might even spare Harry for the sake of pursuing him. Thus, it seems his Dark Lord understands my meaning. Does he not? Carl spoke softly, his demeanor starkly contrasting his earlier disdainful references to Voldemort as a filthy creature. Now, in his eyes, Voldemort represented a lush field of tender chives, swaying gently, awaiting harvest. Indeed, Voldemort once again tossed a pouch of coins at him. After probing it with his mental acuity, Carl frowned. It contained a mere 2,000 galleons, which he found hard to believe given the duo's alleged exploits at Gringotts. That price is insufficient. Carl's crisp and resolute voice echoed within the office, startlingly incongruous. Do not overreach. We must leave room for future negotiations. Voldemort clenched his teeth, attempting to haggle with Carl. The sentiment remains unchanged. Mr. Voldemort, please do not mistake me for a fool at Quirrell by our next encounter. It may very well be a matter of life or death between us. Carl remained unmoved by Voldemort's subtly menacing remarks. He possessed the leverage, convinced that Voldemort would not truly suppress his desire for the Philosopher's Stone. Considering their previous encounter in the Forbidden Forest, he had already outmaneuvered Voldemort thrice. The stakes had escalated to a point where it was now a matter of mutual annihilation. Furthermore, if Mr. Voldemort prefers not to listen, let us pretend I never uttered these words. Farewell, Carl added, rising to leave, having honed the art of feigned retreat to perfection under Snape's tutelage. In the realm of bargaining, the principle is simple. One believes the other will not depart, while the other anticipates a plea for retention, loose son. However, this rule did not apply to Carl. He was entirely confident in Voldemort's willingness to retain him, regardless of his reluctance. You wretched vampire, you have triumphed. As Carl began to open the door to depart, Voldemort ultimately chose to concede. There was no choice. That 2,000 galleons remained in Carl's possession, and allowing him to leave would be a monumental loss. Hearing the familiar words, Carl could not suppress a smirk of exasperation. Snape had uttered the same sentiment, albeit with more eloquence. Indeed, the essence of humanity is that of a parrot. Even an aberration like Voldemort, having undergone numerous magical transformations, cannot escape this profound truth. Nevertheless, such a level of insult bore no weight upon him. It was simply too feeble. Yet, there was little to be done, after all. The intricacies of the English language paled in comparison to the profound dialect of Zwan. The words available for eloquence were exceedingly scant. One must comprehend, one must understand. In the midst of Carl's beaming smile, a comically absurd scene unfolded. Voldemort, controlling Quirrell's trembling hand, laboriously retrieved another pouch from his robes, poised to toss it to Carl. However, in the next instant, Quirrell's other hand swiftly seized the arm holding the pouch. "Master, leave me something. This is our last galleon. If anything happens, we will truly be left to the mercy of the winds." Quirrell, who had remained silent as an observer, could no longer contain himself. His voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Carl began to doubt whether he had been too harsh on this duo. At that moment, both he and Quirrell were internally bleeding. Not only had their years of amassed wealth vanished overnight, but now even the meager funds stolen from Gringotts were at risk of slipping away. "Might you leave a shred of comfort for my foolish servant?" Though Voldemort uttered these words, he too felt the weight of the situation. The stakes he had gambled for the Philosopher's Stone were significant. He had employed advanced dark magic to swiftly heal Quirrell from the injuries inflicted by the herd of unicorns, yet now he risked losing even the scant reserves he had. Very well, leave 100 galleons for some bread. How is it that I am the one who appears to be the Dark Lord here?" Carl covered his face in feigned disdain, waving his hand in acquiescence to leave Quirrell some funds. Consider it a final gesture for the sake of the one who had delivered such a bounty of galleons. "I will not expose you after Harry claws you into a pile of ashes. This little box shall remain your eternal abode, Quirrell." Carl gazed at Quirrell with increasing pity. The life of a sycophantic tool was indeed wretched. Accepting the last pouch tossed by Voldemort, Carl felt a surge of satisfaction. Another 4,900 galleons had been secured. Having received the payment, he was bound by honor to uphold his end of the bargain. The crux of the situation lies with Harry Potter. Carl slowly elucidated the reasoning to Voldemort, who, upon realization, unconsciously curved his lips into a bitter smile. The involved parties, including Voldemort, deemed the expenditure at Carl's hands a worthwhile investment. This maneuver not only promised the Philosopher's Stone, but also the chance to eliminate his nemesis, Harry Potter, an exquisite twofold advantage. Thus, the question arises, if Carl is undoubtedly gaining, and Voldemort believes he is not losing, then who, pray tell, is at a loss? "My apologies, Harry, forgive me for selling you out." Yet, should the plan unfold seamlessly, not only would Quirrell's remaining utility be thoroughly exploited, but Voldemort would also be subjected to a thorough humiliation. With your mother likely to intervene, it should all proceed without substantial error. Deep within, Carl silently apologized to Harry, only to swiftly cast the thought aside. This cannot be deemed a complete betrayal of Harry. After all, he would inevitably face these trials. He was merely providing a slight preview of what was to come, confident that, with Lily's support and the protective magic in place, Harry would be safeguarded while simultaneously vanquishing Quirrell. The pursuits of the learned cannot be labeled as treachery. He is unreservedly laboring toward the downfall of Voldemort and the ideology of the Death Eaters. In the depths of his inner abyss, a nameless dimensional traveler engages in shameless self-hypnosis. "Farewell, Mr. Voldemort. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." Carl weighed the 3 heavy bags of gold coins in his hands, his gaze towards Voldemort now imbued with newfound significance. Such prime opportunities were rare to come by. "Mr. Harris, your news is quite delightful. As a token of my gratitude, when we next meet, I shall ensure you a dignified demise, leaving you with a complete corpse." Voldemort smirked maliciously, as if he could already foresee Carl's demise. Carl toyed with his wand, chuckling as he shook his head. "Voldemort, I admire your tenacity. How about this? I resurrect you, and you become my loyal hound. I assure you, you will not be mistreated. You may speak bravely, but I have not heard such audacity in ages. Those who dared to converse with me in such a manner have long since been reduced to mere bones. What a nostalgic memory." Voldemort gazed wistfully at the sky, a peculiar smile gracing his face, seemingly reminiscing about past glories. Yet, in the next moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically, a palpable malevolence and murderous intent filling the office. "Foolish child, flee with all your might. Our next meeting will signify your end." Carl displayed no hint of fear. His very presence here today signified Voldemort's inevitable demise. Let us await that day. He raised his wand and effortlessly dispelled the enchantment on the door, turning the handle with calm confidence as he exited. Leaving behind the dimly lit, garlic-scented office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, the afternoon sun bathed Carl in warmth, and the fresh air invigorated him. With thoughts of the gold galleons in his pocket, his spirits soared even higher. Who would have thought that the grotesque Voldemort could possess such an endearing side? Standing in the corridor before the classroom, Carl marveled at the exquisite scenery of Hogwarts, silently admiring how harmonious and beautiful it was. Today truly is a splendid day. Mr. Harris, what madness has you grinning like a lunatic? A discordant voice shattered the serene ambience. Ah, I see it's the impoverished Professor Snape. Have you struck it rich lately, or cleared your debts? Carl teased. If so, how delightful. Should you require assistance? I can certainly offer you advice and magical items at a reasonable price, dear sir. Of course, if your offer is generous enough, I can provide a full suite of services. Silence enveloped them. Annoyed, Carl turned and cast a silencing charm. Though Snape was undoubtedly not here for idle chatter, he resented the interruption of his leisurely afternoon, having grown weary of Snape's greasy, somber voice. Mr. Harris, you seem to be fixated on galleons. I find it perplexing that a mere 11-year-old wizard requires such a vast sum of money. Listening to Carl's sales pitch, Snape's expression darkened. He was still laboring to brew potions to repay his debts. In this world, only money and power remain unwavering. The rest is uncertain. For instance, what of Voldemort's promises? They are as empty as the wind. Money likely could not sway Voldemort. Only strength would suffice. Had you possessed sufficient power to compel him into an unbreakable vow, would Lily still be alive? Carl countered Snape's assertions with logic. Snape's face darkened further at the mockery. He had indeed harbored resentment towards his own powerlessness during that time. But hearing it echoed by another was unbearable. Wait, what did that little brat just say? Compel him into an unbreakable vow. Snape gasped, realizing the enormity of the implication. The audacity of this child was extraordinary. He turned to glance at the closed door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, and in that instant, he understood that Voldemort might very well be incapacitated. The reason was clear. He and Carl had a long history, and after every time he had extorted galleons from Carl, that same expression had crossed Carl's face. What have you done? Snape's voice trembled slightly, the revelation striking him profoundly. Oh, I seem to have let something slip, Carl thought to himself. Regardless, the contract is currently inactive, stipulating that I cannot disclose what transpired today or that fateful night. This slight deviation shouldn't constitute a breach. Clearing his throat, Carl addressed Snape. My apologies, Professor Snape. But due to the terms of our agreement, I cannot divulge any information. However, should you be willing to pay a handsome sum, I could unilaterally tear up the contract and share the details with you. Perhaps 8,000 galleons would suffice? Carl smiled at Snape, indicating that for the right price, he would reveal the details of his actions. No thanks. I have no interest in spending so much to hear about your exploits with the Dark Lord. Snape grimaced, feeling the ache of his empty wallet, devoid of even a single galleon, only containing a few scattered sickles and nuts. And it's not me seeking you out, it's Lily. I am merely a messenger. Considering his substantial debts, Snape added, Lily? What does she want with me? Carl inquired, perplexed. She has reservations regarding Dumbledore's plans for the Chosen One and wishes to discuss them with you in detail. Snape explained, unusually patient. Then why doesn't she come to find me herself? I'm rather busy, you know. Carl replied, slightly irked. Having just extorted Voldemort and not yet had the chance to replenish his funds before Snape brought up this matter. Do you think it appropriate for Lily to appear at Hogwarts now? Snape's expression soured. Fine, what a nuisance. Carl waved his hand in annoyance. Look, just go. Snape's frustration was palpable. He felt an overwhelming urge to hang Carl upside down. Once the topic of money was set aside, the boy's demeanor shifted drastically. He was indeed a different person from the one who had just been pitching his wares. Suppressing his inner ire, Snape made his way to the dungeon. Despite Snape's appalling attitude, Carl remained in good spirits today and chose not to dwell on it. Otherwise, he would have certainly sought an opportunity to render Snape as immobile as Voldemort. The once empty corridor gradually filled with young wizards, clustered in groups, clutching their spellbooks as they headed to their respective classrooms. Life at Hogwarts resembled Carl's university experience in his previous life, apart from mandatory courses. Students could also select electives such as ancient runes, Muggle studies, divination, and more, compared to the examination-oriented high school life in the Great Celestial Empire. Life at Hogwarts is considerably more relaxed. With the end-of-term examinations approaching and the professors having covered the necessary material, there were not many classes scheduled at Hogwarts. At least for Ravenclaw, there were no classes this afternoon. Originally, Carl had planned to practice dimensional magic in the room of requirement. With a smile, Carl skillfully navigated through the bustling crowd, relishing the light-hearted and pleasant atmosphere at Hogwarts. With no pressing matters, he indulged in learning spells, teasing Snape, and confronting Voldemort. Such a carefree life was truly delightful. He leisurely trailed behind Snape, whose ominous reputation and low demeanor often sent students fleeing at the sight of him, saving Carl a considerable amount of time on his journey. Before long, the surroundings dimmed and the temperature dropped, indicating that they had arrived at their destination. Snape retrieved his wand and lightly tapped on the office door, which creaked open slowly. He turned back to Carl, gesturing for him to follow swiftly. "Professor Snape, might I suggest you install a few more torches in your office? It's quite cold and dim. I can't help but shiver the moment I step inside," Carl remarked, glancing around and wrinkling his nose. If it were not for the necessity of the visit, he would prefer to avoid the dungeon altogether. Although his enchanted uniform possessed temperature-regulating properties, the atmosphere here still made him somewhat uncomfortable. Mr. Harris certainly had many demands, yet their beleaguered potions professor had little spare coin for such frivolities as torches. "Perhaps you might consider making a generous donation?" Carl mused. Snape, irritated by Carl's complaints, retorted, "If you're so inclined, feel free to contribute your own funds. After years of working here, I have acclimated to this environment. Even if I had the means, I would not bother. The more repugnant the dungeon is to you, the more I relish it. I thrive in dark, damp places. Come now, Mr. Harris," Snape declared, his expression grim as he retrieved a box of flue powder from the cupboard. "I trust you know how to use flue powder?" He slowly extended the box toward Carl. Carl examined the contents, which appeared as irregular gray-green pebbles. He grasped a handful, feeling the rough texture. "Number 19, Spinner's End. Speak it clearly, or any mispronunciation could lead to an incorrect destination. I presume you wouldn't wish to accidentally arrive in Nocturnal Alley," Snape cautioned, detailing the location and precautions before taking a handful himself and stepping into the fireplace, vanishing amidst a swirl of green flames. Carl mimicked his actions, casting the flue powder into the fire while loudly proclaiming Snape's abode. As he spun through the shifting dimensions, he emerged in another fireplace, stepping out with poise and not a speck of dust on his robes. Most wizards feel disoriented during their first use of flue powder, but as a dimensional traveler from another world, Carl found the fluctuations quite tolerable. At that moment, Snape awaited him in the living room, along with the regal Lily clad in a crimson gown. The living room was bright and tidy, adorned with various paintings, and a bowl of fruit sat on the table. A bouquet of carnations bloomed vibrantly in a magical vase, creating an atmosphere of warmth and harmony. This surprised Carl. He had expected Snape's home to mirror the gloom of his office. However, recalling the reason for Lily's revival, he quickly understood. How could Snape possibly treat Lily poorly? Feeling at home, Carl approached and grabbed an apple from the table, taking a bite. "Delicious," he exclaimed, surprised that Professor Snape would have apples at home. "Good. Isn't it? This apple tree was magically cultivated by me just a few days ago, and yesterday it bore its first fruit," Lily replied, her joy evident as she recalled her efforts. "Are you adjusting well to this body?" Carl inquired, setting the apple down and smiling at Lily, who resembled a queen. Although he had a dark side, he maintained a basic sense of decency, especially regarding aftercare. She was perfect, both in form and mystery. The mention of this brought a confident smile to Lily's lips, eliciting a rare flicker of happiness on Snape's otherwise impassive face. "That's good, lest someone become irate, claiming I've taken advantage of him," Carl remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Snape. "Mr. Harris seems quite invested in my finances," Snape replied coldly, yet with an underlying sharpness. "Professor Snape, I advise you to show some kindness. Everyone is battling for their own existence, even someone you deem loathsome like myself." Snape countered with icy sarcasm. In response, Carl merely shook his head, opting to express an enigmatic thought instead. "My nary, wait for me," he silently added. Snape huffed, deciding against further banter. "You two continue your conversation. I must attend to my potions. If I neglect them, I will have to brew another batch." With that, he rose and swept away toward his potion workshop. Apologies for Severus. Despite his sharp tongue, he is quite amiable, Lily offered a sheepish smile to Carl. "Not at all. My relationship with Professor Snape is such that I feel something is amiss unless I tease him daily, and I suspect he feels the same," Carl replied, shrugging off her concern. "Please, let us get to the point. I am rather busy," he stated directly, revealing the purpose of his visit. "Is there truly no issue regarding Harry?" Lily asked, her fingers nervously gripping her dress. Rest assured, since I have accepted payment, I will ensure everything is resolved. He will be just fine. Even if something were to happen, I could retrieve his soul from the afterlife. Payment? What payment? Lily furrowed her brow, only to relax as warmth flooded her heart. Who else could perform such a feat? Certainly only Snape. Severus, thank you. She silently expressed gratitude. Fully aware of Snape's complicated feelings toward Harry, due to James Potter and the burdens of their past, she understood that the actions of the marauders towards Snape had been exceedingly cruel, and the term mudblood was merely a momentary lapse in judgment during a fit of rage. In truth, she had long since forgiven him. The words, once burdened by the weight of sorrow, dissipated like whispers in the wind along with the crown held in Snape's hand and a heartfelt apology. Upon learning that James might have a slim chance of resurrection, she mourned briefly, yet quickly regained her composure. Snape had toiled tirelessly, even risking everything to secure this opportunity for her, and Harry awaited their reunion. Surely, all would unfold favorably. However, this was contingent upon the complete annihilation of Voldemort. A flicker of lethal intent crossed Lily's eyes, only to vanish swiftly, after all. She had been responsible for the deaths of many Death Eaters in the past. It was the couple who had thwarted Voldemort's schemes thrice, and this was precisely why. Coupled with the prophecy, the Potter family had become Voldemort's primary target, nearly facing total extinction due to that wretched device. Carl observed the transition in Lily's demeanor from gentle to one imbued with a sharp, cutting edge, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. That obstinate Snape, who attempted to shoulder such a monumental burden alone without even confiding in Lily, truly lived up to his reputation as Hogwarts' most formidable figure. One could only wonder how deeply he was indebted to Lucius. Was he perhaps aspiring to become Harry's stepfather? At that moment, Carl's inner musings were nothing short of riveting, though he refrained from voicing them. Some truths are best left unspoken. Is there anything else? He inquired with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Harris, I feel reassured now. Lily exhaled, her gratitude genuine. This time, the plan to eradicate Voldemort and his minions seemed devoid of peril, especially with Carl's assurance. In the past, had anyone suggested the possibility of resurrecting the dead, she would have dismissed it with a laugh. Yet now, Carl's words demanded careful consideration, for such a miracle had manifested in her very existence. What else was beyond the realm of possibility? Wait, can one truly be revived again? After a moment of calm reflection, Lily seized upon the crux of the matter. Yet she found herself in conflict, for Snape had long ago informed her that her resurrection was a one-of-a-kind miracle. She had always trusted Snape's words, but now circumstances seemed to be shifting. What if? Could you possibly recreate the miracle of resurrection? Lily's eyes widened, her face a canvas of disbelief laced with exhilaration and hope. Apologies, but the companionship you seek is beyond my reach. Carl understood her yearning for James Potter to return, her beloved husband. However, he was unable to resurrect someone who had been deceased for a decade. If it were a recent death, with the soul yet to be claimed by the Grim Reaper, he might have had a chance. Gold galleons might procure an eternal occupation or resurrection spell, one from the goddess of the moon, another from a seraph. However, these matters paled in comparison to the essence of revival. Yet, a time constraint existed. While it was negligible in the game, Carl estimated it would be considerably longer in the real world due to numerous variables. With merely a spell scroll, he held little hope of reviving someone who had been gone for 10 years. Even if these two powerful beings were to intervene, the likelihood remained slim. Is it truly impossible? But you mentioned, though Lily felt a tinge of disappointment, she was not entirely disheartened, merely experiencing a subtle sense of loss. Reviving someone recently departed was a different endeavor than resurrecting one long gone. The former was within reach, while the latter proved exceedingly challenging. You must have been informed by Professor Snape that your resurrection is a miracle. Miracles, by their nature, are scarce. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cost Professor Snape everything he possessed. Carl gazed out the window towards the large tree at the end of Spinner's End, softly elucidating. I understand. Thank you for all you have done. Lily replied quietly, her gratitude sincere. There is no need to thank me. It is Professor Snape you should be grateful to. He exhausted all his galleons and accrued significant debt to secure this chance for you. Treasure it. Furthermore, I am in the business of transactions. I approach Snape for galleons. In such dealings, you may profit, but I shall never incur a loss. As he spoke, Carl casually picked up an apple from the table. Ah, Snape, I have rendered you a great service this time. As a token of appreciation, next time you visit me, I shall charge you a bit more galleons. Perhaps a 12% increase would be fitting, he mused, unabashedly pleased. Moreover, since the Clara doll was an unintended acquisition, it would serve as a mere combat puppet. It was more prudent to exploit its utility for profit rather than risk causing jealousy with Nolari, which could lead to complications. Nevertheless, such miracles cannot be measured in galleons. Though Carl articulated this, Lily remained profoundly appreciative. If only Professor Snape were as understanding as you. Each encounter with him is met with a scowl, as if I owe him 100 galleons. Yet, in truth, he is the one who owes me quite a sum, which he recently repaid. Carl took a bite of the apple, feeling somewhat exasperated. Snape's demeanor suggested he wished to devour him whole. Yet Carl maintained that it was his duty. Could academic pursuits be deemed a burden? Can they? No. Severus was precisely the kind of person who appeared cold yet was warm beneath the surface, albeit rather direct. As they discussed Snape, Lily laughed softly, reminiscing about childhood memories. Well, is there anything else? I must return. My transfiguration essay remains unwritten. Carl glanced at his watch and reiterated, I have already spent considerable time here. Thank you, Mr. Harris, for taking the time. Lily smiled back, apologizing for delaying him. Until next time, Carl stood, approaching the table and with a gentle wave, made the plate of apples vanish. He felt it only proper to leave with something after spending so much time. Lily's eyes twitched slightly. This child was quite pragmatic, unwilling to leave empty-handed. Once more, Carl seized a handful of flue powder and vanished amidst a swirl of green flames. Only Lily remained in Snape's living room. What a curious and mysterious child, she mused, rising from the sofa to venture outside for some apples. Time flowed gently, and a week slipped by since Carl's return from Snape's abode. Soon, he was to face his first final examinations at Hogwarts. Hey, Carl, Philip, hurry up. Today is the final exam, and being late will surely incur the wrath of any professor. Alex exclaimed anxiously, throwing on his clothes while urging his roommates to rise. What time is it? Don't panic. Philip groggily rubbed his sleepy eyes, struggling to free himself from the confines of his blanket. Exactly, what is the rush? No matter how hard you study, if you don't put in the effort beforehand, good grades will elude you. And not to boast, but even if I blank out on 2 subjects, my overall score might still surpass yours, Carl pouted, adjusting his somewhat disheveled hair. Are you speaking in a coherent manner? Alex retorted. Would you rather sever ties or admit your mistakes? Philip shot back. Carl chuckled dryly. Oops, I accidentally spoke the truth. Enough of your antics. All of you. Quickly wash up. We still need to grab breakfast, Simon interjected, having already dressed and awaiting his companions. Carl, where did you put my toothpaste after using it yesterday? Sorry, Philip, I finished it yesterday. Wow, that's ruthless. Were you eating the toothpaste? After a flurry of playful banter, the 4 finally gathered their belongings and set off towards the dining hall and then to their classroom. Their first destination was the potions classroom, where they settled into the seats assigned by the professors. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the infamous Professor Snape, cloaked in black, strode in with an air of authority. In that instant, the young witches and wizards felt a shiver run down their spines, as Snape's ominous presence intensified with the impending final exams. The potions examination comprised both a written test and a practical component. Do not even think about cheating. I have placed anti-cheating charms on your quills, and attempting to pass off finished potions as your own will result in dire consequences, Snape warned coldly from the podium, sending a chill through every student, especially the Gryffindors who were contemplating dishonest tactics. With the announcement of the exam's commencement, the young wizard sprang into action. Snape prowled the classroom, occasionally flashing a sinister smile and keeping a particularly watchful eye on Harry, circling him like a hawk. Harry, trembling under the scrutiny, completed his potions exam at an agonizingly slow pace. Meanwhile, Carl, having received one-on-one instruction in potion-making techniques from Snape, felt confident in his abilities. Unless Snape intended to pick on him for no reason, he had no valid grounds for criticism. Following the written portion, it was time for the practical examination. For Carl, this was a mere formality. His potion-making skills had long surpassed that of his peers, with his creations worthy of display in a potion shop. After raising his hand to signal completion, Snape merely glanced at Carl's work before marking a large in his parchment and moving on to supervise Harry. Ron, seated next to Harry, inadvertently suffered as well, nearly causing a disaster akin to Neville's. Once the potions exam concluded, Harry felt despondent. Snape had lingered near him throughout the written test, and the practical exam was no different, with Snape hovering ominously, unleashing his disdain. "Carl, Hermione, I think I've failed this time," Harry lamented, his face clouded with despair. Carl, feeling helpless, could only offer words of comfort. Fortunately, Harry performed well in their subsequent subjects, bolstered by Carl's steady stream of encouragement, gradually regaining his confidence. However, when it came to the defense against the dark arts exam, it was Carl who felt the pressure. Quirrell stood at the front, fixated solely on him, as if Carl owed him a debt, a clear indication of the animosity that had taken root in Quirrell's heart. "This fool. I generously left him 100 galleons to enjoy life before he meets his end, and yet he gazes at me with such animosity. Had I known, I would have withheld every last canute," Carl mused, shaking his head imperceptibly in response to the harsh realities of life. "Fool, stop staring. Withdraw your gaze. Once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone and resurrect perfectly, I can grant you as many galleons as you desire. Power and wealth are within reach. Besides, that wretched little wizard won't last long." As he followed his plan, Carl warned Quirrell with an unspoken threat. Suddenly, Voldemort's furious voice echoed in Quirrell's mind, compelling him to obediently redirect his attention away from Carl and instead cast a furtive glance at Harry, eyes aflame with desire for power and riches, a hunger that would ultimately consume him. Once the exams concluded, Quirrell hastily collected the students' papers and departed, not only eager to avoid Carl but also to prepare for his imminent theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Carl, Alex, and Philip exited the defense against the dark arts classroom, animatedly discussing their exam performances. As Ravenclaws, they naturally approached exams with a sense of ease. Although Harry and Ron had stumbled in potions, their commendable results in the following subjects lightened their spirits. "Hey Carl, how did it go?" The ever-eager Hermione inquired upon reuniting with Carl after the defense against the dark arts exam. "It should be fine. I expect all O's," Carl replied courteously, and the group entered the Transfiguration classroom together. This was the final and most challenging exam. Professor McGonagall stood sternly at the entrance, with neatly arranged small stools outside the classroom. Unlike Snape's examination structure, which involved both written and practical components, Transfiguration was solely practical, highlighting McGonagall's focus on student-specific spellcasting skills. Once again, Carl found no challenge in the final exam. McGonagall's requirement was simply to transform a mouse into a snuff box. Her grading criteria were straightforward. Successful transformations would pass, with more elaborate designs earning higher marks. Any lingering trace of the mouse, such as whiskers or fur, would result in deductions. While such a transformation was child's play for Carl, it posed a formidable challenge for his fellow students. The foundation of the Transfiguration course is built upon a profound analysis of numerous concepts, which at their age, many young wizards struggle to comprehend, thus earning this subject the reputation of being the most challenging at Hogwarts. Carl, in a state of ennui, watched as one anxious little wizard after another was called into the classroom by Professor McGonagall, only to emerge with expressions of dismay. He wondered when it would finally be his turn. In his boredom, he meticulously counted and discovered that nearly 2 or 3 out of every 10 young wizards emerged from the examination on the verge of tears. Observing their sorrowful faces, Carl couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. It was truly unfortunate. Upon returning home, they would likely face a mixed reprimand from their parents. Hermione, noticing the despondent expressions of her classmates, clutched her skirt tightly, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. "Don't panic, Hermione. As I've mentioned before, your abilities far exceed those of a first-year student. Professor McGonagall will undoubtedly award you an outstanding." Seeing Hermione's anxious demeanor, Carl offered her an encouraging smile. The young witch, influenced by Carl's optimistic outlook, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. "Hermione Granger." Professor McGonagall soon called her name. Rising from her small stool, Hermione walked confidently into the classroom. The examination for Transfiguration lasted a full 15 minutes. Typically, most young wizards would remain inside for the entire duration before emerging with anxious expressions. However, Hermione was different. She completed her exam in less than 5 minutes. From the dimples that appeared on her cheeks and the slight upward curve of her lips, Carl could tell her transformation had gone exceptionally well, and Professor McGonagall must have awarded her the coveted outstanding. "Thank you for your encouragement, Carl." "Professor McGonagall gave me an O," Hermione said, her cheeks flushed with gratitude for Carl's support. "It's nothing, really. It was all your own effort," Carl replied with a light chuckle. Next, Carl Harris. After what felt like an eternity, even Harry and Ron had completed their exams, leaving only a handful of students. Finally, Professor McGonagall called his name. Upon hearing his name, Carl felt a surge of happiness as he stood up, relieved that the tedious wait was over. As he entered the classroom, he noted the absence of the usual desks and chairs, all of which had been cleared away by Professor McGonagall. Only 2 long tables remained, positioned solitary in the center of the room. One table appeared rather empty, with just a single mouse sitting motionless upon it, while the other was adorned with an array of various snuff boxes. Some were exquisitely crafted, while others still bore the tale of the original creature. Clearly, these were the submissions from the young wizards for the academic year, which Professor McGonagall would record for Hogwarts archives. "Professor McGonagall, may I begin my examination?" Carl politely inquired, drawing his wand from his waist. "Certainly. I believe this simple test will pose no challenge for Mr. Harris. Feel free to showcase your transfiguration skills beyond the confines of the snuff box," Professor McGonagall replied, a hint of a smile breaking through her typically stern expression. To her, Carl was a paradoxical young wizard. Despite consistently achieving top marks across all subjects, even surpassing her know-it-all Gryffindor, he was not the kind of student one would expect to be trouble-free. Yet, Carl relished in creating chaos. Wherever there was a stir, he was sure to be found. Professor Snape and Quirrell had both been exasperated by him several times throughout the year. Unaware of Professor McGonagall's complex thoughts, Carl was not inclined to demonstrate his remarkable transfiguration skills that far surpassed his peers. Instead, he simply wished to transform a splendid snuff box, attain his final outstanding, and then prepare for the impending mischief brought forth by Quirrell and Voldemort, hoping to extract some benefit for himself from the ensuing chaos. "Professor McGonagall, I shall transform the snuff box," Carl said with a bashful smile, raising his wand and lightly waving it toward the mouse on the table without even uttering a spell. The walnut wand emitted a soft purple glow, and in an instant, the mouse vanished, replaced by a rather splendid snuff box. The box, adorned in a mysterious and regal purple hue, was intricately decorated with exquisite cloud patterns, showing no trace of its former life as a mouse. A perfect transformation. "An outstanding is surely in order," Professor McGonagall remarked, inspecting the snuff box with a pleased expression before inscribing a large one on a piece of parchment. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Farewell," Carl said, a smile gracing his lips as he thanked her and exited the room. Having completed a day of examinations, the evening had descended, signaling dinner time. Carl cheerfully made his way to the Great Hall, eager for a meal. As he glanced toward the head table, he noted the absence of several professors, including Dumbledore, Snape, and Quirrell, who were missing from their usual spots. A sense of unease washed over him. Snape's whereabouts were of no concern to him, but the absence of Quirrell and Dumbledore was another matter entirely. "Has the game already begun?" Carl murmured to himself, hastening his pace. This evening, he intended to send Quirrell to meet Merlin, and he needed to fortify himself with a hearty meal to gather sufficient strength. After dining, he ventured to the library to study. He understood that given Harry and Ron's personalities, they would undoubtedly seek his assistance. However, much like his chance encounter with Quirrell in the kitchen, he could only guess half the story this time. Hermione and Ron burst into the library, breathless, delivering a shocking blow. "It's bad, Carl. Harry has been taken by Snape." "Carl, what? Please clarify your words." The smile faded from Carl's face as he handed them 2 cups of water, doubting his ears as he processed the absurdity of their claim. "Don't jest. Though Old Bat is often antagonistic toward Harry, he is equally committed to protecting him. And no, we're not mistaken. Harry has indeed been captured by Snape." Ron gasped, taking a sip of water before resolutely reiterating. During dinner, Harry said he felt unwell and wanted to return to the dormitory. "But we searched every corner of Hogwarts and couldn't find him. This must be Snape's doing. The term is ending, and if he doesn't act now, he risks losing the chance to steal the Philosopher's Stone. So he has taken Harry, hoping to present him as the perfect gift to the Dark Lord for his resurrection." Hermione exclaimed loudly to Carl. "Shoo!" Carl noticed the portrait of the fat lady approaching with an unfriendly demeanor and quickly signaled to Hermione. The young witch recognized the domain they were in, promptly covering her mouth and pulling Carl toward the exit. "Have you seen Professor Quirrell?" Carl casually inquired. "Professor Quirrell?" He vanished immediately after the defense against the dark arts exam. Ron felt a sense of unease as he pondered why Carl was inquiring about Quirrell's whereabouts. After grasping the situation, Carl's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. The moment Hermione and Ron mentioned that Harry had been captured by Snape, he felt a wave of dread wash over him, and now, with the information he had gathered, That fear had undeniably manifested into reality. Good grief. I've messed up. Harry has been taken by Quirrell. With Professor Dumbledore away in London, what are we to do? Despair clouded Ron's face. His friend was in grave danger. And the one who could counter Voldemort, Dumbledore, was conveniently absent, leaving them cornered. Taking a deep breath, Carl attempted to steady his nerves. Remain calm. It hasn't been long since Harry was captured. The enchantment set by the professors at the trapdoor should hold them off for a while. The Dark Lord and Harry are arch-nemeses, and Snape would certainly not kill him. Rather, he would intend to deliver Harry to him. Reluctantly, Carl attributed Quirrell's sinister role to Snape. He had no time to explain anything to Hermione now. We must hurry to the trapdoor. We need to save Harry before the Dark Lord is resurrected. Hermione, resolute, understood the gravity of their situation. She had no friends in the Muggle world. And now that she had forged a precious friendship in the wizarding realm, she would not allow Voldemort to shatter it. Let us go. Carl, succinct and purposeful, strode briskly towards the 4th floor. Yet, his mind simmered with frustration. This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't Harry and the others have come to find him? And then he would have teamed up with Lily to vanquish Quirrell, securing victory for the year? That wretched Quirrell had deviated from the script by directly capturing Harry. Carl had truly not anticipated such a turn of events. Given the current circumstances, it appeared Quirrell had outmaneuvered him. How foolish of me, truly. As Carl hurried ahead with an impassive expression, regret gnawed at him. After the Forbidden Forest incident, he found himself regretting not having trapped Voldemort during the second wave of galleons. He should have seized the opportunity to only ensnare the first wave. Now, he had genuinely gone too far. While making his way, he didn't forget to send a message to Snape. That man was nowhere to be found today, as if he had vanished into thin air. Unbeknownst to Carl, Snape was diligently brewing potions in Spinner's End. With summer approaching, he needed to earn some galleons to take Lily on a proper trip. He had already decided on the destination, an adventure in America. Urgent news, Professor Snape. Harry has been captured by Quirrell. I will try to delay him. You must come quickly to assist. A message quickly appeared and vanished on an ancient piece of parchment concealed in Carl's sleeve. Soon, the trio arrived at the 4th floor of Hogwarts' main castle, adjacent to the Forbidden Corridor. Hermione, Ron, what instruments do you play? Carl queried as he gazed at the closed wooden door, seemingly unremarkable, yet concealing a ferocious, 3-headed dog within. I play the violin, trumpet, cornet, and flute. Before Ron could respond, Hermione rapidly listed an impressive array of instruments. Carl? Ron? Impressive. It seems Miss Know-It-All has earned her title. Excellent. Alohomora. Leading the way, Carl cast the unlocking charm, effortlessly opening the door. He then transformed his wand into a finely crafted violin and handed it to Hermione. It's your turn, Hermione. Carl encouraged her with a smile. As they pushed the door open, Hermione placed the violin on her shoulder and began to play. Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, lazily yawned, appearing as if it had just awakened. In that moment, Hermione's music lulled it back to slumber. The trio sighed in relief. Even Carl felt that facing the adult 3-headed dog would only lead to retreat. We must accelerate our pace. Carl noticed a beautifully crafted harp nearby, and his expression turned serious, urgency creeping into his tone. Hermione returned the violin to Carl, relief washing over her. Thankfully, Carl's transfiguration was adept enough, or they would have struggled to surpass the first challenge. As the violin returned to its original form, they soon discovered a new dilemma. Fluffy's paw was blocking the trapdoor. Perhaps we should push it open together, Ron suggested, somewhat perplexed. Dimensional force. Carl invoked dimensional magic to lift Fluffy's paw, revealing the trapdoor beneath. Ron rushed forward, grasping the ring and pulling it open, exposing the cold, dark abyss below. Let us go. You jump, I jump, double jump. Carl jested, lightening the tense atmosphere. Lumos, I'll descend first to assess the situation. Wait for my signal before you follow. He added, preparing to leap. What if you encounter danger? We should jump together. Ron and Hermione chorused in unison, their concern evident. In their minds, facing such a terrifying creature as a 3-headed dog in the first challenge hinted at even graver trials ahead. My magic surpasses yours. If I cannot handle it, you would only be walking into peril. Carl explained helplessly. Aside from Hagrid and Dumbledore, the rest were truly too simplistic. With a flourish, Carl recited his spell, and Ron and Hermione faintly heard movement from below, heightening their anxiety. Yet Carl was already aware that beneath them lay Professor Sprout's devil's snare, a plant that, like old bats, feared light and heat, thriving only in dark, damp places. He mused that if cultivated in a cellar, it would yield a bountiful harvest. Holding his wand aloft, he jumped down, landing gracefully. Flames erupted. In the dark space, a large ball of fire appeared, its intense glow piercing the endless darkness and illuminating the devil's snare. The plant writhed, retreating from the light, attempting to hide in the crevices of the stone walls. Carl was thoroughly pleased with his maneuver. Come down. There is no danger here. Just some devil's snare that I've driven back with fire. Don't be afraid. Jump down, and I'll catch you with a spell. Hearing Carl's voice, Ron and Hermione felt a surge of relief and promptly leaped down. Cushioning charm. Under Carl's deft control, they landed perfectly. Once Hermione and Ron had descended, they began to survey their surroundings. Stop looking. We must hurry, Carl urged quietly, immediately moving forward. Is this where the Philosopher's Stone is kept? It is truly astonishing that such a secret chamber exists within the grand castle of Hogwarts. Ron followed closely behind Carl, anxiously surveying their surroundings, wary of any lurking creatures. Professor Dumbledore had previously informed them that each professor had set a challenge to protect the Philosopher's Stone, and that the challenge set by Hagrid was particularly daunting. If I am correct in my assumptions, the devil's snare mentioned by Carl must be the trap devised by Professor Sprout to thwart intruders. This plant is notorious for ensnaring its enemies fiercely. Following this, they would likely encounter the challenges posed by Quirrell, Professor McGonagall, and Snape. Hermione whispered an explanation to him, her voice subdued due to the peculiar circumstances. Carl, who was advancing swiftly at the front, rolled his eyes at their conversation. The devil's snare was meticulously chosen by Professor Sprout to prevent the three reckless Gryffindors from plummeting and injuring themselves. When Dumbledore had initially approached her with this request, she had found it quite challenging to select a suitable plant, ultimately settling on the relatively harmless, yet visibly vulnerable devil's snare. Otherwise, she had countless more dangerous plants at her disposal that could have left Quirrell in quite the predicament, such as the venomous Tentacula or the dragon lily. After navigating through the devil's snare, the trio soon found themselves at the foot of several stone steps, flanked by walls covered in damp moss and vibrant green vines, with droplets of water occasionally cascading down. A rustling sound seemed to emanate from ahead. Hermione furrowed her brow, quietly alerting the others, without needing Hermione's warning. Carl had already discerned the sound, reflecting on how Madame Hooch, renowned for her expertise in Quidditch, had tailored the challenges to reflect that theme. They ascended the steps, eventually arriving at a circular chamber adorned with towering stone pillars. The strange rustling noises that Hermione had heard were, in fact, produced by peculiar flying creatures resembling bamboo dragonflies. Their wings flapped, generating the sounds that had piqued Hermione's curiosity. No, Ron. Those aren't birds, they're keys. Do you see that door? One of them must be able to unlock it. The young witch's eyes sparkled with intelligence as she fixated on the door at the chamber's end. Carl cast a sidelong glance at the broom placed prominently in the center, a smirk tugging at his lips. Was it truly wise to be so obvious? If the plot were to unfold normally, he might have had the leisure to witness the little savior's aerial performance. However, he was currently pressed for time to rescue him, and had no inclination to ride a broom and play games with Dumbledore. As Lu Sun once said, in this world, there originally is no path. As more people walk it, it becomes a path. A mere door could not obstruct his progress. Impossible. A cold smile graced Carl's lips as he stepped forward, drawing his wand. Carl, I recall your flying skills are rather commendable. Why not give it a try? Ron suddenly exclaimed, recalling their earlier escapade at Quidditch where Harry had been inexplicably chosen while Carl had declined the team captain's invitation. No need. I have a knack for unlocking doors without such elaborate measures. Furthermore, you both should cover your ears, or you may find it quite unpleasant shortly. Carl gently shook his head, not pausing in his stride. Hermione and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of his meaning. However, they quickly grasped his intent. Ultimate blast. Thunderous explosion. Shattered into pieces. Boom. 3 immensely powerful blasting curses erupted from Carl's wand. In an instant, the wooden door, which had been reinforced with a locking counter curse, was obliterated, leaving a gaping hole where it once stood. Dumbledore likely hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. After all, this challenge was originally intended for Harry and his friends. He had merely added a counter curse, assuming it would suffice, considering first years were not taught offensive spells. Carl gazed at his handiwork with a subtle smile. Indeed, Lu Sun's words rang true. In this world, there originally is no door. The more holes created, the more doors there are. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Time is of the essence. Carl chuckled as he glanced back at the astonished Hermione and Ron, quickening his pace as he exited the chamber. The two took a moment to collect themselves, drawing their wands, their expressions reflecting a hint of suspicion towards their supposed ally. They exchanged glances at Carl, who was now a considerable distance ahead, before hastily pursuing him. The room beyond the door was shrouded in darkness, with a checkerboard floor of black and white squares beneath their feet. The moment they stepped into the center of the board, torches ignited around them, illuminating the room and awakening the black and white chess pieces simultaneously. Ron, exasperated, threw up his hands, excitement evident in his voice. It seems we must win this game of chess to reach the far side of the room. Carl's eyes twitched. He felt Lu Sun's wisdom resonating once again. Good. Hermione, you take the position of the queen. Carl, you go for the bishop. I shall be a knight, Ron declared, his gaze brimming with enthusiasm as he regarded the towering chess pieces. Furrowing his brow, Carl rested his chin on his hand. Although these pieces lacked eyes, he could sense that he had been firmly locked onto by some unique criteria. Perhaps it was their life force or the vibrations they emitted. It seemed that attempting to sneak past using the disillusionment charm would no longer suffice. Carl mused to himself, his lips curling into a slight grin. If sneaking in was not an option, then he would charge forward with boldness. As long as he eliminated all the enemies that could see him, it would be a perfect infiltration. At that moment, Hermione had already climbed onto the queen piece, following Ron's suggestion. Carl, hurry. We must save Harry. We need to make haste. Ron, now perched atop the knight piece, appeared anxious. No need. You both can come down. We cannot afford to waste time on a game of chess. I have a simpler method to navigate this board, Carl stated calmly. Upon hearing Carl's nonchalant tone, Ron suddenly recalled how he had blasted open the door reinforced with a locking counter curse. If the path is blocked, then let us blow it open with magic. Follow my lead. Carl sheathed his wand, recognizing it was no longer necessary. As he withdrew his hand, a gemstone radiating a brilliant purple light shattered, transforming into sparkling starlight that merged into his being. Dimensional time-space field. Carl slowly closed his eyes, channeling the surging dimensional magic within his grasp. Centered around him, a colossal dimensional field surged forth, crashing against the black chess pieces. Confinement. The violet dimensional field dispersed, intertwining the powers of time and dimension, rendering the pieces immobile. Distortion. Carl gradually raised his palm and clenched his fist, sending a cascade of stone debris tumbling down. Several weaker pieces were reduced to mere dust under the weight of his formidable power. Dimensional force, shatter. As his final chant echoed through the air, the dimensional force field enveloping half of the chessboard erupted with a thunderous blast. The advanced pieces, which had barely survived the temporal distortion, could not withstand such overwhelming power and disintegrated into a cloud of dust. The chessboard beneath them was shattered beyond recognition, with terrifying cracks tearing through it, leaving scattered limbs of the pieces in their wake. Witnessing the immense destruction wrought by the temporal magnetic field, Hermione and Ron swallowed hard, their perceptions of magic irrevocably altered by Carl's display. "Hey Carl, what kind of magic is this?" Hermione patted her chest, striving to regain her composure. This magic transcended her wildest imaginings. Meanwhile, Ron stood in stunned disbelief, hardly able to trust his own eyes. He had expected Carl to obliterate the pieces one by one with explosive spells, ensuring a safe passage, but instead, he had cleared the entire board in one sweeping maneuver. "This matter is rather complex. I cannot elucidate it now, but I will explain it to you when I have the time," Carl replied, his expression a mixture of complexity and urgency. He was reluctant to reveal his high-level dimensional magic in front of Hermione and Ron, but given the pressing circumstances, he had little choice. This unforeseen event was indeed his responsibility. He had anticipated Quirrell would lie in wait before the mirror of Ariste, waiting for Harry to arrive. Yet the man had acted ruthlessly, seizing Harry without hesitation. "Quirrell, this is your own doing. Do not blame me for the lack of mercy when it comes to retrieving your remains," Carl thought, his gaze shifting as he contemplated how to crush Quirrell's head. Magic whirlwind. With a flick of his hand, Carl conjured a whirlwind that swept away the dismembered pieces and debris blocking his path, allowing him to advance toward the door. "Watch your step and be cautious of the cracks. Do not fall, and cover your ears," he turned back to remind them, recalling the noise generated when he had blasted the door open. Hermione and Ron immediately understood his intention and hastily covered their ears, still recovering from the earlier cacophony. Ultimate explosion. A mere few meters from the door, he could not be bothered to push it open, opting instead to obliterate it completely with a single explosion. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and admiration. They had always known Carl to be cheerful and seemingly devoid of anger, yet here he was, exhibiting such ferocity in battle. Having navigated Professor McGonagall chessboard, they stepped into the next room, only to be met with a foul stench. Cough, cough, ugh. Ron and Hermione struggled against the overwhelming odor, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Carl frowned, waving his wand to cast a bubblehead charm over their heads, while Hermione and Ron leaned against the wall, taking several deep breaths to recover. He had already used his dimensional magic to isolate the noxious smell. The power of space was far superior to the bubblehead charm. Lying before them was an enormous creature, towering over 18 feet tall, a troll. This troll was far larger than the one they had encountered on Halloween, its granite-like body showcasing the formidable strength of magical creatures. Yet, it lay motionless on the ground, unconscious, a gaping, bloody hole marring its small head, with foul blood pooling beneath it. This is fantastic. The troll has been slain. We need not battle it. Ron forced a pained smile, his complexion pale. Clearly, even in death, the biochemical residue left by the troll had inflicted considerable distress upon him. How terrifying. If this troll were still alive, it would have been a formidable foe. Hermione lamented weakly. Just a troll. Even if it's much larger than the one we faced in the restroom on Halloween, it is still merely a troll. I assure you. Such an unsightly creature would not last 5 seconds against me, Carl remarked, shaking his head at their exclamations. To him, no matter how large the troll became, dealing with it was simply a matter of time. After all, fools remain fools. As long as they do not grow wiser, the methods to subdue them are plentiful. Carl, you are truly impressive. Hermione could not help but roll her eyes at Carl's bravado. It's merely basic skills. In response to their praise, Carl merely smiled faintly. Let us move on. I would prefer not to linger here any longer. I nearly suffocated moments ago. Ron grimaced at the sight of the troll, clearly disgusted by the stench emanating from the creature, which was akin to a walking biochemical hazard. They cautiously stepped over the troll's body, wary of contamination. Shattered, Carl unleashed another explosion spell upon the unfortunate door, and amidst the swirling with splinters, the trio entered the next chamber. After navigating such terrifying challenges, Hermione and Ron had grown significantly more composed than during their initial trial. They had anticipated encountering something dreadful, especially since they had successfully navigated the trials set by Professors McGonagall, Quirrell, and Sprout, leaving only Snape's challenge remaining. Given the bat-like professor's nature, they expected his trial to be the most fearsome of all. However, as they approached the doorway, they found no malicious traps awaiting them, only a small wooden table occupying the vast room. Yet, as they crossed the threshold, eerie black flames suddenly surged behind them, sealing their exit. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the room's walls, while a purple fire ignited in front of them. Carl clicked his tongue, surveying the ground. The areas where the peculiar two-colored flames emerged were inscribed with intricate ancient runes, the source of these strange flames. The old bat has shown some restraint. He did not resort to using cursed fire. He must fear that Harry might inadvertently meet his demise during the trials. Though Carl was unsure of the nature of these flames, he could rule out cursed fire, which was blue and possessed a will of its own, consuming any living creature it encountered without a wizard's control. He then activated his heightened perception to analyze the bizarre flames. Ultimately, he reached a startling conclusion. While these flames did not match the temperature or sinister nature of cursed fire, their power was not to be underestimated. Carl had no doubt that any intruder daring to breach this barrier would meet a fiery end. He could not help but reflect on how ruthless the old bat had been. It was a pity that Quirrell had somehow bypassed this obstacle. Otherwise, it would have certainly delayed him. When the trio reached the table, they discovered 7 bottles of varying sizes and shapes, alongside a roll of parchment. Upon seeing the 7 crystal vials, Hermione quickly deduced Snape's true intentions. He casually seized the parchment on the table and began to read it meticulously. Danger lies ahead. Safety is in the rear. Between the 2 of us, there are 2 that can assist you. Drink them, one will guide you forward. The other will return you to where you were. Hey, look, this is actually a logic puzzle. We can solve it without magic. Hermione appeared somewhat exhilarated at this moment, realizing that scoundrel Snape was indeed quite clever to devise such a method. Without correct reasoning, they would be trapped here forever. Yet among the 7 bottles, several contained deadly poison. Throughout this journey, apart from the time she played a tune for Louis on her violin, Carl had nearly handled everything. And now it was finally Hermione's turn to showcase her vast knowledge. Ron, however, could not help but hold his forehead after merely listening to the content. Logic puzzles were simply too challenging for him. Among these 7 bottles, 3 contained poisons that could lead to death. 2 were wines. The rightmost bottle would safely return them, while the smallest one would allow them to break through the barrier of purple flames and advance. Carl disregarded the excited Hermione and directly stated the answer. Not to mention he already knew it. Snape had informed him of the answers to the challenges he set that very day. With time pressing, he had no desire to engage in such riddles. If they were delayed, Harry might truly end up as mere ashes scattered by Voldemort. The loopholes in that protective magic were too vast and numerous. Voldemort could easily circumvent those restrictions and kill Harry. He did not wish to squander his galleons on eternal occupation. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. After all, in her view, Carl had merely glanced at the parchment's content, perhaps without even thinking. Yet how could he arrive at the answer so swiftly? This was neither scientific nor magical. Miss Know-It-All felt somewhat despondent. She certainly trusted Carl's judgment, especially in such critical times where jokes were unwelcome, and Carl's pace in overcoming challenges had been remarkably swift. However, for the sake of accuracy, she quickly employed Carl's answer to perform a reverse calculation, concluding that it was indeed correct. How could he be so quick? Hermione was now visibly vexed, having been outmatched by Carl in her area of expertise, logic reasoning. Time was of the essence. Carl succinctly articulated the reason. Now, having passed all the challenges, Harry and Snape should be just beyond that purple flame. You and Ron should drink the potion to return. There is enough potion in the bottle for both of you. With Professor Dumbledore absent, you must seek Professor McGonagall. In any case, the forthcoming battle is unsuitable for you. Carl handed the rightmost bottle to the 2. How can this be? Harry's life is still uncertain inside. How can we allow you to face Snape and the mysterious one alone? Ron exclaimed, somewhat irate. Hermione echoed, we can help too. Indeed. Then how about this? If you both join forces to create a temporal magnetic field, I shall allow you to enter together. What do you say? Carl nodded, feigning a serious demeanor, then suddenly unleashed a powerful surprise. Hermione, Ron. They had just clearly recognized the power of Carl's temporal magnetic field, which had even flattened the chessboard. How were they to proceed from here? However, Carl was unwilling to have 2 additional hostages that might threaten him in Voldemort's hands. They lacked the sort of protective magic Harry possessed. A single curse from Voldemort could easily send them to meet Merlin. Then, you must take great care of yourself, avoid a direct confrontation with the mysterious one, and hold on until we can summon the professors. Hermione bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed. Though Carl had demonstrated immense power earlier, she still felt it was too risky. Determined to pass through, she snatched the potion from Carl's hand, uncorked it, drank half, and then handed it to Ron. Ron, let's hurry. We need to find Professor McGonagall and have her contact Professor Dumbledore. Hermione firmly grasped Ron's wizarding robe and began to drag him away. Hermione, wait. Carl observed the empty bottle beside him, as if struck by a thought, and quickly called out to Hermione. Take this. Perhaps Louis has woken up by now. With that, he waved his right hand, casting Transfiguration to transform the empty bottle back into the previous violin. Carl watched as the 2 passed through the black flames before swiftly turning away, having stowed away the unnecessary walnut wand into his inventory. The power of dimensions, clad in a silver-white starry robe. His green pupils turned cold and lifeless like an abyss in an instant. His light golden hair transformed into black, and the divine spirit behind him radiated a faint glow. At this moment, he was merely a door's distance away from Quirrell, and as he activated his transcendent perception, he could distinctly sense 2 life forces behind the door. One was malevolent and bloody, while the other was brimming with vitality. Quirrell had yet to strike at Harry, which relieved him. At least he would not face ruin. You are doomed, Quirrell. Not even Voldemort can save you. Carl murmured to himself, draining the potion from the small vial. The potion's power coursed through his body. Carl closed his eyes to feel a mysterious force enveloping his exterior. It felt somewhat cold, yet it did not hinder his movements. As he recited the disillusionment charm, his figure swiftly vanished amidst the flames. The room, apart from the rising flames, was devoid of any other presence. After navigating through Snape's logic puzzle, Carl continued down the dim corridor for several steps. Approximately 10 seconds later, the light grew increasingly bright. The door ahead had long been opened, and Carl stepped gently into the expansive room. Torches blazed around him, and dozens of colossal stone pillars loomed tall. In the center of the room stood a massive mirror, starkly positioned. Quirrell, clad in a black wizard's robe, wore a large hood that obscured half of his face, his entire body tightly wrapped. Before him, Harry was suspended in midair, struggling incessantly. "Remove your hypocritical disguise. I know you are Snape. You intend to steal the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect Voldemort." Although Harry was imprisoned, he still exerted effort in his words. Unfortunately, this was not the world of Naruto. Verbal ninjutsu was utterly ineffective. A single Avada Kedavra would send anyone to their demise. Before Harry, the figure in the black robe sinisterly unveiled his hood, revealing his true identity. "No, it can't be. How could it be you?" Upon recognizing the familiar face that was not Snape, Harry was overwhelmed with shock. Meanwhile, Carl stood concealed behind a massive stone pillar. Observing Quirrell with a sense of relief, silently, he wore a sullen expression all day, indeed resembling a villain. "Yet, this is my finest disguise. He seldom allowed me to appear alone, but he fails to comprehend that I have never been truly alone." Quirrell erupted into maniacal laughter. Having endured much at the hands of Carl a few days prior, and now desperately sought an outlet for his frustration, he slowly drew forth his wand, his gaze towards Harry brimming with malice. "Crucio. Fool, stop. Do you wish to be struck by your own curse?" However, before he could complete the incantation, Voldemort's venomous voice forcefully interrupted Quirrell, seemingly haunted by the disastrous event of a decade past. "Apologies, Master," Quirrell stammered, trembling in fear. "Do not waste time, idiot. Quickly retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from that damned Potter, and then blow this place to smithereens." At that moment, Voldemort was anxious that time was of the essence, urging Quirrell to execute the plan swiftly to obtain the stone. "As you command." With his master's words, Quirrell abandoned his intentions to torment Harry. "I am sorry, Mr. Potter. This place is deserted, the environment rather fitting for your eternal rest. Your demise will fulfill the prophecy from a decade ago, heralding the return of the Dark Lord to this realm." With a mere flick of his wand, Quirrell forcibly turned Harry around, who then gazed blankly at the mirror of Eriste before him. A conflicted smile graced Harry's face. It was nice to see his parents one last time before death. Yet, why did he feel such unwillingness? He had misjudged. Voldemort was indeed returning. It was over. Everything was at an end. A few tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. "Mom, Dad, I'm coming for you." Strangely, this time the mirror did not reveal his parents, but only himself. The reflection winked at him, a mischievous smile curling its lips as it pulled out an irregular dark red stone from its pocket before putting it back. At that moment, despair consumed Harry. He understood that it was the Philosopher's Stone, and if Quirrell obtained it, Voldemort's resurrection would be irreversible. Dimensional collapse. Carl inwardly cursed Lily for her tardiness, cognizant that he could wait no longer. In an instant, a dimensional spell was unleashed. Fortunately, Quirrell reacted swiftly, responding the moment the dimensional gateway opened. At that moment, Harry, devoid of Quirrell's magical support, fell helplessly to the ground. "Harry Potter, fly to me." With a wave of his hand, Carl summoned the fallen Harry towards him. "Harry, are you all right? I'm sorry for being late." "Damn it. It's that brat-ass magic. Quirrell, kill him at once." Voldemort bellowed in fury as he witnessed Harry being snatched away by Carl. Carl pressed his hand on Harry's shoulder in midair, his gaze tinged with guilt. For he bore the brunt of the situation, having inadvertently been outmatched by the grotesque duo. "Are you all right?" Harry stammered, bewildered by Carl's unfamiliar appearance. The previous moment had been exhilarating. He had believed he was about to perish at Quirrell's hands, only to be saved by Carl the next. Everything transpired in an instant, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Professor Quirrell, we've barely been apart, and you've already caused such a commotion at Hogwarts." "Impressive," Carl remarked, holding Harry aloft while his face bore an uncontainable murderous intent. "Since Mr. Harris is so fond of meddling, let us see him accompany Potter to the afterlife." Quirrell's plans crumbled as he watched the prize slip from his grasp, his fury reaching a boiling point. "You and Voldemort shall share the same grave today." Carl sneered down at Quirrell, disdain etched on his features. "Very well, let us have a go. I hope you won't flee like you did in the Forbidden Forest." Before the confrontation commenced, Carl and Quirrell exchanged fierce words, then swiftly distanced themselves. Harry, utterly bewildered, pieced together the fragments of their conversation. "Carl, you were the one fighting that dark-robed wizard in the Forbidden Forest." The young savior was astounded, realizing his friend was so formidable, yet he had been completely unaware. I'll explain later. For now, find a place to hide. I'll delay him, and when the time is right, rush forward and seize Quirrell, ideally by the face. After saying this, Carl glanced at Harry, then at Quirrell, adding, "Oh, my apologies, I forgot you're too short to reach his face, even if you jumped. Harry, instead, try to grab his hand. This will significantly restrict his movements. But remember, only use your hands." Carl controlled their descent back to the ground, reiterating his instructions, mindful of Harry's unique method of casting this ancient spell. "And do not worry. The ancient protective magic your mother sacrificed so much to bestow upon you still resides within. Apart from the killing curse, no spell should be able to slay you directly." To bolster the young savior's confidence, Carl revealed the ancient magic to him. "All right, understood." Harry recognized that he was not yet ready for such a battle, but he was grateful to be of assistance rather than a burden, and thus promptly agreed. Avada Kedavra. Quirrell, unable to contain himself, unleashed the killing curse first. "Professor Quirrell, is that all you can do? Will you not employ other tactics?" Carl observed the deadly spell hurtling towards him, and with the advantage of extraordinary perception, he deftly evaded the curse. "Dark magic? I possess my fair share as well." In the next moment, countless black thorny vines erupted from the ground, writhing menacingly towards Quirrell. Corrosive mist. A thick cloud of black fog billowed from the tip of Quirrell's wand, swiftly enveloping half the chamber. The eerie mist rapidly spread across the ground towards Carl. The vines clashed with the black mist upon contact, engaging in a fierce struggle. The dark fog was consumed, nourishing the vines and enabling them to grow stronger, while Quirrell's mist was not without its defenses, as some smaller vines disintegrated under the corrosive onslaught. Dimensional particle storm. As Carl chanted, the space around them trembled violently, and several spherical particles, the size of tables, devoured the sinister black mist entirely. Devourer of dark magic. The vile incantation resonated, causing Quirrell's black robes to swell unnaturally. In the midst of the air, an enormous, ghastly green dark magic mark coalesced in an instant. A serpent of vibrant green, flicking its tongue, lunged menacingly at Carl, closely followed by a colossal skull that seemed equally eager to attack. Carl's expression shifted. The current state of Chilo was far superior to his near-death condition in the Forbidden Forest. Dimensional time-space magnetic field. Without hesitation, Carl retrieved a dimensional stone from beneath his silvery robe, absorbing its power to unleash his most formidable dimensional magic. A tremendous force of dimensional energy surged forth, first colliding with the green serpent. Confinement. Purple dimensional energy materialized into intricate chains that ensnared the serpent, tightening incessantly. The serpent emitted a haunting wail, its cries echoing like the final lament of a wretched spirit. Dimensional phantom. Dimensional kaleidoscope. The fearsome green skull radiated menace, and Carl sought to avoid any direct confrontation. He projected his essence into the boundless expanse of time and space, accompanied by a dimensional spell that collided with it. Dimensional fall. To ensure absolute safety, Carl added an explosive box to his assault. Amidst the cacophony of the explosion, the skull emitted a mournful cry, transforming into a swirling cloud of green mist that returned with renewed fervor. Carl's pupils dilated. He had not anticipated Chilo's remarkable adaptability. "Mr. Harris, that day in the Forbidden Forest, you merely stumbled upon an advantage. Now, what can you possibly use to contend with me? Surrender your resistance. After your demise, I shall retrieve your remains, honoring our mentor-student bond." Chilo's venomous laughter echoed from the green mist. "Professor Chilo, you jest. Though I may be alone in this battle, you cannot extinguish my existence." Unperturbed, Carl observed the encroaching mist, for within his transcendent perception, he could distinctly sense another surge of life energy rapidly approaching. Keys, chessboards, giants. Carl had already navigated these challenges. Snape's barriers were even simpler. After all, his name was Lily. Dispel magic. With the fervent activity of the dark eye, boundless magical energy coursed through his veins. A constellation of stars dispelled the engulfing malevolence. Just as Carl adeptly maintained the dispelling magic to shield himself and Harry from the insidious green mist, a melodious voice resonated crisply within the vast chamber. "Step into my chessboard." Countless pieces materialized upon the ground, and a colossal hand of a puppet flickered into view. The once pristine marble floor began to contort, black and white squares emerging in succession. Upon witnessing this transformation, Carl finally felt a sense of relief. Chilo, in his prime, was indeed formidable. Facing him alone was excessively challenging, limiting Carl to merely protecting himself and Harry from harm, making any hope of turning the tide nearly impossible. Why the delay? Carl muttered in frustration as he joined the fray. Harry, with a dazed expression, gazed at Lily, who appeared regal upon her throne, a sudden, indescribable sensation washing over him. My knight, charge forth for me. Adorned with a golden crown and clad in a flowing crimson gown, Lily stood at the queen's position. Her flower-themed wand directed toward Chilo with a subtle gesture. Countless knights on majestic steeds surged forward in an instant. Who are you? Chilo, enraged, could only wield his wand in defense. Shatter. As he uttered an incantation, explosive spells were dispatched towards the peculiar chess pieces. He thought them mere pawns, believing Professor McGonagall's chessboard had succumbed to his magic without issue. Yet the legacy magic from Queen Clara was not as fragile as McGonagall's game. Spears, swords, and colossal blades met the explosive spells, cleaving them effortlessly without stirring a ripple. Dimensional ion beam. As the dimensional stone in his hand began to dissipate, Carl conjured an overwhelmingly powerful dimensional cannon. Did you believe I was as weak as I was that day? You seem to have forgotten my words. I have never fought alone. Observing the magic unleashed by Carl and Lily, Chilo's anger morphed into amusement. The failure of his explosive spells to shatter the chess pieces indeed took him by surprise. However, after being extorted by Voldemort in his office, he had been forcefully endowed with a plethora of dark magic to ensure his plan's success. Fortune does not fall from the sky. Power gained without cost invariably demands a tremendous sacrifice. The toll for Chilo was the inevitable decay of his life due to the dark magic's corruption, a process that was nearly irreversible. Yet Voldemort was cunning. Once the Philosopher's Stone was in his grasp, Chilo was destined for sacrifice, serving merely as a disposable tool in the interim. Thus, Voldemort had assured Chilo that this was a normal phenomenon post-ritual, manageable through potions. Domain of curses. The black and white chessboard slowly succumbed to the curse's corruption, an endless torrent of vengeful spirits emerging from the ground. They wailed mournfully as they clung to the chess pieces, the power of their invasion reaching its zenith, with bloodied hands breaking through the board towards Carl and Harry, still grounded. Carl was momentarily stunned. The potency of this dark magic was nearing the level of the dark sacrament Voldemort had unleashed that day. Let us go. Infusing his legs with dimensional power, Carl grasped Harry's shoulder and soared into the air. Lily, observing the elongating ghostly hands below, furrowed her brow. Chilo's difficulty was beyond her expectations. However, she was not defenseless. The puppet hand suspended in the void radiated brilliance, forming an elegant gesture before crashing down upon Chilo with immense force. A wide-area attack. The puppet hand struck the ground, causing the entire chamber to tremble violently. Chilo's summoned ghostly hands were obliterated in an instant. The once pristine floor now marred with fissures like a spider's web, dust cascading from the ceiling as 12 massive stone pillars groaned under the strain of this tremendous force. Bloom. Lily understood this strike would not vanquish Chilo. As her flower-themed wand danced, the shattered debris transformed into fertile soil, young sprouts rapidly growing, branching, blooming, and flourishing in the blink of an eye, turning the devastated battlefield into a sea of roses. One by one, vibrant red and blue roses blossomed, entwined with countless sharp thorns, coiling into massive vines that lashed out in a singular direction. Harry, never having witnessed such a grand spectacle, was rendered nearly speechless. Earlier, he had contemplated joining Hermione and Ron to thwart the mastermind behind it all. Now he realized that the three of them might not even measure up to Chilo's singular magic. Carl thumped his chest, intently scrutinizing the battlefield below, his brow furrowing in concentration. At present, Chilo's combat prowess was alarmingly beyond the realm of typical magic. Suddenly, amidst the sea of flowers, a faint blue light flickered to life, rapidly expanding. It was the glow of a fierce fire. These vividly colored red and blue roses instantaneously became fuel for the raging flames, devouring half the floral expanse in the blink of an eye. The boundless fire grew ever larger, transforming into a colossal blue flame giant that swung its fist downwards. Bishops, raise the barrier. Behind Lily, several solemn and dignified bishop statues extended their hands, conjuring a massive shield to forcibly block the impending blow. When the shield met the fiery fist, the sound of shattering eggshells echoed, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the enormous barrier. Fire. With Lily's delicate command, the cannons, fully charged, unleashed 4 blazing beams of light, bombarding the blue flame giant. After enduring such a tremendous assault, the giant's humanoid form could no longer withstand the force and disintegrated into a tempest of raging flames. Illusory flame. At the opportune moment, Carl softly chanted, summoning blue-purple illusory flames that enveloped the boundless fire, unleashing dimensional power that completely consumed the inferno. Where did this wretched woman come from? How can she be so powerful? Chilo gasped, pressing his hand against a pillar, cursing Lily's entire family in the depths of his mind. His black robe had been shredded into tatters by sharp thorns, and crimson blood flowed incessantly from his wounds, causing his complexion to grow increasingly pale. The previous spell had not been cast lightly. Each incantation bore a tremendous toll on his body, for it was dark magic. The number of black wizards who had met a tragic end while studying dark magic throughout history could likely stretch from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Come now, Clara. Let us not linger, and quickly send him on his way. Carl noticed Chilo's dire state, smiling at Lily seated upon her throne, a dimensional stone already transforming into sparkling starlight within him. Good. He has danced for long enough. It is time to escort him to the realm of the dead. Lily replied with a smile, yet beneath that smile lay an unmasked intent to kill. Chilo, having pledged allegiance to Voldemort and desiring to harm her son, could never be forgiven. Upon receiving news from Carl, her fury erupted, wishing she could apparate directly before Chilo and pierce him with her wand. The chess pieces that Chilo had destroyed began to coalesce once more. For Lily, as long as her queen remained alive, she could summon as many pieces as she desired. With sufficient magical power, she could lavishly expend it. And what was the most dreaded outcome for the opposing side in the next game? Naturally, checkmate. Another throne beside Lily began to radiate its power. Since she was the queen, a king was essential. The figure on the throne sat effortlessly, one hand propping his cheek while the other gripped his scepter of authority. His body leaned slightly, the shadow cast by his resplendent crown obscuring his face, revealing only a smirk-like expression illuminated by the dim light of surrounding torches. He resembled a great monarch in contemplation, or perhaps indulging in a brief repose, but not like a mere chess piece. The king gradually rose from his throne, leaning upon his scepter, while behind him, his soldiers readied themselves for action. The throne of the queen behind Lily slowly dissipated as queen. She must perform a dance for her soon-to-be deployed soldiers, a culmination of her concentrated magical force. Checkmate. In the next instant, the chariot, horse, knight, cannon, queen, and king all advanced simultaneously. An endless radiance illuminated the dim chamber, all aimed at the one who dared to harm her prince. Carl, his eyelids twitching, witnessed Lily's fervor and spared no expense this time. Fragment after fragment of dimensional stones shattered, transforming into luminous energy that flowed into him, causing the surrounding space to destabilize. Watching the broken dimensional stones before him, Carl's heart bled. These were the reserves he had accumulated over a year of relentless meditation, with 60% now in Chilo's hands. Dimensional time-space compass. As Carl fully articulated the incantation, numerous purple spatial nodes materialized in the void, intertwining to form a colossal compass suspended in midair. Let us proceed. The compass erupted with boundless dimensional power, descending upon Chilo, gradually warping the very fabric of space. Faced with the ultimate magic fueled by Carl and Lily's combined might, despair engulfed Chilo. Master, save me. You cannot just stand by and watch. In response to Chilo's pleas, Voldemort, of course, did not remain idle. For they were bound together in this moment. Should Chilo perish, though he would not die due to his Horcruxes, he could forget about a perfect resurrection. In the next heartbeat, Voldemort's venomous voice echoed in Chilo's mind. Quirinus, I understand. You have always been a loyal servant. However, I regret to inform you that given the current circumstances, I must prepare for the worst. Immortality shall belong to me alone. No, master, please. I am your most loyal servant. Chilo's expression twisted with terror as he seemed to grasp something, cold sweat cascading down his back. Yet his pleas did not sway Voldemort's unyielding heart. After all, Chilo, under the combined force of Carl and Lily's ultimate magic, was doomed to perish. Since that was the case, he might as well be used as a tool to create a semblance of opportunity. No. As Chilo's anguished and desperate cries echoed, grotesque green flame buds erupted from his being, blossoming instantaneously. These were the life flowers birthed from Chilo's very essence. Master, spare me. Chilo continued to plead. But Voldemort had made his decision, and no lowly servant could interfere. Thus, Voldemort intensified his grip, causing the sinister green flame buds to bloom ever faster. At that moment, the eerie serpentine visage on the back of Chilo's head completely enveloped his original face. Chilo, the obsequious tool, had utterly lost his utility. Hence, Voldemort unhesitatingly discarded him. To Voldemort, his only love was himself. Did he not see that he had personally slain the old riddle to create Horcruxes? The benefits a living potion master could generate for the Death Eater group were self-evident. Yet even the ever-loyal double agent Snape, who had never revealed his true allegiance, was disposed of when he sought to gain complete control of the Elder Wand. For someone as extremely selfish as Voldemort, were not servants merely tools to be exploited in times of crisis? After all, Chilo was destined to die sooner or later. Either he would be sacrificed to obtain the Philosopher's Stone or be vanquished by the combined might of Carl and Lily. Thus, it was better to extract his final value now. Quirinus, I thank you for your sacrifice. I shall choose a fine resting place for you and inscribe a loyal epitaph for future generations to admire. Chilo, or rather Voldemort, at that moment, began to revive by consuming Chilo's life force, although this was still not half of his full strength. Foolish and ludicrous little tricks. As Carl and Lily prepared to chant their most formidable magic, Voldemort gently caressed Quirrell's wand, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Although the wand was not particularly well suited for him, it would suffice to deal with the two of them. So, eternal darkness, consume all. At Voldemort's center, boundless darkness began to spread outward, extinguishing the torches that lined the walls with a flicker before plunging them into oblivion. The vast chamber was illuminated only by the mysterious purple time-space compass and Lily's chess pieces. Faced with the darkness unleashed by Voldemort, Carl felt a wave of revulsion. It bore a resemblance to the black nightmares conjured by Luke, albeit a significantly diluted version. If it were truly on par with Luke's terrifying nightmares, they would have no choice but to end their lives right then and there. Nevertheless, even this lesser power was far beyond their capacity to withstand. The dimensional radiance emanating from the compass was swallowed entirely in an instant. Lily's countenance also shifted dramatically. The formidable magic unleashed by all her chess pieces vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Do you little insects think you can stop me? You three shall meet your end today. Voldemort, having seized Quirrell's life force to return, was particularly arrogant at that moment. Although he feigned indifference, he understood that his time was limited and that he could not sustain this for long. Quirrell's life was already nearly exhausted from Voldemort's relentless manipulation. Thus, he realized he must swiftly eliminate Carl and Lily before this frail body's potential and vitality were entirely drained, and then acquire the Philosopher's Stone from that accursed Potter. Otherwise, even if he obtained the stone, he might not escape Hogwarts to perform the resurrection ritual, rendering all his efforts futile. For the first time in a decade, he was so close to a perfect revival. He only needed to dispose of two bothersome individuals. After all, he had grown accustomed to humility. Having endured 10 years in the Albanian underbrush, possessing the ability to inhabit the bodies of rodents, could there be a situation worse than this? Thus, he immediately unleashed the most potent dark magic at his disposal. Quirrell's life and soul energy coalesced into an infinite darkness that surrounded them from all sides, causing Carl to shudder at the sight of such malevolent magic. Illusory flame. A purple flame erupted from his hands, rapidly expanding into a massive entity, releasing a torrent of dimensional power. Yet, it merely delayed the encroaching darkness for a fleeting moment before being completely obliterated. Rose Prison. Red and blue roses bloomed in response. But within a breath, the emerald thorns turned pitch black and crumbled to ash, while the dew-laden petals withered and decayed, emitting a foul odor. Fear the cold death of this darkness. On the periphery, Voldemort watched with keen interest as Carl and the others found themselves ensnared in his magical grasp. Harry was engulfed in despair. Even Carl and the mysterious queen seemed powerless against this dark magic. Oh dear, this Voldemort is truly repulsive. Carl lamented as he realized that their magic had no effect, helplessly resting his forehead in resignation. Voldemort, you have forced my hand. I had no intention of resorting to this, Carl murmured, furrowing his brow as he retrieved a potion and a speaker from his belongings. Setting the background music to Warriors of the Wind, he gazed at the potion in his hand. The once neglected women's attire felt heavy in his grasp. Yet he chose to bear this burden alone for the sake of the pitiful Professor Quirrell and the detestable Voldemort. He understood that his next encounter with Voldemort's main soul would likely not occur for another 3 years. Some individuals are destined not to remain confined within the walls of Hogwarts. Only by returning to nature could he truly realize the value of his life. To Carl and Lily, he was a burden, yet to the fertile grounds of Hogwarts, he was a beacon of hope. Reflecting on Quirrell's tragic fate, Carl's heart softened. He had prepared a biodegradable urn for the unfortunate professor, crafted from soil and ashes, allowing Quirrell to transform into a tree, eternally watching over Hogwarts. With a stoic expression, Carl uncorked the vial, his cold gaze briefly meeting Lily and Harry. While his mind recalled the incantation of the forgetfulness charm, was it not all forgetfulness? Regardless, it did not matter. If all forgetfulness failed, he would resort to the waters of oblivion. He gulped down the potion, immediately feeling the true hidden power of Celia surge within him. Banna, makeup. Apologies, I mispronounced the incantation. That was the specialized awakening spell for the spirits of the departed. Let us try again. Celia, makeup. An ancient and mysterious chant resonated as the brilliance of countless stars converged upon him, enveloping Carl's form, pushing back even the encroaching darkness. Voldemort stared in disbelief at Carl's transformation, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Under the influence of this power, the vast dimensional magic he had lost in releasing the compass was instantly replenished, absorbed completely by the dark eye at his heart without waste. His short, light golden hair grew rapidly, starry imprints appearing upon it, gradually shifting to a silver hue. The starry robe he wore transformed into a flowing green gown, while the divine spirits leaped behind him morphed into an exquisitely crafted and opulent staff. His skin became increasingly fair and translucent, and as his long eyelashes fluttered, they radiated an unparalleled aura of dominance. The legacy of Celia's elven lineage imprinted in his mind granted him numerous elemental spells in addition to attack and support forms. In an instant, Carl's eyes flew open, and he descended to the ground. The first thing he did upon landing was to check his chest. Thankfully, it hadn't changed. The conclusion brought him relief. Celia's immense power had even transformed the divine spirit's leap into her likeness, which unsettled him greatly. Lily and Harry covered their mouths in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Moreover, if you dare speak of today's events, I shall turn you both into ghouls. Carl Celia Harris regarded the awestruck duo, a benevolent smile gracing his delicate features. We understand. Harry and Lily swallowed hard, their worldviews shattered. What manner of potion could twist a person so? It appeared that even women's attire could confer strength. They were enlightened. Prepare to experience true dread. Let the glory of the apostles illuminate the world. Gazing at the darkness that had been repelled by the stars he had summoned, Carl smiled at the bewildered Voldemort. The repugnant and accursed creature. I care not what form you take as an apostle. In any case, today must culminate in a decisive confrontation between life and death. Voldemort gazed upon Carl's transformation. His teeth clenched in silent fury. He sensed an overwhelming surge of magical energy emanating from Carl, distinctly unlike the dimensional magic he had just wielded. It was as though a different being had emerged. Voldemort, allow me to clarify. It is you who shall perish while I endure. This is an inevitable outcome. Moreover, should a true apostle descend, you would not withstand even a single blow. I merely draw upon a fraction of an apostle's meager power. Carl slowly extended a hand covered by delicate white gloves as elements coalesced and materialized within his grasp before he gently pressed downwards. The dazzling fire of the spirit completely incinerated the darkness surrounding them. Truly, one could say he was as tenacious as a cockroach. Voldemort, observing the shattering of his magic, felt a surge of venomous rage that reached its zenith. Voldemort, you have lurked in the grass for a decade. Who, pray tell, resembles a cockroach? Kindly clarify your words. Listening to Voldemort's shameless tirade, Carl was rendered speechless. The audacity was staggering. Although he possessed immortality, rendering him nearly indestructible, he could accept such remarks from others. Yet, there are distinctions to be made, and Voldemort was undoubtedly the least qualified to utter such a statement. Cherish this final moment. This melody shall accompany you to your grave. As the familiar notes wafted through the air, Carl seized his banner with Voldemort and unleashed his power. Air support. With his incantation, countless beams of light descended from the heavens, resembling the ultimate skill of a level 40 mechanic. However, instead of robots, what fell were a series of loudspeakers. Now, 2 soundtracks played simultaneously. Yet, this music surpassed the potency of the sound system Carl had previously summoned. Immortal Symphony, Village of Suffering, Lace Fin. The melancholic melody reverberated through the void, as if each note struck deeply at the heart. Interwoven with soul-stirring laments, it echoed the sorrow of all existence, as if the world itself were weeping. Endless despair and anguish flooded Voldemort's heart in an instant. He yearned to escape this bizarre state, but found himself tightly bound. This uncanny music unearthed his deepest fears and despair. "No. Impossible, my body," he shrieked in terror, realizing that the powerful soul he had forcibly inhabited was gradually collapsing amidst the mournful melody. First, his palm began to shed flesh, crimson blood dripping rhythmically onto the ground. Then, his bones began to crack, the skeletal structure straining under the weight. He stumbled, nearly falling to the floor. "I shall live forever. You cannot harm me." Voldemort's voice grew increasingly venomous as he leaned against the wall, slowly rising, dark mist swirling around him, continuously surging into his deteriorating form. The damage inflicted by the melody was gradually mended by his peculiar black magic. "Damn it! What kind of demon are you that you cannot perish?" Carl, transformed into Celia, was filled with shock in his massive eyes. Voldemort, having suffered significant losses, entwined the dark mist around himself to shield against the terrifying melody. In a fit of fury, he slid his wand across his left palm, severing a piece of flesh that fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Feast of Blood. He directly performed a blood sacrifice using Quirrell's hand, invoking the ancient black wizard's forbidden arts. Were it his own body, he would never resort to such measures unless in a dire situation. However, the circumstances were different. It was Quirrell's flesh, and he felt no remorse should it be ruined. The stench of blood grew overwhelmingly potent in the void, droplets of foul blood coalescing in midair, forming an endless river that surged toward Carl, casting a shadow that nearly obscured the sun. "It appears you remain undeterred," Carl remarked, indifferent, as he shrugged at the approaching river of blood. Alas, he had not invested in the skills of a blood mage. Otherwise, he could have thoroughly humiliated Voldemort by defeating him with the same magic. Cry of the Ice Shadow. Carl slowly raised his palm. The power of the elementalist bestowed by Celia instantly activated. The colossal ice spirit, Aquilus, began to take form under this power. In the next moment, the hand of the ice spirit curled slightly, a biting blizzard filled with an aura of death clashing against the filthy, rancid river of blood. Heavenly thunder. As the elemental forces transitioned, multiple silver bolts of lightning struck the blood river with exaggerated speed, saturating the air with an abundance of electrical energy. The blood river, overwhelmed, began to collapse, and a rain of blood cascaded from the sky. The tainted blood splattered onto the ground, sizzling and emitting plumes of white smoke. Waves of magic erupted between the two, powerful magical fluctuations rendering the room into utter chaos. Yet, it seemed as if the chamber had been fortified by an extraordinarily potent protective spell, as neither combatant's residual energies were sufficient to shatter it entirely. However, Carl's anxiety mounted. Despite Voldemort currently being subdued, his tenacity was astonishing, defying death far more resiliently than any cockroach. The transformation potion from Celia had a time limit, and a third of it had already elapsed. Unbeknownst to him, Voldemort too was nearing his limits. Though he could disregard Quirrell's body and employ forbidden black magic, the toll of repeated use weighed heavily upon him, as these spells demanded immense mental fortitude, and Quirrell's life force was dwindling to a precarious state. "Damn it, Voldemort, your life is truly resilient." Carl felt a surge of frustration, having watched the Harry Potter films. He recalled how the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters merely conjured small lasers with their wands. Yet here he faced an onslaught of formidable and ancient black magic. "Surely, I must have stepped into a counterfeit Harry Potter universe. Enough. I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table." Carl declared his final retort and began to unleash Celia's most powerful offensive magic. Ultimate Transformation. A radiant diamond-shaped cube suddenly expanded from within him, encasing his entire being within its peculiar form, spinning rapidly. At that moment, Voldemort could not afford to watch Carl's display of tricks. Utterly unperturbed, he raised his wand and recited a spell. Avada Kedavra. An ominous green light shot from the tip of the wand, striking the diamond cube with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. Under the power of the Apostle, Carl's transformed state was nearly invincible in this realm. The next moment, the diamond cube shattered with a resounding pop, and Carl's once pale green attire had transformed into a deep crimson hue. his hair mirroring the change. Surprised, are you? I can still transform. Huh, huh, huh. Mister. Lu Sun once said that the greatest art in the world is a man impersonating a woman. Thus, even in his brief revival, Voldemort found himself beaten into retreat. However, his vitality was genuinely formidable. No matter how hard he fought, he could not be vanquished. Yet, within Carl's BGM, he was an invincible presence. Witnessing Voldemort's resilience, Carl decisively retrieved Pingru's wardrobe, transitioning from pale green garments to the striking black and red attire. The support type Celia possessed no offensive magical capabilities. She existed solely to heal her allies. Though not entirely devoid of output capability, it is evident that the pursuit of medicine offers little solace to the masses. Please, help me, Carl exclaimed with a cruel smile, reciting an incantation that conjured a circular barrier in the sky, ensnaring him tightly. In this moment, he could vividly envision Voldemort being obliterated by the formidable ally he had summoned. The auxiliary skill of Celia, SOS, invoked a powerful NPC to aid him in battle. The fated one, Con, the primal sorcerer, Helder, the conqueror, Caecilius, the source of plague. No, there's no need for Lord Deerage to come. Carl, momentarily elated, abruptly covered his mouth. If that particular lord from the village of painful suffering were to arrive, Hogwarts would undoubtedly transform into a nightmarish realm akin to the village of confusion, and even with luck, he would likely end up resembling the witch Agaloo, subsisting on the life force of others. As Carl completed his incantation, a dazzling array of starlight illuminated the vast chamber. Today, the strings of Mamret twitched unusually, as the scent of dust and fragrant grass wafted in with a gentle breeze. Even without divination, I know you shall summon me. A little adventurer from another dimension. The ethereal and fleeting voice of the chant resonated, as eons of starlight coalesced into the figure of a magnificent woman. Upon hearing that distinctive voice and the mention of Mamret, Carl nearly leapt with excitement. He had summoned the formidable leader. Voldemort, your demise is imminent. This time, no one can save you. With flowing lavender hair cascading to her waist, an otherworldly beauty, and an alluring figure that made Lily, who inherited Queen Clara's form, feel a twinge of inadequacy, she emerged from the void, her splendid chi-pow revealing a glimpse of her fair calf. What made Carl envious was not merely her physique or visage, but the uniquely designed instrument in her hands, resembling a pipa. The elemental mother-s lyre. You are worthy of it. The leader of Talakuta, the second apostle's envoy, the pinnacle of doll arts, the bard Alice had crossed the dimensional barrier to arrive. Surprised, are you? Not only can I transform twice, but I can summon allies as well. What gives you the right to contest me for the Philosopher's Stone? Carl gazed at the nearly disintegrated Voldemort, who was barely clinging to life, and mockingly taunted. Come on, accept my blessing. As an auxiliary, my role is to bestow buffs upon my allies. As Carl chanted, Lily felt the dwindling magic within her rapidly rejuvenate, while Alice's form, composed of starlight, gradually solidified. Carl understood that a mere potion could not enable the true Alice to tear through the dimensional barrier. The one before him was likely a projection. Yet, even a projection was sufficient to obliterate the nearly lifeless Voldemort. Come, Sister Alice, please assist me in vanquishing this dark wizard before us. I shall play your designated BGM. The rest is up to you. Carl blushed as he addressed Alice, suspended in midair. In the next moment, a massive sound system materialized. He swiftly altered the BGM, and the familiar melody of mystic enlightenment began to resonate. Observing Carl clad in Celia's attire, Alice shook her head in mild exasperation. Meanwhile, Voldemort, the nefarious antagonist, gazed at Alice's projection, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. His fragmented body was already incapable of contending with Carl. Having discerned the transformation potion Carl had consumed, he realized that such a peculiar potion could not endure for long. He had intended to exhaust his final remnants of life energy, even if it meant sacrificing his own, to endure until that bizarre potion's effect waned. Yet unexpectedly, Carl transformed yet again, this time conjuring magic even more terrifying than the previous melody that had nearly shattered his physical form and breached his mental defenses. This wretched boy has summoned one formidable woman after another. Clara had nearly incapacitated my servant, and now another powerful figure has emerged. Voldemort could distinctly sense the magical fluctuations emanating from her. Today, it seemed he would meet his end here. But what of it? My soul, thanks to the Horcruxes, is nearly immortal. As long as those 6 Horcruxes remain intact, I, Voldemort, shall never perish. With the Philosopher's Stone in sight and no escape, Voldemort succumbed to madness. Trembling, he raised his wand, embarking on his final frenzy. A multitude of serpentine green apparitions surged forth from his nearly shattered form, swiftly merging with the shadows. Countless dark red chains loomed in the air, barreling towards Carl, while the ground erupted, spewing forth torrents of lava. Unfazed by Voldemort's last desperate gambit, Carl yawned lazily. In the next moment, a colossal golden dome enveloped both him and Lily. Being an auxiliary is indeed infuriating, healing, bestowing buffs, and providing shields, all of which could infuriate the opposing assassin. Alice's keen eyes instantly discerned the grotesque disparity between the broken body and its soul. It appeared that an exceedingly malevolent soul had forcibly consumed the original consciousness of this body, utilizing its life force and energy to unleash such potent dark magic. A filthy and wicked soul. It deserves to be completely purified. Allow me to perform Requiem. Alice gently plucked the strings of Mamret, the melodious notes cascading like a waterfall, echoing against the smooth pebbles of the shore, reminiscent of ancient starlight piercing through the mists of the future. However, to Carl and his companions, the heavenly music felt divine. While for Voldemort, the ultimate boss who had forcibly taken Quirrell's body, it was akin to the Grim Reaper whispering sweetly in his ear. The dark red chains shattered into clouds of sanguine mist under the mournful echoes, the life energy of Quirrell dissipating into nothingness. The serpentine green forms transformed into wisps of smoke, vanishing without a trace, and the surging lava gradually receded into the earth beneath the intricate melodies. With the performance of the Requiem, Voldemort's final magic was wholly suppressed. Ice Feast. Upon concluding her act, Alice uttered a few more words. Intricate and obscure magical sigils began to materialize, forming a colossal azure magic circle beneath Voldemort. The room trembled under the influence of this immense magical force. As snow began to fall from the sky, the trio, encapsulated within the golden dome, idly observed the snowfall. For such an extraordinary sight was rare in the approaching summer month of June. Having witnessed Alice's gentle melody quell Voldemort's final frenzy, the outcome was devoid of suspense. However, in stark contrast to the leisurely demeanor of Carl and his companions, Voldemort, ensnared in the center of the ice feast, faced a grim fate. The bone-chilling cold froze the black mist surrounding him, halting the deterioration of his body. Yet this was merely the prelude to death. Countless sharp ice pillars, radiating an ethereal blue glow, pierced through his form. In this absolute zero, Voldemort felt as though even his soul was destined for eternal slumber. Ah, to pilfer a kill. I dare say Alice wouldn't mind. As the specter of Voldemort teetered on the brink of oblivion, Carl smirked with satisfaction. His efforts, though costly, involving even the consumption of certain unsanctioned elixirs and the donning of attire reminiscent of Syria, would not be in vain. To deny himself the pleasure of personally dispatching the Dark Lord would simply not do, though he possessed no heart, in truth. Super transformation. As a support-oriented Syria, his magical prowess was inherently non-offensive. Suppressed by the power of the apostles, he found himself unable to even conjure the dimensional magic he had previously mastered. If he were to seize this opportunity, he would have to resort to charging forward, wielding the divinely imbued staff, once a staff, now a distorted bludgeon, to obliterate Voldemort's cranium. Such an act, however, would be far too gruesome, potentially traumatizing young Harry, who was observing the fray. Though, Carl entertained the notion of employing Obliviate later. Familiar rhomboid blocks materialized around him, radiating a soft, white luminescence and spinning with increasing velocity. As their rotation reached a fever pitch, they shattered with a resounding pop, revealing Carl, now adorned with silver hair and verdant garments, bathed in golden light. Arise, Carl intoned, extending a hand into the void. A golden treasure chest of epic proportions materialized, descending vertically upon Voldemort's head. No, Voldemort's final, despairing cry echoed as the combined force of the encroaching frost and the descending treasure chest pulverized his grotesque form into oblivion. Observing the remnants of Voldemort's corporeal vessel disintegrate into ethereal dust, Carl nodded in satisfaction. Voldemort's brazen manipulation of Quirrell to abduct Harry had ignited his fury. It was akin to a critical team fight in a MOBA, when suddenly, an alarm blares. Our crystal is under attack. Fortunately, he had recalled in time, and the insidious Voldemort had neglected to equip the blade of the immortal, sparing him complete devastation. In the ensuing moment, Voldemort's abyssal soul. Trailing tendrils of darkness erupted from the ashes of the late Professor Quirrell, shrieking as it collided with the wall before vanishing from sight. Alice, observing the departure of the malevolent spirit, furrowed her brow but refrained from intervention, deeming the weakened soul insignificant. Furthermore, her transdimensional projection had already expended considerable energy traversing the planes. To unleash 2 potent spells to vanquish the weakened Voldemort had been her utmost exertion. She lacked the reserves to subdue the lingering wraith. Moreover, she sensed that even its complete annihilation would not eradicate the Dark Lord, who seemed to possess a peculiar form of immortality. "It is finished, adventurer from another world," Alice murmured, descending gracefully from the ether, cradling her marmoret. Her projection, woven from starlight, appeared somewhat wan. Carl, beholding the dreamlike seer, swallowed audibly. He had never imagined that the veritable Alice, the wandering minstrel, would grace him with her presence, even as a mere projection. Astonished? Alice inquired. Gaze no further. It is the result of the myriad parallel universes intersecting in one another and of one another. All things exist, perhaps merely upon different strata. As if divining Carl's bewilderment, Alice plucked a gentle chord upon her instrument, uttering enigmatic words that bewildered Harry and Lily. "I am, foremost, a diviner. This projection wanes. Our paths may not cross again for an age. Wouldst thou desire a reading?" "Indeed," Carl affirmed without hesitation. Alice's divinations were renowned throughout the demon realm and the land of Arad. To secure her prophetic insight was a feat nearly impossible for anyone outside the circle of adventurers. At Carl's earnest response, Alice's lips curved into a bewitching smile. She closed her eyes as her fingers danced across Marmoret, the sage's lyre, weaving a haunting melody that spiraled into infinity. "I perceive within thee a figure struggling amidst adversity. The object of thy quest is fraught with peril, yet also brimming with mirth. I cannot envision thee abandoning thy pursuit, which shall inevitably come to fruition. Furthermore, heed this, the epochs of the infinite multiverse are not synchronized. A millennium in one realm may be but a fleeting moment in another." Moments later, Alice opened her beguiling eyes, sharing her divination. "Yet, the reverse may hold true." Carl's voice was somber. "Nay, the surging energies have subsided. The swirling vortex has returned to its origin. Thou shalt discover thy true home." Alice smiled faintly, her form becoming increasingly ethereal after the exertion of the divination. Harry and Lily, who had observed the spectacle, were struck by the pronouncements. They gleaned that the seer was perhaps more powerful than Professor Dumbledore, and her prophetic abilities surpassed even those of the seer who delivered the fateful prophecy a decade prior. "Adventurer," Alice continued, "the potion of Syria, though wondrous, will likely necessitate a period of recuperation once its effects have abated." Alice glanced at Carl's verdant attire, a knowing smile playing upon her lips. "System, procure a bouquet of Soch's crimson roses. 50,000 gold deducted. 5,000 for a bouquet? Highway robbery," Carl exclaimed, aghast at the sudden depletion of his funds. "Transaction complete. No refunds," the system replied with cold indifference. Despite his dismay, Carl forced a smile. "Alice, these are for you." Carl's cheeks flushed as he presented the seer with a bouquet of dewy red roses. "I scarcely expected such a gesture. My heart is warmed. Thank thee, adventurer. Alas, this fading projection has naught to offer in return. Even Marmoret is but a construct of my magic. May fortune favor thee, may thy endeavors prosper, and may thy next adventure be crowned with success." Alice accepted the roses with delicate hands, inhaling their fragrance with evident delight. Harry, watching the seer's form grow fainter, hesitated. He had overheard the exchange and realized that Alice was a being of immense power, surpassing even Dumbledore, and possessed unparalleled prophetic gifts. "Alice," Harry began tentatively, "may I pose a question? Let me divine. Does it concern the resurrection of the departed?" As the melodious notes of the piano filled the air, Alice returned Harry's gaze with a warm smile. Standing beside them, Lily felt a fleeting spark in her eyes, a gentle warmth blossoming within her heart. Harry, taken aback, opened his mouth in surprise. The words he had yet to utter seemed to have been divined by the person before him. It was no wonder. The hopeful light in your eyes had revealed too much throughout my long existence, and with a mere hint of speculation, conclusions come easily. Since fate has brought us together today, allow me to perform a divination for you. The strings of the murmulet trembled softly, and a soothing melody emerged. Life, after its passage, returns once more. The battle of destiny shall conclude with the fading of darkness, and you shall bask in the morning sun. An ethereal, Epic voice resonated from Alice's lips, and Harry's excitement grew. Carl furrowed his brow. The last two lines were straightforward since Voldemort's demise was inevitable. However, the first line piqued his curiosity. Revival in this world was a feat likely achievable by none other than him. Did this refer to Lily or James Potter? Prophecies are often vague, leaving one perturbed. Could it be that he would somehow bring James Potter back into the fold? Upon reflection, such a possibility lingered, as he had always been inclined to bow before capitalism. Who can truly predict the future? Farewell, adventurer. I hope we meet again. With this prophecy, Alice's magical projection finally dissipated, transforming once more into the starlight of eons, scattering in all directions, while a vibrant bouquet of red roses fell to the ground. A fleeting, ethereal voice echoed in his heart. Adventurer, your journey is of utmost significance. No one can compare. It is your destined fate. Wherever you tread, trials shall abound. Yet you will surely overcome them. They shall not hinder you but serve as stepping stones along your path. Do not lose hope. I will be there to divine your future, offering my utmost assistance. Listening to Alice's final words, Carl could not help but question his own existence. Was his future truly so daunting? Yet, as a traveler of realms, equipped with a system, who knows what circumstances may arise? Carl, that sister Alice does not belong to this world, does she? Harry gazed at the vanishing starlight, his expression somewhat wistful. You heard correctly. She was merely a projection crossing the dimensional barrier. Her true self is far more formidable. Carl bent down to pick up the rose that had fallen, still vibrant and untouched by dust, providing him with a modicum of solace. Perhaps it could be reused. Her prophecy must hold truth, for she had foretold the fall of many great beings, grasping the enigmas of fate with a measure of insight. By the way, Harry, what about the Philosopher's Stone? He suddenly recalled his original purpose, glancing at Professor Quirrell, whose ashes lay scattered on the ground. Ah, here it is. Harry bit his lip and retrieved a red, irregularly shaped stone from his dust-covered pocket, presenting it to Carl, the very Philosopher's Stone he had longed for. With the Philosopher's Stone in hand, Carl envisioned creating endless galleons using the unique properties of the dark eye, ready to confront the system and assert his dominance. System, identify the Philosopher's Stone, Carl exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he fished out his small fortune. 1,000 coins deducted successfully. The monotonous electronic voice echoed, and the attributes of the stone appeared in his mind.